following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
FloRacing Studios live.
We tune into Flow and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500, so I wanted to be a race car driver.
The largest crowd in the history of Eldora Speedway. So we're going to have a last lap slider in Gateway.
It's also Shootout. I mean, everybody wants to go out there and win a golden driller.
The significance that this thing has.
Kyle Larson does it again at the Chili Bowl. Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
The best dirt late model series in America. Down the back straightaway, and O'Neal takes the lead and bounds down.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
Welcome from around the world to Central Arizona Raceway in Casa Grande, Arizona. This is the opening round of the 20th annual Rio Grande Way Services Wild West Shootout presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. And we are here on a cool and breezy day here in the desert, but it's still a beautiful day. And I'm Ben Shelton, joined by Dustin Jarrett. 164 race cars in the pit area, DJ. And in the 20th anniversary, we come back to where it all started right here at FK Rod in Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions.
I can't wait. This last night at practice was the first time I've ever been here. The track was incredibly fast. It rained earlier in the week. The drivers are excited. A lot of these actually a lot of drivers in all classes, but especially the super late models, they have limited experience here. And in talking to some of the guys, they feel like it might even the playing field a little bit. And actually, some of the guys that you might consider the mid-tier drivers, they feel like they've maybe got a little more experience here running some of the early fall races over the last couple years.
Yeah, you take a guy like Jake O'Neal that's turned a ton of laps here. He goes, but I haven't done it on this facility. They've revised it. They have put so much money in. Jerry Petty, along with Brad Whitfield and the gang, they have really totally transformed this facility, and that's why we got cars from all across North America here.
As you mentioned, actually approaching 170 cars in 3 classes here tonight. It's truly unbelievable. And let's go ahead and take a look at the track facts for this evening, or the race information. It's been a month since we've done this, Ben. Here is your race information for tonight. We will start with Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and that'll be followed by Dirt Draft Hot Laps, by the way, for the modifieds and the X mods, and that'll be followed by time trials for those Stuckey Enterprises super late models presented by Malvern Bank. We'll turn around with a quick track prep break, roll into opening ceremonies, heat races this evening for the late models. Ben, actually all classes will be 8 laps. Late models will line up the way they qualify. The other 2 classes will be luck of the draw, and we have, as it stands right now, 5 heats for the Mesilla Valley Transportation, or excuse me, 5 heats for the Shocker Hitch X mods presented by Border Tire, and at least 6 heats, I think, for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire modifieds, because they're closing in on 70 cars. Yes, 70 cars, that's right. B mains in all divisions, and of course tonight's main event for the super late models, $25,000 to win, and of course you've got the Rio Grande Way Services lap leader loot, $500 for every lap led in the late model A main.
Well, as you take a look from high atop this racetrack, it's here in Casa Grande, Arizona. We're about 50 minutes from Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, in case you're thinking about flying in here, and southeast of Phoenix. This racetrack opened in 1968, a 3/8 mile high banked oval, but as we talked about, it has gone through incredible improvements over the past few years. And you see there a beautiful day again. A little breezy here today, but after today, we're looking at highs in the 70s. Beautiful weather. And the third member of our staff who's going to look forward to those warm temperatures and the wind subsiding joins us now down in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane, Trenton Berry.
Hey guys, and welcome to everybody watching across the country. Weather's pretty good right down here. We got a slight breeze, a sky full of sun, not much more you could ask for. Morale's obviously pretty high in the pit area, which it always is at the beginning of the season. A lot of people are excited here. Guys, felt like the racetrack came along really well last night. Felt like a little tough to pass early on, but they said, hey, you know, once it slowed down a little bit, it widened out and was better. So a lot of guys working on their stuff in the pit area, going to see what they have. Fast out of the gate doesn't necessarily mean fast all season, but it certainly doesn't help to get a jump and a little bit of a leg up on your competition. How about this beautiful Hoker Trucking Victory Lane, brand new banner here. It's in 3 parts. Also want to give a shout out to Rio Grande Waste Services, title sponsor here, as well as O'Reilly Auto Parts. Beautiful Victory Lane setup here, and as you guys said, it's easy to see the work and the care that's went into this place. Lots of improvements around as the past couple of seasons have went along. With that, we're going to step aside here for our opening break from the FK Rod Ends Casa Grande Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. More to come here as we're just getting rolling with the 20th annual Wild West Shootout.
Race into 3 and off of 4. Your winner for the second feature is Turbo. Tyler gets it done.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best.
This isn't just a shop. It's where racers build products for racers with blood, sweat, and gears. At Buzzy Racing, we know what's at stake because we race too. From rear-end rebuilds and tube straightening to dyno-tested steering boxes and transmission overhauls, we don't just fix it, we build it like it's our own. Family-owned, track-proven, built with purpose, built to win.
Stop letting your trailer boss you around. Shocker Hitch has the air ride solution for every setup. Our air receiver hitches absorb road shock before it hits your truck, protecting your cargo and your drivetrain. Hauling heavy, the gooseneck surge eliminates the bucking and jerking of a hard connection. For campers, the quick air fifth wheel pin boxes provide a cushioned premium towing experience. Needed on the trailer side? Our air tongue mounts bolt directly to your frame for instant shock absorption. And the air equalizer brings air ride comfort to your existing weight distribution hitch. Shocker Hitch, safer, smoother, every mile.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to FK Rod-In, Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. Last little bit of track prep underway. We'll be getting things underway with Dirt Draft Hotlaps coming up in a few minutes. Get those Dirt Draft lineups in. We're going to be talking about Dirt Draft regularly. They got some cool promotions, and also they got the Mini Series Championship here for Dirt Draft for all 3 divisions. And again, get signed up at Dirt Draft. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. You see the view high above this 3/8 mile oval as the event comes back home to Arizona after the past 4 years that we had been at Vado Speedway Park with Royal Jones and the gang. And 60 degrees, 16-mile-per-hour winds, clear skies, and man, what a scenic setting for a racetrack. The mountains are in the distance. And you know, if you're thinking about coming out here for next weekend or any of it, you're 4 hours from the Grand Canyon. You're 2 hours from Sedona. There's so much to see and do in addition to all the great racing, tons of great food, and you definitely want to come and join us. And again, we're talking about highs in the mid-70s as we get into next week and next weekend. And not going to talk about the R thing, but right now I'm not seeing it on the forecast, and we're going to keep things that way. Trenton Berry down in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. He's going to be giving us pit side reports all night. And I tell you what, Trent, before I go to you, I want to touch on something that I would love for you to chime in on it. This field of super late models here in the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Model Division presented by Malvern Bank. And this is just some of the notables. You got your 3-time defending Mini Series champion Bobby Pierce, Brandon Shepard, former Mini Series champion, second on that list, DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Ricky Thornton Jr., as it stands right now, racing tonight only before he flies out to Tulsa for the Chili Bowl. We'll see how that goes. Hudson O'Neal and that Kevin Rumley, number 6. Cade Dillard pulling double duty this weekend. And then behind him, Ben, another former Wild West Shootout champion in Mike Marlar.
Yeah, and then Tyler Erb just announced that he'll be on the road to the World of Outlaws this year. Garrett Alberson back with the Lucas Oil Series. He was the fastest driver here last night. And, of course, Ryan Gustin, welcome back to the desert for the Cooney Motorsports driver, another one of those World of Outlaws competitors. And that's just 10 of the 46 drivers in the pit area. Trent, I'm going to put you on the spot down there. We talked about some of the notables in the late model division. Talk to me about the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mods. Who you got your eye on there, as well as your special guest?
Well, so my first one, obviously there's a smattering of USMTS cars and guys that barnstorm and race all across the country that are back there. The guy that I'm going to be watching right out of the gate is going to be Tanner Mullins. He built Mark Dotson a brand new race car. Mark's going to be here racing in a couple-year-old race car. Tanner's going to be behind the wheel of the new one. He won over 20 races last year and put together a phenomenal season, the best of his career. Said he felt good last night. This car was exactly like what he raced last year. So I'm going to see Tanner Mullins come out of the gate guns blazing this year, and I don't expect it to be any different. He's only got a couple of nights here, and with that, I'm going to slide our special guest in here real quick. Matt Curl with us. Jason Babiak's over here as well. We'll talk to him throughout the course of the week. Matt, we're back here again, but we're in a little bit different place. We're about 5 hours or so west of where we were. How's the racetrack coming in, and just some of the things you're going to be looking forward to this week?
Yeah, you know, we've done a lot of work this week. We're really excited to get back to Arizona. Royal was gracious to host us there. We're really excited, you know, as the fans start coming in here today. It's been, you know, a little bit more goosebumps on promoting the races here. We have a fantastic group of race cars, and the team's worked hard, you know, working with Brad Whitfield here, the promoter, and Jerry, you know, what they've been able to do here to get the upgrades and the resources that we need. And, you know, we're going to take a couple years and keep growing, you know, and that's what we're doing here. So day one, we're excited. We'll see what the track does. You know, it's windy and sunny, so as any promoter knows, it's one of your toughest days to work on the track. But Chad, Reese, all the guys, Colin and Lewis and Blade, those guys have worked all week hard. So I think it's going to be a great week, and let's kick it off strong here.
You know, you do a lot of work, as the rest of the guys do too, all across the country with your own events. But this is truly a year-round deal, and especially to get guys to travel this far.
Yeah, it is. You know, just seeing the car count here today and the heat that we brought out here is special. I think we're seeing how it's rewarded with the crowd here, and you know, the mod count is unbelievable here, and I think there's just a little bit of a vibe here. You know, it looks like it's a little cool tonight, but it gets in the 70s next week, and the weather just feels better, and I think there's a lot of growth with that. But we really need to bring those guys out here to taste, you know, test the waters. You know, we really got one chance. You know, we brought out the best of the best to see what Casa Grande had, and hopefully we can do our part and make sure this track is racy.
Hey, I'll do my best here so you and CK and Babak don't have to give me the business later on this week. I'll be on my best behavior down here, I promise.
Well, you guys are the best of the best, and we appreciate you guys and everybody at Flow and on around the world watching on Flow and the Wild West Shootout, and thanks for all the support.
Matt Curl with us down here, Hooker Trucking, Victory Lane. Ben and DJ, send it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, TB. Good to have Matt Curl and the crew back with us, and there's a look at Old Glory, just about standing at attention there in the middle of the infield, Ben, and it kind of felt like a Votto day today with the wind blowing, but man, oh man, you get past it. I think tomorrow's high is pushing 70, and then it's over 70 as it stands right now every day for the rest of this, including getting into the mid to upper 70s towards the middle and later part of next week.
Injected into my veins. Very excited to be back here. Glad to be here with you, brother, to kick off the season. You see on your screen as we move into Shocker Hitch X Mod Hotlaps presented by Border Tire. Michael Hartman out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The JGF Race Car, LGH Construction, and Bravo Cadillac sponsors on car B52 for Michael Hartman. He rolls through turns 3 and 4, and we'll get a few more drivers behind him in car number 8X. First time to compete in a Wild West Shootout event. Arturez Ordonez out of El Paso, Texas. Ordonez in the 8X. The AOS-powered Rage chassis, PRZ Auto Group, RNE Contracting and Design, Toby's Performance Carbs 8X car.
Another driver there on your screen with them in that red and white number 93. As you see race controller, tell them I think to double up to help run this racetrack in a little bit. We'll give you kind of a hodgepodge of drivers. It is actually a few different Wild West Shootout stalwarts. You just saw Josh Kane go by in the blue number 3. There's the number 93 got here today. That's Greg Gorham out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. In the Offen Petroleum Little Tumbleweed Daycare Mitchell Suspension Energy sponsored G2 race car. Again, that's Greg Gorham in the 93. There's Josh Kane, who arrived here today as well out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, in the Tartan Construction Batteries Plus Shipley Motorsports sponsored number 3J.
Well, when you talk about talented drivers in the pit area, the number 40 car, Blake Adams, a 16-year-old, 41 wins a year ago. The Adams Automotive-powered MB Custom Entry, Collins Brothers Towing, EMR, Northern Clearing, all sponsors for Blake Adams, last year's 41-time winner. And the 316, Brandon Johnson. First time we've had Brandon with us out of Mesa, Arizona. The Blaine's Auto Glass BMS chassis, D&B Johnson Farms, and South Lake Trucking sponsors on the side.
Next driver on your screen is going to be the driver Big 5 Little Zero, and that is going to be one of the locals. That's Braden Whitfield out of Casa Grande in the Jugo Superfoods, Empire Income Tax, Pit Stop Motorsports, Schaefer Oil sponsored, Avanti Windows and Doors sponsored number 50. And I think we got one more on the track. We do, and it's going to be the 413. That's Tate Johnson. He calls Homestead, Montana home, and he's in the Blaine's Auto Glass, D&B Johnson Farms, South Lake Trucking, Schaefer Oil sponsored 413. And we got one more driver on the track, Ben.
The 44.
It is. It's the 44 of Eric Weinmiller out of Casa Grande, Arizona, in the Bruns-powered DeVilbiss chassis. That's the Matt Hickman-owned Desert Sun Heating and Cooling
Desert Highway
Star Towing sponsored number 44 for Eric Miller. And
Israel
one
Ortega
more. It is
there.
Israel Ortega.
Yeah, and the 23B out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The Mobius Syndrome Awareness, Kit Carson Farms, BMS-powered IRP race car for Israel Ortega. DJ, have you got your dirt draft lineups in yet today? Do you have your starter lineups? I have none of mine. I want to get them in, but it's been a busy day.
I got a starter lineup in.
All right, in all three divisions.
In all three divisions, yes. I know. I'm going above and beyond today. What I did not have was Israel Ortega on my sign-in list, actually. So.
From the Racing Ortega family.
By the way, how about Blake Adams? We talked about it last night in practice. You mentioned it. 41 wins this year. Of course, the son of Buzzy Adams. 41 wins last year, I should say, back in 2025. That young man raced 131 times last year. So you might be sitting at home saying, oh, 131 times. He won 41 races. Okay. He had 118 top 10 finishes in 131 races last year.
I hear a couple things when you say that. One, I hear great job, Blake Adams. Second, I hear great job, Adams family, because my goodness, to keep, and the rest of the family drove out here. Blake flew out because he had school. So, there's a lot going on, and it is. We see that so much in our sport. It's a family sport, man, and it takes a family to keep that going. But 130 times, and then let's not forget, Buzzy Adams runs a graphics business. They have racetrack businesses. They got a lot going on as getting the racetrack sealed in, and we'll catch up with Trenton Berry in a second. He surveys everything. But last night, had to work the racetrack in, and they widened this racetrack 10 feet this week, but we also had pretty significant rain earlier in the week, so last night they had a lot of things to overcome, and today we've got wind, and you expect sun when you start at 3, but definitely the wind, so a lot of different things that are throwing curveballs at the staff to start the event this year. But you know what? You got Chad Bowman, you got Lewis Breeden, you got, Colin Breeden. I believe in those guys. Yeah. I really do.
Yeah, you got the best in the business that are working this racetrack, and How
about another race car out there we didn't catch?
The 11D. How about that? Is that Danny Wagner?
That is, and we'll get him, and then in front of him, we'll have Caden Woody as well in the 980.
Oh, I did not see Caden Way. I think they got the first couple groups of Dirt Draft Hotlaps out there. That was Danny Wagner out of Bay Point, California, the Western Mobile Service A&J Hauling Dutra Racing number 11D. There's the 79 of Jaden Christ out of Jamestown, North Dakota. And I think we had one. Did we have one more sneak? We had a few more sneak out. You mentioned the 980 of Caden Woody out of Malacca, Minnesota. There's the 28 BY. That's going to be Braxton Yeager, the IMCA modified standout from the great state of Wyoming, out of Green River, Wyoming. He's in the Pit Stop Motorsports first class chassis here this weekend. The Different Breed Visionary Pit Construction sponsored number 20 BY for Bryson Yeager.
Well, we're going to split them in half, as you talked about, get them to the infield, and there will be a few more drivers that have creeped out there, but I think they'll be in the second wave. So again, Dirt Draft Hotlaps, get your Dirt Draft lineups in, and I tell you what, Tiffany, I don't know if you can flash it up there real quick. A special promotion with Dirt Draft. They have teamed up with Longhorn Race Gear, and you get a discount if you sign up. Forget the T-shirt, man. You're going to get a $10 gift card to LonghornGear.com.
Yeah, that's really cool when you see that over there on the right side of your screen. So it's really easy. You sign up, you get a $15 gear. You get a $10 gift card. That is different from the graphic that I have that Mr. Clint Dahl sent us, by the way. Clint, you and I have to talk. So sign up, number 1. Number 2, join a contest. Join any contest. Number 3, select your team. And then number 4, you get Longhorn gear mailed to you, or you get a $10 Longhorn gift card mailed to you. Just like that, LonghornGear.com. Very cool promotion they got. Play Dirt Draft. It is a lot of fun. If you've never done it before, give it a try. Again, it's only, I think, $6.99 a month. Why not? That was cheaper than our cup of coffee we had this morning.
It was also faster than that cup of coffee that got to us. Well, right out of the gate, we're going to see our first Midwest Sheet Metal caution as the 40D car. Blake Adams, you bragged on him and you made him spin out.
That was Ben Shelton.
Racetrack a little bit slimy right now, so they'll get it ironed in. The 40D car out of Cameron, Wisconsin. And, coming up, he's not going to be a young man forever. Next Friday, he turns 17, DJ. Remember what it's like to turn 17?
He is going to be almost as old as we are.
Almost. Well, he's going to need a push to get backwards over there in turn number 2. So we saw the C&D bonding green flag, and then we saw Blake Adams bring out the Midwest Sheet Metal yellow flag. And a big shout out to our brother Chris Davis over at Midwest Sheet Metal. Glad to see Chris is doing better, and hopefully be seeing him sooner than later. We got so many great marketing partners on this event. We'll be talking about them. I know that sometimes the race fans get a little upset that we talk about them, but the reality is this event was kept alive with a very small crowd for several years there in Vado. We had amazing racing. The weather not always the best, but without these marketing partners, we couldn't have kept going. And they've stood behind this event as we move back to Arizona. And this event is really looking to kick it up and even grow more. We want to thank all those marketing partners. So you're going to hear us talk about a lot of great sponsors. It's because they have kept this event alive and they make this sport possible. We appreciate the fans, the racers, everybody, but we're going to take care of those marketing partners.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that includes Rio Grande Waste Services. Rio Grande Waste Services is New Mexico's newest roll-off dumpster service provider, offering waste removal and trash bin container rental. They serve both residential and commercial needs with a wide range of dumpster sizes and recycling options. You can learn more about them at riograndewaste.com. We'd also like to thank O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts is an American auto parts retailer that provides automotive aftermarket parts, tools, supplies, equipment, and accessories in the United States, serving both the professional service providers and the do-it-yourself contractors. Are going to get Blake Adams pointed back in the right direction. We'll also thank FloRacing. They are part of the Flow Sports Network and the definitive source for all things motorsports, bringing you live-streamed events, original documentaries, videos, and a whole lot more that all include the biggest drivers in all of racing. And you can check us out online at flowracing.com.
Also want to thank Race Chick. Pick up the official merchandise, OneFastTee.com. OneFast is a custom screen printing, embroidery, decals, and ad specialty company. They produce the art and print the tees all in-house from little to big orders. Let us help you on your next project. Check them out, Race Chick. Also brand new this year, Pit Boss is a leading manufacturer of products that are both technologically innovative and value engineering. Wood pellet grills are the center of what they do. Check them out at pitboss-grills.com. They are sponsoring the fan experience here, which Pryor Baird is going to have a concert after the races tonight out on the Midway. C&D Bonding Green Flag back on the Speedway, and we're back underway with Dirt Draft Hot Laps with the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire.
Pryor Baird, really cool to have him here. You talked about the Pit Boss post-race concert coming up tonight. He's going to be singing the national anthem coming up here just a little bit later on as well, so great to have him here with us. Got 6 different anthem singers coming up here this week, by the way. Clayton Anderson going to join us. Remember, he was at Eldora back last summer as well, so glad to have him here joining us as well. As we've got the very first set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the racetrack. If you're new to FloRacing, the ticker over on the left-hand side of your screen will show you the real live timing of these drivers as they make their way around this 3/8 mile oval.
See Hartman there on your screen. Again, getting this racetrack ironed in, looking nice right now. It's been a windy, cool day. Temperature right at 60 degrees, but about an 18-mile-an-hour wind out of the north. And I think you'll see the track prep crews paying attention. And again, for the gang, they got a good handle on Vado Speedway Park. Now a new racetrack to learn. But this racetrack, I tell you what, DJ, I think it was a little bit bigger than I expected. I thought this might be a little bit smaller. We got a spinner there as Ordonez will go around in the 8X car.
And who is that again, man?
Arturo Ordonez.
You did very well. I'm very proud of you.
It's going to be it's cool to see new competitors. It's ironic. We leave Vado Speedway Park and we get a new driver from El Paso that makes the tow out.
We've had a few of those, actually. We've had a few of those. All right, well, let's take a look at our instant replay and see what happened to the driver of the 8X, Arturo Ordonez. He had a little bit of smoke coming out from underneath that car before he went around, Ben.
Yeah, not sure what the issue may have been. If something locking up in it, hope nothing too serious. As, again, he's back rolling, though, so that's what matters. Racetrack still slimy. Eric Weinmiller, 20.949, fastest lap so far in this group. The Casa Grande native. Glad to see this event come to his home track. And, hey, we race here through next Sunday, and then we leave, and I think there's like 10 rounds of action with the IMCA Winter Nationals, and they'll have about 200-plus race cars, and the reality on that deal, it's going to be, about 3% carryover from cars at this event to that. It is a total different batch. And next Sunday, I know you've got it underlined and circled on your map. The IMCA stock cars will be part of the finale here for the first time ever next Sunday night.
Did you hear me clapping there? I'm very excited. Very excited to have the IMCA stock cars here next Sunday, as they will be in addition to the divisions that we have. So if you like racing well, it's great to be here all week. But next Sunday, man, that's going to be awesome. I've already talked to a few of those drivers. My good friend, the Wahoo, Mike Albertson, in the pit area down there. Yep, absolutely. Try to see if we can get Jay Schmidt back behind the wheel of race car. I think he's retired, though. Trenton Berry, what you got?
DJ, was it true that you weren't coming out here unless they did that? Was that for you?
I will neither confirm nor deny said rumors.
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I will neither confirm nor deny. So if it's not a great show with the IMCA stock cars next Sunday, I had no hand in them coming here.
So basically, you're all credit, nothing in between.
Absolutely.
Got it.
That's the way it should be.
Got it.
Are you setting your dirt draft lineup over there?
Because I will forget if I don't, so I am putting them in.
Who do you have? Tell me. Tell me who's on your team.
I'm not going to tell you.
I'm not going to steal your team. You're not that good anyway.
I am not. In fact, I don't want to say who I've got because usually I jinx guys, but it is a lot of fun, and I think they're going to have a new version of the app coming out before long, too.
So I got to see I talked to Clint Dahl at Gateway, and he showed me as we get ready to wave the green flag again on this set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and I feel like these guys have been out here for a while now.
They have. They've definitely got the rust knocked off because they run a main out here for this set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
But Clint Dahl showed me I guess you could call it the beta version, the prototype of the new Dirt Draft app. Man, I'm telling you, it's going to be really, really cool. It's a change, and I know that sometimes just as humans we're a little, I don't know, not resistant to change, but sometimes different things can rattle us a little bit. But I'm telling you, man, the features that he's got planned for this new app, I think there's going to be a little bit of something for everybody in there. And again, this is not a paid promo by any stretch of the imagination, but it's going to be cool. That's all I'll say is it's going to be really cool. There's going to be a lot of different options, and I'll tell you what, I'll say this: if you are the sports gambling type, you won't be able to gamble on the races, but it will have a little more of a gambling type feel to it if you so choose.
I almost thought you were going to say you would pay for somebody's subscription if they wanted to give it a chance. Well, Blake Adams, he spun out in the first lap of Dirt Draft Hotlaps, and then he goes to the top of the leaderboard, fastest lap so far. He's got a little left rear quarter panel damage on that 40D. It's 20.013.
Giving Minnesota Truck Headquarters a little bit of love.
Man, they give a lot of love to the sport.
You aren't wrong about
a lot
that.
Of race cars. Well, we're going to roll that set of Shocker Hitch X mods presented by Border Tire back to the pit area. And some of the guys that helped roll the racetrack in, we're going to bring them back out to the speedway. And we talked about the 44 car there, Eric Weinmiller out of Casa Grande, Arizona. Behind him, the 316, Brandon Johnson out of Mesa, the Blaine's Auto Glass BMS race car. Josh Kane, the 3J just flashed through your screen, one to always watch when you come out here to the desert. I don't care which racetrack you're at. And who else we got there? How about Greg Gorham? He was on your screen a second ago and did not recognize that race car earlier. Different look on it. Las Cruces, New Mexico driver Jake Hodges in the 14J on your screen out of Lebo, Kansas.
Yeah,
always race cars.
Always a great looking race car. Yep, the Murphy Agri LLC Hodges Farms and Dredging sponsored entry. There's Hector Barraza, not Victor Barraza. Hector Barraza out of El Paso, a winner at Vado last summer in that Toyo Team Auto Transport sponsored number 23. Who else is out there on the track in this session as it gets ready to go green? Let's see. There's the 14, a late arrival.
That's Eric Barraza?
Yeah, no relation, by the way. Eric Barraza out of Phoenix, Arizona. Got Jayden Christ in the 79 out of Jamestown, North Dakota. The 77, good to have Chance Codette with us out of Becker, Minnesota. A good-looking race car. There's Jayden Christ on your screen. Behind him will be the 77 of Chance Codette out of Becker, Minnesota. There he is, the Nutrient Solutions sponsored 77. Let's see, Caden Woody out of Malacca, Minnesota. Behind him in that white and blue number 980. Then you got the 11D of Danny Wagner out of Bay Point, California. It's the yellow car going down the back straightaway.
Great car, just a great field of cars from all over North America in all three of these divisions here today. And racetrack's starting to pick up a little bit. Jacob Hodges goes second on the leaderboard, the Kansas driver, 20.138. And you see Yeager there in the 28 BY, Bryson Yeager. Josh Kane, third on the leaderboard, 20.189. And we talked about Bryson Yeager in that 28 and the Davey Allison throwback. Man, what a great looking race car.
Yeah, that is very, very cool. It's a great looking race car. Bryson Yeager actually did some IMCA modified racing, I think the entire year last year. And in and around Wyoming, I think he won a race or two at Sweetwater. He ventured all the way over like to Susanville, California, to Diamond Mountain Speedway and a few other places as well. But he picked up a total of 7 wins last year. And I know that team's expecting maybe big things in that number 28 this week.
Man, I tell you what, you look at Rosales there, of Mike Rosales.
That's
in the 12
Mike,
car.
yes.
Yep.
We talked to him back in the pit area as well. You know who is not here in an X-Mod tonight?
The guy you picked to win on race day today.
I was hoping you wasn't going to mention that part. Hunter Sandy, yeah.
You know what? You had good intent. You believed in Hunter. It's just unfortunate
right.
Hunter's not racing here today. So in race day, we picked 3 winners. And Hunter Sandy, who is racing in the A-Mod division, well, DJ believed in him so much, he picked him to win the X-Mod feature. And not since, I believe, Jeff Babcock was picked at Eldora has somebody picked somebody to win a race that was not, in fact, in it. So
that's what you call confidence right there. When you pick a guy to win that's not even out there, that's a confidence, that's a confidence level that you can't compare to.
I love that. Well, the next set of cars are making their way out to the Speedway, and they'll be led out by the Scott Bloomquist Tribute car, Dakota Gerard, a 15-time winner last year, Callaway Raceway and Lake Ozark Speedway PowerEye Midwest Mod Track champion, Dirt Hustler race car, Extreme Pro race engine under the hood of the Dennis G. Woodworth attorney at law, Millard Family Chapels, Casey Auto Cells number 0, and behind him another one of those Missouri drivers out of Fulton, Missouri, Tyler Potter, 4 wins last year with TC Property Investments, Potter Racing Engine J2 race car.
Then we got the number 30 behind him. It's going to be Blake Davis out of South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. A Matt Lear-looking race car. You and I talked at the house earlier. The Blue Diamond Power JRC race car, the Outlaw Motorsports Brinco Solutions sponsored number 30. Behind him is going to be the number 5C. That's Chandler Dodge out of Casa Grande, Arizona. The Arizona Differential, Dirtworks Contracting, Bodies by Dodge, Santiago Industries in X1 race car for Chandler Dodge.
Yeah, Chandler, one of those drivers not with us yesterday. Good to see him here today. Who else have we got out here in this set?
Andy Davis.
Got Andy Davis, the Bartlesville, Oklahoma driver in the 27 on your screen. And there he is, DJ. Lay it on us. Hometown.
Right. Well, the hometown of the, is that his next mod? That is going to be Kaministiquia, Ontario's Curtis Stay. That's right. Curtis Day out of Kaministiquia, Ontario. And now, what's the story of the Cam River?
Nobody can say the name there, so they named the river Cam River, which I find hilarious. I also think Chandler Oaks snuck out there in this set. He is, in fact, a A-mod, so we'll wouldn't let him play in that set.
I thought Curtis Stay was an A-mod, too.
Yeah, I think we might be mixing and matching a little bit there.
Okay.
So, yeah, Curtis Stay. And, no, Stay actually is in the X-mod division. So, a few of these guys getting mixed in out there. But, yeah, they call it the Cam River because nobody can say it again, DJ?
Kaministiquia.
It's very easy. You can, again, win Scrabble every time.
That is a lot of Scrabble points right there.
Well,
all right.
John Wayne leads the next set out. The Duke Erickson out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The John Wayne tribute wrap on the side of that race car. And he's got the Triangle Cattle Company, MB Custom Runs Racing at Gentry. One win last year, Rapid Speedway, former track champion at I-90 and Wagner. And out here beside him in car number 29, that'll be Alan Farley. Didn't see him practice last night out of Rapid City, South Dakota. The Fab 18 race car, Tim's Automotive Machine. Jamie's Auto Sells, the repair shop, car 29.
Behind him is going to be the driver of the black number 75 out of Levine, Arizona. That's Tyler Johnson in the Dirtworks Contracting, Integrity Drilling Solutions, Arizona Differential, JDJ Speed. Sponsored DeVilbiss Chassis. That's that black 75. The blue 50X behind him is going to be Paul Parks out of Awanka, South Dakota. That's a Fab 18 race car, the Paul's Auto Repair, First Class Air sponsored 50X of Paul Parks. And you got a pair of 81s out there, Ben.
Yeah, they've entered both cars here today. So in the first 81, that'll be Scott Francoeur in the 81. And then Bubba Stafford Jr. has entered the team car. There is no world where they will not end up in the same race all day.
Hold on, Bubba Stafford Jr.?
Yeah, in the 81S. Trenton Berry, down to you.
So, team owner and hired driver. I did ask Scott today, as I promised, if he was any relation to the former big league player Jeff Francoeur.
Yes.
He said no, but I sure wish I was because I could have a lot more money to race if that was the case.
I like his attitude.
Yep.
I like his attitude.
They were back in the back 80 back there. That's like the back 40 twice. But I did make it by to see him.
Trent, talk to me about the racetrack. What do you see so far down there?
Yeah, it looks like it's really drying out quite a bit different than what we saw everybody hot lap on last night. We had a little bit of character entering turn one, so I'll be interested to see, especially even more when the modifieds and even more than that, the late models come out, how that holds together down there in turn one. Like you guys said, all the confidence in the world in these guys doing this racetrack. They're some of the best in the country.
All right, well, the C&D Bonding green flag is back out. Another wave of Shocker Hitch X Mod Hot Laps presented by Border Tire, Dirt Draft Hot Laps. And we got teammates out there. We got drivers making their debut. We got one slow down the front straightaway, and that's the 75 of Tyler Johnson out of Levine, Arizona. He's going to limp it to the infield, try to get ready for heat race action. Mods and X Mods will have Hot Lap qualifying. They will have passing points here today. The top 16 out of the heat races and passing points move on, then 2B mains with the top 4 move on. Super late models will have hot lap qualifying for the lineups in their heat races where the top 4 will move on out of the heats and the B mains.
I love watching the ticker on the left side of the screen because as these guys trip the trigger when they come across the line, you see wholesale drivers moving up and down there on the list, which is pretty cool. Right now, that's the Duke Erickson, the fastest driver on the track by a mile.
By a mile.
19.169. Give me your best John Wayne impression.
I will not, because it would be an insult to John Wayne. So other than we were watching the John Elway documentary the other night, and he talked about his love for John Wayne. It was pretty cool. If you haven't seen that, I think it's on Netflix, the John Elway documentary. Fantastic. And yeah, the Duke Erickson named after the Duke, John Wayne. So he's got the tribute car, and I love it, man. Always good to see him here with us.
So now do we have Mesilla Valley Transportation Transportation Border Tire Modifieds making their way?
You
tell me.
In fact,
do not.
Yep, we have just switched over.
Or have we?
Yeah, Devin Jobin leads that set out of Alamogordo, New Mexico. The MB Custom WRE Racing Engine. The Auto Shop, Fast Line Services, Las Cruces Auto Pros entry. 9 wins a year ago between, actually, both the stock car mainly, I believe, in Sandia, Legacy, and Vado. Right behind him, and car number 02LZ, that's going to be Ellsworth Conover, and we've seen him the past few years helping out on Rosevere's modified, and Kent Roseveare not having that car anymore, so that's the Hughes ProTech Automotive and Performance 02LZ.
Next driver on the racetrack is going to
Ethan Stevens.
It is Ethan Stevens, the youngster, the micro racer, moving up to the modifieds at the end of the year last year out of Mesa, Arizona. 2 wins, one came here, the other came at Deuce Club's Thunder Speedway up there in Sholo. In the Silvercom Trucking, Johnny Angel 3-wide design sponsored number L8. Beside him is going to be the 14T out of Apple Valley, California. That's Randy Thornell. And there is the 22S on your screen. That is Cole Slocco out of Pismo Beach, California, in the UPR Racing Max Motorsports Victory Circle race car.
Behind him, Dustin Stratton in car 71. 14 wins last year, all in the late model, the North Dakota State late model champion. But here in the modified this week, Walhalla Building Center, sturdy-powered Millennium SR2 chassis. And how about that? Ortega goes to the top of the board of the Rick variety. Rick Ortega, car 24 on your screen. The TrueFlow Plumbing and HVAC, Performance Automotive Services, BMS Powered GRT for Rick Ortega.
Give a little bit of love to a couple other drivers on the track in that hot lap session. Gene Nicholas out of Lowell, Arkansas, and the Gene Nicholas LLC SK Solutions sponsored Hughes race car number 11, and one other driver on the track for that hot lap session out of Montgomery City, Missouri is going to be the 29 of Chris Spalding, the Action Hydraulics, Cassandra's QDC 33 Motors All Out Dent Repair sponsored number 29.
Leading the next set out, our Grand Marshal here this week, Royal Jones out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the Mesilla Valley Transportation, Vado Speedway Park, Rancho Milagro, Pro Power Racing Engine MB Custom entry. 1 win last year, the 305 Sprint car for Royal Jones. And the 97A of Cole Anderson. Great wrap on that race car. The Center, Minnesota driver, SSR race car, KS Engineering, Power and Hood, the Anderson Enterprises, Velocities Custom Printing 97C.
Grand Saline, Texas driver Casey Fowler will be behind him in the 64, the Salt City Storage, Texas Locomotive Solutions, Mac Tools, Full Throttle Supply sponsored 64. He'll be followed by Peoria, Arizona native and racing veteran Jason Knoll. That's a Lance Mario number 44 in the Mari Brothers Incorporated M&M Pumpkin Fabrication, Sun Landscape, J&M Custom Auto, McCartney Welding sponsored number 44 for Jason Knoll.
In car 20, it's Cole Queensland making the return back to the desert this year. And good to see Cole with us. He is in a Longhorn by Sorensen at cart number 20. Action Race Engine of the Hood, the Meyerhofer Crane and Rigging, Daryl's Muffler Shop 20 car.
That one is Rodney Sanders, and that one is Cole Queensland. I think Tiffany switched it up on you.
Yeah, it is. That will, in fact, be Rodney. Now, there's Cole Queensland. Cole's in the blue car. Rodney's in the white one. No, we're messing with you, Tiffany. We're giving you a hard time. Yeah, Cole Queensland, there we go. The Longhorn by Sorensen, number 20. Beautiful race car. One of my favorite in the pit area. And behind him in cart number 17, a driver that we see every once in a while when we come out here to the desert, Brent Holman, driver out of Rogers, Arkansas, the MB Custom Elusive Competition Powered Lobo Racing Army Contractors, Holman Motorsports 17.
Behind him is going to be the 111 out of San Luis Obispo, California. That is Logan Drake, a winner at Santa Maria last year in that Mid-State Powered Harris race car, the Drake Excavating and Aggregates. Dylan Thornton Racing, Randall Chubb Consulting, Rose Care Group sponsored number 111, and he'll be followed by the J7 of Jake Bowles. Jake Bowles in the J7 out of Alamogordo, New Mexico, in the KS Engineering powered BMS race car with USA Insurance on the side for Jake Bowles. And I believe one more, Ben. Yep, it's the 151, and that's going to be Lucas Gibbs out of Wichita, Kansas, in the Schaefer Oil Duval Electric Bear Graphics. Dig Sticks by Drake, DKMC Wheeler Metals Performance Bodies 151.
Man, what a field of modifieds we've got here today. What at last count, 68 drivers signed in. Oh, my goodness.
Is it? I thought we were up above 70. It's incredible. It's a lot. 68, you're right.
Devin Jobin, actually he's fifth fastest on the board now. Rodney Sanders at the top of the leaderboard. No big surprise. Sanders, a former champion in both the late model and the mod division at the Wild West Shootout. And of course now the only 6-time USMTS champion. He picked that title up last year in car number 20. 12 wins last year, 11 in the mod, 1 in the limited mod. He takes that Wichita tank. Army Contractors 20, the top of the board here with a Hatfield power plant. As went for the next wave of Mesilla Valley Transportation mods presented by Border Tire to make their way out. A star-studded field here in the desert. What a great way to start the week. If you're watching at home on FloRacing or Amazon Prime, we are live on Amazon Prime here today as well. Well, the first set of cars is going to be led. Next set of cars is by Hunter Sandy, who is racing in the mod division, not the X-Mod division, Dustin Jarrett, out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. 15 wins last year in 3 divisions. The CDR race car, Mullins Racing Engine, Hacienda Carpet and Tile, Mesilla Valley Transportation, number 12, and behind him in car 80XX, Jason Langford out of Palestine, Texas, has made his way out to the racetrack. The Pro Power Racing Engine, MB Custom, Langford & Sons Construction, E-Tex Energy Services entry.
He'll be followed by the driver out of Wichita, Kansas in the D25. That's going to be David Tanner. That's a Mars race car for the driver of the Wichita Tank 87 Automotive sponsored D25. And David Tanner following him out of Ponca City, Oklahoma. It's Troy Gemmel in the Yes Financial LoanLocalGroup.com. Allen's Automotive Advocare sponsored Mullins race car with a stow and power plant under the hood for Troy Gemmel.
Xavier Ortega in the 24X on the Speedway, the train chassis by Ortega, BMS Power, TrueFlow Plumbing and HVAC, Brown Bag Deli 24X, and the 19SB that rides behind him, Lance Murray out of Imperial, California, the Durham-powered MRT, Murray Brothers Incorporated, M&M Pump and Fabrication, J&M Custom Auto entry for Lance Murray.
A couple other drivers on the track include the driver of the number 26G out of Hamilton, Missouri. That is going to be Stephen Glenn in the Itabach Disaster Cleanup Precision Performance Racing Suspension Vanderbilt race car. That's Steve Glenn in the number 26S, and behind him is the 77 of Austin Cool out of Cave Creek, Arizona. The Red Rock Balloon Adventures, Cool Engineering, American Flow Tech, Weir's Machine Precision Performance chassis for Austin Cool.
2 more on the Speedway. How about it? And Peyton George not behind the wheel today. It's Trip Gaylord in the 0G.
Let's go.
Yeah, the P&M Construction Pro Power Racing Engine Vanderbilt race car. Trip with 10 wins a year ago, former Marshalltown Speedway track champion. And the 7 of AJ Sharpenstein out of Amarillo, Texas. 2 wins last year at Route 66 Speedway. Klein powered MB Custom Icon Graphics and Tucson Pool and Spa, 7 for AJ Sharpenstein.
It's one of my favorite cars in the pits. I always love the blue and black. I say it all the time. There's a good look at Hunter Sandy in the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modified Division, the 18-year-old, and a great year last year. He was the Vado Speedway Park X-Mod and Stock Car Champion, 15 wins last year. And there's a good look at the 80XX. You talked about Jason Langford, a winner at RPM Speedway last year out of Palestine, Texas, in that MB race car. And Austin Cool goes to the top of the leaderboard, Trenton Berry.
You guys ready for a little known fact?
I bet you're going to lay it on us.
So the 26 is Stephen Glenn. I only know this because he races with us. He's out of the Kansas City, Missouri area quite a bit throughout the course of the year. And I said, how in the world did you come up with Itabach Disaster Cleanup?
I know this story, but go ahead.
So I'm kind of a phonetic idiot. I really like dad jokes. If anybody watched at the Dome, these are some of my favorite things in life. So this follows in that same vein. It'll be okay.
Yes.
Disaster cleanup.
And so to take that a little further, I believe it was his mother, if I remember right, that saw that on the back of something and said, "What is Itabach?" And he said, "It'll be okay." And that's where the name came from.
Cool dude. Glad to have him out here, and he's raced a long time, raced different divisions, and neat to see him here in Arizona.
Yeah, and a big fan of IMCA racing as well. Ben, next group of cars making their way out on the track.
Jake Gallardo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the J17, the CDR race car, Stowen Racing Engine, JGF built entry, as Jake makes his debut in the CDR race car here today. 6 wins last year, but 12J of Jay Rosales out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the Hacienda Carpet and Tile Mafia back there, and a CDR race car, a Beast Power Plant under the hood.
There's going to be dear old dad, Fito Gallardo, the next car on your screen in the number 710, the G17. And Fito is in the G2 race car still, the Gallardo Paving Group, JGF built, G3 Fitness Year 2 Design sponsored 17. That is Fito Gallardo. Behind him is going to be the driver of the M17 out of Springdale, Arkansas. It's JC Mattingly in the Team 19 Motorsports Complex Technologies, LA Electrical, Ulke Construction sponsored MB race car with a Yeoman Racing engine under the hood.
Did you catch Peyton Gallardo out there?
I might have said Fito instead of Peyton.
We'll swing back to him here in a second. In the 85D on your screen, welcome back. Mark Dotson out of Cameron, Missouri, the Tri-River Enterprises Mullins powered Circle 85 Cattle Ranch entry.
Tanner Mullins in that one.
It shows on the transponder. I think Tanner's in the plate 85 today.
Okay, there
they're
you
both
go.
racing
Sorry.
today.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are.
racing.
They are both racing. Okay, good to know.
Yep, and also in this set, we've got Mark Smith in the 2SS car out on the speedway, and the Viva Chevrolet MVT Hatfield-powered Vanderbilt race car. We talked about Randy Klein. We did not talk about him yet. The 88 Triple X car out of Enderlin, North Dakota, the Harris Racing Chassis, Dakota Engine Builders, Dakota Bumper, and Body Supply race car.
And there's Fito Gallardo. You were right. Peyton Gallardo, we got smoke underneath J.C. Mattingly's number 19, and his night may have come to a premature end as you see Fito Gallardo go by. Fito, 4 wins in 3 classes last year at Vado Speedway Park. And that Gallardo Paving JGF built G3 Fitness sponsored G2 race car. And the Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag will fly for J.C. Mattingly, and he's going to make the hard right-hand turn back into the pit area.
Man, you hope it's nothing too serious. Man, they work so hard, and this is a busy mini-series as it looks like we're going to have another wave or two of modifieds coming out. And as you look out there on the speedway, Jake Gallardo, the brand new CDR race car, you talked about it, debuting it here, and he goes second on the board behind only Austin Cool in the 77X, who was in a previous set.
A great lap for Austin. Actually, a great lap for both those guys, turning 17 threes right now, followed by Rodney Sanders, Mark Smith, and Mark Dodson. Right now, rounding out the top 4, 39 modified have taken to the track for Dirt Draft Hot Laps. And we're going to roll another group out, and they'll be led out by the driver out of Lebo, Kansas. In the 7G, it's going to be Gabe Hodges and the Hodges Farms and Dredging. MRSK Buildings, Murph Agra LLC sponsored Skyrocket race car for Lebo, Kansas native Gabe Hodges. Let's see who they pull up on the screen for us next, because he got surpassed out there by the 58X. There it is, out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. That's going to be Gary Christian, 3 wins last year for the driver of the Smith Equipment Group. 4J Energy Panel Chipping, Ho Chi Town Saloon sponsored 58X and Gary Christian.
Well, let's see who we get next. We'll go with the 413, pulling double duty here today. Tate Johnson out of Homestead, Montana, 2 wins a year ago. The D.B. Johnson Farms, Dakota Trackside, El Dorado chassis, the 413. We'll head back from the 413 car, and next on the list, the 19R, the Nightmare, Lucas Rodine out of Marion, South Dakota. Dakota Engine Builders, SSR chassis, Rodine Farms, Mike Rodine and Sons Trucking, and Martin Livestock Trucking, all sponsors for Rodine. 10 wins a year ago, 2 of those right here at Central Arizona.
Tullis, Louisiana's Cale Murphy is going to be the next driver on your screen in the DX Financial Murphy Oil Renegade Drilling Napa Auto Parts CDR race car. That's Cale Murphy, and behind him, there's the number 40D, also pulling double duty. It's Blake Adams out of Cameron, Wisconsin, and the MR Collins Brothers Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Olson Farm sponsored MB Custom 40D.
In the 50 out there as well, Robert Adams and the CDR race car out of Tucson, Arizona, the Adams Transport Hardy Hole Drilling 50 car. And on the US Ethanol car on your screen, Jonathan Olmscheid out of Dassel, Minnesota, regular up there to Ogilvy and I-94, the SSR race car, Adams Automotive Engine, Absolute Energy, Big River Resources US for Jonathan Olmscheid.
A couple other drivers on the track. Matt Fester on the Speedway in the number 6F out of Grove City, Minnesota. The Hot Lap Graphics G-Unit Motorsports Team MDF Curly's Ring Gutter sponsored SSR race car for Matt Fester. And there is the 85 of Tanner Mullins. Tanner Mullins behind the wheel of that Mark Dodson-owned entry. The Tri-Rivers Logging, Bright Aesthetics, Bush Forestry, Circle E Cattle Company sponsored entry. And Mark Smith to the top of the leaderboard, Ben, with a 1:7.038. Gary Christian now second quick. Gabe Hodges third quick as this track continues to get dialed in here this afternoon.
How about your top 3 right now? You got a Vanderbilt top of the board. You got a CDR race car second, a Skyrocket third.
Look at this camera shaking. It shows you how much the wind is blowing.
When the GoPro's moving around, you know it's a day. How about fourth? An NB Customs out there fourth. I love the parity and all the different chassis that are here.
Hey, working on a little bit of clarification for you guys. That was Mark Dodson there. Tanner Mullins was in the other one, so the transponder numbers must obviously be transposed. Tanner has a white helmet on, and the number is white on Tanner's car. So a little bit of housekeeping there for everybody.
good to know. We'll let the scorers up here know that we got that double checked. And man, you got guys in the exact same cars. And cool that Tanner's out here. You know, he said he's going to race this weekend. He doesn't know if he'll race anymore after this weekend. But, you know, sometimes a good runner, a feature win will change all that.
He's still looking for his gas money as well. We just saw Dylan Thornton on the speedway in the 38T out of Orchid, California. The Salty's Barbecue and Catering sponsored Harris race car. There's the 65X of Carlos Amata Jr. out of El Paso, Texas, in the Hacienda Motorsports Hacienda Mechanical entry. There's Joe Duval in the number 91 out of Justice, Oklahoma, the Duval Electric Deathers Opticians, Mel Hamilton Ford sponsored number 91, Ben.
Talon Willis out there out of Elizabeth, Louisiana in the 10M car. 9 wins a year ago, the Durham-powered CDR race car, S&S Fishing and Rentals. We were metal sponsors on that entry, and Dilly's got trouble. Dylan Thornton, too, rolling slow off of turn 4 in the 38.
No. Dilly, you're on my dirt draft team. No.
I'm sure that is the last thing he's worried about on the racetrack right now. And you see him on your screen, you saw the 5 car, and now Dylan Thornton's going to draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution as he rolls to a stop on the front straightaway. And man,
and they're going to go ahead and wave the checkered flag. So tough break for Dylan Thornton, who never really gets up to speed, as the driver originally out of Orchid, California, now calling Keystone, Iowa home. 16 wins last year. He's a 2024 Super Nationals champion of the modified. Year before that, he won the Boone Super Nationals in a stock car, and he is going to have to head back to the pit area and figure out what is amiss on the 38T.
Yeah, the only driver to win the Super Nationals in 3 different divisions, and he's trying to get a Midwest Sheet Metal again. He's trying to get a Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout feature win here today, but hopefully nothing terminal on that race car. Let's take a look down at staging. It looks like, DJ, we're lining up for Swift Spring Super Late Model Hot Lap Qualifying presented by Joy of Seating, and this will determine the 4 heat race lineups here today for this division. With 46 drivers signed in, we had somebody walk right into the GoPro.
It was, I believe it might have been, I've seen that guy before. I believe his name is Just Dan, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, the guy gets out of his chair one time and walks straight into the GoPro.
There's
is. Just Dan, just standing up. Usually he's just sitting. Well, DJ, 46 cars again signed in the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Model Division presented by Malvern Bank. I want to thank Ronnie and Terry Stuckey from Stuckey Enterprises, along with Jay Burdick from Malvern Bank. It's been Dirt Track Bank on the Super Late Model Division the past few years, and this year said, you know what, let's give Malvern Bank some love. So we want to thank Jay Burdick for continuing support of the event. Your first qualifier today is going to be Milano, Oregon driver Justin Duty. And again, this will determine, Group A will make up the lineups for heat races 1 and 2. Heat races 3 and 4 will come out of Group B. Justin Duty, your first qualifier today out of Milano, Oregon. First Class Septic, Don Frank Floors. Darren and Mardell Williams, Jeff Stewart Trucking, Robert Speed Company, FK Rod Ends, and Finish Line Graphics, all sponsors in the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn, the former Mars Rookie of the Year. Richard Pappenhausen will be in the 4P, his second qualifier. 1 win last year at Southern Oregon Speedway for the Dave Pappenhausen Construction. Kevin Scherer Designs, Cornet Powered Longhorn for Richard Pappenhausen. And the 82 car, it's going to be shared throughout the week by Eston and his brother Ian Whistler. Today, though, it will be Eston behind the wheel. 5-time winner for the Otis, Oregon driver in 2025. The Vic Hill Powered Rocket Chassis, the Meredith Logging, Davison Napa Auto Parts, Knotworks Construction, RK Construction, car 82 for Eston Whistler. So we're going to send 3 at a time here in Swift Springs Qualifying, presented by Joy of Seating. Look high atop the speedway, and you see the solar farm off there off the back straight. We got a lot of farms around racetracks. You don't always have solar farms, DJ.
No, I think this is the first time that we've seen that. Get my cell phone, a little solar power from the solar farm there.
So $100 to be the fast qualifier,
okay.
And then you move on. And let's also not forget, for the week we have the Rio Grande Waste Services Shock the Clock Challenge, $1,000 to the fastest lap of the week in this Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Model Division, presented by Malvern Bank.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. And right on cue, those drivers going to make their way out on the racetrack. Field split in half, Group A and Group B. We stay under 49 cars. 48 or less means we go with 4 heat races tonight. So they'll qualify within their groups. The drivers in Group A, that will set the stages for heat races 1 and 2 here tonight. The drivers that qualify in the second half of the field, Group B, that will set the stage for heat races 3 and 4 here this evening. As we talked about earlier, the drivers that win their their heat races, they will then go into the Schaefer Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Solutions Pole Award. And Ben, we have got this first trio out on the track, and the first driver to trip the trigger and take a lap is going to be Justin Duty, 15830. Steve Stoltz, 15981, and Richard Pappenhausen's first lap, or Eston Whistler's first lap time, 15771. Second lap time for Duty, 15707. Lap number 2 for for Steve Stoltz, 15981 is his best lap. Second lap for Eston Whistler atop of the leaderboard, 15327 for Eston Whistler. That is the early time to beat.
So it looks like we didn't get Pappenhausen in that set. So up next, it'll be Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri in the 8th. The 58 of Garrett Albertson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. And Clay Stuckey in the 15S out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Dylan McCowan, 1 win a year ago. The Sonic Pomeroy Services, BLC Transportation, Empire Energy, Elite Construction, Heritage Tractor, Scott Bailey Powered Longhorn for Dylan McCowan, former MLRA Rookie of the Year and Lucas Oil Speedway Track Champion. The 58 car of Garrett Albertson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in this set. 8 wins a year ago. The Brack Properties, Low Voltage Solutions, Bill Sports Shop, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Romer Machine and Welding, Clements Powered Longhorn for Garrett Albertson. And joining him on the speedway will be the 15S of Clay Stuckey. The Longhorn by Stuckey, Clements Powered, Advanced Powder Coating, Mooring Transport, FiberTech Laser Cutting, Pro Glow, and AccuForce Dyno and Testers. 15 for Clay Stuckey with 2 wins last year.
Ben.
Yes.
I would like a triple box, please.
Give it to us.
We got it. We got it. You asked, you shall receive triple box in effect here this week at the Wild West Shootout. Dylan McCowan, second quick on lap 1. Garrett Albertson, third quick his first time around. Clay Stuckey, fourth fastest. As you can see in the upper left-hand side of the screen, they're gunning for Eston Whistler's lap time. Dylan McCowan quicker on lap 2, second fastest, best lap 15391. Garrett Albertson best lap third quick, 15485, and Clay Stuckey's best lap is fourth quick, 15564. Eston Whistler still the time to beat, 15327.
Up next out of Bakersfield, California, Ethan Dotson in the 74X, the 15 of Cole Schill out of Hawley, Minnesota, and the 75 of Terry Phillips, the Hall of Famer out of Springfield, Missouri. Ethan Dotson in the ASD Motorsports, Jarrett Rifles, Taco John's Excel 4 covering, North Augusta Customs, Clements Powered Longhorn. 1 win a year ago for Ethan Dotson. Last year with the World of Outlaws finished 10th in the points, second in the Rookie of the Year battle. Meanwhile, Cole Schill in the 15S out of Hawley, Minnesota. He makes his way out to the racetrack, and Schill in a Black Diamond race car, Dakota engine power under the hood of the BEP Petroleum and Tank Sheet Metal Specialties entry, and the 75 of TP, Terry Phillips, the Man Motorsports, Don Babb Motorsports, Andy's Frozen Custom, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Kaiser Manufacturing, VP Midwest Sheet Metal, Karst Industries, Scott Bailey Powered Longhorn for Terry Phillips, who had 5 wins last year, and he picked up a couple of late model wins along the way.
First lap time's about to go up for these drivers, and it'll be the 74X tripping the trigger first. Ethan Dotson will be 7th fastest his first time around. First lap time for the 15 of Cole Schill, 8th quick, and Terry Phillips will go 5th fastest on lap number 1. Lap number 2 for Ethan Dotson is a little better. He'll be 7th, 15939. Second lap time for Cole Schill. Terry Phillips was all over him. We'll see if TP gets another lap. Cole Schill's second lap was not as good. He was off by a full second. He'll be 9th, 17311 was his second lap. And Terry Phillips' second lap was actually a little bit better than his first. He'll roll with a 15.656. Eston Whistler, Dylan McCowan, Garrett Albertson, your top 3.
Quick housekeeping. No lawn chairs in the grandstands, please. No lawn chairs in the grandstands. Up next will be Jake O'Neill out of Tucson, Arizona in the 0, the 4TW of Tim Ward out of Mesa, Arizona, T-Dub, and Brad Williams. This will be his final races of his career this week in the desert out of Tucson, Arizona, the veteran in the 23 car. Jake O'Neill in the Hodges Farms and Dredging Record Centers, Red Eye Radiator and DPF Specialist, Texas General Mechanical, TDS Suspension, Clements Powered Longhorn number 0, Tim Ward in the 4TW, former IMC Super Nationals champion out of Harcourt, Iowa, the Jim Shepard Racing Engine of Longhorn, J.M. Michelle Schmidt Motorsports, DD Outside Services, Peak Decals, and Toby Case Hideaways, all sponsors for Tim Ward. And joining him on the speedway, the 23 of Brad Williams out of Tucson, Arizona, 2 wins last year for the driver of the Larry Williams Racing Supply Victory Circle race car, Hoffman's Dairy, Queen of Arizona, and Cost Less Auto Parts, all sponsors.
Jake O'Neill goes 8th fastest on lap number 1. T-Dub 10th quick his first time around. And the 23 of Brad Williams will be 12th fastest. Lap number 2 for Jake O'Neill. Good lap, 4th quick, 1:5.544. Second lap time for Tim Ward is 10th fastest, a little better, 1:6.261. And Brad Williams will bring the 23 off corner number 4. His second lap time a hair better. He is 11th with a 1:7.106. Nothing changes in the top 3 after 12 cars. It's still Eston Whistler, the time to beat, 1:5.327.
See Dylan McCowan down there. Up next, it'll be Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois in the 75A. Kyle Beard out of Truman, Arkansas in the 86 and the 11. And Mike Gresseth out of Harwood, North Dakota. Daniel Adam, the Hoker Trucking, RLM Enterprises, Justin L. Langdon Electrical Contractors, Restore Warehouse, Rashbones Towing, all sponsors on the Cornet Powered Rocket for Daniel Adam with 1 mod win last year. Kyle Beard, 1 mod win last year as well. The 2-time Comp Cam Super Dirt Series champion, the Man Motorsports, Gary Beard Trucking, Autocraft, KB Trucking, Schaefer's Well, Swift Springs, number 86 race car, and the 11 of Mike Gresseth. Welcome back to late model racing. The Greenbush, 1 win last year for the driver who won at Greenbush Race Park. The Black Diamond Dakota Engine Builders, the 3-time NLRA champion for Mike Gresseth in car 11G.
White flag going up for these drivers. Daniel Adam will be 6th quick on lap number 1. First time around for Kyle Beard is 11th fastest, and the first time for Mike Gresseth is 13th. Second lap time for Daniel Adams, 6th quick on lap 1. He jumps up to 4th. Lap 2 is 1:5.511. Second lap time for Kyle Beard. Silent Assassin bumps up to 9th, 1:5.907. And Mike Gresseth's final lap is going to be 13th, 1:7.015. 15 drivers have now attempted a lap. It's Eston Whistler, Dylan McCowan, Garrett Alberson, your top 3.
Stand by. We may have an update.
Okay. You may have an update. All right.
Up next, I had one, then I don't. It's Brandon Shepard out of New Berlin, Illinois in the B5. Up next, the 32 of Bobby Pierce out of Oakwood, Illinois, and the 18 of Chase Younghands out of Manhattan, Kansas. Brandon Shepard, 5-time World of Outlaws champion, the Valvoline, Shepard Auto Sales and Salvage, Denny Woodworth, attorney at law, Fox Shocks, Paulson Rock Products, Stussy Construction on the Pro Power Racing Engine Rocket for Sheppy with 6 wins last year. The 32, 2-time defending now World of Outlaws and FloRacing Night in America champion out of Oakwood, Illinois. It's Bobby Pierce, 32 wins last year for the driver of the Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Collins Brothers Towing, Rio Grande Waste Services, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn, and the 18 of Chase Younghands out of Manhattan, Kansas, the Bozard Ford, Otis Oil Company, Paulson Rock Products, Stussy Construction, Clements Powered Rocket for Chase Younghands.
See if anybody's got anything for Eston Whistler. Brandon Shepard, 12th quick on lap number 1. Bobby Pierce, 9th fastest his first time around. And Chase Younghands will be 14th. 3 hot shoes out there in this group. Ben Bishop's second lap time a little better, but he stays 9th, 1:5.770. Second lap time for Bobby Pierce, not as good. He'll be 10th, 1:5.836. And Chase Younghands' second lap also not as good, 16:069. So interesting. Shepard 9th fastest, Bobby Pierce 10th quick. Eston Whistler, as it stands right now, Ben, still the time to beat, 1:5.327.
Yeah, it was advantageous to go out early. Well, 4 qualifiers left. We'll probably break them into 2 cars apiece. It'll be Jonathan Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia in car 49, and the 88 of Chance Man out of Newport, Arkansas. I believe that's who we'll see in this next set. Jonathan Davenport, the Ace Duran Hauling and Rigging, Nutrien Ag Solutions, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive, Mega Plumbing in the Carolinas, Bill Stein on the side of the Clements Power Plant under the hood today for the 49 of Jonathan Davenport, a Longhorn race car, 21 wins last year for Jonathan Davenport. And Chance Man in car 88, he comes to us out of Newport, Arkansas, the Man Motorsports, Base Racing Fuels, TB Performance, Penske Fast Shafts, Rock Hard Powder Coating, J. Dickens Powered Longhorn for Chance Man. Time to beat Eston Whistler, the Oregon driver, of 15.327.
This could be some interesting heat races, Ben, as it stands right now. Eston Whistler and Dylan McCowan would be on the pole of heat races 1 and 2 with Garrett Albertson and Daniel Adam alongside. And we'll see what this duo has. Jonathan Davenport donning Ace Duran on the side of his race car now, running an independent schedule in 2025. Chance Man behind him. By the way, Chance Man a winner last year at the old number 1 Speedway in the 88 car. Love the Wild West Shootout wrap on the side of it. JD first lap, 7th quick. His lap time is a 1:5.621. Chance Man goes 17th fastest with a 1:6.792. What's Davenport have on lap number 2? The fast 49 comes off corner number 4. Second lap time not as good. Stays 7th, 1:5.621. And Chance Man's second lap also not as good. He'll stay 17th. His best lap, a 1:6.792. Ben, 21 drivers have attempted a lap here in Group A with 2 drivers left to go.
It'll be Amelia Eisenschenk out of Fargo, North Dakota in car 1, and she'll be joined by the 19 RT of Paul Rios out of Tucson, Arizona, making his Wild West Shootout debut. Amelia Eisenschenk, the 18-year-old. She comes to us out of Fargo, North Dakota, in the Durham-powered Rocket. She's competing in the late model 410 sprints, 305 sprints, and a little bit of everything last year. The Donnie Schatz Racing, United Rentals, Petro Shopping Center, Shaw Trucking, General Equipment and Supply, Schatz Crossroads, Fastlane Car Wash, number 1 of Amelia Eisenschenk, and on the speedway with Paul Rios in car 19 RT out of Tucson, Arizona. And the Sam's Place Automotive Victory Circle with a Gertie power plant under the hood.
I love that he put the T. We already had a 19R with Ryan Gustin, so he said, well, we got a 20 RT. We don't have a 19 RT. So Paul Rios does that. Amelia Eisenschenk going to be 18th quick on her first lap, and Paul Rios grabs a handful of the Pinal County concrete down in turns 3 and 4. His first lap will scrub off a lot of speed because of that. He's 22nd quick, 20.874. Amelia Eisenschenk, lap number 2, does not improve. She will stay 18th. Her best lap is a 16.866, and Paul Rios will come off corner number 4, and his second lap time is a little better. He will stay 22nd, though, with a 19.154. And that is a wrap on Swift Springs qualifying, presented by the Joy of Seating for Group A. And it's going to be the driver of the 82, Eston Whistler, laying down the quickest lap in Group A with a 15.327. So he will unofficially start on the pole. Heat race number 1 a little bit later on the pole of heat race number 2. Going to be Urbana, Missouri's Dylan McCowan. He was second quick. Joining them alongside Garrett Alberson and Daniel Adam. That is Jake O'Neill, Clay Stuckey, Jonathan Davenport, Terry Phillips, Justin Duty, Brandon Shepard rounding out the top 10. And I said it a few minutes ago, Ben, I'll say it again. It ought to make for some interesting heat races coming up a little bit later on here this evening.
Yeah, it's really, obviously the racetrack was dropping off some, but you saw guys go out later. Daniel Adam laid down a good lap, Jake O'Neill, Jonathan Davenport, but it will definitely stack those heats up. Well, the cars in Group A are going to head back to the pit area. They'll get ready for heat races 1 and 2 for the Stuckey Enterprises late models presented by Malvern Bank. Your first 3 qualifiers in Group B, this will be the cars that make up heat races 3 and 4, are going to look like this. Out of Montrose, Iowa, Gunnar Frank in the 21 car. He'll be joined by the 15 of Layla Eisenschenk out of Fargo, North Dakota. We just saw her twin sister in the last set. Layla's in the 15. And Ashley Buck, how about this? 2 ladies in the first set
let's go.
Of Group B out of Roswell, New Mexico. Gunnar Frank, 1 win last year that came at Hibbing Raceway, the Pro Power Racing Engine MB Custom race car. Frank Farms, Precision Suspension, Service Master Recovery, TNC Development, and Mars Race Cars, all sponsors on that Trees by Brady Slicker Graphics 21F. The 15 of Layla Eisenschenk. She's in the Pro Power Racing Engine Rocket, the Donnie Schatz Racing, United Rentals, Petro Shopping Center, Shaw Trucking, General Equipment and Supply, Schatz Crossroads, and Fastlane Car Wash. 5 wins last year, and she picked those all up in the Race Saver Sprint Car division, did Layla Eisenschenk. And the 8B of Ashley Buck, last year was her rookie year in the super late model division. She's 19 years old. In the air refrigeration, the strip tow and recovery, Woodford Racing Engine master built for Ashley Buck. DJ, 15.327 out of Group A. You got to believe the way the racetrack with the sun and the wind. I don't know that we're going to get a faster lap than that, but hey, that's why we play the game. You never know.
Well, absolutely. And the draw means a little bit of something, right? But it's also why you have, I love that. It's also why you got 4 heat races. You also have 2 B mains coming up a little bit later on. As you see those drivers making their way back to the pit area, we'll get them back and roll out this next group. After this will be a quick track prep break as they rework this racetrack. Then we'll have opening ceremonies before we roll in to this evening's 5 heat races for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. We've got 6 heat races coming up for the 68, that's right, 68 Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds here this evening, and 46 of the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Models racing with us here tonight. They are presented by Malvern Bank.
Well, they swing the gate shut on the back straightaway, and we prepare for the first 3 cars to make their way out.
Ben, we talked about some of the great sponsors a little bit ago. We'd like to continue talking about a few of those, sprinkle those in, and that includes Low Voltage Solutions. The mission of Low Voltage Solutions is to deliver the most comprehensive structured cabling, fire alarm security, and audio-visual systems for customers in a broad range of industry sectors, and you can learn more about them at lvsolutions.com. Also, FK Rod Ends is a staple in the racing world. FK Rod Ends has led the industry with great pricing and an exceptional inventory that's unmatched for more than 30 years. The company encompasses many different industries and offers more than 10,000 combinations of rod ends and spherical bearings. You can learn more at fkrodends.com.
C&D Bonding green flags up Group B qualifying. This is Swift Springs Super Late Model Qualifying presented by Joy of Seating. And again, these drivers vying for their starting spots in heats 3 and 4 here this evening.
Yeah, we have wiped the slate clean. We start qualifying for the second half of the field. This will be the first 3 drivers for Group B out on the racetrack. And the first lap time for Gunnar Frank, 17.133. Layla Eisenschenk, 16.931. And the first lap for Ashley Buck, 20.215. Lap number 2 for Gunnar Frank, the second generation driver. Off corner number 4 is 16.959. Layla Eisenschenk smacked the wall on lap number 2, but she still stays atop the leaderboard with a 16.931, and Ashley Buck's second lap time is a 1.9030. So after the first 3 cars in Group B, that is your quick qualifier out of Fargo, North Dakota. It's Layla Eisenschenk.
Up next, it'll be Jake Tim out of Winona, Minnesota in the 49T, the 128 of Kylan Gardner out of Neosho, Missouri, and Otis, Oregon's Ian Whistler. I lied to you. Ian is driving Jim's car today. So Ian and Eston both in action here today. Ian in the 28W. Jake Tim, the Gorilla Mill Herco Companies with Sea Valley Transportation, Oak Ridge Fabrication On-Demand Shirts, Portman's HVAC, Stone Machinery, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn. Win-win last year for Jake Tim. That came in the modified at Deer Creek. 12th in last year's World of Outlaw standings was Jake Tim. The 128 of Kylan Gardner, 4 wins a year ago in his second straight Revival Late Model Series champion. The former Cash Money Late Model Series champion, the Carter Wealth Management, Shiny Heidi Truck Wash, Phase 2 Technology, Double Down Asphalt, Shepherd Engine Development, Rocket Chassis for Kylan Gardner in the 128. And join him on the Speedway, the 28 car of, that will be Ian Whistler. Ian Whistler in car number 28. The Rocket Chassis, Vic Hill Racing Engine, Meredith Logging, Davison, Napa Auto Parts, Notworks Construction, and Whistler Investments, all sponsors for Ian Whistler.
Jake Tim third quick. Kylan Garner to the top of the leaderboard, 16.434, and Ian Whistler second with a 1.6861. Lap number 2, Jake Tim trying to find a little bit of speed his second time around. He will not do it. Second lap, not as good. He goes 5th quick. Kylan Garner, even better, 16.311. A great lap for him. And the second and final lap time for Ian Whistler, not as good. He stays second. So after 6 cars, Kylan Garner now looking sporty in the Shiny Heiny Truck Wash, number 128. His time to beat 1.6311.
Coming up next, it'll be Peyton George out of Rapid City, South Dakota. He will lead the next set of cars out to the Speedway. Terry Carter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta in the 16. The 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona. Peyton George, the MB Customs Pro Power Racing Engine, P&M Construction, Professional Installers, Western Installation, TR Wraps, and Graphics entry. 4 wins a year ago for Peyton George, all in the IMCA modified ranks. The 6T of Terry Carter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. 4 times in promo. Good Guys, Alden Auto, Clements Powered Capital Race Car, and the 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. out of formerly out of Martinsville, Indiana. Now he's back in your great state of Iowa. And the Hoker Trucking, RLM Enterprises, Justin L. Langdon Electrical Contractors, Elliott Concrete, Spiffy's Mobile One, Lube and Express and Watch for Ricky Thornton Jr. 26 wins a year ago. The Chandler, Arizona driver trying to make the most of the opportunity here tonight.
Yeah, the only time he's going to be racing with us this week as it stands, Peyton George, 7th quick. Terry Carter, they're racing each other out there. They go 6 and 7 quick. And RTJ to the top of the leaderboard with a 1.6138 in the Adam Family Motorsports entry. Kind of wild. Terry Carter and Peyton George going at it out there and qualifying. T-Car's second lap time is not as good. Peyton George is not as good. Ricky Thornton Jr. is not as good, but he will still have the time to beat RTJ with a 1.6138. Grew up just about 45 minutes north of here in Chandler, Arizona. He's now quickest after 9 cars in Group B.
Up next will be Tyler Peterson out of Hickson, North Dakota, the 1 TPO, the 19R of Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, and the 1 of Tyler Erb out of New Waverly, Texas. Tyler Peterson, 21 wins a year ago on his route to the WISSOTA Late Model National title, his 5th WISSOTA title in the high power crane, aggressive towing, next level concrete pumping, quick lift by TP Fabricating, Cornet powered rocket for TP Tyler Peterson. The 19R of Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, the Allen Seamless Gutters, Hoker Trucking, Custom Fabricating, Carl Chevrolet, Performance Bodies, May Properties, J. Dickens Powered Infinity race car for Ryan Gustin. 8 wins a year ago for the driver, finished 3rd in the World of Outlaw standings. And Tyler Erb in the 1T. The Best Performance Motorsports, Langenfelter Mechanical Contractors, First Class Septic, Anthony's Pizza, Sunoco, Clements Powered Rocket for Tyler Erb. 14 wins last year for that driver. Well, Tyler Peterson, lap 1-6, fastest 16.980 for TPO.
Ryan Gustin now to the top of the leaderboard, Ben, 16053. That's the new time to beat in Group B. And Turbo goes 3rd quick, 16225. We'll see what they have on lap number 2. Second lap for TPO. A little better, stays 7th, 16938. Gustin not as good, 16053 was Turbo. God, he goes way high off corner number 4 down the front straightaway, and he stays 3rd quick, 16225. So the Reaper, Ryan Gustin, and the Todd Cooney Racing number 19 are the new time to beat after 12 cars in Group B, 16053.
The next 3 are loaded. It's Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer Billy Moyer out of Batesville, Arkansas, in the 48 car, the 6 of Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana, the 96 of R.C. Whitwell out of Tucson, Arizona. Billy Moyer, the Clements Powered Longhorn, Mr. Smooth, 856 career wins, 3 last year, and he is in the Tim Lance Racing, Outpace Racing Products, Digital Copy Systems, Floyd's Waste Disposal, Cart 48, the 6 of Hudson O'Neill, and the K&L Rumley Enterprises Senior Life Insurance Company, Rumley Engineering with Sea Valley Transportation, American Racing Wheels, Subsurface of Indiana, Cornet Powered Longhorn, 12 wins last year for Huddy, and joined by R.C. Whitwell in car 96 out of Tucson, Arizona, then Vision Live, Abercrombie Vineyards, Hoskins Construction, Precision Chassis Development, and Jared Thompson and Abercrombie Motorsports, car 96 for R.C. Whitwell.
Billy Moyer goes 5th quick, good lap, Ben, his first time around. Now Hudson O'Neill trumps him, goes 5th fastest. And R.C. Whitwell will go 7th quick, so 3 pretty good laps. Their first time around the FK Rod Edge Central Arizona Raceway. Moyer's second lap time, not as good. He'll be 6th. Car 6's second lap time, better. 3rd quick for HUD, 16165. And the second lap time for R.C. Whitwell, better. 5th quick, 16282. So 3 good laps with that trio led by Hudson O'Neill, who's now 3rd quick with a 16165.
Up next out of Winfield, Tennessee, the 157 of Mike Marlar, the 28 of Sam Mars out of Menominee, Wisconsin, the 13 of Bryson James out of Albany, Oregon. Mike Marlar, the Delk Equipment, Langenfelter Mechanical Contractors, Can-Am Auto Salvage, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Petrov Towing, VP Midwest Sheet Metal, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn for Mike Marlar. I said 7 wins a year ago, teaming back up with Ronnie Delk. And the number 28, Sam Mars. And Sam comes to us out of Menominee, Wisconsin, the Vite Specialty Contracting, Deppy Enterprises, Kai Chevy Town, CMD Shocks, TL Sins Plumbing, Army Contractor, Structural Buildings, Mid-States Equipment, all sponsors for Sam Mars. And the number 13 of Bryson James out of Albany, Oregon, 12 modified wins last year in the SRAM Motorsports, Platinum Trucking, James Gang Pizza, Wim Vinton Insurance, and Donofrio Skyline Ford, all sponsors for Bryson James.
5th quick for Mike Marlar on lap number 1, Ben. Sam Mars goes 8th fastest his first time around, and the first lap time for Bryson James is going to be 12th quick. Lap number 2 for the Ronnie Delco, 157 of Mike Marlar, still 5th. 16263 is his best lap. Sam Mars will bring the 28 off corner number 4. His best lap is 8th quick, 16597. And Colin Weinbarger turning wrenches on the 13 of Bryson James. He'll jump up to 8th fastest, will Bryson James, with a 16.584. So 18 drivers have attempted a lap now in Group B. Ryan Gustin, Ricky Thornton Jr., Hudson O'Neill, your top 3.
Up next, Eli Ross out of Muskogee, Oklahoma in the 66, the 22 star of Drake Troutman out of Hyman, Pennsylvania, and Kate Dillard out of Roebleen, Louisiana. Eli Ross, last year's Comp Cam Super Dirt Series Rookie of the Year, the Clements Powered Rocket Chassis, the J. Hodge Chevrolet, Peterson Fluid System, Ross Construction, Bill Fry Motorsports, Joe Godsey Racing entry. 7 wins last year for the standout Eli Ross in the 66. Drake Troutman in car 22 star. The G.R. Smith Racing, Team 22 Inc., Victory Circle Auto Sales, Gambler Transport, Massey Valley Transportation, Brick House Tavern, Cornette Powered Longhorn for Drake Troutman. 9 wins last year. The Rookie of the Year with the World of Outlaws was Troutman. And the 97 of Cade Dillard, 13 wins a year ago, 9 in the modified for the Roebling, Louisiana driver. And the S&S Fishing and Reynolds, Joel's Auto Sales, Massey Valley Transportation, Production Charge, Jody's Oilfield Service, 97.
Eli Ross, 13th. Drake Troutman, 6th. Cade Dillard, 12th. On lap number 1. Lap number 2 for Eli Ross. Last year's Comp Cam Super Dirt Series Rookie of the Year, 14th, 16876 his best lap. Drake Troutman, 6th quick, best lap 16268. And Cade Dillard jumps up on lap number 2. Good lap, 9th quick, 16.574.
Breaking news, not of the good type.
Oh, no.
Your fast qualifier, Miss Group, Ryan Gustin, half-inch high on the droop. He'll be docked 6 positions. That means Ricky Thornton Jr. right now, your fast qualifier in Group B, a 16.138.
Oh, man, tough break for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. There's a goat in the wild right there.
There he is. The 9T up next, Tim Eisenberg out of Marshfield, Wisconsin. And your last qualifier of the night, 19 car of Dustin Sorensen out of Rochester, Minnesota. Tim Eisenberg, Custom Fabricating and Repair, Advanced Process Solutions, capital sign Bill Stein with a Vic Hill Power Plant and Infinity by Wells race car. 1 win last year for Eisenberg. That came at Cedar Lake Speedway in September. Meanwhile, Dustin Sorensen coming to us from the World of Outlaws Late Model Series, the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn. Finished 11th in last year's World of Outlaws standings, the 2022 USMTS champion, the Altenberg Construction, J&S Repair, JCB, Paulson Rock Products, 63 Club, Rochester Chevrolet, CBR Drilling, and Newman Todd Innovations, all sponsors for Dustin Sorensen, who had 2 mod wins in 2025.
All right, so as Ben mentioned, Ryan Gustin half-inch too high on the deck height, so now they're gunning for Ricky Thornton Jr.'s 16138. Eisenberg a good lap, Ben. He'll go 11th quick, 16595. And Dustin Sorensen a good lap, 9th quick, 16533. Oh, and Sorensen just grabbed the wall down in turns 1 and 2, and that'll cost him on his second lap. Eisenberg's second lap not as good. He'll stay 12th with a 16595, and Dustin Sorensen will call it here in Swift Springs Time Trials presented by the Joy of Seating. And so that is a wrap on Group B, and Ricky Thornton Jr. lays down the fastest lap. He is 16138. As we show the top 10 on the left side of your screen, it's as they sit in my race pass. So Ryan Gustin you'll see first. Again, he has docked 6 spots after the deck height being a half-inch too high. So it'll be Ricky Thornton Jr., Hudson O'Neill, Tyler Erb, then Mike Marlar, Drake Troutman, and then I believe Ryan Gustin behind him. Then R.C. Whitwell, Kylan Garner, Dustin Sorensen, and Cade Dillard will round out the top 10 in Swift Springs Time Trials presented by the Joy of Seating. So we are going to send these drivers back to the pit area. We're going to do a little bit of track prep and get ready for this evening's opening ceremonies and our heat races. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and you're watching it all live here on FloRacing.
Well, welcome back to the 20th annual Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. As round one, we've had Hotlaps and we've had qualifying in the books for the late models and a little bit of track prep happening right now, DJ. And on a day where it's windy, it's sunny, they're giving the track some extra TLC. So we are going to be going, it's going to probably be about another 30 to 35 minutes before we have opening ceremonies and then into the heat races. So we're trying to let the sun get down just a little bit on a windy day.
And I mean, we'll just be honest about it. I mean, it's sunny and it's windy and we're in the desert. And just quite honestly, you want to put on the best show that you possibly can for these race fans. Now, if it holds true to years past, we'll see how it is. It's a new racetrack this year, but in years past, they've had one big track prep break right now, and then maybe just a quick 10-minute dressing up before the features. We'll see how that plays out here tonight. We got a lot going on. We've got Shotgun the Clown is here with us. He is entertaining people over the main PA system in the grandstands here at the racetrack while we talk to those of you at home that are watching live on FloRacing and on Amazon Prime. Ryan Gustin made his way back out. He was a half-inch too high on the deck height in qualifying, Swift's Ranks qualifying, presented by the Joy of Seeing. So he's gone back to the infield to get that deck height checked again to make sure they've made the necessary adjustments to get that thing back under 51 inches.
So they're down there checking that out. How cool is it again? As we go to Amazon Prime again today, we've done it a few times. You're going to see it more on the Fast channel on Amazon Prime. And today, NFL football on Amazon Prime and also dirt track racing being broadcast to the world. Understanding that just the viewership has been amazing within the Amazon Prime. We hope to have more details on that very soon. It's very new to us.
It is.
But today, the only day that we're going to be on Amazon Prime, the rest of the time it will be just FloRacing. But, DJ cross branding so important in this sport, and we're seeing so many new sponsors come in. This is exciting times.
It really is. And if you are watching on Amazon Prime, FloRacing is just one of many verticals. We've got several marquee events on FloRacing coming up over the course of the next several months. The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, we have you covered all year long. They get started in February. In March, High Limit Racing gets started. By the way, the High Limit Series will be here at Central Arizona Raceway coming up in March as well. NASCAR Regional Late Model Racing, that starts in February. And of course, Eldora Speedway, their season gets kicked off in April. We have all of their quote-unquote regular shows. We've also got the Dirt Late Model Dream coming up in June. But FloRacing, one of about 25 different verticals, been on Flo Sports.
And you talked about High Limit and everything you can catch on FloRacing from High Limit. March 19th through 21st, the High Limit Cactus Classic right here at Central Arizona Raceway. You get tickets at highlimitracing.com. And Rico Abreu, fresh off the title with Tony Stewart Racing, he's going to look to go back-to-back with the new team that is Tony Stewart Racing moving into 2026. And again, they'll be here at Central Arizona Raceway. And we talked about Jerry Petty and Brad Whitfield and all the improvements they've made to this facility. And really, so many things to touch on. Eston Whistler, a 15.327. I think we're going to say that's the new track record because this place has been reconfigured many times, and this is the first time in several years they've had super late models here. So we'll set that as the benchmark for the week. As you talked about Ryan Gustin, that team, they went back to the infield where the droop check was being done to check it again. Ray Cook's down here is here doing the tech this weekend, and then I believe Canute from the Lucas Oil Series is going to be taking over next week. As we got an all-star staff out here.
Oh, we've got Canute down there, maybe helping out a little bit right now. Is what Pirate Carlton told us.
With Ray as well.
He's down here. There's a whole lot happening back here behind the container.
Is that why you stepped away, Trenton?
I didn't step away. I was very much involved seeing everything that was taking place back here.
Well, that was a tough break, and I'm sure that Noah Bushman is probably not real happy right now.
No, he had a little conversation there. I had a couple with Ray Cook right there, and I think he's probably going to exit the pits in a little bit, or exit the infield in a little more mild manner than he came in.
Thanks for the update down there, Trenton. Well, I tell you what, Dustin Jarrett, track prep continues right now. Earlier today, you and I had a race day that we shot. There might be one small part that you don't want to think about from that, but it talked a lot about this event, new, coming back to the desert. And if you haven't caught that yet on FloRacing or Dirt on Dirt, let's throw that right up right now. Today's race day report from the Wild West Shootout. This is your first race day report for 2026. We are here the opening round of the 20th annual Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts from here at FK Rodden's Central Arizona Raceway presented by Low Voltage Solutions. Ben Shelton, Dustin Jarrett, DJ. The day is January 10th. but it's fresh, it's brand new as the Wild West Shootout comes back home to where it all started.
Man, I can't wait. We've got a great weather forecast in store for the entire duration of this event. Last night we had over 130 cars practicing with more drivers entering the pit area today, and we've got what I think is arguably one of the best fields of super late models that we've maybe ever had for the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout.
No, it's a fantastic field in all three divisions, and we're going to talk about that. And today is one of those days of the more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, 20 years ago, this event largely born right here at Central Arizona Raceway, and it's evolved over the years. And again, the past several years at FK Rod-Ends Vado Speedway Park. Royal Jones, can't thank him enough for what he meant to this event. He's the Grand Marshal here this week. But today we come here, and we've got your familiar super late models. We got your mods and your X mods. But not only $25,000 to win tonight for the Stuckey Enterprises late models presented by Malvern Bank, but we've also got brand new Rio Grande Waste Services lap leader loot. DJ, what does that mean?
Yeah, actually it's going to be $500 for every lap led in the super late model feature, both tonight and in the finale as well. What that means is $25,000 to win tonight. And if somebody goes out there and leads all 50 laps, they're actually going to leave Casa Grande tonight with $50,000. They're going to have the opportunity to do that again next Sunday in the finale as well. What a great deal. Thank you, Larry Hank and Rio Grande Waste Services. That's pretty awesome.
And also thank you, Gary St. Sin with Low Voltage Solutions. You know who gets unrecognized a lot of times? The crew. Yeah. Well, we have the nightly Rio Grande Waste Services Horde Charger, $500 in that Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Model division. But also tonight, that hard charger, the crew is going to get $1,000. The Low Voltage Solutions hard work pays. That's going to be each and every night. That gets divvied up among the crews. They get little plaques, they get hats, and it's a cash award, so the drivers can't try to steal it away from them. That's just in the super late model division. Now let's talk about the mods, a field that we really think tonight could go over 60 cars.
Yeah, we had 55 cars practice here last night, and I think in the course of last night's practice, we had another 5 guys at least roll in as well. So the modified field is it seems like it does every year, right? Really, really good from top to bottom. A lot of new faces this year with the event moving back to Casa Grande, to Central Arizona Raceway, and same thing with the X-Mods as well. There's going to be some familiar faces that we saw both at Arizona Speedway and at Vado Speedway Park. Guys like Mr. Rob Mosley is back, Hunter Sandy, and some others. But then you got some new fresh faces in, including one Ken Schrader.
Yeah, Ken Schrader's going to be in action tonight in the Shocker Hitch X-Mods presented by Border Tire. Let's talk about the X-Mods real quick. That is the only division with a bonus all week. Yeah. The Arizona differential by Nate. 4 or more challenge, $2,500 if you can win 4 or more of these features. Who did it last year?
Mr. Rob Mosley. Thanks to his old lady, too, for turning wrenches on the
So tonight, $25,000 at least to the super late model feature winner. We know for sure $25,500 because when he leads the last lap, he's going to get, or he or she, they're going to get a $500 bonus for that. Tonight, the mods, $2,000 to win. The X-Mods, $1,000 to win. DJ, a year ago tonight, your super late model feature winner, Bobby Pierce. Your mod feature winner, Cade Dillard. Your X-Mod feature winner, Rob Mosley. They're all in the pit area. They're all going to be contenders tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it at you.
Okay.
Who is your winner tonight in the super late models?
Number one, I'm not going to be surprised if any one of those three find Hoker Trucking victory lane tonight. But I do think Bobby Pierce does it. You know, Bobby Pierce has just had a stranglehold. He's won 8 of the last 11 Stuckey Enterprises super late model features in this event. So I think he finds victory lane in the late models. Am I supposed to give you a pick in mods?
No, we're going to go one by one.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, go
ahead. All right, so that's Bobby Pierce. I'm going to go with Garrett Alberson. Alberson was really fast last night.
He was fastest overall last
night. And this was it just feels like it's a Garrett Alberson track, too. He's ending 2025. A lot of momentum for that team. I think he hits the ground running tonight and picks up what would be a career payday, $25,000 plus for the lap leader money. All right, now to mods. Who's your feature winner for $2,000?
I'm going to go with a guy that I don't want to say was rejuvenated last year, but I think had a year last year that he wanted to have the year before. It's Rodney Sanders. Fresh off a 2025 USMTS championship. Maybe didn't have the Wild West Shootout he wanted to have last year. I think he gets his feet under him and starts off with a win tonight.
It's hard to go against Cade Dillard because he won a year ago. He's so good on these type tracks. I'm going to go with Tyler Wolf. I think Tyler Wolf, the Fayetteville, Arkansas driver, is going to take the Lobo Racing Army Contractors 4 to victory lane.
Look at that. All right. Well, you got the Shocker Hitch X-Mod presented by Border Tire. I'll let you go first. If you take Mr. Rob, I'm going to punch you.
Well, I'm going to take Mr. Rob, and here's why. He won 4 of these at Vado last year. Then he comes to Central Arizona. He picked up a win over here. One of over a dozen wins total he had on the year. Mr. Rob's going to get it done tonight. His old lady's going to be proud, and they're going to be down in Hooker Trucking victory lane. What do you have?
He won 35 races last year. He is really good. You know what? I'm going to go with the 18-year-old Hunter Sandy, I think. Sorry, Ken.
Well, he's going to be in the A-Mod division.
Well, I think he's going to run both.
Is he going to have both? Okay.
I think he's going to run both. I think. If he's not, I got to back up.
No, you're locked down. You're done.
I got to back up pick Ken Schrader. I mean, how do you go against Kenny Schrader, right? I mean, the dude races everywhere. He's got more wins than you and I have
got toes.
That's exactly. I'll go with Ken Schrader. That was Ben Shelton that said that.
I love Ken Schrader. I think Hunter is going to focus on the A-Mod, but hey, man, who knows? He could be in both. Either way, we do know this. We go live today, 2:45 Mountain Standard Time.
All right, go ahead.
That's 3. This is the only time you're going to get it. 2:45 Mountain Standard Time, 3:45 Central. It is 4:45 Eastern. If Pacific would be 1:45. If you're outside those time zones, I have no further capabilities. But this guy named Google on the internet, it's called the interweb. Check it out. Type in where you're at. But we go live at 2:45 on track action. Dirt Draft Hotlaps at 3 o'clock today. And again, we're going to have all kinds of content, live, points in between. FloRacing. This is the 20th annual Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout. Be there. Well, that was our race day report today, where we picked on all 3 divisions, and DJ picked a driver that wasn't racing to pick one. It went up.
That was AI generated.
You know, knowing you though, you'll win the other 2, DJ. It's a lot of fun. You see the mountains right there. Well, track prep getting close to wrapping up. We're getting Pryor Baird in position down there for tonight's national anthem. I believe Ray Cook's going to be doing the invocation, so we'll step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. When we come back here to the desert, it's opening ceremonies and it's racing action. Round 1 of the 20th annual Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout, presented by Riley Auto Parts. You're either here in the house, you're watching live at FloRacing. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to FK Ride-Ins Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions, where it is right at 4:40 p.m. local time here, Mountain Standard Time. And rolling the bottom of the racetrack in. Everybody's getting in their positions for opening ceremonies here today.
Is that Crazy Martin? No, it's not. I thought it was. We had a Crazy Martin sign in there.
He usually has a fluorescent pink hat on these days, does Crazy Martin. As, man, I tell you what, they've gone out the complete overhaul of this racetrack, DJ. And like I said, we've got opening ceremonies taking form down in Hooker Trucking Victory Lane, and then we'll kick the racing action off this afternoon. 5 X mod heats, 6 mod heats, 4 super late model heats. If you like heat races, man, we got something for you.
We got a lot of those. We got 164 cars in the pit area in 3 classes.
And I think it could really, a lot of times as the mini-series goes on, guys come and leave. I think this deal's going to ramp up, though, especially some of these guys and that would be in the Sport Mod division come in for the IMC Winter Nationals here. Of course, they can match the rules here of our X Mod division.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, don't forget, by the way, with opening ceremonies coming up, it is the last time that you will have to update or check or even lock in those Dirt Draft fantasy lineups as well. So if you've not yet done so, get your Dirt Draft fantasy lineups and go to dirtdraft.com. If you don't play, if you're watching on Amazon Prime and you don't know what Dirt Draft is, shame on you, but that's okay. We'll give you a free pass. But we do encourage you to go to dirtdraft.com. It is fantasy racing at its finest. I stink at it, just to be very candid with you. You're probably better than me, but take a shot and see what happens. Go to dirtdraft.com and get those fantasy lineups locked in as they are rolling this racetrack back in. And we are just a couple minutes away, Ben, from opening ceremonies.
Yeah, we are. And again, want to thank everybody for tuning in, whether you're watching on FloRacing or on Amazon Prime, right at 5 minutes away from opening ceremonies at last count. And want to thank our marketing partners, as always, Penske Racing Shocks, the industry leader in providing high-quality racing shocks for automotive vehicles, motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. Order today at PenskeShocks.com. Schaefer Oil, at 183 years old and still family-owned, Schaefer Oil is still the nation's oldest and most trusted oil and lubricant manufacturer. Via their better base oil and additive technology, they save their customers considerable money via fuel economy, reduced maintenance, and extended drain intervals. Learn more at SchaeferOil.com. Stuckey Enterprises, your one-stop location for all your racing needs, located in Shreveport, Louisiana. The company is owned and operated by veteran crew chief Ronnie Stuckey. His long tenure in the racing world has allowed him to obtain priceless information, which he not only utilizes on the design of his cars, but also the tech support that he provides his clients. I want to thank Hooker Trucking, the sponsor of Victory Lane. Jeff and Penny Lee Hooker with Hooker Trucking, based in Dixon, Iowa, has a transportation plan to meet your needs from regional to transcontinental, from vans to refrigerated transport. Ensure that your freight is there on time, every time, and learn more at hookertrucking.com. Mesilla Valley Transportation, led by our Grand Marshal Royal Jones, is located in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. And they began in 1981 as a small independent fleet in the Southwest. They're always hiring. Check out more at m-v-t.com. Also want to thank Border Tire, all things tires, from passenger tires to medium tires, heavy duty, agricultural and industrial, and all points in between. They're everything you need when you need them. You can count on Border Tire to assist you when trouble arises 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Learn more at border-tire.com. Jay Burdick and our friends at Malvern Bank, the presenting sponsor of the Super Late Model action here, based in Malvern, Iowa. And they know that you face challenges, and they're there. You can help with people you can trust. Malvern Bank is a true community bank providing small-town service to Mills County residents for over 130 years. Learn more at malvernbank.com.
We'd also like to thank Hoosier Tire, the official tire of the Wild West Shootout. Hoosier Tires has a mission to be the dominant customer-driven provider of racing tires to racing teams domestically and internationally. That's Hoosier Tire. Pro Power Racing Engines, they're based in Sullivan, Wisconsin. Of course, Bill and Josie Schleeper. And Pro Power provides racing engines that are the forefront of engine design for a wide array of motorsports divisions across the world, from dirt late models to off-road trucks to open-wheel modifieds to even asphalt late models. Pro Power Racing is the leader in producing championship racing winning engines. Back again this year is Don Frank Floors. They're a family-owned and operated flooring company that's been in business since 1962, located in Clackamas, Oregon. They serve all western states. They offer a wide selection of carpet, ceramic tile, vinyl, hardwood, laminate, epoxy coatings, exterior stone, granite, and more for commercial and residential. You can learn more at donfrankfloors.com. AM1 Roofing is a family-owned and operated business with unparalleled lifetime warranty expertise, and they've been serving Central Oregon since 1993, and they understand what your home means to you. There's no commercial or residential roofing jobs that are too large or too small for AM1 Roofing, and you can learn more at AM1, that's the number one roofing.com. C&D Bonding back with us this year. They're located in Covina, California. That's Contractors and Developers Bonding. C&D is surety bond only brokerage company specializing in providing bonds to contractors, developers, and all other users of surety credit sectors. You can learn more at cndbonding.com. And how about the good folks at Mary's Home Furnishings? Ben, Brad, and Greg Mary are third-generation owners and determined to continue their family's history of providing the best quality furniture and service in the Augusta, Evans, and Grovetown, Georgia area at the absolute best prices. You can visit them online at maryshomefurnishings.com.
So again, we want to thank all those partners. We'll tell you more about throughout the evening as the push trucks are making their way to the infield. Again, a jam-packed pit, over 160 race cars here in the desert at FK Rod End Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. And we'll have a complete show every day, 3 divisions every day, except for next Sunday when the IMCA stock cars, maybe an exhibition, maximum bragging rights, they join the party. 4 divisions next Sunday. Well, without further ado, the track prep is complete, so we're going to head down to Hoker Trucking Victory Lane with our very own Trenton Berry.
Hey, thanks a lot, everybody, here as we are getting set to get rolling here from Central Arizona Raceway, presented by FK Rod End's Low Voltage Solutions here at the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. At this time, if everybody here in the grandstands would please rise, gentlemen, remove your hats. We're going to bring right in here Ray Cook. We're helping work tech and do a lot of things down here in the infield for the start of the event. Bring in Ray to give tonight's invocation.
Thank you. Let's all pray. Lord, we thank you for the beautiful day you've given to us. Thank you, Lord, for our health and our strength and just all the many blessings you've given to us. Lord, we thank you most of all for our salvation and, Lord, for the Christmas season we just went through. We just thank you for your son, Jesus, and everything that you've done for us. Lord, we thank you for this new race season. We pray, Lord, as we begin it here tonight, Lord, that you just watch over everybody, keep us all safe, watch over the drivers and all the officials. Just give us a time that we like. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
If everybody will please remain standing for the playing or singing of tonight's national anthem, Nashville recording artist and a guy playing the post-race concert tonight, Pryor Baird.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Oh, ramparts we watch. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, folks. This is embarrassing. One more time. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of
Great job. Pryor Baird with us here. Lifelong dirt racing fan as well. Known Chris Kearns forever, but just tell everybody just a couple seconds here, a little about background of you going to the races as a kid.
Man, when I was a kid, I grew up in Santa Maria, California. We had the Santa Maria Speedway, and Chris Kearns, a good buddy of mine, we used to go out and watch all the hobby stocks and late models and sprint cars, and a couple times seeing the World of Outlaws. So been a big fan of dirt car racing, love it, and can't wait to see some good racing tonight and this weekend.
There it is, going to be playing later tonight. Great job. Pryor Baird with us right here. Back up to you guys.
All right, DJ.
Thanks a lot. Yes, thanks a lot, Trenton.
We're back.
Ben, we are so back.
We're back.
All right, we have got the first of 5, that's right, 5 heat races for the Shocker Hitch X mods presented by Border Tire in the staging lane. They're going to come out and they're probably going to roll this racetrack in a lap or two.
Do you want to comment on the super late model heat race lineups that Ethan Dodson was not disqualified? He was just in the wrong spot in his heat race. That's why the lineups were reprinted.
Yeah, so there was a slight glitch. He'd actually at one point in the live timing he had dropped to the back, and it was just a glitch in the timing, and so he was in the wrong place in the lineups. Had a few folks ask, and there was even a post or two on social media about it. Ethan Dodson indeed not disqualified in qualifying for the late models, so he will start in his original starting spot, which I believe is row 6 inside of FK Rodden's heat race number 1.
And something else cool in the late models real quick, we talked about having Ray Cook here, we talked about Canute being here from the Lucas Series, also Melvin Welch from the World of Outlaws, all 3 national tech directors here working on tech tonight. Pretty freaking cool to have that. Well, we'll get set now. First X-Mod heat. This is a Rally Auto Parts Heat 1. 8 laps of distance, passing points, name of the game. Brennan Davis on the pole in the 509 out of Piedmont, South Dakota. And to his outside the 50 of Braden Whitfield out of Casa Grande, Arizona. Row 2 will be Asa Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the 05, and the 3J of Josh Kane out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Row 3, Eric Weinmiller out of Casa Grande, Arizona, the 44, and the 1S of Scott Bentz, the Red-Headed Rebel out of Jamestown, South, North Dakota. And Dave Smith out of Alamogordo, New Mexico in the 11D. Caden Woods out of Malacca, Minnesota in the 980. Phil Marino is going to be a scratch. And scheduled to start inside of row 5. That means Parker Anderson out of Phillips, Wisconsin, all by his lonesome on the back row. And giving him a lap here to buzz the racetrack after a complete rework. And DJ, a little bit of everything so far here tonight at FK Rodden's Central Arizona Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely. Is they're going to give these guys kind of a quasi hot lap session here to test this racetrack and make sure that it looks okay. Trenton Berry, you were down there. You watched the rework. What do you see from your vantage point, and how different is this racetrack from what it was?
Yeah, definitely a lot of the stickies back in the racetrack. It had dried out considerably throughout the course of hot laps and late model time trials. So looks to be pretty good right now. The one thing that I noticed that I was talking to Ray about that was quite a bit different, looks like there's a little bit more horsepower here to get this thing turned a little bit quicker than previous seasons. So anytime you can save time turning the racetrack, that's a good thing. That was a pretty substantial farm that we just saw.
All right, Trenton, thanks a lot for your insight as we get ready to roll with this first O'Reilly Auto Parts heat race for the Shocker Hitch X mods presented by Border Tire. As Ben mentioned, passing points will determine the 16 drivers that lock themselves into the A main. So 5 heat races, the top 16 in passing points are locked in. The balance of the field will go into one of 2 B mains coming up a little bit later on. And I believe, by the way, for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds, as it stands right now, I think we've only got 2 B mains, which means they might be rather large.
Yeah, and those B mains, as always at this event, have the ability to have, a dozen guys in each one that can win the main event most nights,
like 2
and
10-lap features, 12-lap features. It's incredible.
All right, well, we're going to get this one underway momentarily. Again, they'll show them the 1 to go. Our old buddy Orange Shoes, Jason Rominger in the flag stand. Got the band back together here, the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout. And as always, the field will start in the Rio Grande Waste Services start zone down in turn number 4. You see the 2 green flags down there. Who says green's bad luck in racing? That's where the starts happen, and that's where the races very well could be won. DJ, Midwest Sheet Metal Yellow Lights out on the speedway. We'll come back to the green flags.
South Dakota and Arizona in row number 1, and a pair of drivers that are regulars at Vado Speedway Park line up alongside each other in row number 2. It's Brennan Davis in the 509. It's Braden Whitfield in the 50. Row 2, Asa Flores and Josh Kane. Again, 8 laps the distance. Top 16 in passing points race their way into the main event, and the green flag waves in the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone.
Good clean start down the front straightaway. Braden Whitfield got a lot of laps around this place. He jumps to the lead in car 50 down the back straightaway. The 2025 IMCA Arizona State champion. But he's got company. Here comes the 3J, Josh Kane. He started in 4th. He's now in 1st.
Yeah, Josh Kane always good in the 3J as they come off corner number 4 at the end of lap number 1. Still a little bit greasy out there. Josh Kane going to be your race leader. 2nd spot right now is the 50 of Braden Whitfield. 3rd is going to be the 1 of Scott Bentz. Again, the top 16 in passing points lock themselves into the main event. So you want to be a hard charger. You want to work your way from the back of the field up to the front of the field. And as he complete lap number 2, still Josh Kane out front, side by side for the 2nd spot, the red-headed rebel. Scott Bentz down to the inside of Braden Whitfield as those 2 drivers roll alongside each other. Then it's going to be the 44 running in the 4th spot. And right now, that position belongs to the driver that just arrived here today. That's Casa Grande, Arizona's Eric Weinmiller. So again, top 16 in passing points, 3 laps in the books in this one. And we have got a Midwest sheet metal caution on the racetrack as one driver is slowed to a stop up the top of turn number 2. And that's going to be Malacca, Minnesota's Caden Woody, as the driver of the Zullies powered BHE race car has come to, or it did come to a stop in the 980. So he's going to rejoin the field. And that draws our first Midwest sheet metal caution flag of the night. So out front in this one, it's Josh Kane. He's trying to pick up those all-important passing points as he started 4th, and he finds himself in the lead. Scott Bentz in the 2nd spot, also gaining premium passing points as he's raced his way from 6th up to 2nd. Braden Whitfield has fallen from 2nd back to 3rd, and then it's Eric Weinmiller from 5th to 4th. And we get our first look at the Delaware double file restart. Your race leader, Josh Kane, by himself out front. The 2nd place driver has his choice of inside or outside lane. That's the red number 1 of Scott Bentz. He chooses the inside lane. And we go back to the C&D bonding green flag. It's Josh Kane at the front of the field in the 3J. Side by side for the 2nd spot momentarily. Braden Whitfield trying to take that spot back away from Scott Bentz, unable to do so. Wholesale passing going on at the back of the field. You're looking at the best battle on the track right now. It's Scott Bentz trying to come from 6th up to 1st and grab the lead on your race leader, Josh Kane. Unable to do so right now. Everyone content to stick at the bottom of the racetrack. Meanwhile, behind them, battle for 3rd, picking up the 44 of Eric Weinmiller, is starting to apply the pressure to the 50 of Braden Whitfield. A pair of Central Arizona regulars going at it right now. Whitfield from Casa Grande, Weinmiller from Casa Grande as well. That's Weinmiller in the white 44, Whitfield in the black 50. We double it up for you at home. Leaders on the left side of your screen, and they've stretched down to about a half a straightaway advantage over the battle on the right side of your screen, which has now got the 0-5 of Asa Flores in the mix as well. Just 2 laps to go here in O'Reilly Auto Parts heat race number 1. Josh Kane grabbed the lead at the start of this one. He's trying to lead green to checkered 4th to 1st and get those all-important passing points. 2nd spot right now is still the 1S of Scott Bentz. White flag is out. Final time around for the leader, Josh Kane.
That's the Ho Chi Town Saloon. 1 to go. Flaw's brand new sponsor for the event this year. Kane, your leader down the back straightaway. Scott Bentz is putting the whip to it. DJ, can he get there through 3 and 4?
He's trying, but he's not going to be able to do so. Checkered flag in hand, and it's going to be Josh Kane getting the win. Scott Bentz finishes in 2nd. Those 2 drivers end up with nearly a full straightaway advantage over Braden Whitfield, Eric Weinmiller, and Asa Flores. Rounding out the top 5, again the top 16 in passing points after these 5 heat races advance to the main event.
Braden Whitfield in 3rd, Scott Bentz from 6th to 2nd, and your winner, Josh Kane, he started in 4th. Good passing points for that driver. And the DeVille-based race car, Shipley Racing Engine, Shipley Motorsports, Cooters Garage, Tartan Construction, Kane Dig Auto, and Batteries Plus of Los Lunas, all sponsors for Josh Kane. 18 wins a year ago across 3 divisions. Tonight, can he get another Wild West Shootout feature win? He wins O'Reilly Auto Parts heat race number 1. And now we prepare for Earnhardt Chevrolet Heat Race 2, the official pace vehicle of the Rio Grande Way Services Wild West Shootout. And on the pole, all the way from Moberly, Missouri, the Millard Family Chapel's number 0 of Dakota Gerard, and to his outside, Michael Hartman in car B52, the LGH construction entry out of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Row 2 on the inside out of Fulton, Missouri. It's going to be Tyler Potter in the 94, and on his outside out of St. Andrews, Manitoba, the 34 is Brandon Rehill.
Jake Smith, former Wasota Midwest Modified National Champion, the 21, starts inside of row 3, and to his outside from Laveen, Arizona, Tyler Johnson in car 75.
Las Cruces, New Mexico's Josh Beyer lines up inside row 4. He's in the 13. He'll be flanked by the Princeton, Minnesota driver, the 71B. That's Dave Sears.
Lance Ralph out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in the 54, starts inside of row 5, and to his outside, Braxton James out of Ucaipa, California in the 21B. 10 cars if they can all make the call, and DJ, looks like we've got all 10 on the speedway.
But we'll give them one more lap just for good measure.
Earnhardt Chevrolet Heat Race 2. Well, Josh Kane set the bar high. You want to pass cars, but if you can pass cars and win a heat race, and that's what Josh Kane did in the first heat, that definitely is a good way to start the night.
Absolutely. 4th to 1st for Josh Kane and 6th to 2nd for Scott Bentz in that O'Reilly Auto Parts first heat race. We'll see how things shake out here in Earnhardt Chevrolet Heat Race number 2. This is the second of 5 heat races for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. Once again, when they get inside the Rio Grande Way Services starting zone over in turns 3 and 4. They were told in the driver's meeting the leader can trip the trigger anywhere in that area. And that's going to be Dakota Gerard in the 0. The C&D bonding green flag waves, and we're underway. We're already 3 wide.
Yeah, we'll see if that one holds serve as they head off into turns 1 and 2. And nope, it's not going to. We're going to try that one again, as you had Gerard on the pole and Hartman was not able to keep pace with him, and that actually opened the door. Tyler Potter loved that start because he shot to the inside, and as you said, they were 3 wide.
Yes, we'll line them back up and try it again next time. Nope, we're going to go around one more time here in this one, as they are being told over the receiver, the one-way radio communication, that you must start inside that starting zone, that Rio Grande Way Services starting zone, coming off turn number 4. So Dakota Gerard, great year last year in that 0 car. 15 wins. You mentioned the Callaway Speedway. I believe he's also the Lake Ozark Speedway Midwest Modified champion as well. And on his outside, Michael Hartman in the B52. Second straight year he's been with us. I talked to him in the pit area yesterday. That LGH Construction Bravo Cadillac JGF built number B52. So again, 10 cars, 8 laps. Out of these 5 heat races, the top 16 in passing points will lock themselves in to tonight's main event for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire, and Earnhardt Chevrolet Heat Race number 2 is underway.
And green flag is out. We're underway. Gerard to the inside. Hartman, monster run on the outside, off into 1 and 2. Can he make it stick? And he does. And Hartman to the lead. Gerard in second. And they're bottlenecking behind him down the back straightaway.
It gets interesting. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all right there on your screen. And here comes the 94 of Tyler Potter. Potter going to pull that entry down to the inside. He takes second, 3 wide for the 3rd spot. That's going to be led by Brandon Rehill, the orange number 34. There's Tyler Johnson, the 75, the 0 of Dakota Gerard. And right now, Michael Hartman setting sail at the front of this field.
Jake Smith joins that battle. 4 cars going after 1 spot there in 3rd. Oh, a little bit of slider. Good, hard, clean racing out front, though. It is all Hartman all the time. The Las Cruces driver leads the way in the JGF car B52.
Yeah, Michael Hartman with the 1.1 second advantage early in the going in this one, and the driver in the 2nd spot, the number 94 of Tyler Potter, trying to shake himself free right now of the battle behind him for 3rd. There's the battle for 3rd on your screen. Johnson in the 75, Gerard in the 0, Smith in the 21, Rehill in the 34, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Out front, 2-car breakaway, as you said, DJ. Hartman with the lead in the 2nd spot right now. Continues to be the 94 car of Potter. Potter started back 3rd in this one. Man, he'd love to get one more spot. Now he looks to the inside, battle for the lead through 1 and 2. Hartman side by side with your leader as the world went blue there for a second, getting that sorted out.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Potter is trying every line on the speedway right now, and now he looks to the inside of Gerard. 5 laps down, 3 to go, and Potter's transponder not picking up, but he is in 2nd. Gerard back in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Tyler Potter. If you're seeing it at home on your screen, the transponder has been mentioned not picking up on the 94 of Tyler Potter, so it shows a kind of jumbled running order, but rest assured he is in second. He's applying your pressure. He's applying pressure to your leader, and it's about to be a three-way dance for the top spot.
And side by side down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Tyler Johnson's up to third and got a few transponder issues in this one. Out front, though, slider for the lead off of turn at number 4. And you got a new leader, the Ho Chi Town Waxball, 1 to go the 94, and slow out of 4, the B52, a Hartman. White flag in there, final time around the speedway.
Tough break for Michael Hartman, who led the majority of this race, and it's an incredibly jumbled running order on your screen, as I don't know what's up with the transponders. Here's what we do know. The Hoover Trucking checkered flag is out. It's going to be the 94 of Tyler Potter getting the win. Second's going to go to the 75 of Tyler Johnson. Third, the 0 of Dakota Gerard. Jake Smith in the red 21 will be fourth, and fifth will be the 54 of Lance Ralph. Did you keep up with all that, Ben?
I mean, it's like the gremlins struck up here. We lost our monitors. The transponders are acting up. We do know this from third to the in Fulton, Missouri's Tyler Potter in car 94. TC Property Investment, Carpet Values, Crocker Auto Sales, Swanger, Concrete Construction, Mosers, Diamond Tote, all sponsors for Tyler Potter. 4 wins last year. He wins Heat Race 2 presented by Earnhardt Chevrolet for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. He went to the third spot. DJ, we're going to try to get it all unpacked. Shaw Trucking Heat Race 3 waiting in the wing.
Shaw Trucking Heat Race number 3 will be 8 laps. Las Cruces, New Mexico. In the 12, it's Mike Rosales.
Inside of row 2 from Estevan, Saskatchewan, it is Keenan Glasser in the 22, the 11 DW of Danny Wagner out of Bay Point, California.
Third row back on the inside out of Whitman, Arizona in the 81. We Bubba Stafford Jr. and on the outside, South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. It's the 30, that's Blake Davis.
Row 4, Jacob Hyde out of Webo, Kansas in the 14. And about an all-14 row 4 to his outside, Eric Barraza from Phoenix, Arizona.
And your final 2 starters out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. The 27 is Andy Davis, and Rapid City, South Dakota is Alan Foley in the 29. As they get Michael Hartman's B52 pushed back out of the staging lane, the lane that exits the racetrack back into the pit area, we get Shaw Trucking Heat Race number 3 to make its way out on the racetrack again, top 16.5 points, lock themselves into the main event. We want to thank some of the other 5 sponsors that make this a possibility, and that includes Earnhardt Auto Group. The Earnhardt Auto Group is incredibly excited to put the race back in Arizona. They sent not 1 but 2 pace trucks to thank all the people at both of their Queen Creek locations. Earnhardt, Queen Creek, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Earnhardt Chevrolet gives us 2 nights iconic pace race with the Bull Truck. You can learn more about their dealerships at go.com.
Of course, Shocker put the title on this X division, manufacturing and airbag towing hitches for pickup truck, bumper pull, camper, gooseneck tray as a result in safer, smoother towing. Check out their tow products and learn more about options at shockerhitch.com. This is Shocker Heat Race number 3 for this event presented by Border Tire. And we want to thank Sunoco. For decades, Sunoco's fuels have been associated with race excellence. Sunoco official fuel, the Shootout. More racefuels.com. My buddy down there, Frank Senate with Swiss Springs. Right, great sponsor of this event in 1997 in Tokyo, Japan. They've been in 1994 with the digital full line of condition stand pull over a springs on the digital suspension, tuning accessories. One-stop shop for everything circle track related. More Swiss.com. DJ, the middle sheet yellow light, CD bond ring back next.
Midwest Sheet Metal, real quick, we're located in the heart of Ozark, Missouri. Chris Davis and the gang is a family-owned and operated business and carbon steel. steel, aluminum, and stainless steel products. You can always core at Racing SLM Fab. That being said, like concern, C&D Bonnie and Green Flag Shaw Earth will start the Rio Grande Waste Service starting top 16 points lock themselves in. This and Gilbert Pole, I don't think it's going to be Mike that even going through off number 4. Mike was out to the early down to the two side in the 22. Here comes the 11. Point out 25 that third. He's got a rear view mirror of option 7. The original be the 1.
In second, now Danny Wagner do back the force out of on this one from 7 might be
Dodge is really good trying to right now. All the back in auto speed, the regular is out front when it goes down. Is round. He's up number 2.
Front goes out, loves this one as Mike Cart working through 3 and 4.
1 second. That one as just that's that first by class 1 2 the 11 Mike out front steady for the cruises. Jacob Hodges this time by there's going to be 2 laps to remaining time for good James as he in class around the time so 1 around Mike Dallas was out a hard charge and Jake Hodges really are. I mean, Ogilvy is a spectacular racetrack. They've got just a gorgeous. And Scott Toft in row number 1. Toft in that Jake's Welding New World Salvage DM Motors sponsored number 28. Again, passing points. That's how they roll in the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tires. So the top 16 in passing points after these 5 heat races, they're locked into the A main. Everybody else will go into one of 2 B mains. This is Midwest Sheet Metal heat race number 4, folks. 8 laps the distance. And they are going to fire in the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone. C&D Bonding, green flag waves. It's Hector Barraza and Scott Toft leading them to the green.
And man, a slow start, but they're side by side, and Barraza on the inside heads off to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Toft looks to his outside. Toft to the lead. Barraza back in second. Now Barraza's got company. Here comes the 4-1-3, shooting the gap up through there.
And trouble for Kenny Schrader on the opening lap. Remember, he had trouble last night here at practice as well. He makes the hard left-hand turn into the infield without completing a lap, and Scott Toft's going to be your leader into lap number 1, that good-looking number 28.
Good-looking race car. I think we saw him practice last night, but didn't see him unloaded in the pit area today, and albeit he's out in front in this one. Meanwhile, the 4-1-3 car riding back in the second spot. Tate Johnson, the Montana racer, behind them, third on back. Business picking up. Right now, Deuce Teague sits on the final spot of the podium.
Yeah, Deuce Teague right now in that 0-2 in third. Mr. Robb, as you mentioned, working his way up from the field, started 8th. And we have got a Midwest Sheet Metal caution as one driver, the 316 of Brandon Johnson, has spun to a stop over in turns 3 and 4. So 2 laps in the books, 6 laps to go in Midwest Sheet Metal heat race number 4, heat 4 of 5 for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. And so Scott Toft out front in this one, the Madison, Minnesota driver in the number 28. He was unloading the pit area yesterday. Didn't see him down there earlier today, Ben, but I know that he was here and practiced last night. Tate Johnson right now runs in position number 2. He's up from the 4th starting spot. Deuce Teague from 6th to 3rd, and Mr. Rob Mosley, 4 wins in this division last year at the Wild West Shootout. He currently sits in 4th, up from P8.
Yeah, taking a look at it, Tate Johnson, one of those guys pulling double duty here, and I don't think we've ever seen Tate at a Wild West Shootout event. And albeit from Montana, he races down here, semi-frequently. In fact, picked up 2 wins here, 1 win here last year. His other win came at Williston Basin Speedway, but Tate Johnson doubled duty here this weekend. We got a handful of drivers doing that, but right now they're all chasing the Minnesota racer out in front. With 2 laps down, 6 to go. One more Shocker Hitch X Mod heat after this one, and then we'll move in to Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire modified heat race action.
All right, so we get the 316 line back up where he needs to go, get a little debris picked up off the racetrack, and we should be ready to get back underway. Again, 2 scored, as Ben mentioned, 6 remaining in Midwest Sheet Metal heat race number 4, heat 4 of 5 for the Shocker Hitch X Mods, presented by Border Tire. Do want to continue thanking the fine folks that make this event a possibility, and that includes Shaw Trucking, the sponsor of our last heat race. For over 30 years, Shaw Trucking has been committed to providing exceptional service to our customers. Our word is solid, as they stand behind their promise. Owners, operators are wanted, by the way, and you can learn more at shawtruckinginc.com. Also, Speedway Motors, they're America's oldest speed shop and a trusted source for hot rod parts and racing parts for nearly 70 years. You can learn more at speedwaymotors.com. All right, well, the yellow light's been turned off. Green flag going to wave next time by, as we've got 2 laps scored in this one, 6 laps remaining. Field in the Delaware double file restart, so you've got Scott Toft out front by himself, and your second place car is the 413 of Tate Johnson. I believe we lost his transponder, but he is in second, and the green flag is going to wave this time by. 2 scored, 6 to go.
Yeah, Tate Johnson gets a really good restart. Toft, your leader, side by side for the lead. Joe Johnson to the inside of Toft. Toft drives back around him on the outside, down the back straightaway. And it is Tate Johnson in second. Mr. Robb in third. He started in 8th. He's looking for more. He'll slide up in front of Johnson. Some contact through the corner. Will we make it back to the line? Cars head every direction, and they're going to get that lap. And then we will see the Midwest Sheet Metal caution is, oh, man. chaos down in turns 3 and 4 with 3 on the board, 5 to go. And we got a handful of cars pointed the wrong direction.
Chaos and mayhem reign supreme here in Midwest Sheet Metal Heat Race number 4. And some guys are going to need some Midwest Sheet Metal after that one as we are able to sneak another lap in. That's the good news. So we got 3 laps in the books. The bad news is we've got a parking lot of cars down in turns 3 and 4.
So we'll see if we have an FK Rod instant replay of what happens there. And man, Mr. Rob on the move and a lot of action down there.
All right, so here's a look at the FK Rod Ends instant replay, and you can see just lost the tail end of the race car, and they come together, and that's when it ended up with this parking lot down in turn number 4.
So we'll get them sorted out. 3 down, 5 to go. And man, I tell you what, one more heat race to go here for the X mods, and again, modified heat races after that, super late model heat races to follow. Well, DJ, I tell you what, man, hard-nosed racing right now, guys are trying to get passing points. They definitely don't want to be in a B main, and they definitely don't want to be missing the main event altogether. And right now, Mosley has come from 8th up to 2nd.
I was just going to say, you know what else they don't want is Mr. Rob Mosley getting too many passing points as well as he did last year. As boy, tough break there for Bryson Yeager as you see the Pit Stop Motorsports 28 being towed off the racetrack as that first-class chassis may need some first-class work done to it. Man, that's a tough break. 7-time winner last year in the IMCA modified ranks, and his night's going to come to a premature end, it looks like.
Yeah, he's going to need a new radiator. It would appear on car 28W. Fluid down there on the racetrack in turn 4 where that car was at a stop.
So they got some fluid on the racetrack, as Ben said. We'll get that cleaned up, get the 28 pulled off the racetrack. We do want to continue thanking folks that make this a possibility, and that includes Day Motorsports. They provide high-quality circle track racing parts and products to customers across the United States. Their mission is to be the #1 race car parts dealer in the nation. If you're looking for high-end equipment you can depend on, you can choose Day Motorsports. Also, Toast Construction. They provide exceptional asphalt maintenance to California's Central Coast. As a matter of fact, Toast Construction is the Central Coast's leading asphalt maintenance company since 1990. Toast Construction provides excellent quality and service to both residential and commercial customers. You can learn more at Toast Construction. That's TOSTE construction.com.
Well, Steve Stoltz doesn't just race here. He sponsors the event, Dirt Pro Contracting, operated by Steve Stoltz. He races here in the late model division. The Phoenix-based company has been in business moving earth since 1998. Licensed, bonded, insured for site preparation, grading, demo, and material hauling. Hey, all your needs, check out Dirt Pro Contracting. And you see Ken Schrader sitting in the infield, and man, so that car just did not want to go at the start. And of course, I had him on my dirt drive team as well, DJ. Sometimes it falls that way.
Yeah, I think I did too. So what if we had the same team, Trent and Barry?
Hey, you boys talked about Day Motorsports right there. They made a little bit of news. I don't know how public it was, but new ownership right here at the first of the year. My buddy Shane Sprinkle has purchased Day Motorsports, so I'm sure he's watching along. Want to wish him and his friends and family all the best in the new endeavor.
Very cool.
I'll tell you what, man, they do a lot of sport racing, and obviously Shane Sprinkle, S&S Fishing and Rentals as well. Green light is on, and Mr. Rob's going to step to the outside. Taking a look to the outside of Toff. Toff right through the middle. Mr. Rob goes to the cushion. Mosley a big run out of 2 down the back straightaway from 8th to the lead as they work to complete lap 4, but Toff not going to go up that easy. Looks back to the inside of Mosley. Mosley turns back down the hill. DJ, good hard-nosed racing for the lead. Who's got that lap? How about Toff back to the lead?
It is Toff by 34 100ths of a second. Mr. Rob going to think about a slider in 1 and 2. He executes it, and a crossover to perfection by Toff down the back straightaway. Great racing in the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. Another set of sliders in 3 and 4. Yes, sir. Toff going to lead this time by 3 to go.
And Mosley to the inside. He'll throw a slider off into 1 and 2. Leaves a lane. Now he does, and he takes it away from Toff. Toff now finds himself in second. Will Toff return the favor back off into turns 3 and 4. Battle for the lead through 3 and 4. Drag race back to the line. The leader of lap number 6. Who's it going to be? Mr. Mosley to the top spot.
Absolutely 2 laps to go, and Toff's going to look down to the inside in turns 1 and 2. Not going to be able to pull it off, though. Mr. Rob Mosley back out front of the desert. What else is new? That lead duo has nearly a full straightaway advantage over the third place battle between Chance Cadet in the number 77 and the 413 of Tate Johnson. Johnson without a transponder on that car. That's why you see the running order shuffled. Hochatown Saloon, 1 to go for Rob Mosley.
Last call down the back straightaway. Mr. Rob is going to mosey on up to the bar through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in the air, and the winner, Midwest Sheet Metal, Heat Race 4, Rob Mosley. Second will go to Scott Toff. Third at the line will go to the 77 car of Chance Cadet. And that rounds out your podium. So just like that, DJ, Midwest Sheet Metal Heat 3 in the books.
Yeah, third spot's going to go to Chance Cadet. Second spot is going to go to Scott Toft. And the winner of Midwest Sheet Metal Heat Race number 4, the dry ride of Los Lunas, New Mexico in the B.D. Allen Hydrostatic Pipe Service, Jackson Compaction, D&D Solutions sponsored, number M17. How about a round of applause for Mr. Rob Mosley?
Well, one more heat race to go, and that, I tell you what, Mr. Rob's going to make a real good case to be on the pole here tonight. This will be Pit Boss Heat Race number 5 for the Shocker Hitch X Mods, presented by Border Tire. On the pole, Curtis Stay from Ontario. We'll leave it at that for now, DJ. To his outside.
I got this.
Say it one more time. You got it. You're on fire. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Greg Gorham in car 93.
The Duke Erickson will start inside row 2. He's out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota on his outside. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the 23B of Israel Ortega.
Row 3 out of Cameron, Wisconsin, Blake Adams in the 40D, and Jaden Christ out of Jamestown, North Dakota in car 79.
There's some heat in that third row. Arturo Ordonez is going to start on the inside of row number 4. He's out of El Paso, Texas in the 8X, and Scott Francoeur out of Santan Valley, Arizona on his outside. He is in the 81.
On the back row, Chandler Dodge out of Casa Grande in the 5C, and Lucas Rodine, the Nightmare from Marion, North Dakota in the 19. As 10 cars scheduled to make the call in this one. Pit Boss Heat 5 coming up after this. 6 heats for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mods. Well, Mr. Rob just got it done from the 8th starting spot, and you got to think there's a real good chance that his good buddy right now is the provisional outside front row, Josh Kane, because he won his heat from 4th. Can anybody make a rally in this one to have a shot at the front row?
I'm looking at row 3 in this one, and I really think there's a chance, man. You look back in that third row, and you got Blake Adams, who raced 131 times last year and picked up 41 different wins. And you looked at Jaden Christ on his outside. He was always a strong runner up there in North Dakota. He's got to come from the 6th starting spot. The thing is, they got 4 pretty tough customers in front of them as well.
I do. I mean, that's the thing. And you got to get some good starts. You got to catch some breaks, and sometimes you got to catch breaks at the expense of somebody else's bad luck. Well, lights down on the speedway. Stay, his first time to visit the Wild West Shootout. Gorham, man, he's been racing it as long as I've been coming to it. Gorham's been everywhere from Tucson to Queen Creek to obviously Vado, and he made the comment, he goes, man, it was tough today to have to drive over here because he's used to racing at his home track there outside of Las Cruces, but he's here, he's on the outside front row, and it's Stay and Gorham, 8 laps the distance. Again, passing points, the name of the game.
You cannot get much farther apart than Kaministiquia, Ontario and Las Cruces, New Mexico, but right now they're side by side in the Rio Grande Way Services starting zone. C&D bonding green flag waves, and the 5th Pit Boss Heat race is underway.
Greg Gorham, a good start. Gorham to the lead. Stay will stay in 2nd down the back straightaway in the 3rd spot as they'll battle it out. Man, good battles back in the pack. Ortega's got the spot. He's got company, though, off of turn number 4. Score lap number 1 to Stay second at the, Stay in 2nd. Gorham, your leader. Ortega in 3rd. Adams in 4th. Wow, DJ, look at that 3 wide.
Oh, man, they are 3 wide, and that is 5 cars battling for 2nd on your screen. They stay 3 wide down the back straightaway. They think about 4 wide. They do go 4 wide.
Oh, your leader.
Oh,
no.
That's not good.
Oh.
And just for good measure.
Oh.
We toss another one in there, and carnage and mayhem reign supreme in the X-Mods once again.
You know, a lot of times you got to think 3, 4, 5 times about going 4 wide, and then you do it, and the leader, a veteran that you don't usually see get away from him, it happens with Gorham, and man, it was a great battle back there, and unfortunately Ortega gets collected over there. We're going to take a look right now at what happened on the FK Rodden's instant replay in turn 4 here in Pit Boss Heat number 5, and boom, Gorham just got around, car got away from him. Ortega wouldn't know where to go, and then yet coming in there at the last minute, sliding around. Oh man, you hate to see that because they were having a hell of a race back there for 3rd.
Yeah, they sure were, and we're going to see who's able to continue and who is not, as Gorham will undoubtedly lose the lead, obviously, as he was at the front of the field, regardless of whether his car is able to continue or not. The 5 Cia Chandler Dodge careening in there at the last second as well. You talked about Israel Ortega, so they've got wreckers already over there tending to those 3 cars. And if Gorham, Gorham will be finished. Curtis Stay is going to find himself out front in this one. And we'll see what happens from there on back.
All right, well, it looks like you see Gorham, he's going to go on the hook over there. Ortega, looks like he's going to probably need some assistance. Might take a second on this one as they work on getting it cleaned up. So 3 cars sideways in turn 4. Well, as they unpack that one, DJ, we're going to slide aside real fast. And thanks to marketing partners, when we come back, final heat of the night here for the Shocker Hitch X mods from the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout. We'll be right back.
Impact Race Gear is your source for custom race shirts. We are certain that you will see the same things that hundreds of racetracks, teams, organizations, and manufacturers have already discovered. When it comes to quality and service, we simply can't be beat. We are not one of those here today, gone tomorrow print shops. Impact Race Gear has been trusted for years by racers all across the country. Give your fans and sponsors what they deserve. Simply awesome race shirts. Visit us online at impactracegear.com to learn more and start your order today.
Race fans, Dirt Draft is your #1 fantasy racing app. Play along with hundreds of events each year featuring the biggest stars in series and racing. Draft your team each race night and compete against hundreds of fans across the country. Or start your private league to battle your friends for the ultimate bragging rights. Accumulate points each race night and cash those points in for top prizes from the biggest brands. Sign up today and learn more at dirtdraft.com or download in Google Play or the App Store. Dirt Draft, your fantasy racing edge.
The Rocket Ship launches tonight at Barber City and wins the 13th edition of the Illini 100.
And his name in the history book. New Waverly, Texas, Tyler Erb is a Little Bill Corum Memorial winner. Off turn number 12, the final time, and it is Greg Sowers, their second night in a row.
The Hawkeye Land 40 goes to Brandon Jeffers.
Ready to unleash the full potential of your race engines? Look no further than BA Custom Headers. Trusted by top modified, late model, and sprint car race teams and engine builders across the U.S., our products deliver the performance and reliability you need to dominate the track. With a wide range of port configurations readily available and the ability to customize your unique requirements, don't settle for anything less than the best. Upgrade to BA Custom Headers today and experience the difference firsthand. Don't get left in the dust.
We're back live in the desert. FK Rod Ends at Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions, getting the last of the melee cleaned up over in turn 4. And Pit Boss Heat 5 for the Shocker Hitch X mods, presented by Border Tire. 1 lap on the board, 7 laps remaining, and Greg Gorham was your leader until he wasn't. Car got away from him as we worked lap 2 off turn 4, and Israel Ortega had to get some help off the racetrack. And you see the 5 car there as well, Chandler Dodge, the Casa Grande driver, out of this one. Well, that's going to put Curtis Stay back to the lead. He started on the pole, fell back to second early on, and he's been under a lot of fire back there.
And where's he from?
Kaministiquia.
You can do it.
Kaministiquia. Well, apparently the locals can't because they
call it the Cam. They call it
the Cam River. So if they can't do it, how the heck am I supposed to do it?
Oh, I love
that.
it.
That is a lot. I think a spelling bee for that would be fun as well.
It's nice to see it. He's from the Thunder Bay, Ontario area, and there's been a little bit of a racing revival up in that direction north of the border. Lately, which is good. It's really good to see a few different tracks up there have either been built or have reopened. Not just there, but kind of all across that kind of that southern part of Canada. Really going all the way over as far over as like North Dakota as well. So very cool to see.
You think like the next sounds like Jones? It's like Jones.
Yeah, Kaministiquia and Jones. All right, 1 lap scored, 7 laps to go. They fire in the Rio Grande Waste Services restart zone with Curtis Stay at the front of the field.
Yeah, we'll see if he can stay there, but here comes from row number number 3, Blake Adams on the move. He'll step to the outside, 3 wide for the lead. Adams to the lead. Stay moves back to 2nd. Meanwhile, Jaden Christ, he started back outside of row 3. He'll move into the 3rd spot.
Side by side for that 3rd spot is Christ on the outside. The Duke on the inside, Stay in 2nd, but this one, Blake Adams, Ben, coming from the 5th starting spot. He's trying to earn himself one of those probably, front 2 rows, maybe 3 rows for tonight's A main if he's able to pull off a 5th to 1st run.
Man, I feel like 5th to 1st might put him outside front row alongside of Mr. Rob. We saw Josh Kane went from 4th earlier. Let's see all the points count. Right now, he is driving away from the pack. Meanwhile, Stays in the 2nd spot. Duke Erickson in the 3rd spot. And Chris right behind him. Chris again started back in 6th. He would love a few more passing points halfway home in the final heat race. 4 down, 4 to go. Final heat for the Shocker Hitch X Mods.
That's a 1.8-second advantage for Blake Adams over that battle on your screen for the 2nd spot. Duke Erickson still trying to work his way around Curtis Stay, just unable to find a way around. And now Jaden Christ going to toss his hat in the ring as well. 3 drivers battling for the bridesmaid honors in this one. 3 laps to go, and Curtis Stay representing Kaministick, Ontario, by holding on to that 2nd spot.
He's trying to stay in 2nd. Meanwhile, he's got company though. Duke Erickson, the Duke, coming after him. You got to think John Wayne went up there to Ontario, to that neck of the woods. Meanwhile, the thing you notice about Blake Adams, he is able to utilize every groove of this racetrack and drive away from him while doing it. His lead has grown to over 3 seconds.
Yeah, he is very, very, very smooth right now, is Blake Adams, the 2nd-generation driver out of Cameron, Wisconsin. He comes off corner number 4, Ben, on the left side of your screen. He's going to pick up the Hochatown Saloon, 1 to go.
Final time around the speedway. He's got a straightaway advantage back in 2nd. Stay is still there with Erickson. They continue to battle it out. But down the back straightaway, final time off into 3 and 4. This will be a comfortable victory.
Checkered flag staring him in the face. It's going to be the driver out of Cameron, Wisconsin, the 40B, Blake Adams, getting it done in pit boss heat race number 5. 2nd spot, still under protest, but Curtis Stay is going to hang on and pick that position up over Duke Erickson, Jaden Christ 4th, and Scott Francoeur will round out the top 5 in pit boss heat 5.
Your 3rd and final transfer, not 3rd and final transfer, rounding out your podium, Duke Erickson 2nd, Curtis Stay. And your winner, he started back in 5th, Blake Adams out of Cameron, Wisconsin. From 5th to the win, the Collins Brothers Towing, EMR, Northern Querying, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Olson Custom Farms, Adams Automotive, Johnson Brothers Racing Fuels, Zabel Family, Colesering Motorsports, all sponsors on the Adams Automotive powered MB Custom for Blake Adams, the 16-year-old. 41 wins last year. He'll try to get win number 1 here tonight, his first ever Wild West Shootout win. As we shift gears, and it's now time, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Border Tire Mods, and heat 1 of 6, DJ. This is Weir's Machine, heat race number 1.
Top 16 in passing points advance to the A main. It lines up like this. Your pole sitter from the left coast in the 111. That's going to be Logan Drake out of San Luis Obispo, California, on his outside. Out of Justice, Oklahoma, in the 91, it's Joe Duval.
Row 2 out of Ponca City, Oklahoma, Troy Gimmel in the 721, and the 29 of Chris Spalding out of Montgomery City, Missouri, to his outside.
We move back to row 3. There we find the Springdale, Arkansas driver, the M19. That's J.C. Mattingly, and on his outside, out of Rogers, Arkansas, the 17 is Brent Holman.
Row 4 will look like this. Matt McKelly out of Live Oak, California, the 196 and the 97A of La Center, Minnesota's Cole Anderson.
A Wild West Shootout stalwart starts on the inside of row 5 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. You didn't have stalwart on your bingo card, did you? It's Jay Rosales, and on his outside, driver that's run this event for about 3 or 4 years now out of Grand Saline, Texas. The 64 is Casey Fowler.
Back row is going to look like this. Austin Cole out of Cave Creek, Arizona, the 77X. The 71 of Dustin Strand out of East Grand Forks, Minnesota, in car 71. 12 cars. And man, these are loaded up. 8 laps, top 16 in passing points move off to the main event. And you look at the front row, Logan Drake, he's another driver. And of course, Logan, his dad, Steve, may have supported the Wild West Shootout for a lot of years. We've got to get Steve back here in the late model. Let's get the 111 back. Let's do it again.
Absolutely.
And then Joe Duval out of Justice, Oklahoma, Claremore, Oklahoma. All the way know is his wife's credit card got him here. And the Deathers Opticians, number 91.
How about the people commenting? By the way, the Wild West Shootout posted a picture of Joe Duval's hauler on Facebook, and people just losing their minds over that being a modified hauler. And I just looked at that and thought, some people just need to get out more.
They should have seen some of the stock cars that were in the haulers that are already in the pit area where they lose their mind about that.
Racers race. Right, Trenton Berry? Racers race.
Yeah, I go to 50 races a year with 30 S&S's at least in the pits. for modifieds. So
good to
call
have.
us all crazy, I guess.
Well, we work in racing, so we
That's
have
right.
to be crazy.
Hey, this is a pretty good field out here. I'm not going to sleep on that 721 of Troy Gimmel. That's a Mullins chassis. Tanner's here working on it, getting him dialed in. Troy had a good year last year, and I believe he won a heat race at the Wild West Shootout over in Vado last year as well. I know there was a time I talked to him in the middle of the night, and Troy Gimmel, the 721, I'm going to be watching right here real close.
Yeah, he won a heat last year at the Wild West Shootout, first time there, and he also won a feature last year back on July 26th at Enid Speedway there in Oklahoma.
So he's going to roll from the inside of row number 3, as I believe they got a couple drivers out of order in this one, and of course with passing points determining who the top 16 drivers are that advance to the main event, you want to have the starting order straight when they go green in that Rio Grande Way Services starting zone.
It feels like what may be happening here is we had some guys that have elected to start on the back of the pack, and so you gotta cross them over. As looking back there, it looks like the M19 of JC Mattingly out of Springdale, Arkansas. He was scheduled to start inside of row 3. He's opted for the back. And McKelly has opted for the back too in the 196.
Ah, there you go.
And so that would be the answer. He was starting inside of row 7. So to your, or inside of row number 4 in the 7th starting spot. To your point, with passing points in effect and 60+ race cars in this division and only 24 making the feature, these spots matter.
Absolutely. And so the lesson learned here, kids, is if you're a race car driver and you're tagging the tail, there's nothing wrong with that. Number 1, it's appreciated by your fellow drivers. And number 2, make sure you let race officials know before the start of the heat race. That way they can make the necessary adjustments when the cars come out on the racetrack.
It's also good to feel like if you can't stay up there and there's a guy starting on the back row, he might want you to stay up there for one lap so he can pass you and get those points. So there's also that situation.
Now, drivers that do elect to drop to the back for whatever reason it might be, they are not eligible for passing points then. So
well,
you can't just...
They are. But from the original starting spot, you're scored from your original starting spot.
Correctly. Yes. You can't drop to the back and then just suddenly, oh man, I started dead last. I started 12th and won the race.
Man,
right?
wouldn't that be a punch in the teeth? Like you're supposed to start, say, inside of row 2, and you come from the back and you get all the way back up to 3rd, and you realize, man, that was a lot of work to get what they were trying to get me from the get-go. But no, it is the right decision. We got a lot of first timers. We got some guys that are battling some issues, and they don't want to create somebody else's bad day. They may already be struggling or whatever. They don't want to create somebody else's bad day. So we're going to get this one sorted out. I promise. Hey, man, it's opening night. We're working the rust off. We'll get there. We'll get there, DJ.
We will get there. It's Weir's Machine Heat Race number 1 for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modified. It's the first of 6 heat races for these drivers. There are 11 or 12 cars in every heat race, as we got a total of 68 of these guys signed in here this evening. Again, top 16 in passing points are locked into the main event. Logan Drake on the pole in the 111, Joe Duval on the outside in the 91, Ben. They are going to fire in that Rio Grande Way Services starting zone over in turn number 4. And the C&D Bonding green flag will wave. Weir's Machine Heat number 1 underway.
And winner of this one will talk to Trenton Berry. Meanwhile, Joe Duval off into turns 1 and 2. If you're going to take your wife's credit card, you better win the race. And that's what he's trying to do right now. He's your leader off of 2. Oh, we got 1 around, and we had 2 around. And that will draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution, as it looked good until it wasn't. Brent Holman around over there and Austin Cool. And multiple cars, I believe everybody will retain their starting spot, and we will try it again. First of 6 heat races for the mods here tonight.
And that's a tough break for Austin Cool, who was really quick in Hotlaps a little earlier. That's the bad news for him. The good news is we take a look at our FK Rod Ends instant replay. The good news is he was originally scheduled to start 11th. He's going to still go back there, and he's able to fire again as Holman over-rotates over in turn number 2, and Cool had nowhere to go.
Yeah, just tough deal. So hopefully only minor dings on those race cars, and they're going to try to get them lined back up. First of 6 heat races once again for the mods. And we talked about Brent Holman out of Rogers, Arkansas. Stays really busy with his day job, races when he can. Former Tri-State Speedway track champion over there in Pensacola, Oklahoma. Man, you hope they get that place reopened too. Hate to see that place closed last year, and so much history from the Spooker to so many big races over there. And you know, we're seeing some racetracks coming back, and man, what they've done here at Central Arizona is incredible, but we're seeing far too many going away. So hopefully something will get figured out over there at Tri-State Speedway.
Absolutely. Don't forget to support your local racetrack. You know, you and I are incredibly fortunate that we get to travel and do a lot of the big events in the country, but Trenton Berry Grassroots Weekly Racing, that's where it's at, brother.
Man, it is, and it did not have a banner year across the country. So these big events are awesome. It's great to see this full grandstand. We'd love to see this full grandstand out here every single week that they decide to open the gates and race.
1,000,000%. Great crowd here tonight. We'll see if the second try is better. They enter the Rio Grande Way Services start zone. And Drake and Duval got a really good start the first time. Not a bad one this time. Not quite as good, but he still may take the lead through 1 and 2. And in fact, he does the 91 of Duval to the lead. Drake in second. And here comes the 29 of Chris Spalding on the move up to third.
I was just going to say that. He's trying to bring Chris Spalding along with him. Montgomery City, Missouri driver's got a good run on the outside. Here comes Troy Gemmel. That was Trenton Berry's pick as they go side by side for the second spot. Gemmel right there in the mix, the 17 and the 97 right there as well. They're still 2 by 2 by 2 through the field, and that allows Joe Duval to pull away early in this one.
Racetrack looking really nice right now. They've done a really good job on it. We'll see how it progresses throughout the night. Duval, your leader, 2 on the board, 6 to go. Weir's Machine Heat Race at number 1 for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mods. Battle heating up back there for third, though, as Gemmel steps to the outside. He'll take it away from Drake.
I mean, you talked about a heat race with really no slouches, man. Just look at the drivers throughout the field in this one. Joe Duval's doing a fantastic job up at the front of the field as he's got a 1.8 second advantage. But give a hat tip to Chris Spalding, to Troy Gemmel, and to Cole Anderson, as right now they run second, third, and fourth over what's a fantastic first Weird Machine Heat race.
Yeah, watch Cole Anderson. He's come from 8th up to 4th, and he's reeling in Troy Gemmel, I should say, for the third spot as they battle off the fourth. And how about Dustin Strand? He's from 10th to 5th. Passing points galore in this one, and some of these drivers would love to see a Midwest Sheet Metal Caution to group them up and try to get a few more spots.
Absolutely, as the battle for third is on your screen. Troy Gemmel in the 721 has it. Cole Anderson of the 97 trying to take it away. Both of them are less than a stone's throw away from your second place car of Chris Spalding. This all happens nearly 3 seconds now behind your race leader, Joe Duval, as Duval coming around this time to 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Smokey and the Bandit. The Bandit's winning right now. Out in front, the 91 of Joe Duval. Second, it is Spalding. Spalding got his feet under him once he heard him closing in on him. Meanwhile, Anderson tries to get around Gemmel, pushes through 1 and 2. That's going to cost him. DJ, Ochetown Saloon, last call, 1 to go off turn 4 for Joe Duval.
Final time around for Joe Duval, who's picking them up and putting them away in this one. As he comes across the stripe, he has got a 3.5 second lead over Chris Spalding. Side by side for third on the right side of your screen as Cole Anderson tries to take it away from Troy Gemmel. Anderson actually had it by 6/1,000ths last time. Checkered flag in the air, and Joe Duval by a country mile gets the win of Weir's Machine Heat number 1. Second's going to go to Chris Spalding, and you just saw it right there. Cole Anderson nabbed third over Troy Gemmel and Dustin Strand from 12th to 5th in the 71.
That's right. 12th to 5th for Dustin Strand in 5th. 4th is Gemmel. 8th to 3rd for Cole Anderson. 2nd to Chris Spalding. And your winner, Joe Duval, Big Daddy out of Justice, Oklahoma. The DriveWFX.com, Deathridge Opticians, Duval Electric, Bergman Tax Service, Mel Hamilton Ford Racing, Schoenfeld Headers, and most importantly, his wife's credit card on that Creason-powered MB Customs race car. And Trenton, you may have to think about asking him. He told me just a few days ago, texted me, said, I got a work meeting on Monday. That means I won't get there till Wednesday. He was in the pit yesterday. So I think he called
maybe
it
when maybe when you own your own business.
I think he called it hooky to the work meeting, though. I think it was a town meeting. Hopefully they're not watching as he's rolling around.
Trenton's down there helping direct traffic,
he's
too,
trying to get
is what
to
I saw.
Hey, sorry, I'm working on logistics coordination back here. New track, first time. We're going to get Joe Duval right over here. You know, I came like 1,600 miles just so I could interview Joe Duval right here out of Justice, Oklahoma. He's going to be mad when he goes back and watches the replay because I said I'm going to keep my eye on Troy Gemmel, and I should have kept my eye on the 91 car right out front. He's going to pull the Simpson race gloves off, get the helmet off as well on his MB Customs race car. Pretty good way to start the season for the old Wiley veteran. Hey, last night during practice, Bobby Pierce told me that this place had a few tendencies of the 81 Speedway. I know that's a place you get around very well. Did you notice any of that during your heat race?
Yeah, I saw a lot of, there's a lot of instances like that, just like being home back at 81, even though it's not anywhere close to where I live. Look at these stands, man, that's awesome. It's just like Wichita. Hats off to all you folks that are sitting in the stands tonight. It makes it pretty awesome. Thank you to Mel Hamilton Ford, Mars Race Cars, Creason Power, Mike Goki, and he can't be here this weekend. Derek Sorensen stepping in to help. Man, there's a lot of people, but thank you. Thank you to everybody, and my sweet wife at home. Without her credit card, you know I wouldn't be here.
Attaboy. It's like he was listening to Ben and DJ call the heat race. Joe Duval right there in the 91.
Thank you very much, Trent. Mattman Designs, our buddy Chad Harrington and Mattman sponsoring this heat. It's Lucas Gibbs out of Kansas on the pole in the 151, and his outside Minnesota's Dustin Sorensen in the 19.
Las Cruces, New Mexico's Rick Ortega going to start on the inside of row 2 on his outside out of Mesa, Arizona. The L8, that is Ethan Stevens, the 13-year-old man.
Row 3's already got one heat race win tonight, so if you can get another one. Blake Adams out of Cameron, Wisconsin, the 40D, and Lucas Tejas out of Tucson, Arizona in the 520 team.
Trip Gaylord's going to be behind the wheel of the Peyton George number 0 car. He rolls the inside of row number 4 on his outside. Out of Alamogordo, New Mexico, the 81 is Devin Jobin.
Inside of row 5, only in this division tonight, it's Hunter Sandy out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 12, and to his outside, Taylor Cool out of Cave Creek, Arizona in the 2K.
Your final 2 starters going to be Jake Gallardo out of Las Cruces in the J17 and Tullis, Louisiana's Cale Murphy in the 25-12 cars. Running 10 laps, top 16 in passing points. Advanced to the A main and the C&D Bonding green flag waves.
Man, great crowd here tonight. Glad to see it here at Central Arizona Raceway. As you got a battle for the lead, Lucas Gibbs right there. Sorensen will shoot to the lead out of 2 down the back straightaway. And we got him stacked at the top of the corner. And it's Hunter Sandy in the 81 car of Devin Jobin. Multi-car accident. If they continue, they will retain their spot with no laps in the books.
So a tough break for those 2 drivers that are used to racing together, as we've seen both of them at the Wild West Shootout the last several years now. As you've got Jobin out of Alamogordo, and that is actually not terribly far away from Hunter Sandy, who lives in Albuquerque. We'll take a look at the FK Rod Ends replay and see what happened.
And they were 4 wide off into the corner, and man, it's hard to say. That was a tough one.
Looked like Hunter Sandy, just as they went 4 wide off into the corner, clipped the 81 as they went down there. So,
Tiffany, can we see that one again? I'm kind of curious on one thing on it. I want to see something on that, please. Thank you, FK Rod Instant Replay. Thank you, Tiffany Swisher, always doing a great job. Our producer down in the trailer, and man, there were so many things happening there. There was a lot of factors. I was going to see if we can get it, and here we go. One more time. Lights are out. We'll have one more time around the speedway. Plenty of time. FK Rodden's instant replay. All right, so 4 wide at the flag stand. You know that's going to be a problem. And you see Hunter Sandy get in there, and
I think maybe
yeah, there's a lot of things happening. That was fun to see it again.
It might have been, he actually might have got clipped from Ethan Stevens first in that black and white car on the outside. Either way, it's a complete restart. Multi-car accident means those cars get their starting spot back, and we go back to green flag racing in the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone.
We go back to 3 wide at the flag stand too. Meanwhile, Sorensen, he was a feature winner in the mini series last year at Vado to the lead. Lucas Gibbs back to second, shot out of a cannon. Man, Blake Adams ate his Wheaties for breakfast this morning. My goodness, as he started back in 5th, trying to get 2nd away from Lucas Gibbs. Lap 1 to Sorensen. Keep an eye on Blake Adams. He won an X-Mod heat race earlier. 5th to 2nd, already in the A-Mod.
Absolutely, trying to bring Trip Gaylord with him as well. Gaylord, the 2024 Marshalltown Speedway track champion. Shout out Toby Cruz and Jerry Van Sickle there, as that's him and the Peyton George 0 as Trip Gaylord out of Lakewood, Colorado, going to move the 0 up to P3.
Well, the 19 out in front, Dustin Sorensen. He built those Longhorn race cars by Sorensen. And as we talked about, he won one of these races last year. He'd love to start here tonight, but he's got company coming on the top side. Here comes Blake Adams. Last time the lead was 1.1 seconds. This time at the line, less than 9/10. He took 2/10 off of the lead that time by as he's putting the whip to it on the top side, working lap 4 of his 8-lap affair down the back straightaway. Mattman Designs heat 2.
Blake Adams looking like Dad Buzzy Adams out there trying to tiptoe around the top of this 3/8 mile oval, and he's closing wholesale ground on your leader halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go. That lead now down to 0.5 of a second. Still Trip Gaylord 3rd, Lucas Gibbs 4th, and Hunter Sandy now rounding out the top 5 as they head into turns 3 and 4. Ben, you see that gap closing closing in. Boy, this track's getting really good, man. The gap closes up once again between the lead duo.
3 laps to go. That time by 0.5 of a second, the advantage. That's on the left side of your screen. That's the battle for the lead. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, that is the battle back there for position number 4. Got Jake Gallardo back there battling with Gibbs. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is Real DJ. 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and here comes Blake Adams. You look at the battle for 3rd on the right side, or 4th on the right side of your screen as well. 2 laps to go on the right side of your screen. That's Gallardo and Gibbs going at it. On the left side of your screen, the battle for the lead. Blake Adams trying to close in on the Hochatown Saloon. 1 to go.
Adams gave away some track time last time by, and that's going to cost him about 10 car lengths back behind Sorensen. Meanwhile, Gaylord in 3rd. Jake Gallardo in this one from 11th to 4th. Final time into 3 and 4.
Checkered flag in the air. Blake Adams giving it one last-ditch effort. Not going to be enough. Dustin Sorensen going to get the win here in Matman Designs Heat 2. Blake Adams 2nd. Trip Gaylord 3rd. 4th goes to Jake Gallardo, and Lucas Gibbs rounds out the top 5.
Well, just like that, little power outage up on the roof, so we went to the old drone when in doubt. So we could, man, I tell you what, it's been that day. In 3rd and 4th,
somebody tripped over a wire up there.
I think Adam and Steve were wrestling on the roof. All right, so we'll go to the GoPro. All right, well, coming home in the 4th spot after starting 11th, Jake Gallardo. 3rd to Trip Gaylord. 2nd to Blake Adams. He started back in position 5. And your winner, Dustin Sorensen, Longhorn by DSR, Heavy Hitch, Sorensen and Sorensen Painting. He's down with Trenton Berry. And because we lost power on the roof, Dustin, guess what's powered on the roof? The wireless receiver.
Trent Berry's wireless microphone, yeah. So we want to bypass.
Man.
We'll bypass that Stuckey Enterprises interview with Dustin Sorensen.
So let's be clear. You know what? It's first day of school, you know what? And I left my book bag at home, apparently, is what it feels like. We're going to figure all this out as you see the speed cam, the Integra speed cam from our Kaiser speed cam.
When the power goes out and it's not your fault, there is not really much that you can do either. I will tell a real quick story on Dustin Sorensen. I'm going to throw myself under the bus here. Yesterday I was over at...
This is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I was walking through the pits collecting notes and came up on the 49 at Jake Tim. And I said, man, I said, car looks great this year. I said, I love the purple on the side of your car. And he turned and looked at me and he goes, well, thanks. He goes, but I'm Dustin. And I said, well, I knew that. I said, I knew that. You know, it's just one of those things where you're kind of in your element and, you know, mistakes happen. So.
What if I told you I think we lost power to like half the press box? Your monitor came back on. Mine did not.
Is your laptop
My laptop's charging, but my laptop's charging from behind that your monitor.
Well, that is true.
All right, we're
got a lot of issues, but race cars is not one of them. That's exactly right. Hochatown Saloon Heat 3 on the racetrack. Royal Jones out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Going to start on the pole with this one. Scheduled to be on his outside out of Keystone, Iowa, is the 38T of Dylan Thornton. He has scratched.
Yeah, no dilly-dilly. Tough break. So Lance Murray will move up to outside of row 1, but for right now, starting inside of row 2 out of El Centro, California, the 19 SB. And to his outside, it's Ellsworth Conover. LZ, that's right. Out of Yuma, Arizona, the 02 LZ.
Row 3 on the inside out of Springfield, Missouri, the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer in the 75 TP. Terry Phillips on his outside. He was fast in hot laps early out of Anthony, New Mexico, the 2SS. That's Mark Smith.
Row 4, Blake Jetvig out of Holly, Minnesota. And to his outside, Gary Christian out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma in the 58X.
And it's going to be AJ Sharpenstein out of Amarillo, Texas in the number 7 on his outside. Jonathan Olmscheid in the US Diesel sponsored entry out of Dassel, Minnesota. And Cole Queensland riding shotgun on the field in the number 20 with the scratch by Dilly Dilly. We have got 10 cars running 12 laps.
All right, well, coming to the green flag out of turn number 4. And once again, Royal Jones, Lance Murray, your front row. And we are underway. Royal Jones to the inside. Murray steps to the outside through 1 and 2. Murray with a head of steam. California coming after New Mexico. California takes it away from New Mexico down the back straightaway.
Once again, if you're just joining, we're riding with the drone as a power surge on the roof has lost our 2 top cameras. Working on getting that momentarily. We got a couple speed shots and a drone. We will ride with this until they get the power fixed on the roof here at FK Rod-Ins Central Arizona Raceway.
My goodness. All right, we'll figure it out. Out front, Lance Murray, your leader. Big slider from a second spot right up in front of Royal Jones coming back to the line. Who's going to have position 2? Jones turns back down the hill. Man, Terry Phillips and Royal Jones, a couple of good buddies. Royal Jones sponsors Terry Phillips. Phillips goes around him down the back straightaway.
That is great camera work from the drone, bringing this action to you. That yellow car out front, that is Lance Murray. Behind them, the black car in second spot is Terry Phillips. The white car in third is Mark Smith. The black car in fourth is Royal Jones. And then fifth right now, another black car. That's Gary Christian.
So right now, if you're watching at home, My Race Pass, you're not going to get scoring because guess what? That part of the tower. We're scoring,
got lost in the power surge.
That's right. The computer is working, but we're not being able to send down there. My goodness.
We don't have My Race Pass access either. So
that's right. But we do have the scoring. We do have it. I promise you. Murray, your leader out in front, and we're working lap 5. The scoreboard's working on the back straightaway, so it's process of elimination right now. For now. Man, if we lose the drone, I'm glad it's not any windier than it is. Out front, Murray, your leader. Man, Phillips has cracked the whip, DJ. Terry Phillips started back in 5th. He's closing in on Lance Murray as we have just a few laps remaining off of turn at number 4. They're coming back to 2 to go, and Phillips is reeling them in, and he is bringing cart number 2 SS of Mark Smith to the party. He started back in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. A great 3-car breakaway at the front of the field with Gary Christian right now in the 4th spot. This time by it'll be the Hochatown Saloon 1 to go as they come through turns 3 and 4. Lance Murray trying to hang on. He's in the yellow car. There's TP. Terry Phillips, Ben.
Phillips is right there. Mark Smith's right there. Last call for the win in this one through turns 1 and 2. Murray up top, Phillips down low. Hochatown Saloon heat 3 off into turns 3 and 4.
Checkered flag going to be in the air. Murray going to try to hang on for one more lap, and he'll do it. Lance Murray is going to get the win in this one. Terry Phillips will finish in second. Third is going to be Mark Smith, Gary Christian 4th. And rounding out the top 5 is going to be Blake Jetvig. All right. So rounding out the top 3, the 3rd spot is the 2 double S of Mark Smith. Second is going to be the 75 of Terry Phillips. And getting the win is going to be the driver of the number 19 SB. How about a round of applause for the Murray Brothers Incorporated, M&M Pump and Fabrication, Sun Landscape, J&M Custom Auto, McCartney Welding sponsored number 19 SB. That's Lance Murray. And he will not be able to get a Stuckey Enterprises interview with Trenton Berry, Ben. And why is that?
Well, here is why. We're going to get this in. So right now, the entire facility has lost power. We are on battery/generator backup, but as I understand, if we could be on borrowed time on that. So at any point, if we lose that, and I guess if that happens, we possibly could lose the lights to the facility. We're going to find out how it all goes. We're watching all that, but just know that if you're watching at home right now, you have the GoPros, you've got the drone. Those are independent of the facility. So, and the trailer right now, I think, is running on a generator as well.
Yes.
So if we lose power up here, if the battery goes dead, we will get back as soon as we can, but that is an update. So, I know all you guys are watching because you're all texting us every time we have an issue. Let your friends know if they go out. The aliens didn't get Ben and DJ. Got to be awful if they did. We've lost the battery power. That is the situation. We're going to race until we can't. DJ, welcome to the 2026 racing season. Are we at Area 51?
Oh, my gosh. I mean,
I thought we left New Mexico.
It kind of seems that way. My goodness. All right. Here's what we do know is we have got Swift Springs Heat Race number 4 making its way on the track. You can see that from one of the stationary cams we have. The lineup looks like this. It's going to be Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas, starting on the pole. He's in the Mark Dotson 85, and on his outside, out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the 24X, that's Xavier Ortega.
Row 2 will be Jeff Helgett out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, in the 73. To his outside, Mark Dotson. You got both Dotson cars in this one out of Cameron, Missouri. He'll start 4th.
You've also got the reigning USMTS modified champ Rodney Standers out of Happy, Texas, starting on the inside of row 3, and on his outside, out of Okotoks, Alberta, in the 57, that is Cage McCoggin.
Stephen Glenn out of Hamilton, Missouri, in the 26S inside of row 4. The 44N of Jason Knoll out of Peoria, Arizona.
Gabe Hodges calls Lebo, Kansas home. He's in the 7G. He'll start on the inside of row 5. And Mike Slocum out of Pismo Beach, California, in the 73S. Tate Johnson, the 413, will start shotgun in the field. He is out of Homestead, Montana.
Oh, man. Well, I tell you what, if you had a bingo card at home about stuff that happened at a racetrack, somebody has yelled bingo a long time ago. All right, Tanner Mullins, Xavier Ortega. There's somebody going at home going, I wonder if Ben and DJ ever shut up, and that's when the battery's going to go out, and we stop, and they're like, wow, I spoke that
And then they're
into
going to text us and ask us to fix something.
Yeah, they're going to go, hey, we lost audio.
Number one, our tech knowledge is less than zero, whatever that is, -0. Number two, you might find this hard to believe, but when we are on the air, we actually don't get to read text messages and messages when you send them to us. It's a hard concept to grasp, I know.
It's a tough one, man. All right, lights are down on the Speedway. Swift Springs, heat race number 4. Tanner Mullins, Xavier Ortega. That's your front row. 8 laps the distance. Passing points continue to be the challenge for these drivers. That's how you get into the main event. 16 cars out of heat race action. We'll move off to the feature. Everybody else will be in one of 2 B mains. Green flags out, and we're on the drone. If you're just tuning in, we're on the drone and the GoPro. The entire facility has lost power. We're on limited battery backup, and we're going to race until we can.
We are living on borrowed time. We're not even on Tulsa time. We're living on borrowed time. It's Tanner Mullins out front. He's in that blue car out front. That's the Mark Dodson entry. Side by side for the second spot. That's Rodney Sanders moving into the second spot over Xavier Ortega at the end of lap number 1.
Meanwhile, out in front, Tanner Mullins says, you know what, these Mullins race cars are pretty sporty. He leads the way right now. Off of turn number 4, he started on the pole, and Xavier Ortega, now scratch that, Rodney Sanders, the MB Custom race car in second, and we'll see a Midwest Sheet Metal caution as we were coming around to complete lap number 2. And DJ? What did we get there?
Oh, we got a car that is spun on the inside of the racetrack over in turn number 2. And that is going to be...
McCoggin.
Yep, Gage McCoggin. It sure is.
That's right.
Absolutely.
So out in front in this one, we have a Mullins race car in the second spot right now. We got an MB Customs race car. Ortega sits back in the third spot.
Meanwhile, we've got Flow staff members doing the Lord's work up here. They are running cable as far across this facility as they can in an effort to try to keep the broadcast up, because we too are plugged into the track's power. We were running on battery on a generator backup.
Watch there. Dan's trying to get in there.
Okay.
We give Dan just a hard time. He is a hard-working dude.
Man, these are hard-working people right here.
Meanwhile,
doing everything
Adam has gone from the roof. Adam Martz. You know what? We're trying to get. Oh, he was in the infield. He's come from the infield all the way up here.
There is a lot happening here, folks. If those of you that are watching at home could only see the behind-the-scenes stuff that is going on just to keep this broadcast afloat with the power going out of the facility, but facility running on a generator backup that could literally go at any minute. Our trailer now running on a generator backup because of that as well. It could go at any minute. And so we have got a drone shot up for you. They're working on our team. The Flow team is working on hardwiring one of our cameras in so that we can at least get one up top camera for you.
Turns 1 and 2. Hey, we got one of them back.
There it is. Look at that, man.
All right, so we got those back. We don't have the wireless units down there, so Trenton will not be able to do interviews quite yet. So anyway, as we were saying, DJ, back on the farm, out in front. You got the Mullins race car in second, and MB Customs in third. The train by Ortega. And man, it's just fun again to watch all these manufacturers out here.
You're holding flashlights. Yes, exactly. All right, green flag is back out. We're back underway, and we have got
got power back here. All right, well, we've got audio back now to the booth as we've had power issues here at the facility tonight. For right now, we have power back, and we just saw Tanner Mullins take the win in the 4th modified heat race of the night. Tri-River Enterprises, Circle 85 Cattle Ranch, Bright Aesthetics, KS Engineering powered Mullins race car, 21 wins a year ago, 2nd in last year's USMTS standings. And again, we are fighting tooth and nail. Everybody watching at home on FloRacing, Amazon Prime, everybody in the house. Power issues at the facility tonight. Right now, it seems like we're making some gains. But as we said earlier, we could lose the audio again at any point, and we're working on getting all the cameras back up. Up next, Speedway Motors and Pit Stop Motorsports Heat Race number 5 for the Mesilla Valley Transportation. Border Tire Mods on the pole. It's Cole Slocum out of Pismo Beach, California in the 22S, and California's Alex Stanford out of Chowchilla in car 98. Row 2, David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas in the D25, and the 16OZ of C.R. Eisenheimer out of Cascade, Montana. Row 3, Gene Nicholas out of Lowell, Arkansas in the 11N, and the 6F of Matt Fester out of Grove City, Minnesota. Row 4, Jake Bowles out of Alamogordo, New Mexico in the J7. The 19R of Lucas Rodine out of Marion, North Dakota. Starting outside of Row 4, the Nightmare, which has been a little bit of what this night's been technologically. Starting inside of Row 5, Talon Willis out of Elizabeth, Louisiana. The 10M and the 97 of Kate Dillard out of Roebling, Louisiana. And on the back row, all by his lonesome, Brennan Gave out of Princeton, Minnesota. 11 laps the distance, 11 cars, 8 laps the distance. Speedway Motors and Pit Stop Motorsports Heat number 5. DJ, you had to step out and solve world problems. You're back. We have power for the moment.
I just want to say real quick, guys, Trent Berry is back. Let's go, TB.
Hey, I've got Tanner. You want to wait for a yellow?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, roll
quickly.
with it.
Hey, real quick, how'd the car feel?
Felt pretty good. You know, first night out on it, can't complain. I just got to thank Mark Dodson for giving me this opportunity to come out here for a couple days and get away from the shop. So thanks to him, I'm glad he trusts us to build him a good car, and hopefully decent run in the future. See how it goes.
All right, we're a little out of order, so I'm going to tell you over the broadcast. Be sure and go scale right over there. Tanner Mullins.
All right, thanks a lot, Trenton Berry, as they're going to go back to Green Flag Racing next time by. And boy, there's a lot happening. There is just a lot going on. Trent,
I heard those 3 beeps means there's a battery and it's low.
We're going to ride it out, race fans. You know what? We're going to go with the power, and we're going to go until we can't. All right, well, lights. I think Trent knew from a broadcasting from Racing Dirt. He's like, oh, no, not the 3 beeps.
I'm telling you, I've died half a life listening to the beep, beep, beep.
We're going to roll with it as long as we can, brother. Here we go. As we have got, what is this? Where are we at here?
Well, Heat 5 was
Speedway
and
Motors.
Stanford.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very good. Slowco.
And Stanford to the outside of Slocum, all California front row in Heat 5. Speedway Motors and Pit Stop Motorsports Heat 5. And the PCD race car for Alex Stanford to the lead down the backstretch, side by side for position number 2. Business picking up there as here comes David Tanner marching on the low side. He'll take second. Up to second, the 6F car of Matt Fester.
Eisenheimer's in this one, Ben. You didn't tell me that.
I wanted to be a surprise.
I am surprised. If I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, I wouldn't be more surprised than I am right now. Out front in this one, is Slocum still out front?
No, it's Stanford.
No. Oh, it's Stanford. Okay, thank you very much. Well, we're looking at one camera. Our pets' heads are falling off, so it's Stanford out front. Second is David Tanner. Matt Fester down on the inside. He's in the 6, and here comes the 97 of Kate Dillard on the outside. He is battling back there for the 3rd position. You're looking back on 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Out in front, it is Alex Stanford, but he's got company. David Tanner, 3rd, trying to get the lead away from Tanner as we work down the back straightaway. And again, if you're watching on My Race Pass wondering why the lineups are not there, power outages throughout the night. The scoring computer is working, but power outages right now affecting our ability to send the live timing and scoring. Meanwhile, how about a new leader, Cade Dillard? How about 10th to the lead? in just 4 laps.
Wow.
And Cade Dillard, the winner a year ago tonight, albeit at a different facility, he had just put on a masterful drive to the lead.
Well, he deserves another opportunity on the FloRacing infield microphone as well, and he may get it right here if he's able to pick up a win in Speedway Motors Pit Stop Motorsports Heat Race number 5. Man, look at that battle on the right side of your screen as well between the 112 and the J7, Brennan Gave and Jake Bowles.
Well, last year at Vado Speedway Park, Cade Dillard, if not for an incident that bent that race car, he may have swept the whole deal. Right now, he's looking for redemption. 2 laps remaining, and it is Cade Dillard by a straightaway over Alex Stanford. David Tanner back in the 3rd spot, Fester in 4th, DJ off of turn at number 4, Ho Chi Town Saloon, last call, 1 to go for your leader, Cade Dillard.
Brennan Gave out of the party in the 112, and Cade Dillard has just absolutely exploded out into the lead in this one. He not only went from 10th to 1st, he has got almost a full straightaway advantage over Alex Stanford as they go through 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. Cade Dillard gonna win this one walking away in the 97. Second, coming down to the line is going to be Alex Stanford. Third's going to go to David Tanner. 4th spot will be Matt Fester, and Jake Bowles will hang on to round out the top 5.
So taking position number 3, David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Second will go to Chowchilla, California's Alex Stanford. And your winner, Cade Dillard out of Roebling, Louisiana. He put a stomping on him from 10th to the win in the Wheeler Medals. S&S Fishing and Rentals, Jody's Oilfield Services, Nickel Store, Johnsville Company, B&D Motorsports, the Commos, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Day Motorsports, Big Tex Trailers, and String Siding and Roofing. All sponsors on that Cornet-powered CDR race car. He is rolling toward Trenton Berry, and Trenton, he was letting the horses run in car 97.
Man, Cade was running wild in that one. We'll get Cade stopped right there and get a quick word with him here. He's going to drop the window net. We'll help him here potentially. We'll potentially help him get the window net down there on his CDR race car. Gloves are off, helmet coming off. Boy, you laid your first butt whooping of the year down right there. Hey, we all just thought you were good at Vado. Turns out that carries over to here to Casa Grande too.
Man, this car's so good right now. It's hard to take too much credit, but luckily everybody seemed to have speed. Jake drove up through there good, like Talon got up through there. So as long as everybody keeps going good, maybe we can click off some wins this week.
There he is. He's going to be in a great spot. 10th to the win. A little bit more black on that race car than we've seen for the past few seasons. Good looking piece nonetheless there for Cade.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for black and red. And man, great looking race car. And Cade's always made it known, no matter where the event is, his team owner, Shane Sprinkle, he loves the Wild West Shootout, and he's going to love it tonight. If Cade, hey, let's not forget, Cade's going to be in a late model in a little bit too.
Yes,
so
he is.
we have one more modified heat race, and then we'll move off to late model heats. This is Day Motorsports Heat 6. Dallas Caldwell on the pole out of Tucson, Arizona in the 51, and Robert Adams also out of Tucson in car 50 make up row number 1.
Row 2 on the inside out of Buffalo, North Dakota. That's going to be Randy Klein in the 88 XXX, and that is not the same line. I got Peyton Gallardo on his outside.
You know what happened? Dallas Caldwell elected to go to the back. That's what happened.
Yep, that is what it was. Yep.
That's what happened.
So they re-racked him on the screen in front of us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so row 2 will be, so we got Peyton Gallardo and Randy Thornell in row 2. Now we're back, everything's right on the farm. Row 3, Reese Cylinder, Tyler Wolf. Row number 4, Fito Gallardo and Jason Langford. Row 5, Paul Miles and Carlos Amata Jr. and Dallas Caldwell. Moving to the back and creating, hey, why not just a little bit more chaos for us tonight, DJ?
We have, for those of you just tuning in, a power outage at the racetrack. Fortunately kept racing action going due to generators running as backup. However, that having been said, it also shut down a lot of things at the racetrack, things that you normally wouldn't think of, such as credit carding at credit card payments at the concession stand, for example. Our own FloRacing equipment, a lot of that plugged into, of course, the racetrack here. So it has been there's been a lot of Amish engineering, as my old college roommate Joe Gainey from Amish Country, Ohio used to say, but a lot of Amish engineering happening here to make sure you like that. You like that, Trent?
What did the Amish do to you?
Hey,
they're going to be looking for it now.
They like it. They like it too, especially when it comes to talking about getting electricity working.
You know, I'm from Mennonite country.
Are you Mennonite, TB?
No, I'm not. But
do you know where Adrian, Missouri is?
I do know where Adrian, Missouri is. I was through there again this calendar year. Were either of you boys? The answer's no.
I got a T-shirt from there. All right, green flag's out, and we are going racing in your final heat race of the night for the modifieds. Day Motorsports Heat 6, Ben.
Man, Randy Klein did not get a good start. They bottlenecked behind him down the back straightaway. 3 wide now for the second spot. Out in front, Robert Adams, who's going to lead lap number 1. Man, racetrack is really good right now.
I was going to say the same thing as Gallardo gets into the wall back there. Adams is going to lead lap number 1, but man, he has got a pack of wolves back there behind him. He's also got Tyler Wolf back there behind him in the 4 as well as the 5 with Reese Solander.
Yeah, Tyler Wolf started in 7, Solander back in 6. Now Solander's going to take that spot away from Tyler Wolf. They put their sights on Robert Adams, Tucson driver, and he's going to have company in a hurry because here comes Reese Solander. And guess what? We got timing
Let's
back.
go. One by one, they always come back.
That's right.
Shout out to Robert Adams, who's running good at the front of this field, but right now he has got Reese Solander to contend with as the Kansas native tries to find a way around the 50, not able to do so. And right now, Robert Adams able to stay out front. The Tucson, Arizona native trying to rep the home state crowd.
He's looking good right now. Out in front is Robert Sanders. Reese Solander, 3-time winner last year, trying to get to him as they work off of turn number 4. 4 down, 4 to go, and Solander's right there with Adams. Back in 3rd, it's Tyler Wolf. Carlos Amata Jr. in the 4th spot. He started back in 11.
Yeah, that's the battle for the lead there on the left side of your screen. Robert Adams in the 50. Reese Solander now going to dive down to the inside. He'll throw a slider on the Tucson, Arizona, but he drifts way up the racetrack. Adams executes a perfect crossover, and he stays out front that time by.
Man, Solander would love to get the win in this one. Trying to get it from the 6th spot. We just saw Kate Dillard win from 10th. Now Solander back to the inside of Adams. Side by side for the lead. Solander slides up the racetrack. Adams turns back down. Solander has got the block on. He's going to hold the spot. DJ, just 2 laps to go with Tyler Wolf back in 3rd.
Robert Adams going to try to dive back down to the inside in turns 1 and 2. He's not going to be able to do so, and he loses a ton of ground, as you can see down the back straightaway. This is a very, very momentum-heavy racetrack. Solander off corner number 4. It's the Ho Chi Town Saloon. 1 to go.
And 2nd, Robert Adams. 3rd, Tyler Wolf. Carlos Amata Jr. from 11th to 4th. Can he get around Tyler Wolf? He's got a half a lap to figure it out. You see that on the right side of your screen. On the left side, final time through turns 3 and 4, the winner of Day Motorsports Heat Race number 6 from the 6th starting spot, Reese Solander.
Finishing in 2nd, it's going to be Robert Adams. 3rd will go to Tyler Wolf. Carlos Amata Jr. finishes 4th, and Jason Langford will round out the top 5 at Day Motorsports Heat number 6. So Tyler Wolf finishes 3rd. 2nd goes to Robert Adams, and your winner is going to be the driver out of Lebo, Kansas. That's Reese Solander. In the Murphy Agri LLC, Hodges Farms and Dredging, MRSK Building, Flint Hills Towing, Vaughn Roth Land Broker sponsored number 5, and Reese Solander, a guy that you know very well, Trenton Berry. He's going to make his way around to grab a Stuckey Enterprises interview with you.
I'm working on him. Reese is my current project, boys. I've brought a lot of these guys along before they went late model racing on the microphone, and Reese is my current project, and he is short on words, but he is big on talent, and he and I have discussed this. So we'll see. Maybe Reese's New Year's resolution was to talk a little bit longer to me. Your all's guess is as good as mine. Here we go. He's got the gloves off, the helmet getting ready to come off. Driving for Hodges Farms and Dredging, Murphy Ag. Put together a great end to the 2025 season. We got a whole lot of roof and sail panel going on right here. Let's get down here to Reese Solander. How was the race car, and what do you think of this racetrack?
The racetrack's great. It's a pretty fun track. Last night we popped the motor first round of practice, so we didn't get a practice, but this one seems to be running strong, and the new car from Jim Chisholm seems to be running great, and looks like we got a full crowd tonight, so I'm hoping for a good night.
Hey, I ain't no tack man, but you better tell Jim you better get you a new roof coming there for March. That thing slid way the heck over. All right, boys, back to you.
Trent Berry calling people out for post-race tech in an interview, so why not? Let's start the year.
Hey,
all right, yes, sir.
I just know my man Darlow. I'm just going to save him a little grief.
All right, man. Look at this sunset, DJ. We always say the sunsets in the desert just hit different.
They hit different, yes.
Also, if you're looking for a hauler, Mark and Nathan Smith Motorsports, you see Billy Moyer's old hauler out in the parking lot. That one is for sale, and make sure you tell them that Ben Shelton sent them, because there is a little bit of a bonus to sell that one as we get set now. Yeah, well, now you know. FK Rodden's Heat Race number 1. for the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Models presented by Malvern Bank. And on the pole, tonight's fast qualifier, the Swiss Springs fast qualifier, Eston Whistler out of Otis, Oregon in the 82, and Garrett Albertson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in car 58. And the water truck's in front of them all.
He sure is. Second row back on the inside out of Tucson, Arizona in the 0. That's going to be Jake O'Neill. And on his outside, out of Blairsville, Georgia, the 49 is Superman Jonathan Davenport.
Row 3, Justin Duty out of Malino, Oregon in the 15D, and Bobby Pierce out of Oakwood, Illinois in the 32.
Row number 4 on the inside out of Bakersfield, California, the 34X is Ethan Dawson. And on his outside, man, this is a great heat race on his outside. Out of Manhattan, Kansas, the 18 is Chase Younghand.
Inside of row 5, Chance Mann out of Newport, Arkansas on the 88. To his outside, 3-time NLRA champion Mike Gressive out of Harwood, North Dakota in the 11.
His teammate this week is going to be Cole Schill out of Holly, Minnesota. He's got the 15 star on the inside of row 6. And on his outside, he wasn't able to answer the call for qualifying. It'll be Chico, California's Richard Pappenhausen in the 4P. 12 cars running 8 laps. No passing points. These guys qualified earlier, Ben. That means the top four out of each of our heat races for the Stuckey Enterprises late models are going to race their way into this evening's A main.
Well, 46 super late models taking part in tonight's program. I think unofficially 47 in the pit area. Sean Mann practiced last night, but I don't think Sean is racing with us here tonight. So 47, and we'll see. Sometimes as things go, obviously guys come and go, but still a great turnout in the desert. And man, you just couldn't ask for better. They went out there with the water wagon. They sprinkled it a little bit through the middle, and I imagine some of those crew chiefs, as they headed to the middle, and namely Bob Pierce right there, is thinking, uh-oh, did that just change what we put on the race car? Well, one thing we've seen, DJ, these lineups are definitely shuffled up, but we've already seen in the X-Mod and the mod heats, this is a racetrack. If you got a good car, you can pass on. If you do not have a good race car, you're going to get passed.
And you know, a lot of people at home might be saying, oh man, why did they sprinkle that racetrack with a little bit of water? Those modified heats were great. They want to stay on top of this racetrack, and it's going to minimize a giant track prep break a little bit later on. Hey, Ben, you know what? I will make you a deal. If you get me a bottle of water out of that refrigerator there beside you, I'm going to tell people.
Give me $1,000.
I am going to tell people about Weir's Machine.
Please do.
Yeah, Weir's Machine and Racing Products, as they are a manufacturer of quality aftermarket racing products. Thank you, sir. Manufacturing a variety of suspension components, accessories, engine parts, tools, and more. And you can learn more at weirsmachine.com. Whistler Construction back on board this year. Whistler Construction specializes in new construction, custom-built homes, and small commercial. And they've got nearly 20 years of experience on the Oregon coast. All phases of construction they do from dirt to finish, and you can learn more at Whistler Construction. The heat race winners tonight, Ben, they're going to go into the Schaefer Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Pole Award. Gorsuch Performance Solutions provides answers for today's modern dirt track teams, from innovative cooling fans and body panels to a complete line of Stop Tech brake components. They're located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Gorsuch Performance Solutions provides the engineering support your team needs. You can contact them today at GorsuchPerformanceSolutions.com.
And how about rolling right now out of Needmore Speedway's Southern Heritage Classic staging area? And that event's going to be coming up March 26th through 28th. $10,000 to win. Crate Racing USA 604 late models, $7,500 to win for UMP mods, plus big money and limited late models and 602 Sportsman street stocks and factory stocks. I want to thank Chance and the gang down at Needmore Speedway Southern Heritage Classic for a brand new sponsor this year. Also brand new this year, Ho Chi Town Saloon. Between the events, concerts, and more, the Ho Chi Town Saloon is an ideal casual venue for burgers, steaks, and sandwiches, dished up alongside cocktails and beers. Next time you are in, or heck, even near Broken Bow, Oklahoma, stop in and see Scott Christian and the gang. You can learn more at HoChiTownSaloon.com. My buddy Henry with Winning Edge Carburation, the sponsor of the tech area, powering the Lucas Oil late models, World of Outlaw late models, and USMTS since 2012. And they are a great sponsor of this event. You missed the garbage can altogether on that one.
Not good.
The Joy of Seating, a great sponsor, the number one source for the number one source in the world for custom fitted high performance aluminum racing seats. They're guaranteed for life. They're the only race seat company with racing seats designed and manufactured by a professional race car driver, 2-time NASCAR champion Randy LaJoy. Learn more at joyofseating.com. Last couple little hits here on the night. Arizona Differential Specialist by Nate, based in Phoenix, is a complete differential shop with the quality, service, and experienced technicians to handle all of your automotive needs. Learn more at ArizonaDifferential.com. And last but not least, Beaver Stripes and Molding Supplies, a local Arizona supplier of automotive graphics, moldings, and custom accessories. Learn more at BeaverStripes.com. DJ, we're still on the racetrack end right now. First of 4 heat races on the night. for the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Models presented by Malvern Bank. And as you said, the winner of all 4 will go off to the Schaefer's Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Solutions pole. The driver that gets that Gorsuch Performance Solutions pole, well, they're going to get a fan blade from GPS as well.
Absolutely. As we appreciate all the great folks from Gorsuch coming on board for that. Also, don't forget about the Don Frank Flores Heyday Payday, where one fan is going to be paired with a late model driver. That starting spot, that's going to be coming up here in intermission as they rework this racetrack here just a little bit later on this evening. And I don't know if they're going to have to do a whole lot to it. Yellow lights are turned off. Green flag is going to wave this time by. FK Rod-Ins, heat number 1, 8 laps, top 4. Top 4 race their way into the main event. Eston Whistler on the pole, Garrett Albertson on the outside. The C&D bonding, green flag waves.
And we are underway. We're going to be 3 wide for a second. Meanwhile, Davenport sets his sights on the lead. 3 wide through turns 1 and 2. Albertson to the lead. Whistler in second. Davenport back to third. Man, this racetrack's fast right now, DJ.
It sure is. And how about Eston Whistler getting a nice run, able to work his way back around Davenport. He may not be done yet. He set his sights on the 58 of Albertson. Not able to work by. He's going to tuck in line. Davenport's falling back to 5th.
Yeah, only 4 move on out of this one as Davenport goes to back work on Bobby Pierce. You think about those guys battling for the lead. Early in this one, they're battling for the transfer spot. Pierce has got it, though, and now Bobby Pierce goes to work on your 3rd place runner, Jake O'Neill, at the line. It's O'Neill in 3rd. Oh, O'Neill and Pierce get together. Somehow they stay green out of turn 2. Out front, it's all Albertson.
And that's going to allow Davenport to maybe capitalize as Pierce drives it. Man, those guys are really getting up on the berm going into turn number 3. Keep your eyes on that. They fan out nearly 3 wide off the corner. Ethan Dodson in the mix as well. Central Arizona Raceway. It's so good to have you back.
It is showing out right now as meanwhile Ethan Dodson on the move. He's going to try to take 3rd away from Davenport. Davenport's got 3rd. Dodson in 4th. Bobby Pierce outside looking in. He rides back in 5th. DJ 4 down, 4 to go in an action-packed heat race.
Man, this is highly entertaining. And while all this has been going on, Garrett Albertson on the left side of your screen set sail out front. He's got a massive advantage. Justin Duty out of the race in the 15. Albertson leads. Whistler is 2nd. You mentioned Ethan Dodson to 3rd. How about those 2 drivers, 2 future Hall of Famers going at it for 4th?
And Bobby Pierce will take the 4th and final transfer away from Davenport. Now Pierce sets his sights on Ethan Dodson. Pierce has really found something down low through turns 3 and 4. Meanwhile, Garrett Albertson, a commanding lead over Eston Whistler, 2.6 seconds as we work lap 7 of this 8-lap affair.
I'm not sure exactly how many times this racetrack has changed in the first 6 laps of this race, but it might be 6. It might be more than that. This one is all Garrett Albertson. Ben Hochatown Saloon 1 to go for the driver out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, as he's got a 3-second advantage over Eston Whistler.
Eston Whistler having a great run in 2nd. Pierce up to 3rd, but here comes Dodson after him. Down the back straightaway, Dodson will take it away. Off the left side of your screen, Garrett Albertson takes the win. 2nd to Eston Whistler. 3rd at the line. Who's it going to be? Ethan Dodson. Bobby Pierce 4th and final transfer. Meanwhile, Jonathan Davenport, Jake O'Neill, Chase Young, Hens, Chance Mann, and everybody else heads off to a B main. DJ, were you not entertained?
I was highly entertained. 4th and final transfer to Bobby Pierce. 3rd to Ethan Dodson. 2nd to Eston Whistler. And there is the winner of FK Rod-Ins heat race number 1 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the Romer Machine and Welding. Brack Properties, Low Voltage Solutions, Build Sports Shop, Mississippi Valley Transportation sponsored. Number 58, how about it for Garrett Albertson?
New racetrack here for the Wild West Shootout. Same result. Garrett Albertson with another heat race victory. He's going to pull the helmet off and slide it right up on the decking of the race car. Man, big smile all the way across your face. How good did that feel? Doesn't seem to matter for it, Vado or in Arizona.
Yeah, track was interesting right there. I really didn't know where to be in 3 and 4. Usually, like so far, it's been a lot of mile per hour, but that bottom was pretty juiced. So no, that was good. I couldn't tell where they had the guys there. I couldn't tell what kind of gap we had, but I felt like I was making good speed. So yeah, super happy with it. Just got to thank our main guys. Mississippi Valley Transportation, Low Voltage Solution, Brack Properties, new sponsor for us, Bilstein Shocks, Sunoco Race Fuels. Just super proud of everybody.
Great job, Garrett Albertson, picking up a heat race win, the first of the week.
Well, he'll move off to the redraw as we get now set for Pitball's heat race number 2 for the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Models presented by Malvern Bank. And on the pole, it'll be Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri, former MLRA Rookie of the Year in the 8. To his outside, Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois in the 75A.
Row 2 out of Shreveport, Louisiana, Clay Stuckey in the 15 on his outside. Out of Springfield, Missouri, the Hall of Famer, the 75, Terry Phillips.
Row 3 will be Brandon Shepard out of New Berlin, Illinois in the family-owned B5. And to his outside, two-time Comp Cam Super Dirt Series champion Kyle Beard out of Truman, Arkansas in the 86.
Out of New Berlin, Illinois. Oh, you just got that.
Yes, sir.
Number 4, it'll be Peoria, Arizona, Steve Stoltz in the 78. And on his outside, originally out of Mesa, Arizona, now calling Harcourt, Iowa home in the 4TW, it's Tim Ward.
And your final 3 starters will look like this. Inside of row 5, the 1X of Amelia Eisenschenk out of Fargo, North Dakota, and Brad Williams out of Tucson, Arizona in the 23, and Paul Rios out of Tucson, Arizona in the 19 RT. 11 cars, 8 revolutions around Central Arizona Raceway. Winner will move off to the Schaefer Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Solutions pole. Top 4 to the feature, and man, that first heat race set the bar high. And I think the big thing we saw, racetrack was definitely evolving, especially down in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, by the way, a very eclectic mix of cars here in Pit Boss Heat Race number 2. McCowan and Adam in row 1, Clay Stuckey and Terry Phillips in row 2. I feel like I'm watching a Summer Nationals race at Springfield Raceway right now.
And if you were, you would keep an eye on Dylan McCowan, Clay Stuckey, and Terry Phillips.
That's
because
exactly.
all 3 of those guys have won there very recently.
Poor Daniel Adam.
Well, he hasn't won at Springfield.
Oh, that was Ben
Daniel
Sheldon
had one win
that.
last year. Where did he win at?
He won at Farmer City in a modified.
That's right.
Thank you. Boy, we are nerds, aren't we?
Yeah,
all right, here we go. Dylan McCowan on the pole, Daniel Adam on the outside. 8 laps, top 4 transfer, Pit Boss Heat 2 sees the C&D bonding green.
Green flags up. Oh, man. If Daniel Adam does not get a good start, Terry Phillips, the other 75, will go around him. But out in front, it's McCowan, your leader. Clay Stuckey in 2nd. Terry Phillips in 3rd. Here comes Shepard from 5th to 3rd.
Brandon Shepard down on the inside. Clay Stuckey now. Oh, Clay Stuckey hooks the inside berm. Thought he was going to lose the handle. Instead, he's able to keep it underneath him at the end of lap 1. Dylan McCowan, your leader.
Man, Brandon Shepard up the racetrack. You're going to hate this one at home. Took the hair off the nose of the 75 of Phillips. Phillips climbs the racetrack. Rios out of this one. He'll try to get into the B main perhaps. Out in front, though, as we talked about 3 and 4 evolving. The bottom really started to come in that last heat. DJ, you saw McCowan down there leading the way last time by.
Yeah, and Clay Stuckey is going to give him a run for his money on the bottom of the racetrack, down in 1 and 2. He stays on the bottom through turns 3 and 4. They limbo to see who can go lower. It's still Dylan McCowan out front, Stuckey 2nd, and they both better pedal hard because Brandon Shepard is coming in a hurry.
Brandon Shepard back in 3rd. I tell you what, Daniel Adam did not get a good start, but he has climbed back to 4th. He's in the show right now. Stoltz up to 5th. Phillips sliding backwards as Pappenhouse, Tim Ward goes around him for position number 6. Out in front, 4 down, 4 to go. This is Pit Boss Heat Race number 2. Good battle for the lead as now McCowan's moved off the top. That might open the door for Stuckey, as Stuckey's a little bit better on the bottom through 1 and 2.
This is very random. There could be a transponder on the racetrack, by the way. It may have come off the 19 RT, but back out at the front of the field, 3 laps to go, and Dylan McCowan doing a great job turning back Clay Stuckey's two guys you might consider part of the future of the sport of dirt late model racing, trying to hold off that grizzled veteran of Brandon Shepard who runs in 3rd.
Well, you saw them really working the top side of the racetrack in the last heat. Right now, they're working the bottom side on both ends of the racetrack. And you got to wonder if for Heat 3, that's going to make it come in, throwing that crumb across the middle as McCowan has got his feet under him. And, man, he's looking really good as they race through turns 3 and 4. Hochatown Saloon, last call, 1 to go for Dylan McCowan.
Final time around for the driver out of Urbana, Missouri, the former Lucas Oil Speedway modified champ, trying to turn back Clay Stuckey for 1 more lap. Stuckey, though, right there, looking for a way around. The driver of the Sonic Drive-In number 8 through turns 3 and 4. Stuckey on the bottom, not going to get it done. It'll be Dylan McCowan getting the win. Stuckey 2nd, Shepard 3rd, and Daniel Adam will round out your transfer cars in position number 4.
Stoltz, Ward, Beard, Phillips, Eisenschenk, Brad Williams have to try to get into the B main. Coming on the 4th and final transfer, Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois, and car number 75. 3rd will go to Illinois' Brandon Shepard in the B5. 2nd to Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana. And your winner of Pit Boss Heat Race number 2, it's Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri. The Sonic Pomeroy Services, BLC Transportation, Empire Energy, Elite Construction, Heritage Tractor, McCowan Farms, Midwest Sheet Metal, VP, Heartland, and Mel Hamilton Ford. All sponsors on the Scott Bailey powered Longhorn. Trendy had 1 win last year at Springfield. Tonight, he's going to go after his first of the year on January 10th.
First ever Wild West Shootout Heat Race win as well for the 8 of Dylan McCowan. VP Heartland, Empire Energy, Scott Bailey Racing Engines, Sonic Pomeroy Services, Longhorn, Bill Stein Shocks, Mel Hamilton Ford, Bear Graphics, and the handiwork of Vinny Giuliani helping out this weekend. For the young driver out of Urbana, Missouri, in the red number 8, boy, sitting right here right now makes all those miles up and down the road and getting your butt kicked all last year worth it, doesn't it?
Man, we had a rough year last year, and you know, my team and me, you know, we dug deep and you know, tried to get this stuff turned around, and got a couple different cars, and huge thank you to Longhorn Chassis and VG Performance, and I want to say a huge thank you to all my sponsors that, you know, they're the only reason we get it up and down this road, and we're able to come out here and race cool events like this. Thank you for all the people in the stands showing up, and hopefully we can get this thing dialed in. Hi to my mom, my girlfriend back home. Just thank you to everybody that makes this possible and has helped us along the way.
Congratulations, Dylan McCowan there. Guys, the race shop, it's about 10 minutes from my front door. I watched him from the time he was a little snot-nosed teenager to where he's at right now, doing a great job behind the wheel of that 8 car.
Trenton is swinging tonight.
I mean, swinging at tech. He's making fun of the snot-nosed kids.
You and I last night ran into Noah Bushman on the way out.
His mom's watching right now, and she'll text me and say, yeah, I agree, he was at one point.
Noah Bushman or Dylan
Yeah, well,
McCowan?
yes, no, all right. Here's the starting lineup. Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona on the pole in the Adam Family Motorsports entry. On his outside, out of New Waverly, Texas, Turbo Tyler Erb.
Starting inside of row 2, it's Drake Troutman out of Hyman, PA, the 22 star, and Ryan Gustin. We're going to see his crew member Noah Bushman here in a second out of Marshalltown, Iowa.
Third row back inside, Dustin Sorensen in the 19. On his outside, Oregon's Bryson James in the 13.
Row 4, the 28 is Sam Mars out of Menominee, Wisconsin. The 28W of Ian Whistler out of Otis, Oregon.
Layla Eisenshank starts inside row 5 in the 15. On her outside, it'll be Gunnar Frank in the 21F.
And your last 2 starters, Terry Carter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta in the 60, and Ashley Buck out of Roswell, New Mexico. DJ, do you like bananas?
B-A-N-A-N-A.
Look at him. Look at Noah Bushman. Well, he lost the hot dog eating contest last year, so they got rid of that, and now he's a giant banana.
That young man right there, they broke the mold when they made him. If you don't like Noah Bushman, I don't know that we can be friends. Green flag is out, and we are underway in Low Voltage Solutions Heat Race number 3.
Well, Tyler Erb is chasing banana. Nope, we're going to try that one again. I think we're a little bit more even and straight, as maybe a little bit of advantage. So we'll try it again. We'll rack him and stack him. And yeah, Noah Bushman, he's the only person I know. Sometimes these crew guys get guilted into wearing stuff. We were leaving last night. He goes, "Did you hear what my new outfit is? Did you hear? Guys, did you hear?" And he was so proud
He was very
to tell
excited.
us.
He was very excited to tell us that he had a banana outfit to add to the collection. So he's got a hot dog outfit.
But
he's got a banana outfit.
He lost the hot dog eating contest at the Wiener Nationals last year at Moberly.
Yes.
He claims that there was like a Joey Chitwood
was there, yeah.
He goes that this guy was like a cheater. He goes, I knew when he brought like a big thing of water, I was in trouble.
So was this a banana eating contest?
I don't want to talk about it. All right.
I don't. He might not either. All right, Low Voltage Solutions Heat Race number 3 about to get underway, and they like them to stay side by side in that Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone. They are in the C&D Bonding Green Waves.
Good start. Turbo right through the middle. Thornton down low. Thornton's teammate just went to the feature, but Turbo's going to go to the outside down the back straightaway. Now to the inside. Troutman shot out of a cannon.
Are we at the Chili Bowl?
Well, the guys battling for second are running the Chili Bowl next week, but here comes Thornton back to the outside. Lap 1. It goes to Tyler Urban. We talked about would that middle come in after they threw that crumb up there in the last one. But I tell you what, Thornton way above the crumb. He's on the cushion. He takes the lead down the backstretch.
Ricky Thornton Jr. only set to run one race here this week, and it is tonight before he leaves for Tulsa for the Chili Bowl. He wants to make the most of it. He's got the Adam Family Motorsports 20RT. It's a one-time deal. He's not in that car all year. He's just in it tonight, and he's trying to make the most of it. He's out front.
Well, here's the deal. He's going to practice at the Chili Bowl tomorrow, but the guy he's driving for, Joe Adam, has an airplane. He wins tonight. They may go get his ass and bring him back for at least a couple. Out front, Thornton, your leader. Tyler Erb in second. Back in third, Drake Troutman. In the 4 spot, it is Sorensen, the 4th and final transfer. Riding behind him, Ryan Gustin, Sam Mars, Eisenshank, and Bryson James.
Man, it is just really wild to watch. I thought Votto changed a lot over the course of a night. Man, A-Rod in Central Arizona Raceway. We've maybe seen it change more here so far tonight than we did a whole night at Vado.
I mean, it's changed a ton, and right now they widened that bottom through 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 about 10 feet, but they kind of moved off into the middle a little bit. It's going to be interesting, especially watching this crew go to work on it for the feature, but you watch Ricky Thornton, he heads back to the cushion down in 1 and 2. It just seems like these guys are learning something every lap because they just don't. Thornton's got more laps here than anybody, but not of this iteration of the racetrack.
Yeah, no, you just hit the nail on the head. It's a very, very different iteration of the racetrack. I mean, this place looked completely different as recently as 4 or 5 years ago. In the last 4 or 5 years, they've reconfigured it. They've brought the infield in. They put a wall all the way around it. That makes a huge difference. This track only used to have a wall in the front straightaway, and now the Hochatown Saloon 1 to go is out for the driver originally from just up the road in Chandler, Arizona.
Ricky Thornton Jr. a 2-second advantage over Tyler Erb, who led the opening circuit down the back straightaway. Final time into turns 3 and 4. Low Voltage Solutions Heat Race number 3 will go to Arizona's own Ricky Thornton Jr. Tyler Erb comes home in 2nd. Drake Troutman will finish in position 3. Dustin Sorensen, your 4th and final transfer. Ryan Gustin, Sam Mars, Bryson James, Layla Eisenshank, Ian Whistler, Gunnar Frank, Terry Carter, and Ashley Buck will all head off to a B main.
So the 4th and final transfer goes to Dustin Sorensen. 3rd goes to Drake Troutman. 2nd goes to Tyler Erb. And your winner in the Adam Family Motorsports Mobilization Funding, Justin L. Langston Electrical Contractors, Elliott Concrete, RLM Enterprises, Hoker Trucking, Restore Warehouse, Stacked Racing Products sponsored, number 20 RT. How about it, Arizona, for Ricky Thornton Jr.?
RTJ going to loosen the chin strap on his helmet, and we'll get a quick word with him. How about it, Central Arizona Raceway, for your native son? Any Ricky Thornton Jr. fans here in the house? The crowd's going nuts. Hey, you're bound and determined to make the most of your one night here. How good did the race car feel? I assume you're probably going to go eat a hot dog and put a little fuel in it.
Yeah, no, I felt pretty good there. I honestly wasn't quite sure why they called the first start back. Turbo did nothing wrong there. I didn't get a very good start, and they called it back, which was kind of lucky for me. But overall, I think Joe Adams, Daniel Adams, everyone Adams. I feel like this car's pretty good. So who knows? Hopefully, I can make the right adjustments here and don't screw myself. How about this crowd, though? I'm pretty glad this deal's back in Arizona, and I think the crowd's showing it.
Ricky Thornton Jr., the 20 RT.
All right, we roll off the grid. Rio Grande Waste Services Heat Race number 4, and on the pole, it's going to be Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana, and the Rumley Motorsports number 6 into his outside, and the Delco Equipment Sales 157, the Winfield Warrior, Mike Marlar.
Row 2 on the inside. Keep your eyes on this guy out of Tucson, Arizona. It's R.C. Whitwell, and on his outside, great qualifying effort for the driver out in Neosho, Missouri. The 128 is Kylan Garner.
Row 3, Kate Dillard, the thrill rider, Roebling, Louisiana, the 97, and the 9T of Tim Eisenberg out of Marshfield, Wisconsin.
The 6-time World 100 champ Billy Moyer has the Tim Lance 48 on the inside of row 4. On his outside, out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, the 66 is Eli Ross.
Row 5 will be Tyler Peterson from Hickson, North Dakota, the 1 TPO, and the 49T of Jake Tim out of Winona, Minnesota. Your final starter, Peyton George from Rapid City, South Dakota in the 0. Lights down on the speedway. Winner of this one moves off to the Schaefer Wheel redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Solutions Pole Award. We're also going to have the Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday contest down there as well. We'll talk more about that one when it's over.
Absolutely.
Debuted that last year.
Yes, we did, and I like it a lot. Rio Grande Waste Services Heat Race number 4 is about to go into the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone. Hudson O'Neill and the Rumley 6 on the pole, and Mikey Marlar and the Ronnie Delk 157 on the outside. C&D Bonding green flag waves, and we're underway.
Man, Hudson got a really good start. That car shot out of a cannon. He'll move to the middle of the racetrack. Meanwhile, he's got company to his inside. The 96 of R.C. Whitwell, another Arizona's son, coming home here this weekend.
That guy just runs really, really well. Oh, man, Hudson O'Neill clipped the inside of the racetrack, and R.C. had to get on the binders to keep from taking both of them out. That allows Mike Marlar to take second spot away. Wow, that was close.
No harm, no foul. Will stay green down the back straightaway. Side by side for position number 2.
Oh, That was
Man,
a
I tell you what,
whoop-de-doo.
it is a whoop-de-doo down there, and if you catch the berm, it's even more. Meanwhile, right now, Kylan Garner, fourth and final transfer. Here comes Cade Dillard putting the whip tour up top. That's the battle out of 2 down the back straightaway. Cade Dillard on your screen, 5th to 4th into the show right now as Kylan Garner's got to go to work.
Well, we just saw Cade Dillard absolutely spank the field in his modified race, and he's trying to hang on to a transfer spot now in the late model. He makes it official that time by. He works around Kylan Garner. Garner, though, not going to give up without a fight. That's the battle for the final transfer on your screen. This time by, cross flags will be shown to the field. 4 down, 4 to go for your race leader, Hudson O'Neal.
Right now, that bottom really good in 3 and 4, 1 and 2. They head to the top as a tale of 2 racetracks right now as they're searching. And again, they're going to have a different racetrack for the feature. We know they're going to go out and go to work on it. But right now, these drivers, as we talked about earlier, DJ, learning something new every lap. 5 laps down. Oh my goodness, hard crash down the back straightaway. As we had one into the wall, I looked up, and that was Tim Eisenberg, and he was helicoptering off the backstretch wall, and I don't know what started that one.
I admittedly did not see it, but you can tell by the damage on the front end of that Infinity race car that was an incredibly hard hit. You can see Tim moving around and getting the helmet unstrapped in the race car. That's a good sign. Cowboy, one of the first ones out there to check on him. And the Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag flies for Marshfield, Wisconsin's Tim Eisenberg in the number 9T.
All right, I believe from the drone, we're going to have footage of this, and it's going to be the top of the screen toward turn 3 is where this is going to happen. So you're going to look top of your screen, top left of the screen, and oh man, looked like is that
him and Sam Mars?
Yeah, that was Sam Mars, and he got together, and Eisenberg straight into the wall after they made contact.
No, it wasn't. It was
not Sam's not in this one. That would have been
Billy Moyer.
Was that Billy Moyer in the yellow? Yeah, the yellow car. I was looking on there. I was like, wait a minute, Sam's not in this one.
Man, that was a massive hit. You could tell from the drone. I don't know if we can key it up one more time for the folks watching at home or not. Now that you kind of know exactly where to look, I would like to see that one more time if at all possible.
So again, if you're watching at home, top left part of your screen, we're going to see Eisenberg and the black and white car, and Billy Moyer in the white and the yellow car get together, yellow and black, and Eisenberg head on into the wall after that as they work to get Eisenberg's car off the speedway, the Infinity by Wells car. A lot of damage on the front of that. So top left part of your screen, you're going to see it happen. Middle of the back straightaway right now, and man.
It just looked like where the track kind of funnels together, coming off corner number 2. They came together there, and man, that's a tough break. I know Eisenberg was very excited to get back to the Wild West Shootout, very excited to do a little more open late model racing again. Trenton Berry will send it down to you.
You bet. I'm walking with Eisenberg here. We're going to have to go quick. What happened?
Billy Moyer just decided to wreck me on the first lap, so that was payback.
There it is, boys. I ran a marathon as well.
Oh, it was more of a 5K, Trenton, but oh my goodness, well, that's a tough break.
Can I don't get to tell my story?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Oh, it was a marathon. That was all.
Well, we have footage of it, so that's the only thing working against you. We had it from the drone. Oh, bad. You did a great job, though, Trent. It's good to have you back here, man. You always do a great job, and you'll be glad to know that the beeps and the tower from the outage earlier have subsided, so we can all breathe.
Wonderful. Things I'm also thankful for right now.
Yes, sir.
Kelcar's golf cart. Tell him it's in great hands and should be back to its designated home in no time.
Well, we actually had some guys down there that were prepped to rewire that to help keep some of the lights going if things went any more haywire during the power outage. So, Iceman, there's
what you did there.
Look at the front end of Eisenberg's number 9.
I don't know if they brought another car. I think that one
may need clipped.
Not a lot to work with there. Damn.
Made the switch. Yeah, made the switch to an Infinity race car. He had been running actually a Kryptonite the last couple of years, Ben. Got the Infinity now. And
how about Fast Freddy hitting the road this year?
Yeah, man, that's cool. That is. Listen, I grew up watching Freddie Carpenter race. I've known him just about my entire life, and it's just really cool to see him get an opportunity to chase his dream and go out and do that. And I don't know. I shouldn't call out people on the internet, and I'm not going to get on a huge soapbox here. I'll say this.
Oh, no, Trent's already called people out.
Well, I'll just say this. There is a driver. I don't care if his name is Freddie Carpenter or Ben Shelton or what it is, but if you go out and you get an opportunity to go out and pursue your dream, I just think that's really freaking cool. And it doesn't matter if he makes it through speed weeks or makes it through the entire season. He's taking advantage of an opportunity to do something that 99.9% of the rest of us will never get an opportunity to do. So you know what? Good for him.
You know what? And Freddie, man, he's a guy, even when things are really bad, he somehow always has a smile on his face.
He does.
And I tell you what, right now, I challenge Sport Clips or Supercuts or somebody, you should sponsor him this year. And the haircuts on the road with keep the ponytail. Keep the ponytail trimmed up.
Okay, you want to keep it then. I did see Tyler post the other day. I was going to say, Tyler got a haircut, by the way.
Well, I think
Tyler got a
gets
haircut
haircuts mostly.
Well, I mean, but I think it was a more
Todd Turner does it.
Todd Turner does. Oh, poor Todd. We did see a retro National Dirt Digest T-shirt, yes, in the pit area earlier, by the way.
It's been a fun day when everything's working. All right, well, lights are down. DJ 5 down, 3 to go, so it will be a single file past the halfway mark. And Hudson O'Neill brings us back to the green. Huddy in the Rio Grande Way Services Heat 4 trying to move off to the redraw for tonight's main event.
Absolutely. R.C. Whitwell's third position comes under protest from Kate Dillard. Again, top 4 advanced. They're going to be coming around with 2 to go this time. Whitwell going to try to work his way back by Mike Marlar as they navigate the whoop-de-doos down in turns 3 and 4. He might do so. Marlar slips up the racetrack. Whitwell not able to capitalize that time. Now 2 to go.
And those guys sat there. You go under tire pressures or anything else. Tires start sealing up a little bit if you have a different car when you go back green. Either way, Ho Chi Town Saloon, last call, 1 to go. One more time around the speedway, and it's all Hudson O'Neill in car number 6. Mike Marlar sits in second. Back in third, it's Whitwell. Fourth is Kate Dillard. DJ off into 3 and 4.
And checkered flag going to be staring him in the eye this time by. It's going to be the new deal. Hudson O'Neill getting the win in Rio Grande Way Services Heat Race number 4. Second's going to go to Mike Marlar. R.C. Whitwell third, and Kate Dillard grabs that final transfer in position number 4, followed by Garner, Tim, Moyer, and Tyler Peterson. So Kate Dillard 4th, R.C. Whitwell 3rd, Mike Marlar finishes 2nd, and your winner in the Kevin Rumley D&E Marine, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Sunoco Race Fuels, Wheeler Metals, Longhorn Dynamics, Senior Life Insurance sponsored. Number 6, how about a round of applause for Martinsville, Indiana's Hudson O'Neill.
Drive the Rumley Engineering Longhorn, and it'll stop here the front straightaway. Hudson O'Neill going to pull the helmet off. We'll get a quick word with him. Air track event promoter Chris crossing the racetrack, sliding in here with Hudson. Hey, the race car didn't look any worse for the wear, but what happened early down here in the turn?
Yeah, on the first lap, I didn't realize those holes were so big, and I got in there and started bouncing and had to get on the brakes pretty hard to make sure I stayed in the brown and didn't let somebody get underneath of me. So, yeah, definitely was looking both sides, seeing if somebody was going to drive by me, but it worked out. We got a good piece. Probably put on some different tires here for the feature, so hopefully that doesn't mess the race car up too bad. Felt really comfortable there, so see what we got for him.
Hey, great to see you out at the Wild West Shootout, man. Good luck. Hudson O'Neill there in the 6.
Well, that's going to wrap up prelim action in the form of the heat races. Now we've got B main action coming your way. And first on the docket will be the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. And they are making a lap around the top of the racetrack, putting maybe just a little bit of moisture down. I'll tell you what, with that in mind, we're going to step aside real quick, thank some sponsors. When we come back, we'll have the first of 2 X-Mod B-Mains coming your way.
Stop letting your trailer boss you around. Shocker Hitch has the air ride solution for every setup. Our air receiver hitches absorb road shock before it hits your truck, protecting your cargo and your drivetrain. Hauling heavy, the gooseneck surge eliminates the bucking and jerking of a hard connection. For campers, the Quick Air fifth wheel pin boxes provide a cushioned premium towing experience. Needed on the trailer side? Our air tongue mounts bolt directly to your frame for instant shock absorption. And the air equalizer brings air ride comfort to your existing weight distribution hitch. Shocker Hitch, safer, smoother, every mile.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best.
They'll race into 3 and off of 4. Your winner for the second feature is Turbo. Tyler gets it done.
Racecar Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to the Wild West Shootout. B-Main time for the X-Mods. Real quick, B-Main 1, 10 laps the distance. It's Lucas Rodine, Eric Weinmiller, row 1. Row 2, Dakota Gerard and Tate Johnson. Row 3, Brandon Rehill and Andy Davis. Row 4, Deuce Teague and Dave Smith. Row 5, Arturo Ordonez and Lance Relf. Row 6 will be Caden Woody and Braxton James, Parker Anderson and Greg Gorham. Row 7, that's Israel Ortega, Ken Schrader, and Matt Gilbertson. 17 cars, if they can all make it.
You did a great job there.
I did something, as we'll take 4 out of this one. 10 laps the distance. First of 2 B-Mains for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire.
Yeah, this is going to be Arizona differential B-Main at number 1 for the X Mods. And you said it, 10 laps, top 4 transfer as we roll into our last few prelims of the night. And out front in this one, it's the 44 of Eric Weinmiller. And not so fast, my friend. Lucas Rodine tries to get a run down to the inside, not able to do so. Weinmiller's going to lead lap 1.
4 car going after the lead right now. Good stuff with 1 on the board, 9 laps to go. And down the back straightaway, Weinmiller, your leader. In the second spot, Rudine. And Tate Johnson, the Montana driver, back in third, side by side for the lead through turns 3 and 4. Leader of lap number 2, still Weinmiller.
As we pan out and show you these guys here, it's amazing how you just saw the late models. They weren't really one group. They weren't moving around this much. You get cars out there with limited engines and small tires on them. And I mean, these guys are all over the place. They're 2 and 3 wide all the way back through the field in this first Arizona differential B-Main is Rodine. Whoa, he hit a pretty good whoop-de-doo down there in 3 and 4.
Yes, sir, he did. Meanwhile, Tate Johnson going to find a line. He'll take second away from Weinmiller. Weinmiller back to third. Gerard still in the 4th and final transfer. Ordonez on the outside looking in, back in car 8X, working lap 4, as Gorham will have to try it tomorrow. He's out of the party here tonight.
Absolutely. Lucas Rodine, another good season last year for the driver that is out front in this one, as he picked up 10 wins throughout the course of the season. And that Rodine Farms, Mike Rodine's Sons and Trucking sponsor number 19. And don't look now, the driver behind him, Tate Johnson, got a good run on the outside. He's trying to close that gap. It's Dakota Gerard right now sitting on the bubble in 4th.
And DJ, you said it well. These guys are using just about a different groove every time around as they're searching around. Just says a lot about the different types of cars, the traction they have, the power they have. And these guys putting on a show right now as we're working lap 6 of this 10-lap affair. First of 2 B-Mains for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire.
Absolutely. Lucas Rodine has got the 19 locked in this one. One of a couple drivers pulling double duty here this weekend. Tate Johnson remains in second. And that battle on the right side of your screen, that's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And only the top 4 transfer, and they just about wiped each other out.
Yeah, Weinmiller slammed the door on Gerard. He breaks momentum. Ordonez gets a run to the inside of him off of turn 4. 3 laps remaining, and what a battle for the final transfer.
That is absolutely incredible. Don't look now, but Brandon Rehill is going to join the party out of nowhere as well in the 34. That's him in the orange car, Dakota Gerard in the Bloomquist-looking race car, and the car with no decals on it, the 44 of Eric Weinmiller, while Lucas Rodine stays out front, 2 to go.
Yeah, the battle you see on the right side of your screen, only 2 of those cars move on. 3rd right now is Weinmiller. 4th is Gerard, and Gerard says 4th is very uncomfortable. He's going to take 3rd away from Weinmiller. Meanwhile, your leaders race through turns 3 and 4. Rodine comes back. The Hochtown Saloon, last call, 1 to go.
Final time around for Lucas Rodine, who stretched out to a 1.6 second advantage. We're going to keep it glued to that battle for the final transfer on the right side of your screen. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th on the right side of your screen. Only one of those drivers will race their way in. Off corner number 4, Lucas Rodine's going to get the win. Tate Johnson's going to finish in second. Dakota Gerard will finish in third. The battle for the final transfer given to Brandon Rehill.
And behind him, it'll be Weinmiller, Ordonez, Schrader, Gilbertson, Teague, Anderson, Davis. They'll all try again tomorrow. Your 4th and final transfer, he comes to us out of Manitoba, Brandon Rehill. 3rd will go to Missouri's Dakota Gerard. 2nd to Montana's Tate Johnson. And behind and in front of Tate Johnson, I should say, Lucas Rodine out of Marion, North Dakota, in the Rodine Farms, Mike Rodine and Sons Trucking, Martin Livestock Trucking, Energize Electric, Crossroads Repair, Barnick Farms SSR race car with the Dakota Engine Builders Power Plant. 10 wins last year for Lucas Rodin. He'll start 17th tonight. And I tell you what, great job to all those drivers. Rodin, Tate Johnson, Dakota Gerard, and Brandon Rehill. They move off to the feature. It's time now. Second B main for the Shocker Hitch X mods.
Absolutely. This will be Winning Edge Carburation, B main number 2, Ben. 10 laps the distance, top 4 advance. And the lineup looks like this. Your pole sitter from right here in Casa Grande will be Big 5 Little 0. That is Braden Whitfield. And on his outside, out of St. Joseph, Minnesota, the 21 is Jake Smith. That's the lineup for B1.
The B1 was so good, they were trying to run it back from the production trailer. All right, and starting row 2, it's Danny Wagner out of Bay Point, California, the 11 DW, and the 71B of Dave Sirks out of Princeton, Minnesota.
We move back to row number 3 on the inside out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It's Asa Flores. Nope, good try. And the 05 on his outside out of El Paso, Texas, in the 23. It'll be Hector Barraza.
Row 4, the 81S of Bubba Stafford Jr. out of Whitman, Arizona. Las Cruces, New Mexico's Josh Byer in the 13. Forget you hippies. You don't get a lineup up there.
Third time's a charm. Piedmont, South Dakota's Brennan Davis starts on the inside of row 5. He's in the 509 on his outside of Awonka, South Dakota. The 50X is Paul Parks.
Row 6, Eric Barraza out of Phoenix in the 14. The 28 BY of Bryson Yeager out of Green River, Wyoming.
Brandon Johnson will start on the inside of row 7 on his outside out of South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. In the 30, it's Blake Davis.
No lineup for you. Row number 8, Chandler Dodge out of Casa Grande in that 5C, and the B52 of Michael Hartman out of Las Cruces.
And we have one more row in that one. I think that might be it. I do see all of our late model heat race winners. They've made their way down to Hooker Trucking Victory Lane. Trenton Berry, if you've got all 4 of them, then you can go ahead with the Schaefer Oil redraw to see who gets the Gorsuch Performance Pole Award tonight.
Yeah, this is taking some kind of quick engineering. I'll let you guys figure out that. We've got the gentleman right over here for the Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday. You said your name, sir, was?
Tony Jones, Queen Creek, Arizona.
Tony Jones. All right, Chris Kearns has got the gun. You're going to shoot. This is a Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday. This is the redraw right now. We're going to get a shot. Whatever number it sticks on will be the late model invert here tonight. Chris Kearns going to spin the wheel. And the invert tonight is going to be a 6.
No, I don't think it's an invert. It's the driver that he has. But good try, Trenton Berry. Good try.
Hey, I was told, hey, Babiak, this blood's going to be on your hands.
I'm sorry.
Ben and DJ are saying that is no invert.
I didn't say it was an invert. I just
no. You did.
It's 6. So whoever starts 6, that's his driver.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
No, don't put this back. TV.
Look in the camera.
Sorry.
Talk to your fans.
I screw up enough things out here. I cannot be blamed for something I didn't do.
Everybody watching on Amazon Prime, that was Jason Babiak that said that, by the way.
All right, so hey, we're going to now do the Schaefer's Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Pole. If we could get the 4 drivers right over here. First up's going to be Garrett Alberson. Talk here just real quick, and then the Schaefer's Oil bottles are right here beside us, so we'll see 2, 3, 4, and the G is the pole. So that could also be for Garrett as well. That could be the one you'd be looking for.
Garrett, yeah.
Hey, obviously Wild West Shootout's been good to you for many, many years, and the success looks to keep continuing.
Yeah, it's always super special. I loved Moto, but no matter the track, just the Wild West Shootout in general, that's where I started in the late model, and so it always means a lot to me.
All right, here we go. Grab one of those Schaefer bottles right there. They're all mixed up. Garrett Alberson will start 3rd. The number 3 for Garrett Alberson. And we'll go ahead and bring up next Dylan McCowan. He was another heat race winner. Man, you guys, smile on your face says it all right there. You making your first redraw as well. You're on cloud 9, I feel like.
Yeah, it's definitely a 180 from our Wild West last year. We I don't even know if we made a show or maybe one, but so this is definitely reassuring. And I mean we may have bad luck the rest of the time, but we're gonna take it as a blessing right now. And thanks to all the fans for coming out. I'm happy to be here. Huge shout out to Chris Davis with Midwest Sheet Metal. I missed him when I was over here earlier, so I want to give a shout out to him.
All right, here we go. Grab one of those Schaefer's bottles, one of the 3 that are left right there. And Dylan's spot will be the outside pole, number 2 for Dylan McCowan. Let's bring Ricky Thornton Jr. up here next. RTJ, how about it, these grandstands, getting a good look at it right here. It's crazy to see this many people.
Yeah, they got to laugh at me. I ran up here because, I don't know, I couldn't find a dirt bike to ride up, so I figured I'd just have a nice jog.
There we go. Go ahead and draw here real quick. Rick, these two right here. And Ricky Thornton drew the pole. That's the G right there. The G is the pole for Ricky Thornton Jr. And the last one, Hudson O'Neill. Hudson, your fate's been sealed, but obviously that right foot can do a little bit of work and say something about it.
Yeah, Ricky didn't leave me much to choose from, but no, yeah, able to win a heat race, starting in the front 2 rows. You know, I think this place is going to race awesome, and it's going to put on a show. So I think we can win from anywhere. Just got to do the right things and be smart and try and be there at the end.
All right, Hudson O'Neill, grab the last one right here. This is yours. And that'll do for the Shavers Oil redraw for the Gorsuch Performance Pole Award tonight, and the Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday that we clarified was not an invert, but that was number 6.
Trent, I think we clarified that Babiak is the latest guy that you're in a fight with. I think is what we clarified.
But hey, listen, I'm not even looking to fight with anybody.
So unofficially, I believe he's going to have Clay Stuckey is who the gentleman will have. And if you wonder who gets selected to do the Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday, who gets to shoot the gun, you buy a 6-day ticket package, you go into a drawing. And so we started that last year at Vado. We went 6 nights last year, and nobody ended up with the winner. If you win, you get $500. The driver you get you get paired with gets $500. If you don't, if nobody wins tonight, tomorrow, that means that a fan is eligible for $1,000. The driver's $1,000. If it goes all the way to the end, the final night, it's $3,000 and $3,000. If somebody wins tonight, it resets tomorrow at $500. There's somebody that can win every night, but ideally, you selfishly want to be that guy that goes this or lady that goes the 6th night, and you get paired with somebody that wins because you and that driver get a $3,000 bonus.
If nobody wins all week, yeah.
And we want to thank John and Trisha Duty and Justin Duty, Don Frank Floors. They came up with this idea last year. You worked with them on as well. And they're a team that comes out here and races, but they want to support the event, and that is just really cool. And I hope this year we didn't see a fan win last year. I hope a fan wins this year.
I know. I was going to say it would be really cool to see someone actually get that this year. And you know, the Duties, they don't just race; they support racing as well through their business. And doggone it, that's pretty darn cool. So we have got Winning Edge Carburation B main number 2 for
I
the
love
Xbox.
that Thornton couldn't get a dirt bike, so he had to run down to the infield. What about our front stretch fans? Your Gorsuch Performance Solutions pole sitter tonight, Ricky Thornton Jr. We're going to get Ricky a dirt bike. If he wins $50,000 tonight, if he leads all 50 laps, so again, $25,000 to win.
Yes.
$500 per lap led, the Rio Grande Waste Services lap leader loot. If he leads the whole way, $50,000. Now, he will not be here tomorrow.
Yes.
He is going to run. He's got to go practice the Chili Bowl. I have heard, though, if things go okay, he races Tuesday night in his prelim, that by Wednesday we might see Ricky back here.
Listen, you and I both know RT very, very well, man. And I've said all along, man, that if he goes out and runs really well the first night,
at his home track,
he's going to find a way to get back here. It may not be Wednesday. He's going to find a way to get back here at some point. We know it may not be Saturday as well.
Well,
right?
and same deal. We talked to Drake Troutman today, and we said, Drake, how many nights are you going to miss? He said, right now, probably none. He goes, unless I lock into Saturday. And I said, well, obviously. So Troutman's going to run the Chili Bowl. Very cool to see that. And hey, you know what's really cool? They're both on FloRacing.
They are both on FloRacing. By the way, if you're Ricky Thornton Jr., why wouldn't you come back at least for the finale next Sunday as well?
He's over there, man. He's shaking hands, kissing babies.
All right. Well, RT, Ben Shelton said that he would get a personal jet for you that did not belong to Joe Adam,
well,
just in case. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to talk to Joe because he's the only person other than, I guess, Royal that I know. I think Royal has a plane that I can work that out with. So, otherwise, I hope you're fine with economy class, RTJ, because you're sitting in row 48 of some commercial jetliner.
Trenton Berry, we got your text and we believe you. sir. We believe you.
Blame Babiak.
That is all right. Here we go. This is Winning Edge Carburation B Main 2 for the Shocker Hitch X mod.
Hey, we do know this. The top 4 out of this will move on to the main event. No two ways about it.
We may not know much, but we do know that. We also know it's 10 laps in distance. We know that the C&D bonding green flag will wave when they get to the Rio Grande Way Services starting zone, and this final X mod B main's underway.
Drag race down the front straightaway. Whitfield on the inside, Jake Smith to the outside. Smith right through the middle of the racetrack. Whitfield gets a bite down low. Whitfield an inch ahead down the back straightaway. Smith in second, side by side for third.
Down the back straightaway, they go side by side for the third spot. And now Jake Smith going to go to the outside. We got to get the double box up early on this one. Here comes Jake Smith to the outside. He's going to take the lead at the end of lap number 1.
Boy, these guys have been throwing down. We might have the triple box before it's all said and done. Down the back straightaway, we had it earlier in qualifying. Side by side for the lead. Man, what a good, clean race right now for the top spot.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Asa Flores, or excuse me, it's not Asa Flores. Asa Flores is big 0, little 5, right? This is big 5, little 0. That's Brayton Whitfield in the second spot. He's trying to get his feet back under and get a good run on the 21 of Jake Smith on the right side of your screen. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th all going at it, and they are doing battle for one transfer spot right now. That is Asa Flores in the little 0, big 5.
Miss Donovan Flores. I wonder if we'll see him next weekend. Speaking of
they're not related,
they're not, but I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I bet he will. The 07. I bet Donovan Flores used to run the Wild West Shootout back when it was up in Queen Creek at Arizona Speedway.
So. And Tucson, he's another OG guy. With
Donovan, if you are watching, Ben Shelton said he would buy your fuel to come up here.
Oh my goodness, we've assaulted the berm as Barraza gets back off him, but his nose has got damaged. We'll keep an eye on that if he keeps all the debris on that race car. Working lap 5 of this 10-lap affair, and Jake Smith said it was fun early on racing side by side, but he has a 2-second advantage. 5 down, 5 to go in Winning Edge Carburation B2.
Yeah, absolutely. Things getting dicey there for the second spot is the 11 of what Danny Wagner, the California driver, is able to work by the 5-0 of Brayton Whitfield. So it's Smith out front, Wagner now in second. Whitfield looked like, man, that car just looked like it was maybe off the pace there for a second. He's able to get going again. 4 laps to go in this one. And rounding out the final transfer is Asa Flores, and that's about to come under protest because here comes Bryson Yeager, and right on cue, they got it on screen for you.
Our team doesn't mess around. They do a great job down there. Well, right now, Flores in the final transfer spot, but Yeager on the move. And Yeager, let's not forget, had to go off on the hook earlier tonight. He started 12th in this one. And he has got 3 laps to figure out how to pick up 1 more spot as he's on the outside looking in. Only 4 move on. Flores has got that spot in the 05. Yeager in the 28. Davey Allison throwback car down the back straightaway. Man, it would be tough to come from 12th, come up 1 spot short. Yeager is right there with Flores. Meanwhile, your leaders now just have 2 laps to go as Jake Smith just pounding him in this one.
And we've got a Midwest sheet metal caution, and that erases a 4.2 second lead Jake Smith had.
With 3 laps to go.
Yeah, as we have got the 14 of Eric Barraza around. We got all the Barrazas. They're not related.
Well, some of them may be.
Well, Eric and Hector are not related. I found that out.
Check birth certificates? What are you doing, man?
Coming at me pretty hard.
Wait, did Babiak tell you this, or did somebody else tell you?
So we go back to the last fully scored lap. That would be lap number 7. That'll leave us with 3 laps to go in this one. And Jake Smith, who had over a 4-second lead, will have that gone. Danny Wagner second, Brayton Whitfield third, Asa Flores fourth, and Bryson Yeager is going to get 1 more shot at Asa Flores for that final transfer.
Yeah, Jake Smith, the lap before, had a 4.9 second lead. It had been trimmed all the way to 4.3 before the caution came out. Now it's trimmed to about 0.1. It's going to be a 3-lap dash to the checkers. Jake Smith, Danny Wagner, Brayton Whitfield, and Asa Flores. Bryson Yeager, 12th to 5th. Going to get 1 more spot.
Well, he's going to try to, and he's going to need to if he wants to race again here tonight. There's only a top 4 transfer, Ben. So, 7 down, 3 to go. Jake Smith, the Pied Piper at the head of the pack, going to lead this field off into 3 and 4. And they'll go green in the Rio Grande Way Services restart zone.
Jake Smith's been in charge throughout. The St. Joseph, Minnesota driver. Scratch that. St. Joseph.
Yeah,
Minnesota.
You got it.
And Missouri on the brain. St. Joseph, Minnesota driver.
Close.
He leads the way. And down the back straightaway, Man, keep an eye. Only 4 move on, DJ. They'll race back to 2 to go. Third, Whitfield, Asa Flores in fourth. And it's still Yeager on the outside looking in. And now he'll look to the inside. He comes after Flores for the final transfer.
There it is, right on cue, that battle for the final transfer on your screen. Bryson Yeager down to the inside. He hasn't roughed up poor Asa Flores just yet, as he's trying to race him clean and get that 28 car into the show. Wheel to wheel for the final transfer. They almost go 3 wide. Asa Flores doing a great job. Hochatown Saloon 1 to go, and Yeager takes the final transfer.
Yeager 12th to 4th. Flores going to look to the inside. 3 wide for positions 3 and 4. Down the back straightaway, Jake Smith a comfortable advantage. Wagner in second. DJ bring us home.
Braden Whitfield under protest right now in the 3rd spot. Asa Flores, oh, he gets into the 28 of Yeager. He backs off of it. Yeager is going to hang on and get the final transfer in 4th. Whitfield 3rd. Wagner 2nd.
Wow.
And Jake Smith gets the win in a wild 3rd and 4th corner in that one.
From 12th to 4th, Bryson Yeager to the main event, the 28 BY car out of Green River, Wyoming. 3rd to Braden Whitfield, the Casa Grande driver, and car 50. Danny Wagner in the 11 DW out of California, the Sport Mod champion from California in 2nd. And your winner, former Wissota Midwest Mod National champion, Jake Smith, the Chubbs Performance, J. Smith Trucking, Corbett Trucking, DRTM Trucking. This is like the Chris Simpson of the X-Mod world. RLS Trucking, GRP Motorsports.
Essex and Jarrett Logistics.
Oh, man. Jake Smith moves off to the main event. Let's take a look at the last lap there and see what happened as Asa Flores threw the Yeager bomb at him off into turn 3 and 4. Let's see what happened. So he run off in there, and look, it's getting a little chop down there. Oh, man, he just about got him upside down. You know what? Flores let out of the gas. And Yeager about went for Mr. Toad's wild ride. He gets the final transfer, but he may need a new fire suit after that one.
Man, I would need a new one for sure. That was highly entertaining.
You know what? And Asa, you've been in a transfer the whole way, dude. He's just trying to get there on the last lap. And
Absolutely.
I'll say this: he let out of it. A lot of guys may have just powered through there.
You and I have got to talk to Asa and kind of know him from the Wild West Shootout. Absolutely, man. Great dude right there. All right, are you ready for this? We have got the first B-main for the Messina Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds on the racetrack. This is going to be C&D bonding, B-main number 1. 10 laps, top 4 transfer, 26 cars strong, my friend. Yes, that's right. I said 26 cars racing for 4 transfer spots in a 10, oh my goodness, and I think they're all there, in a 10-lap race. This is wild. Why don't you run more laps, people say? Because it's a B-main.
Yeah, it's B-main, man.
It's a B-main, man.
Yeah, it's B-main, man.
All right. Here we go.
Man.
All
right, it's Dustin Strand on the pole of C&D Bonding B-Main 1 for the mods. To his outside, Gary Christian out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma in the 58X.
Row 2 is going to be the 50 of Robert Adams out of Tucson, and Peoria, Arizona's Jason Knoll in the 44.
Row 3, David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas, in the D25, the 77X of Austin Cole out of Cave Creek, Arizona.
The X-File from 10 Mile. Talon Willis starts on the inside of row number 4 in the 10, and on his outside, the 413 is Tate Johnson.
Row 5, the 2J of Blake Jetvic out of Holly, Minnesota, and Fito Gallardo from Las Cruces in the G17.
Out of Alamogordo, New Mexico, Devin Jobins in the 81, and out of Marion, North Dakota, Lucas Rodines in the 19.
Row 7, Xavier Ortega out of Las Cruces in the 24X, and Buffalo, North Dakota's Randy Klein in the 88 Triple X.
That said Luis. Luke Drake out of San Luis Obispo, California is in the 111, and Brent Holman out of Rogers, Arkansas is in the 17.
Peyton Gallardo out of Las Cruces in the P17, inside of row 9 to his outside, the M19 of J.C. Mattingly from Springdale, Arkansas.
That's the 51 of Dallas Caldwell starting 19th, and starting 20th, the U.S. of Jonathan Olmscheid.
Row 11, Jeff Helgett out of Thunder Bay, Ontario in the 73, and Lucas Tejas out of Tucson, Arizona in the 520T.
C.R. Eisenheimer in the 16-ounce on the inside of row 12, and on his outside, Matt McKelly in the 119.
In the back row, Ethan Stevens, the 13-year-old out of Mesa, Arizona, the L8 in the 3018, not going to be there. Dylan Thornton out of Orcutt, California. DJ, good news, 26 cars did not make the call. 24, however, did, though. 24 of the 26 making the call. And this is C&D Bonding B-Main number 1 for the mods. One more mod B-Main after this one, then we'll go up to Super Late Model B-Main and Pro Power Dash action.
68 of the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds entered here this evening, and we're going to whittle this field down to 24 for the A main.
You know what you want to hear is a score in a race with 24 cars. The 6 starter's transponder is not working, so we'll keep an eye on Austin Cole, whose transponder is not working. We'll have to insert him into the running order.
Oh boy. Well, thank you, those of you with pencils and the ability to score. Green flags out, we're underway.
All right, side by side for the lead strand. Down low, Gary Christian up. Not going to try it again. As didn't like what we saw there in Midwest Sheet Metal yellow lights on the speedway.
Well, I want to see an FK rod in since a replay of that.
Are you pointing to Trent? Are you contesting things now?
Well, I just would like to see it again because I got a blind spot there, and it's hard to see.
Hey, why did I get the exclusive on that product category?
Well,
Trent, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer.
You're going to be sponsored by WWE next year. Trenton says, because Trenton says so.
Oh boy.
Move over, Stone Cold. We got Trenton saying so. Tiffany's not giving us a replay either. It's fine. Huh.
Hey, for the record, I didn't even give any B main grief tonight. You guys did good enough for me on that, getting started.
That is fair. That is fair. All right, so trying to get word back on the farm.
Or we'll just turn the caution lights off
are out.
and go racing.
Hey, man, we just talk about race cars.
We don't even do that well sometimes.
No, especially we lost the power earlier. We were down to a drone. The drone was carrying a broadcast worldwide on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, there were people dancing at home whenever our mics went off earlier. C&D bonding, B main #1, top 4 advanced, 10 laps the distance, green's out.
All right, well, for whatever reason, that's a better start as they work through turns 1 and 2. Oh, man, we're shooting sparks.
No,
Jay Van will be happy. Sparklers and snakes down there in turn 1 and 2 off the wall.
We've got one on the inside of 1 and 2 pointed in the wrong direction.
I cannot see him from where. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah, I don't know that race control can see him either.
We got, race control. Ethan Stevens at the bottom.
Yep, we got one down there. I ain't going to stay down there. Oh, no.
No, we got several down there.
Oh, boy, we got a whole half a field down there. Yep, saw it that time. Well, if you're counting at home, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Started with 1.
Good thing you got an extra toe on that 1 foot because there's 11 cars down there for you to count.
Oh, man. Can you imagine the L8 of Ethan Stevens going, for the love of God, throw the caution. Here comes 23 cars at him. No. 9 of them did not make it past. Oh, man.
Well, that was interesting.
Shout out to Rio Grande Waste Services with the banner down there. Midwest Sheet Metal. We don't have a red flag sponsor. We're giving it to Chris Davis. He's too good of a sponsor. Chris Davis, also sponsor of the red flag.
So I wonder if we have another look at all of that.
All right, so everybody is okay down there. We did not catch that one because it was the leaders going into the corner. All right, so from the drone, we'll have an FK rod instant replay. All right, we're gonna. All right, it's going to be in the middle of the screen as they get off into turns 1 and 2. So right now, you couldn't, right from the scoring tower, it was hard to see the car at the bottom of the corner. And when they start seeing them, that's when they start stacking up. They head to the wall. Oh, my goodness. Well, they're unpacking them down there. The good news is a lot of them, I think, minimal contact down there. So they're unpacking them. So could have been a lot more damage. Most of the guys able to drive away. It was a 73 car pulling away. Helget down there, the Thunder Bay, Ontario driver.
How about poor? Oh man, a lot of thoughts. How about poor Ethan Stevens down there, the 13-year-old micro racer, just watching the entire field come at him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, I got nothing. Also, Cowboy has no sleeves still. Who think, is J3T here? J3T or Cowboy?
Where's J3 at? Trent, is he down there with you?
And Trent's quit.
We've lost
No, I'm here. J3 was down on the turn 3 and 4 end a little bit ago.
Okay, I had not seen him yet.
I had not. I just thought about it because usually when it was in Vado and it was snowing, he was in short sleeves.
I saw he had the CK mandated button up on tonight, and he was griping in the pits that it was mandated he had to have long sleeves on tonight. But he said he'd be back to the short sleeves after the weekend.
I would file a union grievance if I was him. You shouldn't have to make him wear sleeves.
I saw J3 at a racetrack somewhere this summer, and I can't remember now where I was, but I heard this guy behind me say, "Hey, DJ," and I didn't know if it was him or Mike Spatola. I wasn't real sure who was shouting at me.
You don't want either one of them coming after you. Well, we're going to try this one again. 1 lap in the books. So the good news is that there was not a bigger melee down there. 1 lap in the books. And we have a 9 laps remaining. Then we're going to go into super late model B main action after
light
this
up
one.
here in the press box too. I laid.
Hey, J3's right down there at the 73, right at the tractor tire of turn 4.
Got it. I love that we have our camera people panning to catch J3.
Found him.
Oh, he's got long sleeves on. I'm going to talk to Kearns about that. I'm not okay with J3 being mandated to wear sleeves.
To be fair, if he cuts the sleeves off, he loses the FloRacing logo too. So.
Well, the FloRacing logo just got a lot of exposure. We had a Waffle House. Our late great buddy Rick Eshelman would have loved the scattered, smothered, and covered down there.
Yes,
Eshelman would have loved that.
Yes, he would.
That was.
There's a J3 sighting.
Hey, also, I can't believe you guys thought I'd quit. It's race 1 for the year.
Well, that's fair.
I'm good. I don't get a sour mood till at least July.
And Trent did drive out here. Hey, Trent, true or false? You've never flown?
So in a helicopter one time.
Well,
but not in an airplane.
Never in an airplane. Will you ever fly in one?
You know, I was really close a couple of falls ago.
Okay.
And a few things just didn't work out.
Man, I love the thought of racing dirt going to Australia, and he has to catch a boat down there because he will not fly.
You know, I've learned this as I've gotten older. It's not great to ever say never. I don't like to speak in absolutes.
Okay.
So I won't totally rule it out, but to this point, I've been a driver.
Well, I can't wait for the Heartland Modified Tour Australian edition.
Yeah, Trent, I'm going to tell you right now, my flight from Los Angeles to Brisbane was 15.5 hours. I'm thinking the boat is a little bit longer, so start planning wisely, man.
Oh, my God. You went 15 hours in an airplane?
That's what they tell me.
Well, that's how you get to Australia.
That is how you get to Australia, yes.
Okay.
All the high limit guys just did it. I mean, and some of them, they bounce back and they'll go back down there. Well, lights are out. We're back underway, and Dustin Strand in the modified. Good to have him back in the Wild West Shootout, man.
Yeah.
We've seen him win here in a late model. We've seen him in the late model. We've seen him in the modified. And he brings the modified back this year. And oh no,
PSG.
All right, we've made it. We've got through 1 and 2. It's all good.
I think that was a Gallardo back there.
That may be a Gallardo. It's not Rocco. Rocco's not with us this weekend.
And there's Robert Adams, by the way, who almost won his heat race, but with the way the passing points shook out, now finds himself out front.
Well, and don't forget, Dustin Strand, I think, went like 11th to 4th or 5th in his and still didn't make it. I mean, that's how tough it is right now
if you
with
were
this
looking
field.
there it is. I was going to say, if you're looking at the live timing at home, it was off that first lap. It seems like it has synced back up again now. 2 laps in the books. It's Adams, Strand, Gary Christian, and Jason Knoll. A teammate to Lance Murray this week, by the way, running in the 4th and final.
And I tell you what, he's looked pretty strong tonight. To my knowledge, he didn't practice last night.
No, I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. He's looking good right now.
Yeah.
Well, 4 cars move on out of this one. Noel in the hot seat, the final transfer. He is trying to work past Gary Christian to put him back into position number 4. Oh, man, Adams pushes hard through turns 3 and 4. And here comes the field. They're closing in on him. Dustin Strand, Gary Christian, Jason Noel. Outside looking in, Talon Willis. And Blake Jedvig on my dirt draft team on the outside as well.
Oh, no, that is bad for you. Could be good for me, though. I got to get Jason Knoll into this race because he's on my dirt draft team as well, and that is him right there. Look at those cars fan out. Adams in the 50, Strand in the 71, Christian in the 58X, and I don't like the way you said uh-oh.
Talon Willis just went around Jason Knoll for the final transfer.
Oh, no. I mean, great.
Well, it's good for Talon.
Yeah,
it's awful for you and your dirt draft team.
Good for my dirt draft team. That's right.
Fun fact, they don't care about your dirt draft team out there.
Fun fact, I don't care about it either, but I do care about great racing, and that is what we've got. We've actually got one hell of a V8 right here.
Yeah, Adams has got it, but Strand is. Oh, no. It's a Midwest sheet metal caution.
Yeah, we got one parked over there, and I believe
That's
it is. It's the driver, the number 73 out of Thunder Bay, Ontario.
What a cool name for a town.
Yeah, Thunder Bay in the Walder Hollow Metal Signs Tower Light sponsored 73. So, we had that last time by the top 5 cars all cross the stripe within about 1 second of each other, roughly.
All right, so we'll get them sorted out. As
Also worth noting, by the way, in that battle for the final transfer, Ben, Talon Willis did have, Talon Willis did have Jason Knoll at the stripe that time, so he will be in the 4th spot. That'll shuffle Jason Knoll back to 5th and Blake Jetvik 6th. So those 2 drivers now on the outside looking in.
Most famous late model driver from Thunder Bay?
Oh, man.
I think he was from Thunder Bay. Starts with Tom. Was Tom Nesbitt from Thunder Bay?
Or was he on this side? I will get a text about that very soon.
I think he was from there. All right, well, lights are out. We're back underway. And 4 laps remain. And Adams is, man, he has had a horse that's out. Gary Christian gets a great restart. And they're 3 wide back there from 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
It is a great race. Dustin Strand trying to hang on to a transfer spot right now. And we need the quadruple box up for this one. Robert Adams in the 50, Gary Christian in the 58X, Dustin Strand in the 71, and the 10M of Talon Willis. There's the 44 of Jason Knoll. These modifieds have been really, really good here tonight.
And if you're Robert Adams, you got to wonder how many guys are going to take a shot at me for the lead, because Christian's like the 3rd guy to try to get around him. Robert Adams has driven his race, though, and he's 2 laps away from a checkered flag here. And CD Bonding B main number 1. Christian with a good run out of 2 that time. Adams claws back on the bottom. Back in 3rd, Talon Willis, Dustin Strand in 4th, Jason Knoll on the outside looking in.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Tom Nesbitt, by the way, as they are still side by side for the lead. They're side by side on back. Gary Christian going to take the lead that time by. This is the Ho Chi Town Saloon 1 to go, final time around.
Man, Robert Adams probably going to be happy just to go to the main event. Down the back straightaway, he's all over Gary Christian for the lead. Final time into 3 and 4. Off of turn number 4, the winner of C&D Bonding B main 1 for the mods, Gary Christian. 2nd to Robert Adams. 3rd to Talon Willis. 4th at the line, Jason Knoll takes it away from Dustin Strand. Strand to the trailer. He takes Jetvik, Rodine, Tanner, Klein, Jobin, Ortega, Drake, and everybody else with him.
Wow. Knoll got the run on the final corner. So Gary Christian going to get the win in this one. So congratulations to him in that 4J Energy panel chipping Ho Chi Town Saloon Smith Equipment Group sponsored 58X. Robert Adams 2nd, Talon Willis 3rd, and Jason Knoll on my dirt draft team. The good news is he makes it in the main event, Ben. The bad news is he bumped another driver on my team, Dustin Strand.
Man, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. All right, let's take a look at the last lap in the battle for that final transfer, as it looked like Strand had it and Jason Knoll said not so fast in the Lance Mare team car. And Lance Mare teaming up with Jason Knoll to put him in a race car here this week. And Knoll making the most of it. Strand down low, and man, talk about pedal through the firewall. Jason Knoll up top, and at the line, boom, into the show.
Got it, good move. Very good move.
Time for AM1 Roofing B main number 2 for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mods. Boy, that wind is not giving up here tonight. Mark Smith out of Anthony, New Mexico on the pole, and the 2SS into his outside. Alex Stanford out of Chowchilla, California in the 98.
The 6F is Matt Fester. He's out of Grove City, Minnesota. The 80XX out of Palestine, Texas is going to be Jason Langford.
Row 3, Jake Bowles out of Alamogordo, New Mexico in the J7, and the 12S of Hunter Sandy out of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
It's Fluffy. Mark Dodson out of Cameron, Missouri in the 85 on the inside of row 4, and on his outside out of Ponca City, Oklahoma, Troy Gemmel in the 721.
Row 5, Kel Murphy out of Tullis, Louisiana, the 25, the 151 of Lucas Gibbs out of Udall, Kansas. He will start 10th.
AJ Sharpenstein going to start on the inside of row 6. He's in the 7 on his outside out of Grand Meadow, Minnesota, the 20 of Cole, Queensland.
Row number 7, Royal Jones out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the 131, and the 26S of Stephen Glenn from Hamilton, Missouri.
Then it's going to be Taylor Cool in the 2 Cool out of Cave Creek, Arizona. On her outside out of Lowell, Arkansas, the 11N of Gene Nichols.
Row number 9, Jay Rosales out of Las Cruces in the 12J, and Mike Slocum out of Pismo Beach, California, the 73S.
Randy Thornell out of Hesperia, California in the 14T. And Elsie Ellsworth Conover out of Yuma, Arizona in the 02.
Final starters, Cole Slocum and Brennan Gave in row 11. Row 12, Casey Fowler and Gage McCoggan, and row 13, Rick Ortega and Paul Miles. 26 cars if they can all make it. 10 laps the distance. 4 move on. Last forward into the main event.
25 of the 26 starters out there, Ben. Yep, you heard that right. 25 cars, 10 laps, top 4 transfer. The C&D bonding green flag is out.
Mark Smith shot out of a cannon to the lead, and he pulls him out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. And one of these, at least one, not having a transponder on them, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think that's going to be Gage McGoggin, and they're hoping he doesn't make a run through the field because it's going to be a scores nightmare.
Oh, man. What a fun opening night here at FK Rod Ends Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. Mark Smith out front in this one, and he is trying to get the whooping stick out early here as he stretched out to a big advantage. They're side by side for third. It's Matt Fester on the inside. Hunter Sandy running the open modifieds on the outside.
Right. And he comes after the 6th car of Matt Fester. That's a battle for that position right in front of him. Alex Stanford. So Stanford in the 98s in 2nd, Fester in 3rd, Hunter Sandy in 4th. Mark Smith checked out in front of him in the lead.
He absolutely is. And right now, the first driver on the outside looking in is going to be the 80XX of Jason Langford as they fan out 3 wide momentarily. That's the battle for the 2nd spot. And we've got a Midwest sheet metal caution as Gage McCoggan goes around in the 57G.
All right, Midwest Sheet Metal caution on the speedway. 2 down, 8 to go. McCoggan goes around, gets that car turned back around. Mark Smith, your leader. Alex Stanford, 2nd. Matt Fester, 3rd. Hunter Sandy in the 4th and final transfer. And don't forget tonight, the Pit Boss fan experience stage. As soon as the XMod checkered flag flies, Pryor Baird's going to start playing out there. We know it's cool here tonight, but a little fan value out there. Stick around, and imagine some of the drivers are going to be making their way up, but out in the midway, Pryor Baird will start playing as soon as the checkered flag drops here tonight.
Absolutely. So Gage McCoggan, your caution casualty, will fall back to the tail end of the field. That'll help the scores out since his transponder wasn't working. 2 laps in the books. 8 laps to go in AM1 Roofing B main number 2 for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds. Again, late models coming up next. They'll have 2 B mains.
Yes, sir.
And then for that,
and the Pro Power Dash.
We got the Pro Power Dash for the drivers that remain on the racetrack in positions 5 through 9.
Usually
correct?
5 through 9. And the amount of those guys that elect to run the Pro Power Dash, that's the number of laps. And the winner of that one gets $1,000, or they can elect to start the feature here tonight, which, by the way, tonight pays $1,000. Trent Berry.
The winner doesn't get to decide if they do it invert, do they?
There is not. I don't care what Jason Babiak tells you.
Good enough.
What if Trenton sabotaged Jason? What if JB never said these words?
I don't think he did. I think Trenton Berry set him up. Trenton Berry likes inverts.
Unbelievable.
All right, Mark Smith's been really good early in this one, and we're going to roll him around one more time.
Well, the thing is, it's documented, too. Everybody watching on FloRacing and on Amazon Prime heard Trenton Berry say.
The confrontation down there between those two was the best, where it was like, hey, you said, and he said, I didn't say.
It was like the Spider-Man meme where they're both pointing at each other.
Babiak and I have a great relationship. We talk regularly throughout the year. I think a lot of him, and it's cool to see, man. He's an awful important part of this event. So
I think he's thinking a lot about you right now too, Trent, and he threw him under the bus on TV.
Yeah, maybe putting a screwdriver through the sidewall of the rental car out there.
Yeah.
Whoa, wow,
man,
that's aggressive. Yeah, Enterprise says not so fast, my friend. All right, 2 laps down, 8 laps to go. AM1 Roofing, B main number 2 for the USRA Modifieds. Green flag is back out.
Yeah, 3 wide back there for the 3rd spot. Again, only 4. Move on. Oh, my goodness. And the 6 car never turned. It went into the corner. And the 6F of Matt Fester, that car took off straight into the concrete. I don't know, something broke in the front end.
Man,
he lost brakes. I'm not sure what happened.
I thought he was going out of the ballpark there for a second.
Wow, you see him moving around in the race car. Glad to see that. That was a hard hit.
I saw him hitting the steering wheel there as well, like he's upset, maybe at himself or someone else. I don't know, but
man, that was a hard lick.
We'll try to get it queued up here on the FK Rod Ends Instant Replay and show you exactly what happened. to the driver of the 6F.
And driver is okay down there, getting word on that from race control. All right, we're going to take a look. FK Rod-End's instant replay, the Team MDF 6F out of Grove City, Minnesota. And they're heading down the front straightaway. Man, he goes in there and boom. I almost think he lost the brakes. I mean, because it looked like the front wheels were trying to turn. Trenton? Or not. I'm sorry, that was instant replay. I heard that. I thought Trenton turned his... The only good thing is he did get it turned just enough to pancake the wall a little bit more, because a head-on, man, it would have taken the clip on that thing.
Yeah, he did. And from the angle that you and I saw it here, it actually, I honestly, I thought he got up on the wall from the angle that you and I saw it. Obviously, from the replay, we were wrong, and I was wrong, and he did not. But, man, that was a hard hit.
I'm glad that he is all right down there. As car heads back to the pit area, he will try it again tomorrow. And, you know, from one of the competitors that he came out here with Olmscheid, talking to him, man, that family's been through a lot over the past year. Yeah. And single father of 4, and glad to see him here with us. Hate to see that happen to him, though, man. That was a hard lick. He'll try to bounce back tomorrow, but glad to have him back here with his racing family. I know he's excited to come out here, and, man, that's a tough way to end your first night.
Yeah, it sure is. I talked to Matt and his guys back there in the pit area yesterday before practice got started. They were real excited. They were having a lot of fun and telling me about, you know, where one of the sponsors on the car is Team MDF, and that actually is the initials of the crew there all together and everything, sharing a lot of the same initials. And so it was just you tell it was a crew that was out here to just go racing, enjoy some sunshine, and have a little bit of fun while they're at it. And it's just a shame to see his night come to a premature end. But we still got a little bit of business to do, Ben. 2 laps still in the books, 8 laps to go here in AM1 Roofing, B main number 2 for the mods.
And, you know, shout out Tomas and Jen Hunziker. Couldn't be here this year, but man, they do so much to support racing. Became a sponsor of the event last year. And man, tell you what, we just want to thank Tomas and Jen. We're seeing Tomas back at the racetrack sooner than later.
Absolutely. I know they're probably watching back home. I'm going to guess they're back home in Oregon. I don't know that they're watching across the sea.
No, I think they're in Oregon, yeah.
So,
where his roofing business is at, the M1 Roofing.
Absolutely. All right, well, the yellow lights are turned off. C&D bonding green flag. Going to wave next time by. Mark Smith is your leader. Delaware double file restart. That puts Alex Stanford on the inside behind him. You see, it looks like maybe they found the transponder on Cage McCoggin, by the way. He's showing as the leader. That is incorrect. He's at the tail end of the field. Green flag's out. We're back underway. Mark Smith going to lead the field off into turns 1 and 2. That's Alex Stanford on the inside. Here comes Hunter Sandy in the open modified on the outside of him.
Oh, no.
That's not good.
We got Jake Bowles, we got Casey Fowler, and we got a Midwest sheet metal caution.
AJ Sharpenstein is involved as well. Well, might see a single file start. This will be our 3rd attempt to get lap number 2 going. We do have an FK Rod-End's instant replay. So we will see what happened here. Bring out this latest Midwest sheet metal caution.
Off into the corner, and it looks like Bowles, maybe the car just got around on him a little bit, and then Sharpenstein with nowhere to go gets in the back of him. You see the 12 of Rosales. Glenn comes through there. Slowco. And you see Casey Fowler trying to get turned around.
Yeah, oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh. Well, that was a closer game than I thought it was.
That's right. Anybody that's recording the game to watch later, we won't ruin them for you. But
do people still do that?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm telling you that, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a big deal. But it is cool tonight, tonight's Wild West Shootout. We are on Amazon Prime, and right there alongside the Packers and Bears game, you know, back at the Dome when we made
very well.
We made the live debut on Amazon Prime, and it was, I think, the Cowboys and the Lions that night were playing.
Yes, it was.
And it was cool because you had the Cowboys and the Lions, and the next sports option on there was the Gateway Dirt Nationals tonight. It's a Wild West Shootout, and it has been a wild, Wild West kind of night here to kick things off. And, you know, you expect there to be some bugs as you take the event to a new facility, but we've had all kinds of stuff happen tonight. It started with you picking Hunter Sandy to be the IX Mod feature winner, and then he's only running in the A Mod class.
Really know we needed to bring that up again, actually.
Well, he'll probably end up winning one of the dirt draft classes, so I got to relish in that moment.
Well,
The night was going good. We kind of hit the skids here in this AM1 roofing.
Yeah, I know.
B-Main number 2 from the Sea Valley Transportation Border Tire Mods.
Yeah, I know. All right, well,
I know.
I
mean, we'll be seeing Essex here.
Oh,
in
James
just a
Essex.
few more
I
weeks.
know he's watching at home. We miss you, brother. We can't wait to kick off the Lucas Oil season with you at Alltech coming up here in just about 5 weeks or so.
And Rick Schwally and the gang, they've been down there at Golden Isles, Alltech, Ocala. They're visiting Bubba and Tom Bean and the guy. They saw Wendell today. They're getting things ready for the Lucas Oil Speed Weeks. Right now, we're getting ready to go back to the green flag. Lights are out. Rio Grande Waste Services restart zone. The one consistent in the first 2 laps of this one has been Mark Smith. He has been really good. As Stanford sits in second, Hunter Sandy in third, and back and forth down the back straightaway right now. Who is that in the 4th spot? Is it
I believe that's Jason Langford.
Jason Langford. I couldn't see the car from here.
I think it's Jason Langford, although that spot is up for grabs right now. So he's got a gaggle of cars back there behind him with Jake Bowles, or excuse me, he's got Cale Murphy, Troy Gemmel, Mark Dodson, and a whole host of others back there trying to take that spot away from him. But Mark Smith continues to show the way in this one. 4 laps in the books, and that's not good.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
Hunter
worse.
Sandy gets into the back of Alex Stanford, takes him around, and second and third are now going to find themselves on the back of the pack, and that's a tough one.
Boy, and that last impact was pretty hard there on the tail end of Stanford's car as well.
Man, those guys were going at it, and Sandy just got in there. Looked like maybe misjudged. And we'll go to the FK Rod Ends Instant Replay, sponsored by Tiffany Swisher. So Stanford gets in there, and man, Sandy it looks like maybe Stanford slides up the racetrack a little bit, spins the tires. Sandy's got to run. Next thing you know, they're together. And yeah, you called it. We had one come through there, and
Troy Gemmel, maybe.
Troy Gemmel crunched the side of a 721.
Well,
ouch.
We also we were in the process of getting 4 laps in the books. We did not. So we did all that to get one more lap in here in this AM1 roofing B main. It has been on the track for 12 minutes now.
It has. We may have an open red coming up momentarily.
We may have a time limit.
All right, I got faith. We're gonna come back to the green
I think
flag.
so.
We're
We
gonna
got
go
this.
7
We're gonna
laps.
rally.
We're gonna go 7 laps. I
We're
got
gonna
faith in
rally.
this one. Hey, you know what? Tomorrow we're gonna do this all over again. Tomorrow, 3:15. Here we go on the times. 3:15 Mountain Standard Time. We will go live at 3:30. We will have Dirt Draft Hot Laps. That's 3:30 Mountain Standard Time. It's 4:30 Central. It's 5:30 Eastern. It's 2:30 Pacific.
What about in the westernmost Hawaiian island?
I can tell you in Western Australia, I know what time. I think it'll be 2:45 a.m. on Monday when we start tomorrow. No, when you get to Hawaii, you're just 5 hours into that 15-hour plane ride. So.
Oh boy. All right, 3 in the books, 7 to go. AM1 roofing B main number 2 back underway. And they're all trying to catch the Anthony, New Mexico veteran Mark Smith in the 2SS. Look at Jason Langford work his way through the field. That's not good. That's not good.
I would like to take a team vote on single file restarts. It's just me and you. We're 2 for 2. We will notify the proper authorities. Because you know what's not working right now?
Is double file restarts. Yeah, no, that's definitely not. That is not working out too well. There's always like kind of that one race, you know, that is just that race. Why not take a look?
Let's give Maria and the gang at FK Rod Ends their money's worth. Let's see this FK Rod Ends instant replay. And I think Kel Murphy just went off in there and nope. Man, it's weird because we have seen a handful of guys get in the middle of 1 and 2 and just the car just snaps around on them.
Yeah, guys that you don't typically see that happen to as well, right? That have gone around. So Cale Murphy is he gonna call it a night? No, he's not. I thought maybe he was getting ready to pull up.
Well, he's got 7 laps to rally from 30th.
Well, at the rate this one's going, he'll be able to gain.
It's a 1-spin minimum right now. So
28 of those spots, yeah. Absolutely.
So let's look as they roll through 1 and 2. It's interesting because it's almost like there's a little bit more brown through the middle, but it's like it is ultra slick when they hit the middle of that corner.
You aren't wrong about that. It's very, very slick whenever they hit that corner. Well, Cale Murphy's going to call it a night in the 25, so the tallest Louisiana driver. Yep.
They listen to us.
Hey!
What else can we lobby for? Let's get a list going.
Well, Trenton was pulling for a 6-car invert down there earlier.
No, blame Babby.
He needs to work. He needs to work a little harder on that.
Oh my! I'm gonna tell you who did not get a good restart.
Is the 721?
Well, the 80 did not get a good one of Jason Langford, as that car got sideways and they were passing him wholesale.
Well, that 721 looks like it has been sucker punched in the nose as well. Oh, well, there's why the 80 didn't get a good start. Look at the left front, Ben.
Flat.
No, look on your screen. It is he has got broken suspension on the left front of that race car.
That's not a fun job.
That thing is only turning one way on the left front.
Yeah, I mean he's making circles, but they're not good ones.
Yeah, no, they're not good at all.
Meanwhile, Mark Smith is like, what the heck has been going on behind me? I would have ate dinner before this B main if I'd known it was going to take this long.
Well, I would have too. I mean, oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Med with sheet metal caution.
Well, do we know why?
Because we hadn't had one in 2 laps. That's probably why. It's got to be debris. We have hit the 15-minute mark.
Oh boy.
So
I can't remember the last time we weren't in AM1 Roofing B main number 2.
I'd like to congratulate the Hunziker family on getting maximum sponsorship dollars.
Trenton Berry, why did you call for this caution?
He's in the truck.
He has left.
He is in the Earnhardt Chevrolet pace.
He got mad at us for picking on him about the 6 invert.
No, I didn't. And listen, I would never do an invert ever, anywhere, ever again. And we don't in any of our races. So I couldn't get my microphone turned on because I had to put my gloves on. So I'm going to have to work on that program here just a little bit. So I was a little slower on the draw that time. And
it's all good.
I did not actually call for that yellow. So single file was good.
Yep.
Time limits and B mains are better.
Yeah.
So that's all I got.
Well, we're up to 16 and a half minutes in this one. We've got 5 of the scheduled 10 laps in. And
what?
We'll just see how it goes here.
Okay.
I got a feeling they may.
We had a feeling last time we were wrong.
They may get one more stab at it. That's just a guess.
And crashing each other or getting the checkered flag?
All the above.
All right, we're going 5 laps. We're going 5 laps of the checkers.
PSG, baby.
All right, Mark Smith, he's led the whole way. Behind him, everything else has changed. Meanwhile, Mark Fluffy Dodson from 7th up to 2nd. He's had some help there, but still running a good race. It's in 2nd. In the 3rd spot, Lucas Gibbs. And Cole Queensland in 4th. My goodness, where did Cole start in this one? He started back in 12th. And now Cole's going to take 3rd away from Gibbs.
Look at that.
Just like that. Don't call it a comeback. Working lap 7 out of turn 2 down the back straightaway, side by side for the 3rd spot. You see it on your screen on FloRacing. That is the best battle on the speedway.
How about just behind them, by the way? Brennan Gave started 22nd and is running in 5th.
Oh, man, you almost got, you don't want to root against somebody, but you kind of want a guy that started 25th. And a car, let's be fair, this race started 24 cars, but no, he started 22nd.
That's
still,
what I said.
I thought you said 25th.
No, can we can we get an FK Rottage instant replay of the commentary, please?
Well, right now, Mark Smith has 2 to go as Brennan Gave, man, is he going to come up 1 spot short?
Oh, man, he might. Now, to be fair, and I can say this because I got to talk to Brendan and his dad down there in the pit area, I'm actually not sure that Brendan's passed more than a couple race cars, and his dad's going to laugh about that whenever he goes back and watches this as well. But he's out there. He's running 5th. He's done what he's needed to do. So,
and about the Ho Chi Town Saloon, last call, 1 to go.
He may get it.
Oh, he's going to step to the outside. Oh, doesn't get there. Cole Queensland with issues. Meanwhile, battle for the transfer behind them.
Oh, he got him.
He goes around him. We're trying to get there. We got there. Checkered flag is out. Mark Smith is going to take the win at AM Roofing B main number 2. 2nd will go to Mark Dodson. 3rd to Cole Queensland. From 22nd to 4th, Brennan Gave. And I tell you what, some excitement at the end, unless your name's Lucas Gibbs, because you lost that transfer spot.
He said, Brennan Gave said, DJ just made a comment about me not passing cars, and I'm going to show him.
Well, he comes home in the 4th and final transfer. Brennan Gave 22nd to 4th. He picks up the 4th and final transfer. Minnesota's Cole Queensland in 3rd. Missouri's Mark Dodson in 2nd. And New Mexico's Mark Smith takes the win. And the Chevrolet, Viva Chevrolet, Mesilla Valley Transportation, BRZ Investment, Rio Valley Biofuel Transport, Miller House Farm, and Riding Academy and Weir's Machine, all sponsors from Mark Smith. As we move off now to late model B main action, DJ, we're going to have 2 of these and a Pro Power Dash, and it's off to main events here tonight.
Absolutely. So the first event on the racetrack is going to be Hooker Trucking B main number 1. These B mains will also be 10 laps or 2 hours, whichever comes first. Hooker Trucking B main number 1, top 10 laps, top 4 drivers. You like that, didn't you? Top 4 drivers going to race their way into the show. And how about this one? Jonathan Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia, going to start on the pole in that Ace Duran Hauling sponsored number 49 on his outside. Out of Peoria, Arizona in the 78S, it's going to be Steve Stoltz.
Row 2 is Jake O'Neill out of Tucson, Arizona in the 0, and the 4TW of Tim Ward out of Mesa, Arizona.
Third row back inside Manhattan, Kansas driver Chase Younghands in the 18 on his outside. Out of Truman, Arkansas, the 86, that's Kyle Beard.
Row 4 will be Man Motorsports Entries Chance Man out of Newport, Arkansas in the 88, and Terry Phillips out of Springfield, Missouri in the 75.
How about that? 3 Man Motorsports cars right there together with Beard, Man, and TP. Richard Pappenhausen on the inside of row number 5, and on his outside, Amelia Eisenschenk in the 1X.
Row 6, Cole Schill out of Holly, Minnesota in the 15, and the 23 of Brad Williams out of Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, we got more cars.
There are 3 more cars, yes.
Mike Gresson in the 11, Justin Duty in the 15, Paul Rios in the 19 RT.
So we'll go 10 laps, top 4 move on. 5th through 9th will have the option to go to the Pro Power Dash. And again, the winner of that won $1,000. You can start the main event here tonight. $2,000 purse each night on the Pro Power Dashes. And we want to thank Joe, again, Bill and Josie Schleeper with Pro Power Racing for sponsoring those, and also tonight's presenting sponsors of that, Dyer's Top Rides. Hey, we know some guys from Dyer's, and we definitely know some people from Jones Racing Products. Fine people, they support the sport. Support them whenever you need racing products as they reinvest back in the sport we all love.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to another sponsor that deserves a mention. What you're taking a look at right there is the Needmore Speedway staging lane as well. You talked about Chance and the great folks down there. I got to go to Needmore last year for the first time. Fun deal, man. Fun racetrack. Chance and the crew are incredibly hard workers. They've really turned that into what's actually a pretty nice facility. They got a great little racetrack down there, so I want to send a big shout out to them and thank them at Needmore Speedway for sponsoring the staging lane here this week.
Hey DJ, you know my policy on birthdays. We don't do them because once you do one, if you miss one, and then you're a bad person. However, if you're 79, you get a birthday. You get a birthday shout out. I want to give a shout out to Rudy Aho, as 79 years old today, and of course his son Ryan, big person involved in the sport.
Yeah.
Happy 79th birthday, Rudy. Man, right now I'm just trying to get to 49, and my man Rudy's turned 79 years young today. Happy birthday to you, buddy.
I may celebrate another birthday here as long as that last be made.
Well, there's some people that have birthdays this week. There's a few of them, and it could happen because I think there might be at least one that tomorrow's their birthday. I have to look that up.
Oh, really?
We do not want to celebrate it here tonight. I'm telling you that right now. We're going to be fine.
We're good. We're good. Absolutely.
Well, lights are down on the speedway, and again, first B main for the super late model division. Who is this one presented by?
This is Hooker Trucking.
Hooker Trucking, our buddy
Jeff Hooker. Absolutely.
Hooker, yes.
Yeah, and then the next one is going to be, wait for it. Well, you go ahead and call this. I'll look up and see who the next V-main sponsor is.
Green flag is out. Top 4 move off to the feature. Jonathan Davenport on the pole. He started on the inside. He immediately goes to the top side down in 1 and 2. He'll lead him off of 2 down the back straightaway. In the second spot, Jake O'Neill. Ironically, those two are battling for a transfer throughout the heat. Kyle Beard gets a good start from 6th. He's trying to take 3rd. Chase Younghands to his inside. Lap number 1, Jonathan Davenport 2nd. Jake O'Neill 3rd. Chase Younghands. Kyle Beard in the 4th and final transfer.
Yeah, Younghands glued to the bottom, and we know how well he likes the bottom of the racetrack as well. Right now, those are your 4 transfer cars with T-Dub on the outside looking in this one, coming around to click off the second lap, and it's Jonathan Davenport in the 49. Out front, Jake O'Neill remains in 2nd, trying to race his way in. We usually see, when we got a Midwest sheet metal caution. Yep, one turned around over in turn number 4.
That's going to be the 15 car that's turned around down there. Cole Schill, the Holly, Minnesota driver. Yeah, so 2 laps complete in this one, 8 to go. And I think one thing you're noticing too, DJ, last night racetrack not only had a lot of traction, she was a little rough because they were still working the moisture out that fell earlier in the week. tonight, this racetrack is getting slicker and slicker. And again, these guys have no laps around this place, you know, and so they're all learning. Some of them are learning the tough way. And you see Cole Schill facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, and I don't know what kind of rain they got here in Casa Grande, but I do know
pretty solid.
I do know what kind of storm I came through when I was landing here the other day, and it was nothing to sneeze at. I can tell you that. When lightning strikes the plane twice on the descent, you either know you're living right or
you don't
something.
Look at the 15. You got the asterisk on there. You don't get the 15. You don't get the asterisk added to the race car too often.
If you don't call it 15 asterisks from now on, I'm going to be very disappointed in you.
And there's a speed shot.
Yeah,
Stoltz had slowed. He sits in the infield, right there to the right of the Riley sign. And I think he slowed, and they woed up behind him and couldn't woe up quite enough. All right, well, lights are down on the speedway. And we got 2 down, 8 to go. Hoker Trucking B-Main 1 up next. Stuckey Enterprises B-Main number 2.
You got it. Good job.
Got it. Did you get it?
I got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna
You did not share that information. Yellow lights still on the speedway. Midwest Sheet Metal yellow lights. We're going to take them around one more time.
I got a couple guys here at the back of the field, yeah. Trying to get themselves lined back up again. So Jonathan Davenport, running that independent schedule in 2026, is the leader in this one. You and I talked to JD there briefly yesterday. Happy to welcome Ace Duran Hauling and Drilling on board. Still keeping Nutrient Ag Solutions, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive.
Bill Stein.
Bill Stein, yep. And Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas on there as well. And we saw him run a late model there the second half of the year last year, but good to see Jake O'Neill back behind the wheel of the late model too.
Yeah, and Hodges Farms and Dredging, big sponsor on that race car. I mean, they sponsor a lot of race cars in the pit area. Jonathan Davenport brings us back to the C&D Bonding green flag. The Rio Grande Waste Services restart zone. 2 down, 8 to go. 4 to the feature. And now Tim Ward comes after Kyle Beard for that final transfer. Only 4 move on, and Ward gets a little bit better start than Beard does. Tim Ward into the show. Kyle Beard outside looking in.
Yeah, T-Dub looking to do maybe his first real foray into open motor late model racing, but the bottom of the track maybe a little bit better down in turns 3 and 4. He may give that spot back up to Kyle Beard, teed up on the outside. Here in turns 1 and 2, they go side by side. That's the battle for the final transfer. He can't wrestle the 4 TW down to the bottom of the racetrack soon enough. Kyle Beard going to try to take that spot back.
Good battle for the transfer. This time at the line, Kyle Beard into the transfer. Now Tim Ward's got to go to work on it, trying to get back into the show. 4 down, 6 laps to go, working lap 5, and now Young Hands comes after Jake O'Neill. Young Hands shot out of a cannon. He's going to go after Davenport. That's get on the binders to keep from shooting up the racetrack. Either way, Young Hands might take second away from Jake O'Neill at the line. No might about it. He takes it.
Yeah, he does, but it wasn't by very much. It was only by 24/100ths of a second. I'm like you, O'Neill had a monster run on that lead duo the last time by. 1 spot out of a transfer is the battle on the right side of your screen. That's Tim Ward and Terry Phillips going at it as T-Dub and TP go at it back there for P5 at the front of the field. It's still Jonathan Davenport leading with 4 to go.
Yeah, with 4 to go, Kyle Beard says, please just throw the checkered flag right now because he is into the show. Tim Ward, Terry Phillips trying to get to him. Jonathan Davenport looking strong out in front. 3 laps remain. Again, positions 5 through 9. At the end of this one, will have the option to move off to the Pro Power Dash if they see fit, which will be after B-Main number 2. And racetrack a little bit trying to clean up down in 1 and 2. We'll keep an eye on that. 3 and 4, she's a little bit choppy, so it makes it a little bit more challenging, but kind of watching the way these guys are bending down there. You know, the track prep staff is thinking about what they're going to do for the features here tonight.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, man. That elite quartet, the top 4 drivers, they've separated themselves a little bit now from Tim Ward, who's on the outside looking in 5th, and Terry Phillips, who runs in the 6th spot. At the front of the field, Jonathan Davenport, a 1-second lead over Jake O'Neill, and he is going to get the Ho Chi Town Saloon last call.
Jonathan Davenport takes the Ace Duran Hauling and Rigging 49 out of 2 down the back straightaway. He has a 1.7-second lead over Jake O'Neill. O'Neill keeps Young Hands behind him. Kyle Beard in 4th. We'll see if they stay that way through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is out. Winner of Hoker Trucking B-Main 1. Jonathan Davenport 2nd to Jake O'Neill. 3rd to Chase Young Hands. Kyle Beard the 4th and final transfer. Then it's Tim Ward, Terry Phillips, Chance Mann, Amelia Eisenshank, and Mike Gresseth.
All right, so the drivers that were 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th, T-Dub, TP, Chance Mann, Amelia Eisenshank, and Mike Gresseth, they're going to get an opportunity to go into the Pro Power Dash tonight. Beard 4th, Young Hands 3rd, O'Neill 2nd, and Blairsville, Georgia's Jonathan Davenport. He advanced to tonight's A main out of this first Hoker Trucking B feature for the Stuckey Enterprises late models presented by Malvern Bank. Next up, we've got Stuckey Enterprises B main number 2, 10 laps in distance. Top 4 will race their way into the show.
All right, here's how we will roll them around. On the pole, it's Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, in car 19R. And to his outside, it's the 128 of Kylan Garner out of Neosho, Missouri, here in Stuckey Enterprises B Main 2.
Row number 2 is going to be Sam Mars out of Menominee, Wisconsin, in the 28 on his outside. Out of Winona, Minnesota, the 49T is Jake Tim.
Inside of row 3, it's Bryson James from Albany, Oregon in the 13, and the 48 of Billy Moyer out of Batesville, Arkansas.
A pair of North Dakotans going at it in row number 4, Layla Eisenshank out of Fargo, North Dakota in the 15, and Tyler Peterson out of Hickson, North Dakota in the 1 TPO.
Row 5, Ian Whistler out of Otis, Oregon in the 28W, and the 66 of Eli Ross out of Muskogee, Oklahoma.
Gunnar Frank starts on the inside of row 6. He's in the 21F, and on his outside out of Rapid City, South Dakota, the 0 of Peyton George.
Row 7, Terry Carter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta in the 60, and Tim Eisenberg in the 90. I don't think you're going to see him out of Marshall, Wisconsin. And Ashley Buck, she's out of Roswell, New Mexico in the 8B, scheduled to start last on the field. 10 laps, top 4 move on, positions 5 through 9. We'll see if they do the Pro Power Dash. And we'll run that Pro Power Dash right after this one. Trenton Berry will talk to the winner of that one in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane, ask the important question. And then from there, we'll immediately get ready for main events. A little bit of track prep, I would imagine. Not a ton, but I think they'll do a little bit, especially down in 1 and 2.
I mean, I think the Pro Power Dash is a no-brainer tonight, right? If you win.
Well, unless you just don't want to put laps on your motor. If you feel like, hey, we're going to go back and go to work on it for tomorrow, you're going to start 25th. We've seen it before.
They're going to run. I think the winner.
Would you like to make a friendly wager?
I want to let me see who finishes
No, that's not how that works.
No, you got to see who finishes it. I got to see what the lineup is. I mean,
well, I'm going to start texting some of these people and whatever. I'm going to offer half of whatever you're going to wager with me for them not to run it.
Speaking of wager, I did put a little money on Indiana to win the national championship.
Oh, I think that's probably negative money at this point.
Oh, well, I'm sure that it is now. When I put the money on them, it wasn't though. So
I haven't even seen the line. It's got to be at least 7.5.
It's got to be at least, yeah. It's kind of what I think too.
Never know, though. That's why you play the game. Miami's playing. It's a home game.
Right, that's the other thing. They are playing at Miami.
All right, we better get it straightened out. Somebody at home's going, I can't believe they're talking about college football. Hey, man, when you're on when you're on the air for 7 hours, you talk about a lot of stuff.
You talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. That's all there is to it. All right, what I'm going to talk about now are the green lights being turned off because we have got Stuckey Enterprises B main number 2 just about to go green. Once again, it's the Reaper Ryan Gustin on the pole. It's Kylan Garner on the outside. 10 laps the distance. Top 4 transfer. And 5th through 9th go to the Pro Power Dash.
Looking good. They enter the Rio Grande Waste Services start zone, even and straight. Gas them up. She's slick down there. And Ryan Gustin, your leader. Kylan Garner in second early on. Oh, man, Sammy Mars had 4 off the ground. Doesn't matter. He makes the pass, and he had 4 wheels in the air. He goes to second. Garner's got his hands full. To the inside of him, Bryson James. On the outside, Jake Tim. Oh, Jake Tim full send through 3 and 4. Did he make it work? 3 wide for that transfer spot. And Bryson James up into 3rd. Jake Tim's got 4th at the line.
Wow. That was what a move by Jake Tim, right? He's got to try to wrestle that car down to the bottom, though, in 1 and 2. Look at the run Bryson James gets. He's going to go alongside Sam Mars as this all happens behind your race leader, Ryan Gustin. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. They're all right there together, and the Reaper already with a 2.5-second lead.
And Jake Tim got a little sideways in 3 and 4. Tyler Peterson shot by. Meanwhile, I do like Jake Tim. They bring that gorilla to some of the events for Gorilla Mill. I love the thought of him chasing Noah Bushman and Bushman's banana outfit. That's quality TV.
It's like a... Yes.
It's great marketing, though, when they bring that gorilla to the event. It's great branding. It's great branding for GorillaMill.com.
It sure is.
Meanwhile, Jake Tim is sliding backwards. The battle on your screen, heating up for the 3rd spot. Tyler Peterson and the 28 car of Sam Mars. They're both in the show, but they're racing right now. Hard for position at number 3. Peterson takes it away.
Ryan Gustin is so far out front, he could drive down to Las Cruces, visit the good folks at La Posta.
Oh, I miss La Posta.
I know I do too.
Julian Herrera, we're talking about you, buddy.
Absolutely, yeah. He could grab him a meal and still come back and be leading this race. It is up at the halfway point. What if I told you RG had a 4.4 second lead?
I would believe you.
Unlike Trenton Berry, I tell the
Well,
truth.
and he was fast tonight. You know, the technicality got him there in qualifying, but came a little bit short in the heat race. And right now, they have got a hot rod here in the desert. He is looking to start 18th here tonight, and a lot of hot shoes in front of him, but depending on what they do at the racetrack, he could have a shot to at least rally to a top 5. Gustin now's lead 5.1 seconds, 7 laps on the board this time by, as he closes in on the back of the field. In the second spot, Bryson James, Tyler Peterson in third. And in your fourth and final transfer, Sam Mars, Billy Moyer trying to get there, just like that Midwest Sheet Metal caution on the speedway.
Yeah, and it's for the 0 of Peyton George, and that happened right in front of Ryan Gustin. The Reaper had to really get on the binders right there. He woed that car up a good bit. That's going to erase a 5.1 second lead that Ryan Gustin had.
It's quite a bit.
Over Bryson James.
Quite a bit. All right, well, we'll get them reset. 4 laps remaining in this one. It's the leader plus 3 to get a lap. We had the leader plus 2. So there'll be 4 laps remaining with Ryan Gustin, your leader, Bryson James in second, Tyler Peterson in third, Sam Mars in the fourth and final transfer. But Billy Moyer trying to find his way into the show here tonight. He sits back in position 5, 1 spot out. Jake Tim in 6th, and Kylan Garner, Ian Whistler, Eli Ross, and Layla Eisenschenk.
It's Billy Moyer there, and that Tim Lanzone number 48 here this week. And right now, as you said, he has 1 spot out. By the way, he has wins here at FK Rodden's Central Arizona Raceway.
You know, the first time I came here, I think the first night, and this is back when I think we did a little like winter shootout before we went with the NDRL to Tucson. That's how long ago it was. And I want to say the first night, Moyer got crossed up leading and Don Shaw got the win. And I can tell you this racetrack was a lot different back then than it is now.
I'm sure that it was.
It was like 2014, 13, somewhere in there. I can't remember.
Okay. When you're our age, they all run together.
They do run together.
All right, yellow lights turned off, green flag going to wave this time. It's Ryan Gustin, Bryson James, Tyler Peterson, and Sam Mars. Your 4 transfer cars as they stand right now. Billy Moyer, Jake Tim, Kylan Garner, Ian Whistler, Eli Ross, and Layla Eisenschenk on the outside looking in with 4 laps to go. Green waves in the Rio Grande Waste Services restart zone.
Past the halfway mark, so it is single file. That's why it's not a double file restart. Tyler Peterson gets up on the berm a little bit, working on Bryson James. He'll lose track position as Sam Mars starts to close in on him. He brings Billy Moyer with him. Again, only 4 cars move on. Billy Moyer on the outside looking in. He goes to work on Sam Mars. Boy, Moyer's raced a lot of laps with Sam Mars' dad, Jimmy. Right now, he's trying to put the youngster on the trailer, the youngster trying to show the veteran how it's done, and right now he's doing just that at car 28.
He's really keeping that car smooth and straight as Billy Moyer in the 48, but as we like to say, the sands are quickly running out of the hourglass. Just 2 laps to go this time by, and that's the best battle on the track, that battle for the final transfer, and they're backing up a little bit to Jake Tim and the 128 of Kylan Garner.
Here comes Moyer out of turn at number 2, down the back straightaway, racing back to the white. Moyer to the inside of Sam Mars. Sam Mars looks to the outside. Mars, they're both bouncing through the holes. Mars finds a little bit of traction to one of them, but not before Moyer goes by. Moyer up to 4th. Meanwhile, in front of them, Tyler Peterson trying to get around Bryson James. Ryan Gustin is gone, though, DJ.
He sure is. They just got the Hochatown Saloon 1 to go, and now he's going to get the checkered flag. Ryan Gustin is going to get the win in this one. Bryson James 2nd. That's not good. 3rd is going to go to Tyler Peterson, and Billy Moyer gets 4th. And that shakeup, it may not mean a lot to some folks, but it is going to adjust the starting order in our Pro Power Dash. So it's Kylan Garner 5th, Jake Tim 6th, Layla Eisenschenk 7th, Sam Mars 8th, Eli Ross 9th, and Ian Whistler 10th.
And the no for me was Sam Mars and Jake Tim were completely leaning on each other all the way through turn 4, and that's what caused them to slide backwards. So your 4th and final transfer, Billy Moyer out of Batesville, Arkansas. He moves off to the main event. He'll start 24th. 3rd to North Dakota's Tyler Peterson, the 1 TPO, off to the main event. Bryson James, the Oregon driver, in 13 off to the main event, and Ryan Gustin takes the win in the 19R. Now in Seamless Gutters, Hoker Trucking, Custom Fabricating, Carl Chevrolet, Performance Bodies, May Properties, J. Dickens Powered Infinity by Wells. He will start 18th here tonight, and let's see who wants to run this Pro Power Dash. And again, the number of cars determine the number of laps, and the winner will talk to Trenton Berry and Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. Right after this one, we'll have a little bit of track prep in our 3 main events. And again, this Pro Power Dash, it's a $2,000 purse every night. And what it does, it not only gives somebody a chance to race their way in, but for a handful of other guys, also gives them a little extra cash. And we want to thank Josie Schleeper and Bill Schleeper from Pro Power for their great support. And we also want to say a big thank you, Dyer's Top Rods, along with Jones Racing Products. As, man, I tell you what, CJ Jones and the gang over there, Melanie and the gang over there at Melanie Tripper over at Jones Racing Products, obviously Dyer's Top Rods. Man, I tell you what, those Dyer's kids are coming up strong up there in that Illinois racing scene, too.
Yes, they sure are, absolutely.
The whole Friedman family.
The whole Friedman family.
Mike Norris has been checking in tonight, sending us some of his signature lines he would be using out there. So.
Oh, my. We've seen several kerfuffles here.
Well, he had a Sandy in the cushion earlier, and then Hunter Sandy had bad luck, and he said, never mind. So,
okay.
yeah.
How about that? All right. Winner, I'm predicting right now the winner is going to tell Trenton that he is tagging the tail of the feature. He or she tagging the tail of the feature.
Well, these are the guys that want to race in this one, and ladies.
Yes, yeah.
Tim Ward on the pole. It'll be Kylan Gardner alongside in the 128. Row 2 is going to be Terry Phillips, the 75, and the 49 of Jake Tim. Chance Mann in the 88 car, with Layla Eisenshank in the 15, then Amelia Eisenshank in the 1, and the 66 car
of Eli Ross.
Yep. So 8 cars. That should mean 8 laps.
It will.
You're confirming it.
Yeah, I'm confirming it. I'm calling it right now. So 8 cars, 8 laps, and it's real easy. The winner's going to pull down to Hooker Trucking Victory Lane afterwards. Trenton Berry will ask the driver one question and one question only, and that question is, do you want to take the money and run, or do you want to tag the tail of tonight's 50-lap late Model A main?
That's a good question. Also, looking back, Tyler Erb will actually be the driver, the person from the Don Frank Floors Heyday Payday is grouped with, because Tyler was second in Heat 3, so he will start outside
there you go.
of row number 3. So $500 bonus on the line for Tyler Erb and a lucky fan if he can get the win here tonight.
We'll see what Uncle T can do in tonight's 50-lapper. As we've got our lineup set, it looks like. I got to get these drivers punched into timing and scoring, and then we'll have ourselves an 8-lap race to see who wins tonight's Pro Power Dash, presented by Dyer's Top Rods and Jones Racing Products. Tim Ward, how about T-Dub, man? Back kind of in his home area. I talked to him last week leading up to this, and he said, I've run it at Casa Grande. He said, I've run at Central Arizona Raceway a lot. He said, but maybe not as much as you might think. He said he went to Manzanita a lot more. Look at that banana riding a pit bike through the infield, by the way.
You would think insurance would frown upon that.
But T-Dub says, you know what? He said, I've turned a lot of laps here, but maybe not as many laps as a lot of people might think, he said. But he said, the one thing that I can tell you is that he said, doesn't matter how many laps someone has turned here. He said, this place is so much different from what it used to be. And you and I have talked about that a lot throughout the course of this broadcast as well. But he said, it's a completely different racetrack with the wall around it and the slight reconfiguration, pulling the infield in a little bit, etc. He said, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. He's very excited to go super late model racing this year. Going to try to hit not a series necessarily, but maybe hit some open late model shows in and around Iowa. Originally from Mesa, Arizona, moved to Harcourt, Iowa there several years ago to do IMCA modified racing. Even did a little bit of IMCA stock car racing as well. And he now finds himself on the pole of this Pro Power Dash presented by Dyer's Top Rods and Jones Racing Products.
And again, a little bit of track prep coming up after this one, I would imagine. And then Super Late Model feature up first. Second feature, the X-Mods Modifieds close out the night. And Pryor Baird will be starting after this checkered flag in the second feature out in the Fan Midway. As green flag, 8 cars, 8 laps, winner $1,000 to run the main event, $2,000 total purse. Thank you, Jones Racing Products. Thank you, Dyer's Top Rods. Thank you, Pro Power Racing Engines.
Boy, those guys just wailed off into turns 1 and 2. Let me tell you, they're still side by side for the lead. T-Dub on the inside, Kylan Garner on the outside. We'll see how they roll through turns 3 and 4. T-Dub hooks the rut, and it's going to be Kylan Garner, your leader at the end of lap number 1.
Kylan Garner leads lap 1. T-Dub's going to come under fire from TP right now as Terry Phillips moving up through there. Jake Tim back in the 4th position, racing through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Again, 8 laps the distance. I don't know. If Kylan Garner wins this one, I think he's going to take the money. We'll find out.
Okay.
We'll find out.
No, I think he's
Could
racing.
be wrong.
Kylan Garner likes to race.
All right.
He wants to give shiny, hiney truck wash
That's right.
more exposure out there on the racetrack.
Oh, man.
Shout out to you, Chris Hawkins, by the way.
That whole team, great people and big
They
supporters of racing as well. And good to see, man, I almost said Chris Hawkins. Good to see Kylan Garner back in the desert with us. It's been a few years.
Yeah, he didn't get to run with us last year. They had some things going. Of course, we typically see him at the Dome, at the Gateway Dirt Nationals as well.
Yep.
But he's been running real well. He's now two-time and defending Revival Series champion. Of course, a few years back, I think it was 2020, picked up that Cash Money Series championship as well. As you got a good battle for second going on there. Those guys aren't terribly far behind your race leader, by the way, as Terry Phillips going to try to officially take that spot away from Tim Ward this time.
Yeah, and TP, you got to wonder, maybe he's finding a little something, a little experience. Oh, man, he's going to find possibly a lot.
Ooh.
Last time by the lead was 1.1 seconds. It was half a second that time.
Well, then.
As Terry Phillips made up 0.6 of a second in one lap.
Yeah, and Gardner's actually washing up the racetrack a little bit coming off the corners, and that's not good for him the way this racetrack is right now. He's going to see if he can hang on, but I don't know if he's going to be able to.
Well, and you got to wonder, too, those guys went back out there on the same tires they finished the B main on, and maybe they don't have a whole lot left on them. Terry Phillips to the inside of Garner. That's the battle for the lead down the back straightaway. DJ, they're going to race back to the white flag, and they are side by side.
Yeah, Tim Ward off the pace, by the way. He's going to pull the 14 up down into the infield. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Terry Phillips had it last time by Kylan Garner. Takes it back this time by 1 to go.
Oh, man. Oh, hang on to it. As I tell you what, Kylan might have found something there out of 2 down the back straightaway. He's got a 3-car length advantage.
So they head down the back straightaway for the final time. Terry Phillips going to have one last shot at it. He drives the 75 down to the inside. He's got to run. It's a drag race to the line, and it's going to be Kylan Garner by 0.07 of a second.
That's good stuff, man. Well, Kylan Garner takes the win. The Rocket Chassis Shepherd Engine Development entry out of Neosho, Missouri. 2-time defending Revival Late Model Series champion. The Carter Wealth Management Shiny Hiney Truck Wash Phase 2 Technology Double Down Asphalt entry. He's heading your way, Trenton. Coming to you out of your home state of Missouri, Kylan Garner. One question, is he going to take the 1,000 and watch the show, or is he going to keep racing here tonight?
Hey, not too bad for a couple of old boys from southern Missouri right there. Those two put on a good race. That was pretty exciting there, especially late.
Good, clean racing, and really, Trent, I thought when TP got up beside him, it was over, but Kylan got up on the wheel, got the job done.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there.
Well, he is rolling your way ever so slightly, coming at you from the turn 1 angle. Again, Kylan Garner, 4-time winner last year, won at Nevada, Missouri, Electric City, Belleville, won at Lake Ozark, and again, former Cash Money Late Model Series champion back in 2023. Regional titles to his credit. He's trying to find Hooker Trucking victory lane. Trenton, down to you.
All right, appreciate it, boys. Here's we're going to roll Kylan Garner there in the Shiny Hiney Truck Wash Double Down Asphalt 128 from out of the 4 states area. Got a little bit of damage here on the left side of the driver's door and the back of the fender here. So Kylan Garner's going to put the cowboy hat on, fire off the 6 shooters here in Hooker Trucking Victory Lane. Again, the Pro Power Dash. Shout out to their partners tonight here, Jones Racing Products, Dyer's Top Rods, for helping out with that. The Pro Power Dash, unique here to the Wild West Shootout, and a cool feature. $1,000 or a chance to race from 25th tonight for the 128 of Kylan Garner. Getting ready to come out of the race car, Central Arizona Raceway. Give it up for the 128. How about it for Kylan Garner?
That's 12. Oh, yeah.
He's going to clean out the revolvers. One question: you can race.
Yeah.
It's $1,000 to start tonight. You have to get to 14th place to get money above, or you can take $1,000 if you don't want to race. Courtesy of Pro Power and their partners, and call it a night. What do you want to do?
We didn't drive 18 hours not to race, so we're going to race.
There it is. How about it, Kylan Garner? He's going to race, take spot 25 tonight. We'll get a few pictures here in Hooker Trucking Victory Lane, and I'll send it back up top.
And that means Ben Shelton owes me $1,000 on that handshake bet that we had
If only
as well.
you'd shook my hand on it. Well, DJ, wholesale track prep right now. Kylan Garner's going to be the 25th starter. That is the first feature up, so we're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. Check out all the vendors on Vendor Row if you're here. When we come back on FloRacing, it's main event time in the desert, opening night of the 20th annual Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll be right back. Studios live.
We'll tune into Flow and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
The best dirt late model series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
Kubota High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
The Rocket Chef launches tonight at Barber City and wins the 13th edition of the Illini 100.
And his name in the history book. New Waverly, Texas, Tyler Erb is a Little Bill Corum Memorial winner. Off turn number 12, the final time, and it is Greg Sarah's the second night in a row. The Hawkeye Land 40 goes to Brandon Jeffers.
Impact Race Gear is your source for custom race shirts. We are certain that you will see the same things that hundreds of racetracks, teams, organizations, and manufacturers have already discovered. When it comes to quality and service, we simply can't be beat. We are not one of those here today, gone tomorrow print shops. Impact Race Gear has been trusted for years by racers all across the country. Give your fans and sponsors what they deserve. Simply awesome race shirts. Visit us online at impactracegear.com to learn more and start your order today.
Ready to unleash the full potential of your race engines? Look no further than BA Custom Headers. Trusted by top modified, late model, and sprint car race teams and engine builders across the U.S., our products deliver the performance and reliability you need to dominate the track. With a wide range of port configurations readily available and the ability to customize your unique requirements, don't settle for anything less than the best. Upgrade to BA Custom Headers today and experience the difference firsthand. Don't get left in the dust.
Welcome back to FK Rod Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solution. Track prep underway. Super late model feature up next, namely the Penske 50 presented by Schaefer Oil. $25,000 to win, $500 per lap led for the super late model division. And as we get ready for that, track prep will be wrapped up here in the next 10 or so minutes, getting set to blow that 10-minute horn in the pit area. And DJ, this is where the season starts for you and I here at the Wild West Shootout. But it will not be long until we head to Speed Week. She's got a different look this year and getting things kicked off with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We kick it all off at All Tech Raceway, February 19th, 20th, and 21st. Of course, the World of Outlaws, they've got Volusia the week before, then the Daytona 500. Then we've got All Tech, the Winter Nationals at All Tech Raceway. We've got the Winter Nationals at Ocala Speedway, the Bubba Clem House of Power, February 24th through the 28th. He had a couple days off, and then the annual Super Bowl of Racing at Golden Isles. It moves back a few weeks into hopefully much better weather at Golden Isles Speedway, March 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And then, of course, Lucas Oil goes to Atomic and Brownstown. Those races slide back a week as well to the end of March.
You want some insider information?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about All Tech Raceway. They put a new surface down on it. They've added some clay to it. They've redone the press box.
They've redone our press box, yes.
Ocala Speedway, they went in. They added another barrier in turns 3 and 4, raised it up.
I thought you were going to say they added another press box.
Now, Bubba Clem has added a few hundred loads of clay to that racetrack. They've reshaped it. He had Devin Moran come in and go around and show where they needed to fix the banking. He said he thinks it's going to race better than it ever has, and it raced pretty good last year. And Golden Isles Speedway, what if I said Earl Pearson Jr. is down there working on a grader, and they're already getting to work on that racetrack, getting it ready as preparation in full swing. And yeah, Speed Weeks is going to look different this year, but man, we are geared up. We had a meeting this week, and Dirt on Dirt, FloRacing, we got a lot of the same coverage that you've come to love, plus some new stuff. And yeah, we're going to be out here in the desert for another 8 days. Going to go home for a few weeks, and then we're going to head down and get things kicked off. Again, FloRacing, so many things going on. And let's not forget, tomorrow, practice at the Chili Bowl. It kicks off over in the Tulsa Expo Center after a huge, I mean, it's amazing what the Tulsa Shootouts become, but the Chili Bowl, it is truly, there's nothing else like it.
How about the Chili Bowl going over 400 entries for the first time ever, by the way? I want to give a shout out to our colleagues, the guys who were on the call.
Amazing work.
Yeah, for the Tulsa Shootout, man. I mean, just absolutely exceptional work. And to you and I struggle here with 160 cars. They've got 2,000 cars there. They got to try to keep track of and get names right and everything else. And they did just a tremendous job with that as well.
Speaking of tremendous job, my buddy Jim Gardner with One Fast T, they does a great job on the Wild West Shootout merchandise. Tiffany, let's throw that graphic on the screen. If you can't be here, you can order online. They'll send it right to your front door. And I got to go down there and do some shopping. OneFastTee.com. They will ship it right to your front door. DJ, what's your favorite design you see on there?
You know what? I have come the last few years to really like the kind of like taupe, kind of that beige color, and I love that new Wild West Shootout logo as well. Yeah, that hoodie there, the second from the top on the left side.
I like the T-shirt below it. I got so many hoodies. And look, I live in the South. There's a limited time to wear hoodies. I like the T-shirt there, the tan one. But yeah, pick that up here at the racetrack. You can pick it up on Vendor Row. There's a lot of vendor booths back there. Go by and see all of them. Check out the track, event merchandise. If you can't be here, you can head to OneFastTee.com, or you can scan that QR code on your screen, and they'll send it right there to your front door.
Look at all those Richardson 112s down there, by the way. The best looking and best selling hat on the market right now.
I mean, they do a great job with it. I'll tell you what, they're out there tilling the racetrack. They're giving a little drink of H2O. We're going to step aside, thank some sponsors. When we come back, we're going to get an update from Trenton Berry. We're going to talk about main event action, and we're going to go racing in the desert for a whole lot of cash. We're here at FK Rod in Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. We'll be right back. Welcome back to FK Rodden's Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. It's main event time in the desert here at the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout, presented by Riley Auto Parts. The Penske 25-25 kicks off tonight with the Penske 50, presented by Schaefer Oil. And we've got 25 drivers, Dustin Jarrett, $25,000 to win. And at the end of the 25 laps, at the end of the 50 laps, somebody's going to have $25,000 plus. For every lap they lead, they're going to have what?
They're going to have $500 per lap as well. That is part of the brand new this year, the Lap Leader Loot, courtesy of Rio Grande Waste Services. $500 for every lap led. So in theory, if somebody leads all 50 laps tonight, they're going to walk out of here with $50,000.
That's a pretty good payday. Well, let's take a look at who's going to be starting where in tonight's 50-lap main event. And DJ, it only seems appropriate, the homecoming for the event, and it's a hometown boy, if you will, on the pole out of Chandler, Arizona, Ricky Thornton Jr. in the Adam Family Motorsports 20 RT. To his outside, all the way from Urbana, Missouri, it's Dylan McCowan in car number 8.
Row 2 on the inside out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in the Ken and Beth Roberts Racing 58. And that's going to be Garrett Alberson, and on his outside, out of Martinsville, Indiana, in the 6, it's the new deal, Hudson O'Neal.
Row 3's Eston Whistler having a great night out of Otis, Oregon in the 82, and Tyler Erb Turbo in the 1 from New Waverly, Texas.
Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, Clay Stuckey is going to roll from the inside of row 4. He's in the 15, and on his outside, out of Winfield, Tennessee, the Winfield Warrior, it's Mike Marlar.
Moving back to row number 5 from Bakersfield, California, in the 74X, it's Ethan Dotson into his outside, the 22-star from Hindman, Pennsylvania, Drake Troutman.
We move back to row number 6. There we find the driver out of New Berlin, Illinois in the B5. It's Brandon Shepard. And on his outside, keep your eyes on this guy. From just south of here in Tucson, Arizona, the 96 is R.C. Whitwell.
Row 7. He was their winner a year ago tonight. He's got to do it from 13th tonight. Out of Oakwood, Illinois, Bobby Pearson, the 32, into his outside. Out of Rochester, Minnesota, the 19 of Dustin Sorensen.
We move back to row number 8 on the inside. We find the driver out of Peru, Illinois, in the 75. That's Daniel Adam. And on his outside, out of Robeline, Louisiana, in the 97, the thriller, Cade Dillard.
Row number 9 out of Blairsville, Georgia, the 49 of Superman Jonathan Davenport. Into his outside, it's Ryan Gustin from Marshalltown, Iowa, in the 19R.
Row number 10 out of Tucson, Arizona, the 0 is Jake O'Neill, and on his outside out of Albany, Oregon, the 13 is Bryson James.
Starting inside of row 11, it's Chase Younghands out of Manhattan, Kansas. Into his outside, Tyler Peterson out of Hickson, North Dakota.
And your well, not final 2. We got 3 final starters. It's going to be Kyle Beard out of Truman, Arkansas in the 86. Batesville, Arkansas's Billy Moyer in the Tim Lance 48. And your final starter, by virtue of winning the Pro Power Dash, he elected to start at the tail of the field out of Neosho, Missouri, the 128, Kylan Garner.
25 cars, 25,000 large. Trenton Berry, you've been watching down trackside. What have you noticed out of this track prep for this main event?
Yeah, it looks like a second similar full track prep to what we had earlier tonight. Going to be a lot of moisture in it, obviously, to get started. Probably going to be just a tad bit narrow from the drop of the green flag, but definitely prepping here for the end of the race, not the beginning of it. So they'll have to roll it in a little bit, I'm sure, before they get rolling with it, and want to keep this thing throughout the course of the main events tonight. Obviously, with so much money on the line here for the late models, want to make sure everybody's got a good racetrack, and it should be. It's been very good all night, been very entertaining racing, and expect this to be a great show. As far as picks go tonight, I'll go ahead and get this thing started. I would love nothing more than to see Dylan McCowan have the run of his life tonight, and I think that he's set up to certainly do that. However, I'm going to stay away from the front row. I'll take Hudson O'Neal from right behind him on the outside of the second row.
Trenton, was your left hand getting a little too warm down there? Is that why you're only wearing one glove, or were you fudging around trying to get the microphone turned on again?
So I saw Tom Brady do it a couple of weeks ago on the Fox game, and so no, I'm kidding. I have to have a way to turn the mic off and on.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Ben, I see you're over there doing a little bit of work, so I'll go ahead and take the second pick.
Please do.
Yeah, Trenton Berry took Hudson O'Neal, by the way. He said he was staying away from the front row. Are we leaving the front row off the table? No, we have
no, we're not. You know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. You know what? If you want to pick the guy from the pole and he gets it done, do it. I mean, Trenton didn't, but if you want to take the front row, you do it.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to think that anybody can win this race. You go back as far as the 9th row, you got Jonathan Davenport and Ryan Gustin back there. Let's not forget Gustin was fastest in qualifying. He was half-inch too high, and the fastest Group B qualifying. He was a half-inch too high on the deck height. That having been said, Ricky Thornton Jr. is on the pole.
Yes.
He's from 45 minutes north of here in Chandler, Arizona. As it stands right now, this is the only event he is slated to run tonight, but he is in a car that he's never driven before until last night. He's in the Adam Family Motorsports 20 RT. However,
oh my, are you gonna pick?
Listen, I'm trying to milk it out. I got to run this racetrack in. They got to run the racetrack in at least 5 minutes here. All of that having been said, you put the 20 RT on the front row of any race. He's hard to beat. My pick is Ricky Thornton Jr.
I don't think that's a bad one, but Garrett Alberson's going to win tonight.
Oh wow,
he was fastest. He was fastest last night in practice, and you know what? I think today in race day, because all 3 divisions, I picked drivers that are in those divisions.
Oh.
I had Garrett Alberson winning this. I think this feels like a Garrett Alberson racetrack. His confidence is built over the past few years. He's obviously won these events before. I think Garrett's going to get a career win, 25,000 plus here tonight.
Okay, well, we've got the late models donning American flags out here tonight. Trenton, you ought to be used to seeing this. The car's donning the American flags. The question is, are you going to go help them retrieve the flags after their parade lap when they come back around the front straightaway?
You know, I was talking to CK about his insurance policy, ironically enough, here a little bit earlier today, and I'm actually not insured for that. I would love to, but, you know, company policy dictates I'm not going to be able to do that tonight.
You're insured by Flow Sports this week, so.
Ish. Insured-ish. Well, I think tonight we're going to do the American flags, man. And I tell you what, always one of the cool ways we start this deal with a bang, and a lot of great racing along the way. And then a week from tomorrow, we will end it with the Rio Grande Way Services 50 presented by Shaw Trucking, another $25,000 to win. And Larry Hink, man, I don't know what you can say about this guy and what he means to racing, but especially this event.
Yeah.
And he allowed us to grow the purses a few years ago. Then he came up with the hard charger idea. Then he came up with the shock the clock idea. And then from there, he came up this year with the lap leader loot. He had just out of his pocket an additional $50,000 this year in lap leader money, $25,000 tonight and $25,000 next Sunday. And I want to give a big shout out to Larry Hink and Rio Grande Way Services. And man, words don't begin to describe what he has meant to us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you are familiar with Rio Grande Way Services, make sure you support him and his company. If you see someone from Rio Grande Way Services, please make sure you let them know that you certainly appreciate what they do for the sport. And I think you said it best, Ben. I mean, that's not something that he had to do. This has been an incredibly successful event for 19 years now, his 20th year, and he did that just out of the goodness of his heart because he likes racing, and oh no. And we lost the screen there for a second. Yeah, we're back. And so Larry Hink putting up that the lap leader loot this year, an extra $500 per lap.
All right. Well,
okay.
The American flags are out there. We're gonna follow the field here a second with a GoPro because the power blipped here, DJs.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So you had to plug in your cell phone charger.
I probably ought to unplug my laptop.
Yeah,
and my cell phone.
Those surges. I'm going to unplug mine.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right. Well, they are going to do are they going to go 4 wide or are they going to go 3 wide here?
There goes 4. They're coming on.
There we go. Okay. So, as they take the formation over in turn number 2, we're going to do it for you fans here tonight in the Stuckey Enterprises late models presented by Malvern Bank. And I always like to call this the prettiest sight in all of racing, but what it really is, this is a salute to you. Race fans, dirt racing fans in particular, the greatest fans in the entire world. So this is your opportunity to stand up. We like everyone to sit during the racing to give you all a great view of the action, but this right here is your opportunity to stand. Get those cell phones out, take the pictures, and let's send these drivers off with a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. This is your late model starting lineup, and they're coming at you 4 wide.
Formed up behind the Earnhardt Chevrolet Pace vehicle. What a beautiful sight with Old Glory flying high. And Tonight in the late model feature, no Canadian drivers in the field, so we don't have the Canadian flag. But as the week goes on with the mods and the X mods, we've obviously got a lot of provinces represented in the different mod and X mod divisions. So you're going to see a smorgasbord, if you will, of different flags out there. But I always love this, and this is a salute to the fans.
Very, very cool. And you know what? I'll be honest. I'm critical of 4-wides. I really am. But you do something like this, the very first race of the year, I think it means something a little different. You put the American flags out there. It's really, really cool. And they have got just about one human for every flag out there on the racetrack on the front straightaway, I think.
Man, and how about this crowd tonight, too? This
crowd is
impressive.
great.
It's
this
very
crowd
impressive.
is very good.
Well, the good news is we got at least one camera back up top. We had walls for a second as the power blipped. It's just, man, it's kind of been that night.
It has, and you know, when you work in anything, right, whether it's a racetrack or the business that you work as well, there is nobody that's more passionate about it than you know, and there is nobody that likes to see things go sideways at all. And a huge credit to the folks here, man. They've had backup plans when things have gone a little bit sideways tonight. They've done an incredible job with every single thing they've done, and I think this track rework, what we've seen throughout the course of the night, Ben, I think we're about to see a pretty darn good 50-lap late model main event here.
Well, they're collecting the flags. We're going to do this. We'll have in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. Trenton Berry will talk to our top 3 finishers, and then, as we said, X-Mod feature up next, modified feature to follow. And yeah, working the bugs out here tonight. I expect tomorrow's show will go smoother, and man, it hasn't been for lack of effort tonight. It's just yeah, just working it off. But I tell you what, the crowd here tonight, what a way to start the week. And, you know, and it goes without saying, we'll be honoring, you know, we talked about honoring Royal Jones as our Grand Marshal. And, man, what he provided to us to allow this event to continue to survive in Vado. Cannot thank him enough. And glad to have Royal here with us. And, you know, seeing a lot of the Vado racers come over. I know it's another 5 hours from them, but they're all here.
Yeah.
Majority of them are here, and we're going to be seeing even more as the week goes. Next weekend, I know Christy Barnett and Sherman Barnett and those guys will be rolling in.
And this extended forecast, by the way, if you're watching at home, looks incredible. As a matter of fact, highs closing in on 80 a few days coming up here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, man. I mean, I just pulled the weather app up. High of 77 on Wednesday, 78 on Thursday, 76 on Friday. Just looks really, really, really good.
No, it looks good. It looks good. Well, getting the last of the full glories collected down there and preparing for racing action. And Dylan McCowan, I love that. Man, what if he wins tonight?
Oh man!
I mean, that's the kind of things our sport needs. We need those, and
yeah.
You know, and that's the backbone. And that kid, they have worked so hard, and he's right. They took a beating last year,
yes.
And they didn't give up. And I think, you know, maybe we might be seeing Dylan on the road trying to make a run at the Rally Auto Parts Rookie of the Year title with the Lucas Oil Series this year, as they learned a lot last year. Man, even a podium run to start the year, that is a major shot in the arm. But a win, well, that is not only huge for that young man, that's huge for our sport.
Trenton is back.
He's back.
Here we go. Sorry, boys.
Welcome back, TV.
Glad to be here. What did I miss?
You didn't miss anything. And the cars missed you when they were delivering the American flags to the people on the front straightaway. So you're good. You're fine. Everything's fine. They gave these guys a few laps to roll this racetrack in, Ben, and I don't know, but I mean, this thing looks really, really close. They're probably going to give them a few, as you see right now, kind of a quasi hot lap session to make sure the slime is rolled off. I got a feeling, man, I got a feeling it's not going to take terribly long. It's going to take 10 to 12 laps, 12 to 15 laps.
To get the lap traffic, yes.
Well, yeah, it might not take that long. I was going to say 10 to 12 laps, 12 to 15 laps, kind of work the grooves into the racetrack, so to speak, from top to bottom, man. But I really don't think it's going to take long at all.
Well, and I think for the late models, obviously, it's going to give them traction. The racetrack, they're going to chase it. It's going to change. They're going to you know, push up, build a cushion up. There's going to be moisturing on the bottom, and I think what it's going to result in, this racetrack's going to be really nice for the X mod and mod features as well. Those guys are going to get what they want out of it, and the late model guys are going to have some traction early and often in this one before it begins the transition. But we watched those heat races tonight. It was wild how fast this racetrack transitioned, and yeah, the wind's still blowing tonight. Old Glory's standing at attention there in the infield, so it's probably not going to take real long to get this moisture off of it, but I think it's going to be fun. The one thing we noticed last night getting here, is how fast this racetrack is.
Oh,
like
man.
it is shockingly fast.
Yeah, it's very deceptive when you're watching on TV. You know, I went back and watched some of the replay from last night, and it just, I know it's a pretty worn out cliche, but man, it really and truly does not do this place justice. This is a very, very, very fast racetrack, and it's got a unique shape. It's, you know, it's not quite D-shaped. It's not circular shape, but the front and back straightaway both have just a little bit of a curve to them as well. They bend a little.
All right, so once again, getting the racetrack rolled in just a little bit, 50 laps tonight. And we'll talk to the podium down in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. X-Mod feature, 25 laps tonight. Podium down there. Modified feature, 25 laps. We'll talk to the podium there. And then tomorrow, we'll run it all back. It will be 10,000 to win tomorrow night for the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Models presented by Malvern Bank. And 10,000 tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. The next Sunday, we ramp it back up, 25,000 to win the finale.
Yeah, and don't forget, the rest of our broadcasts go live, as you mentioned a few times, Ben. They go live at 3:15 p.m. local time. That's Mountain Time. So it's 4:15 p.m. Central, 5 p.m.
Look at you.
Yeah, 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you live anywhere else, you can get on Google.com. It's an incredibly resourceful tool. You can ask Siri, you can ask Alexa, you can ask anyone else, and they will tell you what time we go live. How about that?
And you hope they don't lie to you.
They might.
They might. All right, so getting the racetrack rolled in, man, it's some of these guys are going to pick up a little bit extra weight to start the feature, as juiced as she is. So as we look at the lineup here tonight, we talked about Thornton on the pole, and you know, Dylan McCowan alongside. So in your top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, how about your top 11, 12? How about your top 12 starters?
Okay.
12 different states.
Oh my, look at that.
You got Arizona, you got Missouri, you got New Mexico, you got Indiana, Oregon, Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, California, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and actually the top 11, because R.C. Whitwell is Arizona and back in 12. So 11 different states. It says a lot about this field as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredible. And I mean,
and if you want to split hairs, you could say Thornton lives in Iowa
Thornton
now,
from Indiana, Iowa. That's right. That's right. If you really want to get down to it, yeah.
But for that matter, though, I think RC, he lives out in Oklahoma now, does he not?
I think he does, or he used to anyway, yeah. Trenton Berry.
Yeah, told me right around Fayetteville, Arkansas currently.
All right, so over into Arkansas then.
I talked to Hudson O'Neill last week. So I had a little snafu last year where instead of Martinsville, Indiana, I had on one of my announcing sheets, I had M in instead of I in. I don't know how I did that, because the M and the I there are anywhere close to each other, and so he's giving me a hard time about it, and so he did that last week as well. He said, I live in Hope, Indiana now. He said, actually, just live a couple miles down the road from James, Essex. And I said, listen, Hud, I said, we're not doing with you like we do with RT. You're not going to be from Martinsville, from Hope, from all these different places, but where he might be at the end of 50 laps is in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane.
It would be his first ever Wild West Shootout feature win. But first, it's going to be Thornton and McCowan, your front row. They'll come to the Rio Grande Waste Services start zone down in turn 4, where they want to see them even and straight. 50 laps the distance, $25,000 to win, $500 for every lap led tonight. This is the Stuckey Enterprises Super Late Model feature presented by Malvern Bank. We're underway.
Seeing the bonding green flag waves off into turns 1 and 2. Ricky Thornton Jr. going to get the early hole shot in this one. Is Dylan McCowan going to try to keep both Garrett Alberson and Hudson O'Neill behind him as they race off into turns 3 and 4. Hudson O'Neill going to take the Rumley 6 high. At the end of lap number 1, Thornton is going to lead. It'll be O'Neill in second.
Yeah, $500 to Thornton right out of the gate. Huddy moves up to second. McCowan back to third. Alberson rides in the 4th spot. Tyler Erb in 5th. Marlar in the 6th spot. As you see Hudson going higher than anybody else, starting to test that top side of the racetrack. You got to think it's going to take a dozen or so laps to really start to widen this thing out. But right now, guys are already testing the waters in different grooves.
Yeah, no, they really are. And it's interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see, rather, how much this racetrack changes one driver out of the groove. Bryson James there near the back of the field. field. As you look at Mike Marlar and Tyler Erb, two Wild West Shootout stalwarts back there doing battle for position number 5, but out front, it's a 1 second advantage for Ricky Thornton Jr.
Ricky Thornton Jr. a half a straightaway lead over Hudson O'Neal. Hudson started back in 4th, got to 2nd early. 4 laps on the board. How about $2,000 to the driver of the 20 RT and Adam Family Motorsports for leading the first 4 laps?
He's got to come back. He's got to come back, right? I mean, go run the Chili Bowl, but you got to come back to the Wild West Shootout, too. He's going to pick up another 500 right here, courtesy of Rio Grande Waste Services. Ricky Thornton Jr. stays out front. His lead now stretched out to 1.5 seconds over Hudson O'Neal.
Yeah, I've got a Pro Power Racing engine under the hood, too. I don't know that if he's run one of those before. Looking strong out in front of the pack in that Longhorn 20 RT. Hooker Trucking, Adam Family Motorsports entry back in the 2nd spot. Hudson O'Neal in 3rd. Dylan McCowan 4th. Garrett Albertson 5th. Mike Marlar. As Marlar rounds out your top 5. Behind them, Tyler Erb comes under fire right now from Drake Troutman. And behind them, it's Eston Whistler and Ethan Dotson going at it. Racetrack starting to get a little bit more racy as we approach lap number 10.
Jonathan Davenport slows in the back straightaway, Ben. He is going to make the hard left-hand turn into the infield, and it looks like his night is finished already. So a tough break for Superman Jonathan Davenport. He's out of this one. We stay green flag racing, and 8 laps in, Ricky Thornton Jr. is slowly creeping on the back of the field.
Yeah, right now you got to wonder if Thornton wants it to stay green or if he might want to see one of those Midwest sheet metal cautions. He's got a straightaway lead, but lap traffic side by side in front of him, and obviously the racetrack right now warp speed as they are turning laps. They're right in line with what they qualified on here tonight. Obviously it's cooler. They reworked the racetrack. Thornton's best lap tonight, a 15.7. And earlier tonight,
15.3 if I'm not mistaken, 15.327
yeah, so we're not
for
that far
Whistler,
off of
yeah.
fast qualifying here tonight. And now he has caught the back of the pack, and this is where Hudson O'Neal's going to wonder if he can reel him in. Working lap 11 of his 50-lapper. A long way to go here in the desert.
It's a 2.3 second advantage that last time by for Ricky Thornton Jr. And I believe we're going to see that gap shrink as they cross the scoring loop this time by 11 laps in the books. And indeed, Hudson O'Neal able to take over 0.5 of a second off the lead of RTJ.
That's right, as Ricky Thornton Jr. goes to work on Kylan Garner, working through turns 3 and 4, 12 laps on the board. If you're scoring at home, $6,000 to Thornton, but he's chasing a bigger deal tonight. He loses another half second to Hudson O'Neal, just 1.2 seconds. And like that, Ricky Thornton Jr. finally gets around Kylan Garner. He can breathe for a second, but side-by-side lap cars in front of your leader.
And I'm still watching Hudson O'Neal as well. He's abandoned the top side down in turns 3 and 4. But the last couple times by, Hud has gone just a little bit higher down in 1-2. Now, he's not going to do that this time as he's got Kylan Garner to deal with. And Ricky Thornton Jr. is able to put another 10th in between himself and the 6 car. Shout out to Dylan McCowan, who's running a very good race. He stays in the 3rd spot.
Garrett Albertson back in 4th. Mike Marlar in 5th. Tyler Erb sits in position at number 6. As right now, racetrack's still really fast. You got to wonder if it's going to start to slow down just a little bit as they push that cushion higher on the racetrack. Thornton, meanwhile, goes to work on Chase Younghands to put him down a lap. Younghands rides in position number 21.
And we got a Midwest sheet metal caution on the speedway as Ethan Dotson is slow up at the top of turns 3 and 4, and that'll slow the pace. 15 laps in the books. He's got a flat right rear tire on the ASD Motorsports Taco John 74X.
He's going to head down to the Mary's Home Furnishing a hot pit, and they're going to take a look at that race car to see if they get that 74 back out on the speedway. And into the hot pit they go, right rear flat. Good looking look on Dotson's new race car this year. We talked about Taco John's. I feel like I've helped sponsor that race car over the years.
Well, I do sponsor it.
You are not Jarrett Rifles.
You don't know that.
Well, we've got what we do know. 15 laps are in the books, and they've been all Ricky Thornton Jr. He's put $7,500 to the good based on $500 per lap. Hudson O'Neal sits in 2nd. Huddy was 1.3 seconds back, and now that lead is erased. Garrett Albertson in 3rd. Dylan McCowan in 4th. Tyler Erb sits in position 5. Then it's Marlar, Troutman. Dotson was 8th. Whistler moves up to 8th, and it's Stuckey and Whitwell.
Man, that's going to be your top 10. Again, 15 laps into this one. It was a 1.3 second advantage, as you mentioned, Ben, for Ricky Thornton Jr. 1.6 seconds the advantage for Hudson O'Neal over Garrett Albertson, who just the previous lap was able to sneak by Dylan McCowan as McCowan slipped up just a little bit coming off turn number 2, and that's what enabled Albertson to get by. And Uncle T going to round out the top 5, as you said.
Trenton Berry from the infield up here, man. These guys are hauling the mail, and down low as you're watching them. And getting word also, Trent getting word that Brandon Shepard might have a little bit of smoke coming out of the B5. He's going to get checked out. But just wanted to talk to you from the infield, describing the way these guys are getting around this racetrack.
Yeah, just flying. They just absolutely fly on a rail. They look like they're on the ragged edge every single lap. It's what I love about dirt late model racing. You know, I've said this for many years. I think a dirt late model is the greatest thing that God put on four wheels. So it's definitely showing true here tonight.
Well, Trent, Brandon Shepard's made his way down into the Mary's Home Furnishing hot pit. Not sure if we can get an update down there. Crew taking a look at the race car. We've already seen Dustin Sorensen out of this race, Billy Moyer out, and Jonathan Davenport.
Is Shep down on the other end? I'm on the end closest to turn one. Is he down on the other side there?
No, he's down there in 1 and 2 in the middle.
He's behind the crowd of people there. Yep, absolutely. Now, let's not forget, guys, as well. Brandon Shepard had some issues last night at practice night as well. I don't know if it was ignition issues or what, but he had slowed actually pulling out of the racetrack last night, and then he slowed to a stop once over in turn number 2 on practice night last night as well. I don't know if it's a related issue or not, but they are taking a look underneath the family-owned B5 of Brandon Shepard.
And Trenton Berry's down there getting a word from Sheppy about what might have gone awry on that B5 car. Trenton? Puts the headset back on. Down to you, Trenton Berry.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't get my noggin in there to talk to Shep. Said it's leaking oil out of the front of the oil pan, and there is definitely some oil all over the front of this thing. They are done for the night.
Ooh. All right, thank you very much, Trenton. A bad break for Shep out of the party here tonight. 15 down, 35 to go. Ricky Thornton Jr., he leads the way over Hudson O'Neill, Garrett Albertson, Dylan McCowan, Tyler Erb working his way into the top 5. As we said, Marlar, Troutman, Whistler, Stuckey, and Whitwell. That's your top 10.
And it's going to make for an interesting Delaware double file restart here with the 20 RT by himself out front. Hudson O'Neill going to choose the inside lane. The rest of the field staggers accordingly. Again, 15 laps in the books, 35 laps remaining, and this one's been all RTJ since the drop of the green.
And we'll see if Albertson can do anything with the Hudson as Hudson gets a good run off into 1 and 2. Albertson heads to the cushion. Hudson slams the door. Albertson turns back down the hill. Can we have a slider off into 3 and 4? Not this time. Meanwhile, Tyler Erb's going to try to go 2 for 1. Turbo heads to the top shelf.
Baby.
Oh, man, it is some whoop-de-doos in the middle. Tyler Erb 6th up to 3rd. Car number 1 on the move.
I can't swear to it, but I think the 58 had all 4 tires off the ground down there. Look at Drake Troutman getting a run, and meanwhile at the front of the field, speaking of good runs, here comes the Rumley 6 on the outside of the 20 RT for the lead.
New leader, yes sir, 17 in the books, and Hudson O'Neill takes the lead away from Ricky Thornton Jr. We'll see if Thornton can reel him back in. And man, Huddy takes the lead and drives away from him off of turn 2.
I mean, you talk about momentum. That 6 car just immediately put about 6 car lengths off turn 2 between himself and Ricky Thornton Jr. 18 laps in the books, 32 laps to go, and now it looks like maybe the 20 RT Ben has adjusted his line a little bit.
Yeah, he's starting to match the loud pedal a little bit, but I mean, Hudson, fantastic restart, 19 on the board, 31 laps to go. Thornton in 2nd, 4th, 3rd is Tyler Erb, 4th, Albertson back in position 5. It's Drake Troutman, Marlar in 6th, then it's Gustin, McCowan, Stuckey, and Dillard.
That's how they run, coming around this time for 20 laps in the books, and now the driver, the number 6, starts to pick up some of that all-important lap leader loot, courtesy of Rio Grande Waste Services. And the lead that he had once pulled ahead by about 12 to 15 car lengths is suddenly shrinking a little bit as Ricky Thornton Jr. starts closing back in on the driver of the 6.
Tyler Peterson out of the party here tonight. He'll try it again tomorrow. And meanwhile, Ryan Gustin on the move. He started 18th up to 7th, 11 positions. Candidate for the Rio Grande Waste Services hard charger. A $500 bonus comes along with that.
Yeah, and remember, Ryan Gustin was fastest in his qualifying group in Group B, but a deck height infraction moved him back 6 spots in the lineup. He had to come out of a B main, as you said, Ben, and he's worked his way up to 7th right now, looking good in the Todd Cooney Racing entry at the front of the field. Business picking up again. That 20 RT is closed back in on the Rumley 6.
He took a little less than 2/10 of a second off of the lead for Hudson O'Neill. Meanwhile, Young Hands out of the race, approaching the halfway mark. This time out of 4 will complete lap 24. And up top, the 6 car, your leader, Hudson O'Neill. But here comes Thornton. That time at the line, the lead, still 0.5 of a second.
I had a driver tell me one time, you know how to make Ricky Thornton Jr. even faster? And I said, no. And the driver said, pass him. Pass him, and then he gets even faster. And that's what we're seeing right here. As he looked like a rocket ship to start this race, the 6 drove around him. And now the 20 RTs picked that speed back up, running a slightly different line down in turns 3 and 4. Both those drivers catching back up to the 128 of Kylan Garner.
Yeah, the lead's 0.4 of a second. They got over 2.5 seconds on Tyler Erb, who rides back in third. Alberson in fourth. Lap traffic, as you said, DJ, an issue once again. 26 laps complete, 24 to go, and they're tap dancing around the cushion here tonight at FK Rod and Central Arizona Raceway, presented by Low Voltage Solutions. Heavier lap traffic in front of them. To quote James Essex, please stay green. Oh man, if you're Hudson, where do you want to go, Where do you want to go, DJ? Because those guys in front of you are largely in your line.
Yeah, you want to go where the lap traffic isn't. Right now, they got the back of the field side by side in front of them, and I believe it's Bryson James and Ian Whistler that are side by side in front of the Remley 6, and then you got Daniel Adam up there in front of them. So Hudson O'Neill's going to have to do something with them, that lead duo. They've stretched out to a 2.5 second advantage over your third place car. That's Uncle T. Garrett Alberson runs fourth. Mike Marler now rounding out the top 5.
Oh, Hudson lets it drift wide. That allows Thornton to close in on him. The lead was 0.6 of a second, that time by 0.2 of a second. And they're 3 wide lap cars in front of your leader briefly. Huddy on the cushion, Thornton a lane down. They'll race back to complete lap number 30. Who's going to lead this time by? Huddy up top, Thornton down low, and Hudson O'Neill going to go 2 for 1 through lap traffic. That's a big time move, DJ.
Yeah, it sure was. And Ricky Thornton Jr. had to adjust his line as well. He went from the bottom, had to go back to the top, so he's going to follow in the coattails of the 6 of Hudson O'Neill, and now they've got Ricky Thornton Jr.'s one night alone teammate, Daniel Adam, to try to work around in that entry. Adam has no idea who's coming up on him. Hudson O'Neill will dispose of him down in turns 1 and 2. He'll slide up the racetrack, and RT will have to do the same.
Half a second lead last time by for Huddy. Thornton looks to the inside of his teammate. He's going to slide up in front of him. Man, I tell you what, those two guys are fighting tooth and nail for the lead. 18 laps to go. Tyler Erb in third. Alberson fourth. Marler fifth. Troutman in sixth. Gustin 18th to 7th. And it's McCowan, Dillard, and Jake O'Neill. That's your top 10.
You want to know how fast this lead duo is? They've got nearly a full straightaway advantage over your third place car of Tyler Erb, man. I mean, they are picking them up and putting them away here. And they're just about a lap away from having to contend with a little more lap traffic. The next driver to go 1 lap down is going to be your 15th place car. That's Ethan Dodson, who just made that pit stop on lap number 15 with a flat right rear tire.
Yeah, and Thornton had fallen back a little bit. Now he'll start to close back in. The lead was 0.7 of a second, less than half a second that time by. Now Thornton's going to move down the racetrack. And this is where it could be tough leading because you don't know how the racetrack is evolving and what the guy behind you is doing.
There's trouble in front of him. One car is slow at the top of the racetrack, and that is going to bring out the Midwest Sheet Metal caution. And it's Tucson, Arizona's Jake O'Neill in the 0. And that is going to spoil what was going to be, I think, another entertaining battle for the lead.
You see Jake stopping there at the top of turn number 4, the Vic Hill-powered Longhorn 0 race car. And he'll limp his way down into the infield. Well, 34 laps in the books, 16 to go, and ever since lap 17 when he took the lead, it's been Hudson O'Neill out in front, Ricky Thornton Jr. second, Tyler Erb third, Alberson fourth, Marler fifth, Troutman sixth. Maybe the guy happiest to see that Midwest Sheet Metal caution, Ryan Gustin 18th to 7th.
Yeah, he leads the movers and shakers right now as he's passed more cars than anybody coming from the 18 starting spot you just said. 11 positions for the driver out of Marshalltown, Iowa.
Hoker Trucking, Allen Seamless Gutters, number 19R. Jay Dickens Power under the hood of that Xfinity race car.
By the way, shout out to Todd Cooney. Glad he's been feeling better here lately, and glad that he's been able to get out to the racetrack as well. You know, you and I both spoke with him there just a week or two ago.
He is a character of characters.
Yes, he is. Trent Berry.
Jake O'Neill shredded the right rear, cause for the caution. Team going to work down here in the Mary's Home Furnishings hot pit. Put on a fresh Hoosier tire, and he'll be sitting back out here in just a couple of moments.
All
Thank you very much, Trenton. Well, that Cornet Lightning-powered Longhorn, the K&L Rumley Enterprises entry for Hudson O'Neill. They picked up some wins together. If I'm not mistaken, at Needmore last year, you got to see them get their first win together.
I did. Yep, absolutely. And Needmore once again racing again here during, it's hard to call it speed weeks, but in the quote-unquote off-season, the winter months. So make sure you check them out. They're the sponsor of our staging lane here this week. But that was the first win that duo got together. I got to talk to Hudson O'Neill afterwards, and looking again. He's not going to be in that car all year. He's going to, of course, be in his own SSI Motorsports, in the Todd and Vicky Burns SSI Motorsports entry. But you might see him in that Rumley number 6 a couple more times.
Talked to his crew chief earlier this week, and one Jason Durham, and I think they're planning to make a run at their first FloRacing Night in America title this year. They had a good. They would have had a good chance in 25, but they missed some of the early races. But talk to them; they're gearing up. Obviously, they ended the year really strong, and it's ironic. DJ, the guy in second. He's won races. He won a Flo Night in America event in that 6 car at Fairbury. Yeah. So two guys that have both driven that 6 car run first and second.
Speaking of FloRacing Night in America, Wednesday.
Yeah,
we going to release that schedule?
I mean, we know that a lot of the dates have popped out there, but yeah, Wednesday on this broadcast during the pre-race.
The official
release of it. Yes.
It's unofficial till it becomes official, right, James?
And it will be official on Wednesday. So yeah, we're going to release that Wednesday during the Wild West Shootout. Right now, lights are out though, DJ. 16 laps to go. Huddy's out in front. We'll come back to the green flag.
All right, Hudson O'Neill brings him into the Rio Grande Waste Services restart zone, and the C&D Bonding green flag waves, and a real good start for the Rumley 6 as he leads him off into 1 and 2.
Yeah, and Albertson's going to try to take third back away from Turbo. Turbo on the top side, but Albertson up to third. He's going to set his sights on Ricky Thornton Jr. now. The Roberts Motorsports 58 on the prowl, right on the low side of the racetrack. Can he get around Ricky Thornton Jr.? That time at the line, not quite.
Meanwhile, they're nearly 3 wide back there behind him. Ryan Gustin going for 4th just off your screen, and he's going to take it. Ryan Gustin from 18th to 4th. The Turbo may have trouble on the Best Performance Motorsports number 1.
You got to wonder if a tire's going down on that race car. Thornton is going to get back around Albertson. Albertson taking it down the back straightaway. And we'll see if Turbo draws a Midwest sheet metal caution. And right rear flat on that race car, and he's going to draw Midwest sheet metal caution. And it's worth noting that there is a points fund for the week. And those guys have got that in their mind, too. It's a $10,000 points fund here this week for the super late model division. And, Turbo's thinking big picture.
He's thinking big picture. And what if I told you that that was a completed lap and Ryan Gustin has now come from 18th up to 4th in this race?
Well, I would want to say you're bananas, but it's actually Noah Bushman that's bananas in the infield. No, I mean, we knew Gustin would be good at this racetrack. Yeah. And last night, I don't think we saw him go out many times while we were here. We left right after the practice ended, went back to go start working on all of our notes. But, man, he is looking really good. And I think Gustin's another guy, 3rd in outlaw points last year. He's a guy that you really wonder, is this the year? Could this be the year that he goes after an outlaw title?
Yeah, obviously a 2-time USMTS champ. Picked up that big $100,000 win in the USA Nationals last year. But Trenton Berry, you got to see Ryan Gustin a lot back in the Gressel Motorsports days on the USMTS Tour. He had kind of a coming out party here in the last year or so in the late models. It could be a big year for him.
Man, he really did. And I remember watching him race when he was just, early 20s and the 2 USMTS national championships. The first run that he had, I mean, he had an entire late model run, multiple seasons with Ed Gressel in a late model. I called the race with James Essex tonight. He went from 34th to the lead at I-80 Speedway. And it just looked like it was all going to line up for that to be his night, and it wasn't meant to be, but still just kind of the legend of Ryan Gustin really grew from that point. He won a ton of MLRA races. He won some Mars races. I believe some NCRA as well throughout the course of those next couple of seasons. Got back into modified with Jason Hughes for several years. Went on an absolute tear. 2017 was one of his banner years, and has parlayed that into a couple of national dirt late model rides, and we've seen where he's at right now. I couldn't be more proud of Ryan Gustin. The kid lives, eats, and breathes to race. He's got his boy racing go-karts now, the next generation. That whole family is super cool. He's got a couple of brothers, his sister Janae, and Ryan Gustin having a heck of a run tonight here at It's one of those things you love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned his brothers Richie and Jimmy Gustin, probably watching back home. Janae Gustin as well, and his son Braden's actually been doing a little bit of mini mod racing here in recent years. You and I got to see him at Stewart Raceway last year. Ben, we did. Yellow lights are turned off. Green flag's going to wave this time. 36 laps are scored. Just 14 laps remain. Hudson O'Neal, Ricky Thornton Jr., Garrett Alberson, and Ryan Gustin from 18th to 4th as we go back racing.
Garrett Alberson heads way up top to get ahead of Steve. It worked on the last start, trying to find there as Thornton couldn't quite get to Hudson. Meanwhile, here comes Gustin, 18th to 3rd. He might not be done there. Coming our complete lap number 37. Gustin started 18th. He's climbed to 3rd, and he'll take it at the line. Can Gustin get 2 more spots and get a shocker here in the desert tonight from deep in the field?
What a way to start the Wild West shootout here, as it's Hudson O'Neal out front, Ricky Thornton Jr. second, and look at Cade Dillard now to the inside of Mike Marlar. He's going to take the 5th spot away, and Dillard may not be done yet as Cade Dillard in the 97 from the 16th starting spot in the top 5.
Those guys are all jockeying for position. Huddy has turned up the heat off of turn 4. He'll complete lap 39. Last time by, his lead was 9/10 of a second. Does Thornton have any other tricks left? He'll take a 10th off his lead right there, and he's got to go because Gustin is right there with him as they work down the back straightaway.
If they got one more caution, man, I don't think anybody wants to know what the Reaper's got for him, because that dude is fast. As you look back through the field, the 0 of Jake O'Neal, he has worked his way. Did he just work his way back up to the 6th spot? Is that right? It is right. Jake O'Neal working back through the field. Look at that in the 0, and now he's up to 5th.
Oh, Alberson got flat, I think.
Oh, man.
All right, Midwest Sheet Metal caution on the speedway, 10 to go, and did we cut down another right rear tire? And at this point, you know, we don't know enough about this racetrack. If it's abrasive, or is there's you got to wonder, is there something on the racetrack? Is Alberson has used up the right rear on that 58 car.
Jake O'Neal.
How is that even possible?
I mean, they probably put a new right rear tire on the race car. That's incredible.
I'm gonna call you out. So you said I don't think we want to see what's going to happen if we get another caution. I
do want to see.
But I think Huddy, though, like the thing is, Huddy was starting to stretch it out right there. I think Hudson is still conserving himself, and all these guys have got to be wondering as they watch these flat tires start to unfold on the racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. So you got Hudson O'Neal out front. He started 4th. Ricky Thornton Jr. led the first several laps of this race. The 2nd, he started the pole. Ryan Gustin from 18th to 3rd. It'll now be Jake O'Neal in 4th. Jake O'Neal started 19th, by the way. Oh, by the way, he went
to the back.
He also went to the back after a flat tire, and that'll put Cade Dillard in the 6th spot. Cade started back in 16th.
I can't, man, I was so focused on the front. I can't do the math on how Jake got back up there so fast.
He's fast.
I know there's not a ton of cars left, but is that how much a right rear matters? Is that how, you know, possibly abrasive this track is tonight?
Trenton Berry, I don't know where you are in the infield, but I would love just if you get a second, a little insight on what some of the right rears are looking like on some of these cars. Both the guys that ran a few laps early on and some of the ones that have had to change them.
You bet. Looks like they're shredded for the most part. I'm going to talk to a couple of these crew guys here real quick.
All right, TB, thank you. Great work down there in the infield, by the way. You should see the crew changing the right rear on the 58 of Garrett Alberson.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Gustin wins this from 18th, everybody's going to have their crew guy in a banana suit tomorrow night. It's going to be all time. I mean, there might be some grapes, some apples. What do you got, Trent?
Hey, I talked to a guy that knows a whole lot more about it than me.
Yep.
Kevin Rumley said just so fast and kind of abrasive that they're just blistering the tire.
Okay.
He said that's the problem with all these right rears and why they're going flat.
Well, we're down to, 13 cars left on the speedway, 10 laps to go. Trent Berry will talk to our top 3 in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. Hudson O'Neal, he took the lead back on lap 17. So let's think about that. 24 laps. He's put 12,000 to the good right there in just lap money. Yeah. But he wants to add another 5 on top of it, plus another 25 to lead the final 10 and get the win here tonight.
How about some of the former modified drivers we're seeing up here? Ricky Thornton Jr.'s ran IMCA modifieds for a while. He's in 2nd. Ryan Gustin ran modifieds. He's in 3rd. Jake O'Neal currently in 4th. Cade Dillard in 5th.
There's a pattern.
The open wheel modified guys.
Mike Marlar.
Kyle
Beard ran mods. I mean, obviously Dylan McCowan.
Yeah.
As you look back through that, Ethan Dodson. Yeah.
Drake Troutman, you know.
I tell you a guy that has been having a little bit of trouble getting it in drive tonight. Are you going to say it?
Bobby Pierce.
There you go. Yeah, man. I thought this would be his kind of racetrack, but I think obviously they're going to make gains. They're going to figure some things out as we move through the week.
Yeah, no, absolutely as well. He is currently the last car on the lead lap in 14th, by the way. So Yellow lights turned off. Green flag going to wave a 10-lap dash to the finish in the desert. Hudson O'Neal, Ricky Thornton Jr., Ryan Gustin from 18th, Jake O'Neal from 19th. The green flag waves. We're back underway.
10 laps for $25,000. Thornton gets a good start. Can he do anything with him? Can Gustin get it from 18th? Thornton slides up the racetrack. Huddy turns back down the hill. Down the back straightaway, a drag race off into turns 3 and 4. And Huddy back to the lead. Oh, man, this is fun.
Jake O'Neal's got a hot rod, man. He's coming on the inside of the racetrack. Ryan Gustin on the outside. 9 laps to go, and we need a PSG here. Look at Jake O'Neal down to the inside going for second. Look at Hudson O'Neal going for the lead. No,
Jake goes around. Oh, no.
He lost a tire.
Oh, no.
He lost a tire.
Oh, no.
Man.
Is that a lug nut situation, or did we break the center out? That's going to be the question. We're going to see depending on how it lands.
Oh, man.
Do not step it. Don't do that. I probably wouldn't do that. Yeah, let it come to you. There you go. All right.
Wait, no, it looks like a lug nut situation.
Oh, no.
Wow.
How would you make it that long without all the lug nuts as fast as they're going?
No idea.
Bobby Pierce to the hot pit as well. And he just saw what Jake O'Neal did in like 4 laps. Why not go in there and put a new right rear on and go after it? Well, race fans, with 41 laps in the books, 9 to go, you got a new leader, Ricky Thornton Jr. back to the top spot. Hudson O'Neal in second. And it got bonkers on that restart as Ryan Gustin third. And let's take a look at the tire coming off, or actually I should say the wheel coming off Jake O'Neal's number 0, FK Rodden's instant replay. Man, it was a throwdown for the lead. And man, you saw that spark.
Yeah. Oh, did somebody hit it?
I think it just shot up the racetrack and hit the top of the billboards.
I would love, man, I don't know if we can run that back one more time. Trent Berry, go ahead.
Hey, that's a wheel center. His lug nuts are tight still up on the hub.
Yep. Yeah, so it broke the center out. Yep. Ouch.
We're going to take a look at that FK Rodden's instant replay one more time here. By the way, Hudson O'Neal has led 24 laps officially in this race. Ricky Thornton Jr. has led 17. All right, we're going to look at this in slow motion one more time here on the replay, Ben.
And you see him go off in there. Yeah, I wondered. Yeah, you could see it, man. It's a fast racetrack, man.
Man, see, we lost it. No, you're right. It did. It rolled up the wall.
The Jugo Superfood sign. Trent Berry.
Yeah, I don't have your guys monitor down here, so I've tried not to be the redundancy department of redundancy here, but that was his left rear that came off. They changed the right rear a few laps ago.
Yeah, and you called it, broke the center out of it. Well, Bobby Pierce, meanwhile, going to rejoin the back of the pack. Man, could you imagine if Pierce wins this thing in
Oh, my goodness. I mean, anything's possible.
And what we've seen, like we saw out of Jake, head down there and, maybe change a tire, see what you got. So, well, Ricky Thornton Jr., your leader. Huddy back to second. Gustin now, here's an interesting thing. Now you put Gustin on the outside for the restart.
Yeah, well, he was on the outside for that last restart as well, but he had Ricky Thornton alongside him. That's when Hudson O'Neal was in the lead. It's worth mentioning as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Wild West Shootout, they don't have the rule, the right rear, that a tire has to be flat to change it, correct?
That's correct.
Like Lucas has. So it has to be either flat or going down in the Lucas Oil Series that we often call races with. Not the case out here. So you can change a tire at any time that you want.
Well, you're not the cause of the caution either.
Exactly.
So lights are out. We're back underway. Thornton to the lead. And here comes Gustin up top. Meanwhile, down low, Huddy can't quite get there for the slider. Out of 2 down the back straightaway. Marlar rejoins the chat. He's in 4th. Dillard back in 5th. Clay Stuckey rides right there with him. Off of turn number 4. We race around to complete lap 42. And Thornton way wide. That opens the door for Huddy.
Yeah, he sure is. I'm keeping an eye on the 32 as well. Not making any ground from the back of the field. Side by side for the lead right now. As it's Hudson O'Neal on the inside. Ricky Thornton Jr. on the outside. 7 laps to go this time. About 8 car lengths behind them. Mike Marlar now challenging Ryan Gustin for 3rd. RTJ stays out front.
Gustin watching the top 2 drive away right now. Looks like it could be a 2-car showdown for the Checkers if we stay green, but who knows right now as guys battle their equipment and their tires. Ricky Thornton Jr., your leader. Interesting line where Ricky lets it drift from the bottom of turn 3 and 4 all the way to the concrete off the exit, but it's working for him, DJ. Just 6 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Kate Dillard's been able to work his way around the 157 of Mike Marlar, so moved the Rogaline, Louisiana driver from 16th now up into the 4th spot, and Clay Stuckey is going to give Mike Marlar a run in the 157. But Ricky Thornton Jr. has found a line to his liking, Ben, and he is now stretched out the last couple laps to a 1.487 second advantage. We've got trouble down in turn number 4.
Bobby Pierce said just as he called it a night, Kyle Beard went around. That draws the Midwest Sheet Metal caution. And if you're Ricky Thornton Jr., you probably didn't want that because you had just found your mojo and he was driving away from it.
And these restarts are hairy at this place, man. I mean, we've seen that here. We've had a handful of them tonight. They've been just really wild restarts so far. This is just, man, what an interesting racetrack. What an interesting race. I did not, as fast as this racetrack is, I did not expect to see the groove shift around as much as we've seen it shift around the entire night, number 1, but especially in this 50-lap main event.
And if you're Ryan Gustin, have you used all your stuff up? Are you just trying to get to the end? Or are you thinking, hey, man, I'm going to try something on the restart? You got to think, if these other guys have really, their tires didn't hang on, he's come from 18th to 3rd.
Yeah, no, I think he's used his stuff up, and I think at this point he's just trying to hang on. As a matter of fact, he almost got passed by Marlar about a lap after that last restart. Now, the real question is, we've got 45 laps in, 5 laps to go. Are we done with the Midwest Sheet Metal cautions? We're going to have maybe one more before this one checkers.
I dare say anything. Well, it's 5 laps to go, and we come back to the green flag out of turn number 4. Ricky Thornton Jr., your leader. Gustin gets a better restart. Hudson to his inside. Thornton was your leader, but it's Gustin in second. Off into turns 1 and 2. Can Hudson O'Neal take it back? He will. Here comes Cade Dillard.
Yeah, trying to bring Cade Dillard with him, and he will. Cade Dillard now up to 3rd in the 97. He's got to run a modified here a couple races after this as well. And boy, he hooked a big run down to the inside of the racetrack as Gustin trying to hang on the outside. Dillard will take 3rd that time by 4 to go.
And if you're Ryan Gustin, you just want to see the checkered flag in this one because you know that you're down to cords basically out there in the 19R.
Yeah, and he is hanging on for dear life on the outside of this racetrack right now. Meanwhile, Hudson O'Neal trying a different line in the Rumley 6, doing whatever he can to try to stay with Ricky Thornton Jr. Now 3 laps to go, 7/10 of a second the advantage for RTJ. You're looking at the battle for 3rd on the right side of your screen.
Gustin took 3rd that time at the line, but Dillard gets a better run this time. Meanwhile, off of turn 4, 2 laps remain for Ricky Thornton Jr. Only supposed to race here tonight. This could change it, though. We may see him before the week's up if he can hold on for 2 more laps.
Ricky Thornton Jr. is going to be back with us at least 1 race. I'm making that prediction right now. Coming around this time by Ben, the Hochatown Saloon last call. 1 lap to go for your race leader, RTJ.
White flag in the air, the Hoker Trucking Adam Family Motorsports number 20 RT. He's never been in that car before tonight. He takes it down the back straightaway, off into turns 3 and 4. The Longhorn Pro Power Racing engine, Hoker Trucking entry. The Arizona drivers come home, and he's going to do it in a big way. Your winner here tonight at Central Arizona Raceway.
It's going to be Ricky Thornton Jr. getting it done. Hudson O'Neal 2nd, Cade Dillard 3rd, Ryan Gustin 4th, and Mike Marlar will round out the top 5. Unofficially, Clay Stuckey 6th, Garrett Albertson 7th, Drake Troutman 8th, Ethan Dodson 9th, and Kyle Beard will round out the top 10 unofficially here this evening.
Coming home in the 3rd spot, Cade Dillard. He started back in the 10th position. Scratch that in the 16th position. He comes home in 3rd. Hudson O'Neal comes home in the 2nd spot. He led 24 laps tonight. He'll get an extra $12,000 for that. But your winner, as long as he clears Winning Edge Carburation Tech, is Ricky Thornton Jr. The Hoker Trucking, RLM Enterprises, Justin L. Langdon Electrical Contractors, Elliott Concrete, Spiffy's Mobile One Lube, Express and Wash, Restore Warehouse, Rashbones Towing, Allen Automotive, Stack Products, all sponsors on that 20 RT, a Pro Power Racing engine, a Longhorn race car. $25,000 for the win of the Penske 50 presented by Schaefer's Oil. And how about another $13,000 in lap leader money? If he clears the scales, Trenton DJ, he has picked up $38,000 here tonight for the Chandler, Arizona native.
That's incredible. And again, huge thank you. Rio Grande Waste Services putting up the lap leader loot, $500 a lap. And that's actually going to be in effect again next Sunday. So a week from tomorrow. I know some people are making their way out. Don't forget, we've still got 2 A mains left to go. We've got the Shocker Hitch X-Mods presented by Border Tire and the Sea Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds as well here tonight. If you are on your way out, have a safe drive back home too.
Well, they'll confirm it down at timing and scoring, but unofficially, Ryan Gustin, the Rio Grande Waste Services hard charger, 18th to 4th, 14 spots. not only would he pick up $500, but the Banana Man himself, Noah Bushman, and the crew, $1,000 from the Hard Work Pays Cash, courtesy of Gary St. Cyr and Low Voltage Solutions. $1,000 of the hard charging crew every night, and you can buy a lot of bananas with that. So we'll see how they divvy that one up.
You can buy a lot of costumes with that as well. I can't wait to see what Noah Bushman unveils at Speed Weeks.
You know, and it's really cool. Daniel Adams pulling up down there. His teammate tonight, Ricky Thornton Jr. And Daniel Adams has taken his lumps. Backed up last year, did a lot of modified racing, got a modified win at Farmer City. But he comes out tonight, he makes the show, and his teammate goes to victory lane. And as long as he clears tech, he's going to join Trenton Berry down there. Daniel Adam, the driver. Joe Adam, the team owner. And I have a feeling Joe Adams going to be fueling up that private plane he's got, and they're going to be bringing him back from Tulsa at least once. There's Joe Adam on screen talking on the right with Jeff Hoker. There's Daniel Adam, and the team down there congratulating itself. What a team win. You see Ricky Kai down there in the gang. Man, it's
that's cool.
It's very exciting. And for Ricky Thornton Jr., Trenton Berry to come back where he cut his teeth and to win. Down to you, sir.
Hey, I got Joe Adam right down here. Obviously, we're going to have to try to get Ricky back.
Absolutely. We're going to do everything we can for next Sunday to get Ricky back here for the big show.
All right, there it is. So we'll see what happens. Congratulations, all you guys.
So Joe Adam went to North Carolina, picked up his buddy Jim Long. He's got Jim out here. They picked Ricky up. They flew an hour up to get him. Then they flew to Russellville, Arkansas. They had lunch. They fueled up. Then they flew down to the Panhandle, down to East Texas. They fueled up there, had some stuff there. Then they went from East Texas and they flew over here.
Goodness.
It was a 10-hour airtime in a private plane.
He's good.
There you
He's
go,
good.
Trent.
Matt
Take it away, sir.
Gives me the thumbs up coming down here into Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. Hey, are we confirmed on $38,000 tonight as well, boys?
Yeah, that is confirmed. He led 26 laps.
Yes.
And so
and
13, so $38,000 take.
Yeah.
All right. What a heck of a payday for the Adams team. Ricky Thornton Jr. right here at home. He told me he'd won about 100 races here, but it looked nothing similar to what it does right now. He said it was all for naught, but he's obviously a quick study, which everybody that's watched Ricky over the course of his career knows. Jason Babiak's at the driver's window. Going to put the Hoosier neckband on, the cowboy hat, going to fire the pistols. How about it for Chandler, Arizona's Ricky Thornton Jr.? We'll get him right around here to the front of his race car and get a couple of words with him. Going to be making the trip to Tulsa to run a midget here at the Chili Bowl coming up. RTJ.
That was awesome.
We'll do it right. Talk to him right here. Man, you had the lead, you lost it. When you lost the lead, did you feel like you'd be good enough at some point to get it back?
Man, I don't know. Before the yellow came out, I ran across the top down here that one lap, and I'm like, man, it feels good. But then my brother's like, nah, you're good. Just stay what you're doing. And I don't know if I just got a really good start or what. I heard him, and I'm like, man, I can't move out now, because if I move out now, we're going to wreck both of us. So he got by, and then I could pace him in traffic, and I could tell like he was probably running about 75%, and I was running pretty hard. I'm like, man, I just got to make sure when we get to these lap cars, I can stay with him and try to make a move. And then felt like I was able to start making a couple moves, and the yellow came back out, and I'm like, man, there probably goes the race. And I felt like I got a couple good starts. I could kind of get to his left rear getting in turn one, and I'm like, man, if I can stay in the moisture strip down the whole front straightaway and turn when I get to turn one, I'm like, hell, you gotta slide him. I'm like, hey, we didn't come all this way to run second, so we were able to do it. Whenever I slid him, I knew he was gonna cross me, and I figured if I could race him hard into three and make him overcharge turn three, and then stop and turn and hopefully catch enough traction off four, I'd be able to drive back by him, and it worked out. And then the yellow came out, and I don't know if it was good or bad that yellow came out, but I was like, all right, now I gotta make sure I hit the tree start right and don't let him do the exact same thing to me. So it worked out for us. Obviously, I gotta thank Joe Adams for giving me this opportunity to run his car. Gotta thank Bobby Kohler for letting me do it too. Obviously, Jeff and Penny Hoker are a big part of this whole deal and getting put together.
You got any idea how much money you won? I've got it here if you don't.
I was counting it, and then he got by me. I'm like, man, there goes another 500 laps or $500 every time we pass the start-finish line. And I think at that point I was like 14, 15 laps in, and I'm like, at least that's a little bit of money, but winning pays a lot more.
$38,000 you won tonight.
That's nuts. Like I said, we really didn't even plan on coming, so to be able to come out and really be as good as we were right out of the box, it really shows how good this team really is.
They want you to come back next Sunday after the Chili Bowl and come run the last one. What do you say?
I mean, it's definitely hard to not come back, so we'll definitely see. I was telling a lot of people tonight, if we won, I feel like we have to come back, so who knows, maybe we'll see a 20RT again.
Man, go give them the business in Tulsa. Ricky Thornton Jr., your winner tonight here at the Wild West Shootout.
Trenton Berry going to make his way over and grab a word with your second place finisher, Hudson O'Neill, your third place finisher, Cade Dillard. Dillard coming from the 16th starting spot. And you just talked, Ben, about the lap leader loot courtesy Rio Grande Waste Services that Ricky Thornton Jr. got. But Trenton Berry, you're standing with a guy that got a lot of extra money courtesy of Rio Grande and that lap leader loot as well.
Hud, you had a great night, man. You led through the middle part of that race. Once you passed Ricky, you had to know he'd probably at least try to give you another shot at some point.
Yeah, no, Ricky did a great job. We just kept having restarts, and I knew that I kind of had ran my tires pretty hard there through the middle part of that race, and you don't know if you're going to have a caution or not, so I was just going, trying to lead every lap that I could for the lap money, but just trying to get away from him. That way, whenever we got in the lap traffic, I had a little bit of a buffer, and yeah, we just kept having restarts, and he kept getting to practice, trying to get a run on me down through here, and finally he did, and it just kind of caught me off guard, really. I seen his nose a couple times on the restarts before, but no, like I said, he did a great job, and probably more so than anything had a little bit more tire left than I did there at the end. So appreciate Kevin, everybody that's a part of this, K&L Runway number 6, Dave and D&E Marine, and Longhorn Chassis and Subsurface of Indiana, Todd Burns and Vicky Burns and the entire SSI crew back at home for letting me come and be a part of this, and appreciate all the sponsors on this thing, and see if we can't, whenever this 20RT leaves town, maybe we can get a win.
Hey, I've got your total. Do you know what you won?
I have no idea.
$22,000. You don't get to be the runner-up and win that much very many times in a year.
No, that's pretty good. You know, the lap money's awesome, and fortunate to be able to lead some laps and have a great race car. I really felt like we had maybe the better race car, just probably hurt my tires a little bit more than I needed to through the middle part of that race. So driver will try and do a better job tomorrow, and we'll see what we got for him.
Great job. Great to see you. Hudson O'Neill here in the number 6. Back here to Cade Dillard in the 97. He was the old dog that just wouldn't go away. Man, Ryan Gustin was up there. You and him raced hard right at the very end of that thing. How good did your car feel, especially late?
It was really good. You know, hats off to the track crew. You know, after last night, I didn't think there'd be much passing, and you know, we were able to come from 16th. But we had a really good car, and I felt like the longer we ran it, the more the track slowed down, the better we got. So it was cool. You know, these are two really good race car drivers up here racing with. So we had a good car, and just thanks to all my sponsors, Shane Shelley Springer will let me drive this thing, and everybody makes this possible. Thanks to Donnie, Scotty, Colby. Thanks to Stormy Scott. He's been helping crew on this thing, and he's had really good feedback, and it's definitely helped us pick up some speed in mod and late models.
The internet thinks nobody has anything for you in the modified, so you got one more race to run.
Yeah, I mean, once again, there's some really good cars here in that too. You know, anybody can win that. But yeah, we got a good shot. We got a really good car right now, and just say hey to my family back home, and excited for the rest of the week.
Cade Dillard, the 97, rounds out your podium. Congratulations to Dillard, O'Neill, and your winner, Ricky Thornton Jr.
All right, thanks a lot, Trenton Berry, and we have got a 25-lap main event for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire.
Yeah, this will be the Shocker Hitch main event tonight. Mr. Rob Mosley, he was the feature winner a year ago tonight. Can he get it done, DJ? Out of Los Lunas, New Mexico in the M17 on the pole. And alongside Chance Cadet out of Becker, Minnesota, the 16-year-old trying to get it done in the 77.
Another young gun going to start on the inside of row 2. That'll be Blake Adams in the 40D out of Cameron, Wisconsin. And on his outside, out of Lebo, Kansas in the 14J, it's Jake Hodges.
Row 3. 3, the 3J of Josh Kane out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, into his outside. The 1S of Scott Bentz out of Jamestown, North Dakota.
Levine, Arizona's Tyler Johnson will have the 75 on the inside of row number 4, and on his outside out of Fulton, Missouri, the 94, that's Tyler Potter.
Row 5, Mike Rosales out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and the 12, and the 29 of Alan Farley out of Rapid City, South Dakota.
Scott Tofty is in the number 28. He's out of Madison, Minnesota, and he starts on the inside of row number 6, and on his outside is Curtis Stay out of Kaministiquia, Ontario, in the 32.
You're on fire, man. Inside of row 7, the 79 of Jaden Christ out of Jamestown, North Dakota, and Scott Francoeur out of Santan Valley, Arizona, in the 81.
Keenan Glasser is going to have the Cody Shoop 22 on the inside of row number 8. He's out of Estevan, Saskatchewan, and on his outside, the Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in the 57, Duke Erickson.
Row 9, Lucas Rohde, the Nightmare out of Marion, North Dakota, in the 19, into his outside, the 21 of Jake Smith out of St. Joseph, Minnesota.
We'll move back one more row. There we will find the driver out of Homestead, Montana. It's the 413 of Tate Johnson on his outside. Out of Bay Point, California, the 11 is Danny Wagner.
Row 11, Dakota Gerard out of Moberly, Missouri. In the 0 and the 50 of Braden Whitfield from Casa Grande, Arizona.
And your final 2 starters out of St. Andrews, Manitoba, Brandon Rehill in the 34, and Bryson Yeager out of Green River, Wisconsin, in the Pit Stop Motorsports 28BY.
Got 24 cars, 25 laps, $1,000 to the winner. Trent Berry will talk to the top 3 down in Hooker Trucking Victory Lane. After this one, we'll talk to those guys. They'll get ready for the 2000 win modified main event of the night. Well, the late models went out there. They cleaned the racetrack up pretty good. There's still a lot of traction to be had. I really think these X mods and these mods are going to be using every inch of it.
And again, you got the smaller tires out there, right? You got limited horsepower on these guys. I think it's going to be really good. Now, all of that having been said, look at the guy on the pole. Look who won more races at the Wild West Shootout last year than anyone. I think Mr. Rob Mosley will get that. At least get a jump start on the bonus from Arizona Differential by Nate here tonight.
Yeah, he got it last year, $2,500 last year. If you win 4 or more of these events, it's the only division with a bonus. And man, I tell you what, look at Old Glory in the infield. That wind has been relentless today. As you can see, it's standing at attention. But the racetrack has been nice. Crew has stayed on top of it. We've battled unprecedented issues here tonight, but you look at us now with 2 races left in the evening.
Trenton Berry's been staying warm on the little campfire down there in the infield. I've seen you down there, TV.
Hey, what? You don't know about any campfire down here in the infield. What are you talking about?
We can see the flames, but
hey, you guys just stay warm up there, okay?
Oh, we're trying to, Trent.
Yeah, we are.
Look at the flag. I mean,
I'm working on a bit for later in the week, so.
Are you bringing back Hanging with Hoker?
You guys up there just mind your business.
Mind your business. That's all. Mind your business.
What you doing?
Shout out Chris Sullivan. Oh man.
They cleared out a fair amount of the grandstands here. We had a fantastic crowd here tonight.
Hey, it was amazing.
Hey, I have to pull the 50-50 ticket here in just a second here. Jason's told me. Blame Babiak.
You pull that, they'll get.
I accept that one, buddy. This one's on me.
Okay, well the other
one's on Kurtz. Go ahead.
the other one was too, but that's okay.
All right, get them ready, and we'll draw it next caution.
Okay,
all
I
right?
want to pull it right here. This is the winning ticket. In my hand.
All right, there you go. We'll call it in the next caution break. Mr. Rob on the pole and Chance Codet on the outside, and your X-Mod A main's underway.
And Mr. Rob, here we go. Good start for the M17 race car out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. His man Chance Cadet did not get a good start way up the racetrack.
I think they're hooked together.
Oh no. Scott Bentz.
Yeah.
And the 94 car down there tied up.
Fuller. Yep. Yeah, you can see it from here. The part of the snout of Tyler Fuller's 94 is stuck in the left rear of Scott Bentz's number 1.
Well, that might require something creative. That's going to require a
all right,
record.
that means you get to give away some 50-50 money there.
Hey, how much money?
I have no idea. Get the color too.
Okay, yeah, I got
color
it.
matters here.
First time on television. Pink ticket, race fans. Pink ticket right here. 860264. 860264.
Where do they take it, Trent?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, he's coming back.
Okay, here we go.
$638. $638.
Okay, where do they go to get it? You're an owner now.
Down here? No, I will meet them at the flag stand.
Okay, there we go.
Look for the flag stand.
look for the checkered flag. Sport coat at the flag stand. 860264.
Those two are like Laurel and Hardy in the infield.
I was thinking Dumb and Dumber.
Another fun mess.
No, we love you, T, but you're doing a great job down there, buddy.
Another fun mess you've got us into.
I really didn't know you guys knew about the fire. You're blowing my cover.
Yeah, we can see the fire from up here, buddy. There's a lot of things we're oblivious to. That's not one of them. Well, they are separating the race cars. This one could take a hot minute. We'll see.
Yeah.
He has somehow got his left rear all the way into the bumper of the 94 car. And I tell you what, we're going to step aside real quick. We're going to throw some water on them, get them separated down there, and we come back. X-Mod main event here at the Wild West Shootout. Well, we're back, DJ. We've separated the race cars. They're both, it appears they're going to continue. Scott Vince and the 1S race car and the 94 back there of Topper. Looks like they're, or Potter, excuse me. If they're again Tyler Potter. I mix and match some letters in that name. Tyler Potter, they're going to both continue. And we're going to try this one all over again.
Did you call him Totter?
No, I called him maybe.
I'm not sure what
no, Topper. I called him Topper.
Topper.
Yeah.
Topper.
Yeah, I was going straight up Stranger Things on you. You don't know anything about that, though.
Well, if you won the 50-50.
Man, Jason Babiak in that jacket looks like somebody you'd buy a used car from. As is.
That's right, as is. Sign right here on the dotted line.
Never been crashed. No. Meanwhile, the bumper's missing. It's been vandalized. It's never been crashed.
He might be able to get a good deal on a few cars here tonight.
If they make Roadhouse a third time, he should be in there as the guy that owns the Ford dealership.
Who's to say that he hadn't been in it already?
There you
go. All right, well, that Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag flew on the start of this race, so we have 0 laps in the books, and we got 25 for these guys, don't we? All 25 still remain.
We do. You sound
No,
like a
I'm not gonna say
carnivore.
it.
You sound
No.
like a carnival worker.
No,
like,
yeah.
like your voice is starting to betray you, isn't it?
Well, it is a little bit.
You like
It is a
say,
little
hey,
bit.
this. Say,
No, I was actually going to give an NFL update, but
No,
I mean,
don't do that to
No, now
people.
you've got me rattled.
DJ?
You got me rattled. Yes.
When your voice starts to go south, you know this now. It's important for you to stay hydrated.
Well,
there.
listen,
we've been through this before.
DJ has drank a small pond up here today. He's had so
Okay.
much water, so yes.
All right.
DJ, say something for me. Say, step right up.
Step right up, ladies
Yeah, there
and
you go.
gentlemen.
We'll get you
Step
Babiak's
right up.
jacket. You'll be in shape.
Come guess the weight of the gentleman standing over here on me. It's the first time we've ever done 50-50. So yeah, the winning.
He's coming back across the track.
All right, well, he better get across quickly because we're going green flag racing this time by. And Scott Bent's not able to continue, so tough break for the redheaded rebel out of Jamestown, North Dakota. Winning 50-50 number again, 860-264, 860-264. We're going back to green flag
And
racing.
Chris Kearns is right outside the announcer's booth. Come up to the announcer's booth.
He is
if you have
not in a checkered flag jacket.
No, he's
yet.
in a blue and he's got a frown on his face. Sandy Bonding green flag is back out. Oh man.
Green to checkered right here. All right, Mr. Rob Mosley out front in this one. Chance Cadet in the second spot, side by side for third. Going to be a 3-wide battle for second. That's Josh Kane in the 3J. Blake Adams in the 40, and it's going to be Mr. Rob leading lap number 1.
I tell you what about Blake Adams. That kid's looking good right now as he's battling with Josh Kane, the veteran. If you can beat Kane, I don't care if it's for 10th, second, or the win. You've done something. And right now he's up to second. Now Blake Adams sets his sights on Mr. Rob. He just went around Mr. Rob's good friend Josh Kane. Now he sets his sights on Mr. Rob. But meanwhile, Jake Hodges, as you said, DJ, on the move.
Yeah, absolutely. He started fourth. He fell back in that opening lap, and now he's worked his way back up to the third spot. Josh Kane remains in fourth. Meanwhile, Chance Cadet's fallen back to the fifth position. Tyler Johnson running in sixth, but you got a good battle up front for the lead as Blake Adams, like a pesky fly, he's not going away, and he's applying the pressure to Mr. Rob.
I tell you what, man, he is going to turn 17 next Friday. He would love to get an early birthday present, his first Wild West Shootout feature win here tonight. He's right there with Mr. Rob, and that's something that not many people could do last year at this event.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Remember, Blake Adams was fast last year when this event was at Vado Speedway Park as well. Didn't have Lady Luck on his side, but right now he is all over the driver of the M17. Going to look down to the inside now. It's New Mexico on the outside, Wisconsin on the inside.
And we got one trying to limp to the infield. Don't think he's going to get there. He is not. We got a parking lot up in turn number 1 anyway. So Tyler Johnson stopped on the front straightaway in the 75. And we've also got a couple of cars tied up there. Rosales up there. And looks like Rodine and Trenton.
Johnson's rear end all out of whack. Obviously, he's got the flat tire, but it's out of sorts on the left side, too. Looks like something is broken up underneath there.
Probably why the rear end is all out of sorts. What did Blake Anderson tell us at Gateway? Now, the problem is the tire is flat.
He said the tire, the reason he slowed down is the tire has no air in it.
Well, see, here, guys, I found the problem. The drive shaft's not in one piece.
I got you.
So that's
why
important, Trent.
That's why it won't go anywhere.
Yeah, I see part of it coming towards you right now, actually.
There it is. See, without that, it's hard for it to move. Was that my best?
You did well.
Okay.
You did well, TV.
Thanks, I'll try. It's getting late. I mean,
as we approach 8 hours of this broadcast, we're not going to judge you for anything, Trenton. All right, well, we're going to get Tyler Johnson on the hook. We have 4 laps down in this one, 21 to go. Modified feature waiting in the wings.
Can't remember the last time that I wasn't here.
We're going to be back here tomorrow because we go live at 3:15 Mountain Standard Time.
What do you want for supper tonight?
Breakfast.
Well, it was the last meal you had, actually.
The last thing I ate today was breakfast. That was an unfortunate decision. That's all right. We're going to be good. Tyler Johnson on the hook. Going to get him off the speedway. Cowboy's still sleeveless. He's committed at this point.
I mean, Trenton, run down there and try to take the cowboy hat off of him.
Not a chance. I enjoy living.
All right, well, your leader, Rob Mosley, Blake Adams in second, Jacob Hodges in third, Josh Kane fourth, Chance Cadet back in fifth, Rosales sixth, Tofty in 7th, Farley 8th, Chris in 9th, and Stay sits in the 10th position.
Where is Curtis Stay from?
Ontario, on the banks of the Cam River. Kaministiquia.
Kaministiquia. How about Jake Smith, by the way? Started back in 18. Has worked his way up to 11th early in the going in this one. 4 laps in, 21 laps to go. So, this will be a Delaware double file restart. Yellow lights have been shut off. They're going to try to go green this time. I think they're going to get to it as well. They just told Mr. Rob to drag his feet a little bit up there at the front of the field. And we'll go green flag racing this time by. 4 in the books, 21 to go. And the A-main for the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. Rob Mosley, Blake Adams, Jacob Hodges, Josh Kane, Chance Cadet. Your top 5 cars, they will fire in turn number 4 in the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone. That's where they'll get the C&D bonding green flag. 4 in the books, 21 to go.
Looking good so far. Green flag's out. We're back underway. And Mr. Rob, good start. Jacob Hodges is going to shoot up to 2nd. Blake Adams back to 3rd. Oh, no. And we got him stacking up down there. Well, right now just 1. And Cadet goes around from outside front row to start this feature to drawing the Midwest Sheet Metal caution.
And I thought that was going to be a lot worse than what it actually was, too.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have some company for sure. All right, well, we'll line him up, try it again.
Didn't get a lap in, obviously, so still 4 in the books, 21 to go. We'll take a look at the FK rod ends and replay and see what happened to the driver out of Becker, Minnesota, Chance Cadet.
Yeah, a car took off, shot up the racetrack and right in front of Jake Smith, and Smith just nowhere to go.
I actually thought that was going to be a lot worse for Jake Smith, too.
It was also interesting because Tofty went around about the same time on the back straightaway.
Oh. Huh.
So perhaps the caution had come out for
the 28
of Tofty.
What we are being told. So we will see if the 77 goes to the back as well, as he was the 77 was the first car that spun down there, so we'll see if he goes to the back as well. Yep, he does. So caution, simultaneous cautions, we're being told by race control. It's kind of a Trip Gaylord looking 77, by the way.
It is.
Good it is. He's coming up in the next race, by the way.
28's got like a John Flinner flare to it, right?
Oh, like with the wing off the 8, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking the good Dr. Tom George's when I saw that car yesterday.
You were thinking you need a chiropractor?
I do need that as well. Yeah, I do need that as well.
All right, well, Jaden Chris, fun meter pegged out. He's going to head to the Waffle House, flat left rear tire, and he went out the indoor. All right, well, we'll come back to the green flags. Rob Mosley, 4 down, 21 to go. We're going to get you like a 55-gallon drum of water up here tomorrow.
A restroom, actually. You know, I'm okay on the waters. Give me a restroom.
I would rather you not use the restroom up here. All right, green flag. We're back underway. Oh, man. We're populating the Amazon Prime Fast channel for Flow right now.
And that indeed.
Oh, my goodness. Hang on. How did Josh Kane fit through there on the top side of the racetrack? Back up into 3rd. Meanwhile, Blake Adams.
Farley, rather.
Yeah.
Alan Farley.
Yep. Meanwhile, Blake Adams has turned the wig back up, and he is coming after your leader, Mr. Rob Mosley. Mosley has led early in this one, the first 5 laps. Blake Adams trying to get to him. And meanwhile, Josh Kane in 3rd. And don't look now, Curtis Stay from the banks of the mighty Cam River has climbed up to position number 4.
Oh my, from 12. Let's go. Kaministiquia. The lead duo right now is really stretched out in this one, Ben. They got about 10, maybe 12 car lengths over your 3rd place car of Josh Kane. You're looking back on the battle for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th and about everybody else back there right now. Curtis Day's worked his way up to 4th. That battle for the lead on the left side of your screen's been a good one. Blake Adams got a really good race car. He's just not quite able to find a way around Mr. Robb, at least yet.
And he was inside of Mosley. Mosley all the way to the top side of the racetrack. You may have a new leader this time by survey says, hey, you do not. By 1,000th of a second, Mr. Robb led, but he's going to have a hard time keeping Blake Adams behind him this lap. Adams will inch ahead down the back straightaway. The 16-year-old to the lead on lap number 9.
Absolutely. Rob Mosley going to fall back to the 2nd spot. Blake Adams, with dear old Dad Buzzy down there turning wrenches on the race car, is officially the leader in this one. 9 laps in the books, 16 laps remaining. Curtis Stay has worked his way up to the 3rd spot. In trouble for Jake Hodges.
Man, tough break for Hodges. He had a good run going in this one. And not on the side. 2-car breakaway out front is Blake Adams, your leader. He leads his 2nd time around. Started 3rd in this one. Took the lead back on the lap number 9. 10 in the books, 15 laps remain.
And Blake Adams starting to pull away in this one just a little bit as he stretched out to a 1.2 second advantage over Mr. Rob Mosley. As you look back now in the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th, as you got Alan Farley in the 29, Keenan Glasser in the 22. Those 2 drivers going battle back there. Glasser trying to work his way up to the 15th spot.
Yeah, that's the battle right now for 7th. Glasser's got it. Wagner's trying to wrestle it away from him. Meanwhile, Blake Adams, a 1.6 second advantage, 12 laps complete as they flash past the flag stand. 2nd place runner, Rob Mosley. 3rd, Curtis Stay back in the 4th spot at the line that time. Jake Smith climbing forward in cart number 21. He started 18th. He's up to 4th, DJ.
Yeah, good run for the St. Joseph, Minnesota driver. He's run the Wild West Shootout now the last, 3-4 years or so. As anytime you're able to put Josh Kane behind you, that says you're doing something, because Kane is regularly a strong runner. The front of the field, though, halfway signal being shown to the field, 13 in the books, 12 to go. And it's a 2.2 second advantage for Blake Adams.
Yeah, Blake Adams making it look easy right now. 41 wins last year, but he's trying to get one on January 10th this year. As we said, 16 years old, turns 17 next Friday. And his dad, Buzzy Adams, a very accomplished racing career. And he has really been working hard with his son. Not too much. This kid's made a lot of gains. As you said last year, luck not on his side. He had speed. Luck was not on his side. Right now, 2.6 seconds the advantage over Rob Mosley. Meanwhile, Mosley has got a 2-second advantage over Curtis Stay. Jake Smith starting to reel him in from 18th up to 4th. He's looking for more.
Yeah, and there on your screen, you see Keenan Glasser in the 22s able to work his way momentarily by the 3J of Josh Kane, and that's a battle back there for the 5th spot. So Glasser had it last time by. Kane going to try to give him a run back down to the inside. 10 laps now, make it 9 laps to go for your leader, Blake Adams.
And if you're Blake Adams, you're slowly catching the back of the pack, but he really's not going to have an idea how much of a lead he has. Hard to see your crew here at this racetrack the way that it's laid out. He comes around to complete lap number 17. 8 laps to go. Last time by, his lead was 2.9 seconds over Mosley. That time it creeps over 3 seconds. Stay back in the 3rd spot. He's pulled away from Jake Smith. Meanwhile, Keenan Glasser firmly in the 5th spot. And right now the field has got stretched out around this 3/8 mile.
You were in my mind, man. I was going to say the same thing. Kind of an equal distance right back there. Get about 3rd, 4th spot or so. It's kind of an equal distance from those guys all the way back, really about as far as you can see throughout this field. But man, Blake Adams really doing a great job here at the front of the field. 7 laps to go. He continues to put distance between himself and Rob Mosley. That last time by, 3 seconds, the advantage for the driver of the 40D. We'll see what it is this time by. 6 laps to go, and Mr. Rob still holding steady at 3 seconds for Blake Adams.
Yeah, if you're Blake Adams, you want to control the pace, man. You really don't have to mess with lap traffic if you have to. I think he is going to catch him with a couple of laps to go. This time off turn 4. 5 laps between Blake Adams and his first ever Wild West Shootout feature win.
Yeah, Blake Adams looking really, really good at the front of the field. No changes all the way back throughout the top 10 in this one. It's not a one-groove racetrack. You just got guys that have really put distance between themselves. In the next car behind him, Rob Mosley's got about 2 seconds on Curtis Stay. Curtis Stay still trying to turn back the 21. As you got another battle here on your screen for 6th spot as Deanie Wagner's now caught up to the 3J of Josh Kane, and all of that is going to be for naught because we've got a Midwest sheet metal caution.
Yeah, we got one sideways, the middle bottom of turn at number 2, and the 413 of Tate Johnson. So Tate brings out the caution. That's going to set up a 4-lap dash. We did get that lap, so leader plus 3. So I believe we got lap 21. Should set up 4-lap dash to the checkers. And you know, if you're Blake Adams, you just want to just keep it clean on the restart. You've got a dominant race car, and you just need a good, clean restart. So again, top 3 going to join Trenton Berry down in Hooker Trucking Victory Lane, and then we'll close the night out. Modified feature coming up after this one.
Mr. Rob got anything for him on this
I don't
restart?
think so. I really don't. You know, and Blake Adams, man, that kid's got a lot of composure. I don't see him making a mistake. And it's going to take something like that or mechanical failure, I think, for Mr. Rob to have a chance here. Just Blake's got a better car tonight.
He started 3rd. Rob Mosley started on the pole. Curtis Stay in 3rd, up from the 12th spot. Jake Smith from 18th to 4th, and Keenan Glasser has come from, where did he start?
Keenan started back in position 15.
There you go. So some movers and shakers there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You got Josh Kane, started 5th, he's in 6th. Danny Wagner, he started back in 20th, he's up to 7th. Bryson Yeager from dead last, from 24th up to 8th. Lucas Rodin runs in 9th. And then Tyler Potter going to round out the top 10.
How about Yeager? Like you said, strong run there. 24th to 8th, come up to the top 10. We haven't had just a ton of cars fall out of this one either.
Yeah, no, there's still, we've still got 18 drivers left on the racetrack in this one. Yellow lights turned off, green flag going to wave this time by. It's a 4-lap dash to the finish.
Yes, sir.
Blake Adams, Rob Mosley, Curtis Day, your top 3.
All right, back underway. 4 laps between the 40D and his first ever Wild West Shootout win. Mr. Rob's going to turn up the wick. He heads up top. Blake Adams right through the middle where he has been so good in this. And down the back straightaway. So Mr. Rob not giving up, but Blake Adams has really found a good smooth line through the middle of the racetrack. Just 3 laps remain, and Curtis Day going to come under fire from the 21 car, Jacob Smith. Again, Smith 18th up to 4th, trying to pick up a few more spots.
Yeah, Josh Kane trying to get the bottom of the racetrack going again as well as he's looking to work back around Keenan Glasser. Real good battle on your screen. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Curtis Day in that McDonald's number 32S leading the way, but Jake Smith now down to the inside.
Man, look at him all over this racetrack. It is still in fantastic shape after a lot of racing here today, a lot of wind, a lot of sun.
Trouble for Danny Wagner. Did he blow a tire? I missed it. Something on the racetrack down there, but I can't see it.
I can't tell either.
From up here where we are, and that will bring out the Midwest Sheet Metal caution with 2 to go.
Man, if you're Blake Adams, you're like, oh man, so
just
close.
Yes. Well, a slight shakeup as Jake Smith was able to get by Curtis Stay that last time by. So Jake Smith will be in 3rd now. Again, up from that 18th starting spot. Curtis Stay back to 4th. Keenan Glasser had 5th over Josh Kane by half a cat's whisker that last time by.
All right, they'll set up a 2-lap dash to the checkers, and Blake Adams got to think, man, I got to step past my bedtime and wait out a lot of cautions and a long feature if I'm going to get my first Wild West Shootout feature win. He leads the way with 2 to go over Rob Mosley. Jake Smith, 18th to 3rd. And Curtis Smith back to 4th. Keenan Glasser up to 5th after starting 15th. So some movers and shakers in this one. And yeah, Bryson Yeager, probably the hardest charger of all, from 24th up to 8th right now, 16 spots.
Yeah, he's gained 16 spots. Again, you talked about Jake Smith. He has gained 15 spots right now from 18th to 3rd. So they're going to get the wrecker down there to get Danny Wagner's number 11D towed off the racetrack, or just at least shoved off a little bit farther into the infield, and we'll get this race wrapped up with 2 to go. Again, Trenton Berry will have a very quick word with the winner and 2nd and 3rd in this one. And we will roll out this evening's final main event, the 25-lapper for the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds. That one's got Kate Dillard on the pole and Reese Solander on the outside.
And Solander is he's a veteran of the event. I mean, he started in the X mods, worked his way into the A mods, and he we watched a lot of these guys really mature as drivers, and some of these guys start as kids here and grow up during this. So it's been really cool, and that's one thing about it. You come out here and you got the next generation, you got the veterans, and you throw them all together out here. And as we always talk about, DJ, a lot of these guys will not race with each other again all year until, well, the next year when this event rolls around. Yeah.
And what else is really cool is you just you see so many of these guys that follow this event from year to year, right? We talked about some of the guys that we had at this event back when it was at Arizona Speedway, and you could even go as far back as Tucson and even years before that as well. But there's some of these guys that will not miss the Wild West Shootout, no matter what track it's held at, and they've been running it for 10, 12, 14 years now.
Yeah, they come every single year, and you know, for you and I, we get to see a lot of people here that we don't see all year, and you know, we've met a lot of new people this year. There's a lot of new faces in the pit area, so as fans of the sport, it's cool to get to see them race in person. And the pencil's going to get sharpened as the week goes here. These shows are going to run smoother, they're going to run faster, and right now, Blake Adams is running really fast. He's got 2 laps between him and a $1,000 payday in the Shocker Hitch X Mod feature presented by Border Tire. Green flag is out. We're back underway.
Jake Smith going to try to make a run at Rob Mosley now on the outside of the racetrack. We'll see what he's got. Just 2 laps to go. Trying to get a run on the driver of the M17. Now we'll dive down to the inside, down the back straightaway, Ben.
Yeah, how about that battle for second? We talked about Jake starting back in 18th. Ho Chi Town Saloon, 1 to go, one more time around the speedway. Jake Smith's going to take second away from Mr. Rob. Blake Adams, DJ, he's 1 lap away from his first Wild West Shootout win. Bring us home.
Yeah, they're side by side behind him for the second spot, but they are 1 full second back behind your race leader, a young man that ran 131 races last year. He had 41 wins a year ago. He's got 1 already in 2026. Blake Adams gets it done. And the Shocker Hitch X Mods presented by Border Tire. Jake Smith second, Rob Mosley third, Josh King fourth, and Curtis Stay will round out the top 5.
So coming home in the third spot, Mr. Rob Mosley out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, the M17. From 18th to 2nd, Jake Smith out of St. Joseph, Minnesota. And your winner out of Cameron, Wisconsin, Blake Adams. Adams Automotive Racing Engine, MB Custom Race Car, College Brothers Towing, EMR, Northern Clearing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Olson Custom Farms, Adams Automotive, Johnson Brothers Racing, Zabel Family, Cole Steering Motorsports, CMD Race Shocks, Pro Fence, Concert in the Corn, Heinrich Excavating, and Kevco. All sponsors on the Swift Springs number 40D of Blake Adams. He takes that MB Customs car to victory lane for the first time in his young career. And also want to make mention, because we have a fast approaching curfew, 11 o'clock, we are going to interview winner only for this one. We're going to bring the modified feature out. I want to make sure these guys get their show in the books. So we will talk to the winner only, but it's going to be a very excited 16-year-old Blake Adams. 41 wins last year, DJ. Tonight, well, he picks up number 1. He was second. And, I mean, this kid's done so much, and to watch what he's achieving, it's going to be really fun to watch, not only this week, but in coming years.
Yeah, and you were reading my mind, man. Future of the sport right there, Blake Adams, right? He's got a lot of good people behind him in terms of sponsors. He's got his dad, who's just done a lot of great things for the sport, was an incredible driver in his own right, and Buzzy. Now turning his attention over to his son, Blake, who is going to make his way down to Hoker Trucking Victory Lane to grab a word with you. Trenton Berry, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right, sounds good. We are.
He's got to go to the scales first.
He's going to have to go to the scales.
Got to make it official.
Babyak's figuring out where we're going to divvy out the whiskey. We don't want to hand that to the young boy, so we're going to hand that to Mom and Mom's sister over here in the corner. Blake Adams going to come off the scale. I can see him right behind the container over there, going across the scale. So we'll come back here in just a moment. He's going to be really excited to celebrate this victory.
All right, well, Trenton's going to wait on him to make his way around. The Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire mod feature coming to the racetrack momentarily. And again, that will be final race of the night. It's been a eventful first day here. Right at 170 race cars in the pit area. A new venue and a first-time winner, Blake Adams. Very cool to see that down there. And I'm going to go back and look. Thornton, man, I think he's won modified features. Pretty sure that'd be Thornton's first late model event.
I think he won. No, I think he won one.
I know this website.
Yeah, I know. He won one at. Did he win one at Arizona Speedway?
I don't.
I know a website.
Yeah, I'm checking it right now.
Here comes Blake Adams rolling around here. He'll be in the view of the FloRacing cameras and the 40D rolling into victory lane. He's going to have to jump in the modified as well. They've got it staged back here in the infield. So Blake Adams going to roll into Hoker Trucking victory lane. First win here of the season for the young driver. Going to get his helmet off. He's got the gloves set up on the dashboard. Helmet's coming off. Jason Babyak instructing him about firing the 6-shooter pistols. They've got the cowboy hat on as well for the 40D of Blake Adams. How about it? He came all the way from the great state of Wisconsin, and in his MB Customs race cars. Up to the roof he goes. First-time winner, Blake Adams. Come around right here, Blake, to the front of the race car. We'll get a quick word. Kisses the roof of the race car. Take off the Hans device. Man, real quick, you knew you were going to have to get around Rob Mosley. He's been really tough, the Wild West Shootout. How were you able to get it done?
Well, it was getting really slippery in the bottom of 1 and 2, and he was just kind of, moving a little bit up, and I was just kind of trying to get my nose down and almost a little bit into the berm to get down there. And I don't know, I was having a little bit of an engine miss there, so I think it kind of helped me there in the slick, but especially over there, it was getting really slippery. But I knew we had one shot, we had to go for it.
Congratulations on the win. I know you got to go race, so we'll get you on out of victory lane. Blake Adams, your winner.
All right, well, thank you very much, Trenton Berry. And Blake Adams gets his first win. And, Ricky Thornton Jr., actually, SSI Motorsports back in 2021 Arizona Speedway. Good call. He won a super late model feature, so that was his second super late model win. Well, the guy starting on the pole for tonight's Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mod feature, he's definitely won before in both divisions. Cade Dillard out of Robley, Louisiana, the 97. And to his outside, Reese Solander out of Emporia, Kansas, in car 5. Reese is one of the X mods, but he'd love to get his first modified win.
Gabe Hodges, same deal, man. He's going to start on the inside of row 2 in the 7G, and on his outside, another former winner at the Wild West Shootout out of Las Cruces, the J17, Jake Gallardo.
Starting inside of row 3, it's Carlos Amado Jr. out of El Paso, Texas, the 65X, and Blake Adams. They got to switcheroo that one really fast out of Cameron, Wisconsin. He is going to start outside of row number 3.
We move back to row 4 on the inside. We find your reigning USMTS champ out of Happy, Texas. It's Rodney Sanders. And on his outside out of Lakewood, Colorado, the 0 tonight will be Trip Gaylord.
Right side of row number 5, the 91 of Joe Duvall, Big Daddy out of Justice, Oklahoma. The 19 of Dustin Sorensen out of Rochester, Minnesota, feature winner in the mini-series last year.
Lance Murray is going to start on the inside of row number 6 in the 19 SB, and on his outside out of Montgomery City, Missouri, the 29 is Chris Spalding.
Row number 7 will be Terry Phillips out of Springfield, Missouri, the Hall of Famer in the 75. The 97A of Cole Anderson from West Center, Minnesota.
I see Blake Adams running through the infield, by the way, to get in his other modified. We move back to row number 9, or row number 8 on the inside. We find Fayetteville, Arkansas's Tyler Wolf in the 4W, and on his outside out of Wichita, Kansas, in the Mark Dodson 85, it's Tanner Mullen.
Row 9, Gary Christian out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma in the 58X, and Mark Smith out of Anthony, New Mexico in the 2SS.
Tucson's Robert Adams has the 50 on the inside of row 10, and on his outside, Mark Dodson out of Cameron, Missouri in the 85D.
Row 11 out of Elizabeth, Louisiana, Talon Willis in the 10M, and Cole Queensland in the 20 from Grand Meadow, Minnesota.
And your final 2 starters on the inside out of Peoria, Arizona in a Lance Murray own number 44. That'll be Jason Knoll. And on his outside out of Princeton, Minnesota, the 112 is Brennan Gabe.
So 24 cars in this one, and boy, what if you're Blake Adams and you can shock the world and go from 6 to the win in this one.
Oof.
And go back-to-back with your first 2 wins and consecutive features against an absolute star-studded field of modifieds.
I think we are all thinking the same thing, and that 97 of Cade Dillard is going to be incredibly difficult to beat from the pole of this one.
Yeah, you put him, pretty much anywhere in the top 10, he's tough. From the pole, he's going to be tough, but
although
Reese Solander's had a hot ride tonight.
Yeah.
And you know what? Gabe Hodges is a little good. And Jake Gallardo in the CDR, it probably, if you're Cade Dillard and you got to lose to anybody, you'd love to see the guy that's debuting one of the race cars you build driving around you. That'd be Jake Gallardo.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Jake Gallardo making his debut. I talked to him there yesterday afternoon, and he said it'll be the very first time I've ever driven one of these things, but he wanted to debut it here because Cade was going to be here and they could help him out, give him a little bit of support. So we'll see how things shake out for the Las Cruces, New Mexico veteran.
And the thing about Jake Gallardo is first time in that race car. Obviously, he's won in modifieds. He's won in different types of chassis. He's also wins in a B mod. He wins in a stock car. He's won in a late model. That kid can drive anything.
Yeah, he sure can. And did you say Jake Gallardo was a kid?
Compared to us, he is. Compared to us, he is a kid, yes. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
Yep, gotcha.
No, not wrong at all, actually. All right, so they got Blake Adams. They got Blake Adams strapped into the open modified now. You see him there on the right side of your screen in the 40D. He's going to roll off P6 in this one. 25 laps will be the distance. Final race of the night. We had 68 of the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Modifieds. We've whittled that field down to 24.
That's right. And final race of the night. It has been a busy, busy day.
Yes, it has.
Remember a few hours ago when we had no power?
Oh, man, that was today?
That was parts of today. If you're on the East Coast, it's about, actually, if you're on the East Coast, it is not today. It is tomorrow.
It's like that time Donnie Schatz told you and I at Tucson he was about to win a feature.
Yeah, he goes, in a few hours, I'm about to win $25,000 in Australia. It's like, wait, what? You lose a day going, you gain a day coming back. All right, well, lights are down on the speedway. Cade Dillard last year, he had an absolute race car, but he had some bad luck finding him. He is on the pole. Reese Solander alongside, and we'll see if Dillard can repeat from a year ago tonight. Nobody else has repeated the one a year ago tonight. We'll see if Cade Dillard can change that.
All right, 25 laps the distance. They will fire coming off turn number 4 in the Rio Grande Waste Services starting zone. Again, Cade Dillard on the pole, Reese Solander on the outside. Then it's Gabe Hodges and Jake Gallardo. The final race of the night is the C&D Bonding green flag. We're underway.
25 laps, $2,000 on the line here tonight. And Cade Dillard to the lead, and that might be bad for everybody else. Solander, though, not intimidated. Reese Solander, the Kansas racer, a good run in the 5 car. He'll work a couple of grooves higher than Cade Dillard through 3 and 4. Lap number 1. Who's going to be your leader this time by DJ? It's Cade Dillard.
Yeah, you got a handful of that light brown over there coming off turn number 4 and keep that 97 car out front. But just a lap in, Reese Solander able to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, Solander's teammate, Gabe Hodges, looking down to the inside of Jake Gallardo just behind them. That's going to be a battle for 3rd at the end of lap number 2. It's still Dillard out front. It's still Solander in 2nd. Move Gabe Hodges up to the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Gallardo will fall back to 4th. Meanwhile, Blake Adams, who just won the X-Mod feature, he rides back in 5th. Yeah, one kisses the concrete up there, and I think that that was Sorensen. Yeah, he was able to keep going, though. No harm, no foul. We stay green.
Yeah, indeed we do. Is Cade Dillard out front in this one, and he has stretched out his advantage these last couple laps, put a couple tenths between himself and Reese Solander. 1 second the advantage for the driver out of Roebling, Louisiana, the number 97. There's a look back on the battle for the 4th spot. Jake Gallardo has it. The young man that just picked up a win, Blake Adams, trying to take it away.
You know, and I think they're going to learn here tonight, one of the biggest takeaways, this racetrack holds moisture. Because as we look at it, the mods and the X-Mods have really started to cut it up, and the black is starting to go away. Well, we're starting to see it shine up just a little bit in that late model feature. It's starting to bleed back through on the moisture. Yeah, it's cool here tonight, but even with the wind, this racetrack does hold moisture well.
You're exactly right. I'm going to be honest as well. I mean, just as these drivers are learning things about these race cars, the track prep crews learn things about the racetracks. So we saw a dynamic late model feature. I mean, we really did. It was spectacular. These guys are going to learn things about this racetrack, about what to do, about what not to do, about how much water to put in, about exactly how to prep it and what it needs to do. And I really and truly, it's not a homer statement, I really and truly got a feeling, man, this thing will continue to get better. It's been great tonight. It's going to continue to get better throughout the mini-series.
No, I agree with you on that, DJ. And right now, Cade Dillard maintaining about a solid 9/10 of a second lead. Reese Solander not letting him get away from him. 7 laps complete. 18 laps to go. Back in 3rd, it's Hodges. In the 4th spot, Jake Gallardo. 5th is Adams. He's under fire right now from the 85 car of Tanner Mullins. Behind him, Rodney Sanders. Has been some really good cars in this one tonight. Trip Gaylord, Dustin Sorensen, Carlos Amata all out there. Meanwhile, Amata right on cue. Going to call it a night. Slows down the back straightaway. He'll pull to the infield.
Looks like a USMTS show at Deer Creek or something, right? I mean, you got Rodney Sanders and Tanner Mullins going at it there. You got Cade Dillard in the house. You got the Gallardos, man. It's just a star-studded field of modifieds. On your screen right now is 5th, 6th, and 7th, Blake Adams. That's Tanner Mullins in the Datsun number 85 and the 20 of Rodney Sanders.
And you're starting to notice Dillard's starting to creep away from him. That lead grows to 1.3 seconds, working lap 10 of his 25 lap affair.
I got to be honest, it's not as big as I thought it was going to be. I actually thought that Cade Dillard was going to run off and hide from him in this one. He hasn't done that just yet.
Whoa, man, he had to swing way to the outside of Cole Queensland and somehow able to keep it straight. Points it out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. And you got to also wonder if you're Cade Dillard, if you're not seeing a nose or hearing anybody back there, maybe you're not wanting to push real hard because slab traffic's tough. These aren't slouches that you're trying to put a lap down. And that time by, Reese Solander are going to fall another 10th behind Dillard. It's up to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, but again, I'll go back to what I said a few seconds ago as well. I really thought Cade Dillard was just going to run off and hide race. And he hasn't done that yet. So credit to the other drivers, but man, that 97, that car just looks so smooth. The body on it is sleek, and he just, I mean, let's be honest, Dillard's a wheelman, you know, and I think that a lot of times he feels at home in the modifieds, right? I mean, obviously he's been running late model for several years now, but you just put him in a modified, man, he feels so at home in those race cars.
Well, yeah, and you're right about all those things. And you look at it right now, and you got the CDR race car out in front. You got a Skyrocket riding in the second spot. You got Talon Willis starting to lose the door off that CDR number 10. Meanwhile, back in third, another Skyrocket. CDR back in position number 4, and a Mullins in fifth. So how about a couple of Skyrockets right now in the top 5?
How about Fertile? Shout out to Fertile. Was Kelly Shryock.
He's won 1 or 2 races.
Just a few. He's just won 1 or 2 USMTS championships.
He's fine. He's fine. Oh, man. Well, right now, again, field getting stretched out. Reese Solander knocks a little bit off of Cade Dillard's lead. It's down to about a second as Dillard works through heavy lap traffic. And then Solander's right there with him.
Yeah,
how about he takes 0.6 of a second off of Dillard's lead? If you're Cade Dillard, you got to turn up the wick because here comes the Kansas racer.
Yeah, Lebo, Kansas native Reese Solander really closing in as Dillard going to try to work around Jason Null right now. And you got to wonder if that's not the key to success right there, the whoop-de-doos down in turns 3 and 4 as Dillard navigates him just a little bit differently than Solander does. And you see Solander right there, he goes into turn 1 just a little bit higher than what Dillard does.
Now they'll work down the back straightaway, and we are going to have a Midwest sheet metal caution. And I think the door came off of Talon Willis's car, perhaps. Yeah, there it is. Let's throw that out in the shop if somebody doesn't run over it. And even if they do, it's just customized.
That's right.
Probably made it longer than I thought it would have, DJ. 16 down, 9 to go. Cade Dillard had a half-second lead. That's a race. Reese Solander's looked really good here tonight. Gabe Hodges up to position 3. Tanner Mullins 4th. Jake Gallardo has slid back to position 5. Then it's Sanders, Adams, Sorensen, Gaylord, and Cole Anderson.
By the way, Tanner Mullins started back in at 16.
He's pretty good. He's slowly been climbing his way up through there, and he's another one that was going to run today and tomorrow, and said he'll decide if he sticks around next week. Got a lot of work to do back in the shop, and was just here with Mark Dodson, helping shake down those race cars and get them go. Both those cars in the show, and you said it, DJ. 24 cars tonight. 68 came through the pit gate. And so that means we put 44 on the trailer. You put both team cars there, you've done something, Trent.
Hey, I know we've got at least one other one that's going to contend. And kind of in that same vein, I touched on that, you know, it's kind of similar to 81 Speedway. Tyler Davis is going to be out here Wednesday through next weekend, and he's a multi-track champion there at 81 and gets around there as well as anybody. So we're going to have at least one more contender, and JP is going to be coming here the middle of next week. So there's going to be no shortage of star power and theater in this modified division before the week's all done.
And again, you say JP. For those scored along at home, Jeremy Payne. That's right, Jeremy Payne making the return to the driver's seat, and he's going to be in a Cade Dillard prepared CDR race car, and that one's going to be entertaining too. That's cool to see him making his way back to the driver's seat.
Yeah. So what I wonder if he's thinking right now. I mean, it's this race car right here that he's going to be in. They're going to put the seat in Tuesday for him to practice. So no pressure,
no
Jeremy.
pressure, man.
Yeah, no pressure. I feel like it's going to be just like riding a bike for Payne, and I expect it to be right up front.
Talked about Tyler Davis, Trenton, by the way, from that same neck of the woods. TD picking up the 81 Speedway Track Championship this year in the 65 car.
Yeah, really put together a great season. Has had several really good seasons. He's strung together. Won a couple of USRA modified national championships too. So wins a few touring races here and there, and gets out and travels as much as work allows. And he'll be a nice addition to add here before the week is done. Car owner Rick Beebe coming out with him as well, wishing Rick all the best as he's kind of been through it with his health here a little bit as of late, but he said he feels good enough to make the trip out here. So looking forward to seeing all those guys.
All right, well, the field line back up in the Delaware double file restart. So your race leader, Cade Dillard, by himself out front. Solander going to choose the inside lane on this restart. That'll put his teammate Gabe Hodges on the outside. 16 laps in the books, 9 to go.
Let's not forget, Cade Dillard's already got a feature win this year. Won at Arrowhead Speedway last weekend in the late model. 5,000 plus for that one. Trying to get the first modified win of the year, though, in the car number 97. Races through turns, drives through turns 3 and 4, I should say. Back on the loud pedal. Now we're back racing, and a couple of teammates going at it for position number 2.
Down to the inside, Reese Solander going to hold off Gabe Hodges. I thought we were going to stack them up just a little bit about halfway through the field. We do not. And instead, Solander will continue his pursuit of race leader Kate Diller. Man, Solander got that 5-car sideways down there in the corner. He's going to give up a lot of ground to Kate Diller, 8 to go.
Well, right now, Tanner Mullins up to 4th. He's looking for more as he's going to step to the outside of Hodges down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Dustin Sorensen caught the concrete earlier. He's trying to race his way back into the top 5. What a rebound for the 19 car.
Yeah, real good rebound for Dustin Sorensen, that 19, as he's trying to pick his way through the field. Moved Tanner Mullins officially this time by up into the lead trio as he is in 3rd, but Kate Dillard, like a rocket ship on that restart, Ben, is already stretched out to a 1.3 second advantage as time 6 to go.
Man, and he's so smooth. And late in the race is when you really see Kate turn up the wick, and you got to think now he knows he's not going to catch the back of the pack. It'll be interesting to see what he does. The lead, 1.7 seconds over Reese Solander. Tanner Mullins in 3rd. Mullins trying to climb a little bit further. As you said, DJ, Mullins started back in 16th. And the Kansas driver, he builds those Mullins race cars. Tell you what, looking strong. And how about that? 2 of the top 3 right now, guys that build their race cars in Cade Dillard and in Tanner Mullins.
Yeah, and Dillard has changed his lineup here these last couple laps, and we just saw it right there, right, where he's entering really high down in turn number 1. We've got a Midwest sheet metal caution on the racetrack down in turn number 4.
Yeah, that'll leave it with 5 laps to go, and we got one slow down there. Who have we got? That's going to be Talon Willis again. It's been an eventful feature for the Louisiana driver. And a little bit of work to do for tomorrow. 9 wins last year. How about Talon Willis last year? 7 B-Mod wins. He mod win and a super late model win. He did that down at the Rev. So a little bit of everything last year for Talon Willis. And we'll go to FK Rodden's instant replay to see what happened to the 10M. And the cutaway car, if you will. And Cole Anderson got in there and hooks him just enough to turn him around and draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag.
So Talon Willis will rejoin this field at the tail. 5 laps remaining in the opening night of the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout.
Pretty soon it's going to be day 2.
I know.
Oh, man. I think I have 8,000 missed texts, and yeah, it's going to be a busy night, DJ. We got a lot to do.
It will be a busy night for sure. And we will be right back here tomorrow and going live at 3:15 local time. That's Mountain Time. 4:15 Central Time and 5:15 Eastern Time tomorrow.
/ soon to be today.
Yes, soon to be today, yes. All right, 5 to go. Dillard, Solander. Now let's see if Tanner Mullins has anything for the race leader. He'll be on the outside for this Delaware double file restart.
All right, well, Cade Dillard's been really good, but Tanner Mullins, man, talk about if you could take one of your clients' new race cars to victory lane, that's exciting. And Reese Solander, he has had a hot ride tonight. What can he do? 5 laps to decide at $2,000 here in the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mod main event. And we are back underway, and Tanner Mullins going to come after Solander for that 2nd spot. They're both trying to get to Cade Dillard. Dillard will diamond off the corner. Solander was right there. That was almost disaster. Good, hard, clean racing. We stay green, though. Solander in 2nd. Mullins in 3rd. Cade Dillard, Mullins in 3rd. Cade Dillard, though, your leader now with just 4 laps to go, and Solander's keeping pace with him, DJ.
Yeah, on that last restart, I don't know if Solander hooked a rut or if he hooked a berm on the inside of the racetrack, but you can see it kind of flared out that left side or the driver's side door on the number 5. But you're right, he's keeping pace with Dillard right now. I expect Dillard to change his line here just a little bit and pull away over the course of the last 3 laps. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, Dillard's been a really interesting line. Enters high in 1, diamonds off the bottom of 2, and Solander is there. And you got to wonder in a second, they both might be in the same piece of real estate.
Yeah, Solander's found a line here just on this restart. Oh, man, he hooked that rut down. He's going to lose some ground right here. He found a line that's really good. 2 laps to go for Cade Dillard. We'll see Solander try to make that ground up down in 1 and 2.
Yeah, and now Mullins going to give up the top, and that bottom really good, hunting the brown through the bottom of turns 1 and 2, off into 3 and 4. Hochatown Saloon, last call of the night. 1 to go for Cade Dillard.
Cade Dillard starting on the pole with this one, but Reese Solander has put up a darn good fight. Joe Duval out of the party in the 91 bent, now second under protest just behind your race leader as Tanner Mullins giving chase to Solander, but that's not going to matter. At the front of the field, once again, the Wild West Shootout. In the modifieds, it's going to be Cade Dillard getting the win here on opening night.
Reese Solander comes home in second, Tanner Mullins third, Dustin Sorensen fourth, Gary Christian fifth, Rodney Sanders, Blake Adams, Gabe Hodges, Trip Gaylord, and Cole Anderson round out your top 10 in the Mesilla Valley Transportation Border Tire Mod feature. And coming home in third, Tanner Mullins. He charges from 16th to third, second to Reese Solander. But your winner, Cade Dillard out of Road Queen, Louisiana. A year ago tonight, a feature winner in the mod division. Tonight, a winner again. The Wheeler Metals, SNS Fishing and Rentals, Jody's Oilfield Services, Nickel Store, Johnsville Company, B&D Motorsports, the Camos, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Day Motorsports, Big Tex Trailers, String Siding and Roofing, Hodge Sawdust, because you need some sawdust, Bayou Country Construction, all sponsors on the Jack Cornett powered CDR race car. Cade Dillard, first mod win of the year, second win overall. Trenton Berry, he picked up where he left off last year, and you're right. If you're Jeremy Payne at home, you're eating your Wheaties this week because the car you're going to be driving, well, it just picked up a feature win.
Yeah, you know, and the other side of that too, obviously if you don't race a whole lot and maybe you're not quite as up to date with everything that's going on in the division right now, not that Jeremy couldn't get there really quick, but he hasn't raced in a long time. It would have to be comforting to know that you're going to be able to set an absolute rocket to get started. So I think overall it'll be a net positive for Jeremy. I know Cade's looking forward to it as well. I want to give a shout out to Reese Solander as well. Man, he really. They didn't plan on running the majority of the USMTS last year. It just kind of happened. They went to a few races. They started running really well. They hit on a few things right at the end of the year, and Reese put together a great season. Tanner Mullins did too. It looks like he's just carrying all that success over here to start 2026 as well. So not surprised one bit by this top three here tonight, and especially this cat right here in Victory Lane, in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. MVT, Strength Roofing and Siding, Day Motorsports, SNS Fishing and Rental, a few of the partners on the side of the race car for Cade Dillard, Wheeler Metals, Nickel Stores, Joel's Auto Sales, some of the other ones as well. Cade Dillard's going to fire the pistols off once again. This has kind of become old habit for the driver from Louisiana. And the cowboy hat going on. Shout out to MVT sponsoring the modifieds here this weekend. Pistols are in hand. Fire them off. Cade Dillard, your winner. Through night one, I think we can say as well a resounding success for the blanks and the new revolvers for Jason Babiak. That's been a net positive here as well. Cade Dillard, you did most of your work in the heat race that put you in a good spot. Passing points not your favorite way to race, I know, but obviously it worked out in your favor here tonight for a good starting position.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a super good car in that heat, and just tried a few things in that feature, just trying to get even better, and I feel like I slowed myself down a little bit, so we know where to go back to get a little better for tomorrow. But yeah, all in all, it's a good night. Really good run in the late model, and our CDR race cars just got a lot of speed right now everywhere we unload, and hopefully we can keep this momentum going.
Reese Solander got a little closer to you. Were you just kind of pacing yourself, or could you feel that maybe he was closing the gap a little bit at different times?
Well, I tried to not run through the holes as much as I could, and just it upset my car a lot. And so I tried to just kind of stay in the smooth part of the track naturally. The ruts, there's mud in them, so they got speed if you hit them right. So I tried to stay out of there as long as I could. Then I figure as the laps were closing, I didn't know how close they were, but I figured I'd get down there and try to get a little more of a gap.
Great run, man. Third and a win. Hard to imagine a night going much better. Cade Dillard.
Yeah, thank you. Just thanks to all my sponsors, SNS Fishing and Rental, Joel's Auto Sales, Wheeler Metals, Strength Roofing and Siding, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Day Motorsports, B&D Motorsports, Hodge Sawdust, Johnsville Company, Brian Cook Trucks, Nichols, CDR Race Cars, my crew, Donnie, Colby, Scotty, my nephew Ryder, Jeremy, Stormy Scott for all his help he's been doing with the CDR race cars, and like I said, we're constantly testing some stuff with these and just trying to get our customers better, and we'll just keep plugging away at it.
Kay Dillard, your winner here on the opening night from Central Arizona Raceway.
Well, thank you very much, Trenton, Dustin, Jarrett. It was a long night. It was a trying night, but I tell you what, a lot of great racing. And, of course, Ricky Thornton Jr. started the night, a thrilling win in the super late model feature. Blake Adams got his first ever X-Mod win, and Cade Dillard does what Cade Dillard does in the modified at the Wild West Shootout down there in Hoker Trucking Victory Lane. And, man, there's Justin Dan, the legend. And we learned a lot tonight. We learned how to use the wreckers. We learned how to prep the racetrack. We were reminded how great the sunsets are, DJ.
Absolutely. On behalf of Trenton, Barry, Ben Shelton, and all the rest of the FloRacing crew here tonight, we're glad that you joined us. We'll see you back here tomorrow in the desert. This is Dustin Jarrett signing off. We'll see you tomorrow.